So this guy Akira, right? His whole class gets ice-guyed and everyone is hyped about their new abilities. The hero is showing off, people are excited. And Akira, nobody even looks at him. Typical background character stuff. Except, his stats are completely busted. Like so overpowered that the king himself would freak out if he saw them. And yeah, about that king, turns out he's the villain. He summoned all these students and he definitely does not plan on sending them home. Akira figures this out pretty early, and now he's got a target on his back. Luckily, he runs into this elf girl Amelia, who has her own beef with the kingdom, and together they are going to cause some serious problems. I'm really excited for you guys to hear this one. Please subscribe and check out the Discord and Patreon for more audiobooks like this. On the slanted roof of a certain building, a shadow dressed all in black blended into the darkness. A black cloth was wrapped around his neck, the leftover fabric and cloak fluttering in the wind. As if waiting for something, the shadow stared at the roof without moving. Only someone in the same line of work could probably spot a figure that had melted so completely into the dark that even a conscious observer wouldn't notice. After a while, the figure in black sighed, stood up, shifted his left foot back, drew a dagger, and suddenly assumed a combat stance. There seemed to be nothing where he was looking, but at that moment the air rippled and a man appeared. He too wore light black clothing like the shadow. The differences were his weapon, the black cloth around his neck, and the jet black cloak he wore. A colleague, huh? Hey, are you protecting this one? Or are you a big shot like you came to kill a mere guildmaster? This one, and anyone who interferes with me. The shadow answered the man's question curtly. From the start, he had no intention of giving a polite response. He simply conveyed his clear killing intent. The man's body trembled at the intense aura of death. This man was also fairly well known in the underworld. He recognized that feeling. If one truly erased their presence, no one could find them, and they were the world's strongest assassin who could silently bury thousands of demonic beasts. I see. Ah, damn, of all things to happen, my contract overlaps with that dark assassin. That's unlucky. The man sighed deeply as if genuinely disappointed. Although he held a combat stance, he was ready to flee. Sweat trickled in the face of the small rival's overwhelming killing intent. The shadow ignored him, observed the prey with a predatory gaze, and struck. Before he could even realize what had happened, the man watched dumbfounded as his own blood spurted out and he collapsed to the ground. The shadow retracted his extended right foot, wiped the dagger's gore on the man's black cloth, and turned his gaze to the main target. The hand holding a dagger the color of darkness trembled slightly. He steadied the quiver with his other hand. Then, quietly, he erased his presence and slipped into the target's room, pressing the dagger to the base of the target's neck. If he carried this out, the shadow could never return to his previous peaceful life. Sorry, everyone. If I kill this one, I can take one step forward. If I kill this one, many people will be saved. And him, the shadow, Oda Akira, an otherwise ordinary high school boy, muttered that and pulled the blade with all his strength. This was deep in a forest. Normally, no one would come here. It was far too dangerous. A girl, white hair flying, was running through it, fleeing her pursuers. She didn't stop, even when her feet splashed through puddles and she got covered in mud, even when tree roots nearly made her fall. But she was near her limit both physically and mentally. Tears blurred her vision, and her speed had dropped considerably. The only reason she hadn't been caught yet was that her pursuers were deliberately slowing themselves to toy with her. Ha ha! As if to press the attack, an arrow flew from somewhere and pierced her leg. There was only one person the girl knew who could accurately shoot the leg of a running target through trees. Yuwa Wi. With the arrow lodged through her leg, she couldn't run. She sat down where she was, clenching against the pain and looking at her pursuer. The arrow seemed tipped with a paralytic toxin. The prickling numbness spread through her body, and she could hardly move. Why? The pursuer repeated the words, twisting her face into a cruel expression, and sneered. Rather, I should be asking why. Why are you still alive? The words dug deep into her heart. The white-haired girl slowly shook her head, as if to say she didn't want to hear it. But now, with numb limbs limiting her movement, she had no way to block the elf-specific pointed ears from hearing. You an outcast? You Hearing from someone she had cared for most, the phrase she never wanted to hear drove the girl half-mad. She scrambled to run despite the numbness in her limbs, unaware that there was a cliff ahead. The blonde girl who had been pursuing her smiled mockingly. A faint look of compassion flickered in her eyes. Goodbye, sister. I pray we never meet again. The white-haired girl who tumbled from the cliff regained consciousness to find herself in a forest she didn't recognize at all. Her wet body made it easy to guess she had washed ashore from a nearby sea. She stared around in a daze for a while. That was probably a natural reaction for someone who awakened in an unknown place, but unfortunately the location was bad. A black, slime-like demonic beast that hadn't been there before was suddenly there. She tried to back away in fear, but though the numbness had faded a bit, exhaustion kept her from moving. With no resistance, the creature began to envelop her from her feet upward. Impossible, slimes aren't supposed to eat humans. She finished speaking and was completely swallowed. The slime trembled a little and searched for signs of surrounding life. Then something approached from beyond the trees. The slime hid in the shadow of a tree. Didn't I hear noises around here earlier? Huh. But beyond here, there are supposed to be so many monsters no one would come. When the slime-like creature realized the approaching figures were just people, as if by some instant magic it dissolved into the ground and vanished. That makes sense, maybe we just misheard. Let's go home, it's gloomy and creepy here. With no sign of people or monsters, the trees alone silently watched over the forest. From that day on, the lives of Class 2-2 changed. The peaceful, ordinary days were suddenly invaded by the extraordinary. A gigantic magic circle appeared in the center of the classroom. Once the intricate pattern began to glow pale blue, we finally realized how strange the situation was. "Everyone, get out of the classroom!" Someone shouted that, but it was already too late. The magic circle was already primed, and an especially intense light filled our vision. I couldn't bear it and shut my eyes. I felt my body lift slightly and heard a scream nearby that sounded like it came from one of the girls. The next moment we were set back down on the ground, and we were forcibly removed from our ordinary lives by an Isekai summoning. My name is Oda Akira, and I don't believe in ghosts, aliens, or any occult phenomena. I read Isekai summoning novels, empathize with them, get jealous or moved, but I always keep a clear distinction between fiction and reality. Please, defeat the Demon King and save us. But now a person who looked like the king of a nation was bowing his head to us, and this situation was undeniably real, and even my brain couldn't catch up. No, anyone would be confused in this situation. My face, which people had mistaken many times for being expressionless and aloof, was probably blank too. A few minutes earlier, when our vision cleared, we found ourselves in a vast hall so large you couldn't see the other side. 13 knights stood around us, and a girl who looked to be the same age as us and who seemed to be a princess stood among them. The girl, guarded by the knights, was watching us while breathing heavily. No, though they were dressed like knights, some of them were holding staves. Are they mages? My mind was a mess, but a calmer part of me continued to observe this unfamiliar space. The floor was covered with a plush carpet whose color was a gaudy red, but it matched this unnecessarily luxurious space. The ceiling was oddly high. I could tell there were fine decorations, but it was too high to see clearly. As I observed, I realized the girl and the figures who looked like mages had moved to stand beside me without my noticing. "Welcome, prospective heroes. Please come this way. His Majesty the King will explain everything." An elderly man who looked like a mage bowed politely to us and indicated an unnecessarily grand door. Anyone who tried to ask a question was silenced by the old man's gaze. We followed his direction and went through the door, where a man who appeared to be the king explained to us a scenario straight out of a typical Isekai fantasy novel. First, the nature of this world. This world is called Morrigan, apparently a spherical planet like Earth. Morrigan has 4 continents, each inhabited by the human race, the demon clan, the elf race, and the beastmen. We had been summoned to Rades, the largest human nation on one of the continents. And the reason for the summoning was exactly what the king said. The demon clan had begun a full-scale invasion into human territory. They wanted us to defeat the Demon King. Inside my head I shouted, "The template has arrived!" Of course, that was a cheer. It's a situation every young person of our age secretly longs for. In our class, it was more unusual not to cheer. These days there are so many Isekai anime after all. Some of the girls looked around anxiously, but still, many of the students, especially the boys, were delighted to escape their boring daily lives. They had no idea of the hardships and trials that awaited them. The king seemed busy. After saying as much, he withdrew, and then the old man who had suddenly reappeared with a crystal continued to explain our statuses. His presence concealment is excellent. This old man's something else. Everyone, please chant status open in your minds. The old man said that and smiled meaningfully. We immediately chanted status open. Then, like something straight out of an RPG, a glowing board appeared before our eyes. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Japanese letter, 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 Japanese letter. Akira Oda race. Human class. Assassin level 1 HP 18-0, attack 1000, 200 defense, 800 magical power, 700 skills. Arithmetic LV5 Negotiation, LV4 Hidden Weapon, LV1 Assassination, LV1 Curved Blade Technique, LV1 Dagger Technique, LV1 Presence Concealment, LV. Max Presence Detection, LV1 Crisis Perception, LV1 Extra Skills. Language Comprehension, World Eye, LV1 Shadow, Magic, LV1 Japanese letter, 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 Uo. Seeing it again. My skills are heavily skewed toward assassination, probably because my class is assassin, and the presence concealment skill which makes your presence all but vanish is already capped at LV, max. Shu, did your status show up? A classmate asked. I nodded. The classmates were quite excited. It's not surprising, something impossible back in Japan happening right before your eyes would get anyone riled up. I couldn't hide my own excitement either at a development like in a novel. I even felt glad to be alive. But it's also true that having so little information puts me in danger. My calm inner voice piped up. Maybe I was getting a bit carried away, better calm down. What was your class again? I'm a wind mage Shu, assassin. As expected, even though you were near the classroom, you'd suddenly disappear and reappear. I figured you were some kind of ninja or something. Shut up. I'm not disappearing because I like it. Well, mostly I do it on purpose. Right. If I tried to hide for real, no one could find me. It's a sad fact, since I was little I've never been found in hide-and-seek. Even when we played can-kicking, sometimes my teammates didn't notice me until I actually kicked the can. There was nothing strange about the status. I must have had a high level in presence concealment, even back in Japan. Otherwise, I'd just be a forgettable, thin character. Then again, the original world had no magic, so that's likely. That line of thought is depressing. Better stop. Still, having a skill already at LV, max from the start feels odd. Maybe it's normal in this world. My experiences from Japan seem to be reflected too. Arithmetic and negotiation were higher. Arithmetic was probably boosted from studying useless formulas in school that I never knew when I'd use. Negotiation was likely because I haggled relentlessly with the greengrocer to save on food money. He almost came to hate me, but looking back I'm glad. In a situation like this where anything could happen, having non-combat skills at high levels is reassuring. So who's the hero, I wonder? Ah, well, we can pretty much guess, right? They glanced over, and one boy was grinning, surrounded by a crowd of girls. Well, outwardly he kept a poker face, but the corners of his mouth were slightly up. Our class's handsome guy, Tsukasa Sato. Good looks, top grades, athletic, the textbook ideal hero, and our school's student council president. His harem tendencies and inability to hide his expressions are the only flaws. If he weren't the hero, who would be? He probably doesn't doubt he's the hero himself. And indeed, he seemed to be the hero. His expression made it obvious. The girls must have known too. There were more of them around him than usual. The boys without girlfriends watched through gritted teeth. Different place, same scene as always. Things seemed slowly returning to normal. By the way, who was the wind mage boy talking to me nearby? He occasionally talked to me, the loner in class, but he wasn't anyone remarkable, so I didn't remember him at all. I couldn't very well ask who he was now. The mystery only deepened. Now, heroes, please place your hands on this crystal. This crystal is a magical tool that reads and displays statuses. We'd very much like to see your abilities. The old man said and raised the crystal he'd been holding. I frowned. So the statuses must be revealed after all. Is there any way to avoid it? Revealing our statuses in this completely unknown situation is dangerous. In the novel I read, summoned heroes were sometimes militarily exploited by the summoning country. This might not be that, but caution is wise. After all, we still know almost nothing about this world. I looked around, trying to think of a solution. Then, let's start with that side, please. Along the wall of the room stood suits of armor that didn't move a muscle. From a distance it was hard to tell, but considering that some of them could be soldiers in disguise, any rash action would be risky. What should I do? The first person the old man prompted to touch the crystal was the class mascot, Miko Sano. When Miko hesitantly placed her hand on the old man's crystal, light poured out from it, and the same status display I'd seen over my own head earlier appeared above hers, only much bigger. Even standing against the wall, you could clearly see every detail. Ooh, none of my classmates seemed to have considered the risks of exposing their status even a millimeter. They were glued to the surreal sight of letters emerging from light. While my classmates, dreaming about a technology that doesn't exist in Japan, cheered, I stared at Miko's status and felt my mind go blank. Japanese letter, 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 Miko Sano race. Human profession. Barrier Master LV1 HP 180/180, Attack 150, Defense 130, Magical Power 130/130 Skills. Arithmetic LV5 Sewing, LV7 Cooking, LV5 Barrier, Magic LV1 Healing Barrier, LV1 Extra Skill. Language Comprehension, Japanese letter, 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 Japanese letter. That's weak. What the hell is this? My brain, already scrambled from being summoned to another world, felt another heavy blow. In the novels I'd read, non-hero NPCs generally had similar numbers and skills. The hero would be orders of magnitude higher, which is why everyone praised the hero. But for some reason, the same phenomenon had happened to Miko, who should be a mob character like me and to me. Miko actually had higher levels in many skills, but the gap in basic stats was absurd. Maybe it's because her role isn't combat-oriented. Okay, next is me. After Miko, the class clown Katsumi Watanabe slapped his hand on the crystal with a triumphant grin. Japanese letter, 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 Katsumi Watanabe race. Human profession. Fighting Fist Warrior LV1 HP 180/180, Attack 200, Defense 200, Magical Power 300/300 Skills. Arithmetic LV3 Fist Techniques, LV3 Body Techniques, LV2 Extra Skill. Language Comprehension, Japanese letter, 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 Japanese letter. More cheers rose. What the hell is going on? Seriously, what is this crystal? My attempts at conversation with the classmates next to me were only half working, but I didn't have time to care. Right. I'll hide my presence. A few people had revealed their statuses, and everyone so far had shown lower numbers than mine, so I used my go-to skill, presence concealment, to hide. If the sensation feels the same as in that other world, this should obscure my presence and make me invisible. It's annoying that I can't tell whether I myself am properly unseen. Still, if my status were to be exposed here, it would be a disaster. I figured I'd check the hero Sato's status. If he was stronger than me, I'd remove the concealment and touch the crystal. Simple, but reality betrayed me in the worst way. Japanese letter, 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 Tsukasa, Sato race. Human profession. Hero LV1 HP 200/200, Attack 800, Defense 500, Magical Power 350/350 Skills. Arithmetic LV7, Charm LV5, Body Techniques, LV2 Swordsmanship, LV2 4-Element, Magic LV1. Extra Skills. Language Comprehension, Holy Swordsmanship, LV1 Japanese letter, 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 Japanese letter. His skill levels were certainly high, and 4-element magic sounded attractive. But his basic stats were lower than mine. The girls squealed, but after seeing my numbers earlier, his stats didn't seem that impressive. What is really going on? Isn't the hero supposed to be the strongest? My stats are just unnaturally high, as expected of the hero. Such wonderful numbers and skills. In this world, the typical values are attack 100, and even combat-oriented jobs cap around 500. The hero exceeds that from his starting stats. With this, you will surely be able to defeat the Demon King. The old man's fake smile made me shiver. I couldn't be sure after just meeting him, but something about him felt off. A little dissonance nagged at me. It reminded me of the king I'd seen earlier and the pretty girl standing behind him, who was probably the princess. The same girl who had been looking at us with a knight when we were summoned. Their smiles felt pasted on, and that smiled expression flicked onto the old man's face in my mind. Still hidden, I glanced up and frowned. Far above on the ceiling, something glinted. It was probably a camera-like magical tool for recording. Whether it was truly a camera, I couldn't tell from here, but looking at it made me oddly irritated. The feeling was similar to the one you get watching surveillance cameras back home. I sensed things tilting in a bad direction. My uneasy premonition might be right. I lay on the bed in the single-occupancy room and stared at the ceiling. The mattress sank a little to accept me, then rose back up. The room was about the size of a hotel room that would cost over 10,000 yen a night, spacious, and at first glance neat and orderly. The shower and toilet were generously sized. The fact that each person was given a room like this hinted at how large this castle was. The white-themed room, even unused, seemed to have been cleaned and ventilated, so it didn't feel dusty. I thought being an assassin and working as the hero's scout would be easy. Hero defeats the Demon King, then I'm free. I figured it would be easy mode. That was if my bad premonition turned out true, but right now I felt cheated. This was full-on hard mode. I couldn't help muttering aloud, something I hardly ever did. First, I needed to uncover whatever schemes the king and the others were plotting. Maybe it was because I had the negotiation skill, but I felt like I could grasp, even if only a little, what others were thinking. With that camera-like incident in mind, I had to move carefully. I suddenly realized that if I had gone rogue in the other world, I might have been a professional thief. Snuffing out my presence, sneaking in, instinctively detecting almost all surveillance cameras, and moving through blind spots, I could even rob a bank. I wouldn't, though. Sneaking in is the only option, huh? What a pain. Why me? Grumbling to myself, I changed into black garb. The closet should have had outfits for each occupation hung up. Of course, my stuff wasn't provided since my status hadn't been checked, so I procured it myself. I snuck into the castle armory with my presence concealed. There were guards and it was nerve-wracking, but I managed to steal what I needed. If I could get back to the other world in this condition, maybe I'd become a bank robber after all. I'd also taken over an empty private room without permission. There were 40 classmates, 12 weren't in class at noon. That meant 28 had been summoned to another world. With that many people, the castle's maids, who only looked good on the surface, couldn't possibly keep track. The cleaning seemed perfect, but there were probably corners where trash accumulated. I judged they wouldn't notice one more person using a room. All right, let's go. Dressed in black, I slipped out the window so no one would spot me and headed upward. I leapt onto one of the castle's 5 towers and looked around. I'd liked high places since I was small. Whoa, this place is huge, so this is the royal capital. From there, I could see the royal capital clearly. It wasn't as dazzling as a nighttime industrial zone, but the city lights were sparkling. I could see a few street lamps placed near the castle. Other lights weren't visible from here, probably some kind of light magic in a world with magic. The technological level seemed about like Japan right after the Meiji Restoration. There weren't many street lamps, and they weren't evenly distributed. Too much light clustered in what looked like the city center. In the alleys, you wouldn't know what was happening. Crime would be rampant. It was night, so there were few pedestrians. Then again, comparing to Japanese cities might be unfair. I shoved the little information I'd gathered into a corner of my mind and searched for presents. Okay, no one nearby. I snuck, presence concealed, into the tower with the heaviest security, probably where the king was. Now then, where's the king? Keeping presence concealment active, I tiptoed and listened at each door. I'd heard the king's voice only once, but that creepy, viscous tone stuck in my head. At first it didn't bother me, but now it made my skin crawl. When I reached one door, I finally got a hit. The door was heavy, maybe a study. I pressed my ear to it and listened. Maria, how are the kids behaving? They're proceeding smoothly, father. No one has noticed yet. After all, they're children from a world without magic. They don't even know how they'll be used. They're giddy and sleeping now. I see. Then proceed with the plan. Entry to the library is prohibited. From tomorrow, have Saran train them. Yes, understood. Everything is as His Majesty the King wills. Even though I'd expected it, it was frightening. People who had smiled at us earlier were now plotting to trap us. There were scumbags on Earth too, but Japan had been a kind country, so it had been hard for me to believe such a thing. But that ended now. As the princess stepped out of the room, I slipped in with my presence still concealed. That princess's ugly, distorted face I'd just seen was intense. No trace of the gentle smile remained. Were all the women like that? I didn't want to understand. I wandered the spacious study looking for the king. As a book lover, I was tempted to examine the lined shelves, but I forced myself not to. I drew out a silver dagger hidden in my black garb. It looked sharp at a glance, and there had been many of them, so I'd filched one when I snuck into the armory. The king was in the back, bent over his desk, writing something with full concentration. I stood behind him. Right now I could kill him without being noticed, but I still didn't understand his purpose. Why had he summoned us? What kind of country was this? Above all, I wasn't ready to make a decision to kill. It wasn't in my character to do something so brutal, and even if I were forced into it, I don't think I could. So I returned to my room that day. If only I had killed him then, I would regret not doing so a month later. I made the mistake of writing past midnight. When I was on Earth, I couldn't stop wanting the rare experience of being summoned to another world. At first I enjoyed it, sure, but now, how to put it, I'm starting to miss my peaceful, boring hometown. We were summoned, yet for some reason my stats are stronger than the heroes. Because of that I have to hide my existence, the king and princess are plotting something, my classmates are carefree, and the hero's a narcissistic idiot. I want to go home. I played spy games late into the night and lost a lot of sleep. And on top of that I had a strange dream, so I woke up in a foul mood and chewed on the bland breakfast with a sour expression. The weird dream was about the demon king from the kitchen, enlarging and chasing me forever. Waking up felt like a real relief. My classmates were chattering away and eating breakfast, unaware that our lives are currently being threatened. I felt a twinge of murderous intent toward them. How can they stay so calm? After I returned to my room yesterday, I half thought about it. I could just ignore the king and the princess's scheme and slip out of the castle alone. If I truly didn't care about my classmates, I probably would have escaped last night. The only reason I didn't was that I still had some affection left for people from my hometown. But it pains me to just watch my classmates fall into the king and princess's trap without knowing anything. There has to be some way to throw a wrench into their plans. Everyone listen. The hero waited until everyone finished their food, then spoke. The noisy breakfast suddenly fell silent. Apparently the whole class recognizes the hero as their leader, everyone but me. I was surprised by being summoned to another world yesterday and didn't think deeply about it at the time, but I believe we should reach a consensus. Oh, the hero is being serious. How rare. He's usually only interested in how many girls look at him, so I never expected him, surrounded only by classmates who are girls, to try to take leadership. That title of hero must mean a lot to him. And I had a bad feeling. We're strong. Probably the people of this world can't stand against us. If we want, we could use this power to conquer the world. What is this idiot hero talking about? The maids who had been serving us with smiles froze. If the person who was supposed to save them says something like that, even as a joke, they'd be worried. We're currently missing the single most important information needed to act. My classmates are taking that far too lightly. I shouted that in my head, but I couldn't help listening to the idiot hero's speech, staying hidden and silent. But we haven't forgotten our pride as Japanese. I think a good trait of Japanese people is helping strangers without expecting anything in return. I want to use this power to help the people of this world. Won't you help me defeat the Demon King? They really understand nothing. What if the information that the Demon King is ravaging human territories is itself a lie? Why assume the king and princess are absolutely on our side? From the way the king and princess live, they don't seem all that troubled. Even this breakfast, though bland, has 4 side dishes in addition to the main bread. At my house there were only 2. I'll follow you, Commander. Me too. Please let me come. Me too, me too. And me too. The number of victims of the hero's rampage keeps growing. In the end, everyone in the class except me sided with the idiot hero. I stayed hidden. No way I'm getting dragged into this. Everyone, then let's do our best to save the people of this world. Ooh-oh, this is getting really annoying. I put my elbows on the desk and sighed deeply. I can't fit into this whole youthful atmosphere no matter what, and I don't like it. Can I just abandon these guys and enjoy a happy life alone? I don't want to be the one to leave, though being exiled by classmates like in those common Summon to Another World novels would be ideal. It would be a perfect justification to get out of the castle. But even though I wanted to run away, my body didn't move. A few hours after the idiots decided they were going to save this world, we gathered at the training grounds, not just the field, but a facility big enough to be an entire school, each of us armed with weapons suited to our professions. I made my presence known at a natural moment and joined the rear. In one training ground there was swordsmanship, archery, spear techniques, magic, and even some training I couldn't identify. What is that, a morning star? Nice to meet you, heroes. My name is Saran Misray. I am the Knight Commander of this country, its last stronghold. Saying that about myself feels a bit embarrassing. The pretty-faced man who introduced himself as the Knight Commander said that and gave a small smile. Is someone like this really okay as a Knight Commander? Also, drop-dead handsome. Commander, if you act like that, you'll be taken lightly. A serious-looking man, probably the vice-captain, muttered from behind, perhaps reading my mind, but Commander Saran just kept smiling. Thinking of the king's smiles, the captain seemed warmer. Probably these people are okay, but it's still better to stay on guard. It's fine, it's fine. Now then, heroes, in 1 month you'll be delving into a nearby labyrinth. For that, starting today, you'll train every day at this time. That is the king's order. Commander Saran, who had been smiling a moment ago, suddenly turned serious. We had only just met, but this person is really hard to read. The air around us rippled. Training, huh? I like doing things at my own pace. All right, I'll slack off. I glanced to the side and saw the heroes' faces twisted in fear. They must be scared now that real combat training was about to start. Wait, weren't you all supposed to be saving the world? The commanders looked at those heroes and gave them exasperated expressions. Oh, 1 month. Do you have any complaints? Can we really get stronger in a month? If under our instruction you don't get stronger, then the cause will be on your side, the commander declared smoothly. The clumsy hero scowled. Now that I think about it, this guy really hates being ridiculed by others. To be blunt, we of the Knights Order take pride in being this nation's last stronghold. We can't afford to lose to children who come from a world without magic. The commander smiled again with that unreadable expression, and the heroes and others got veins popping on their foreheads. They're taking the bait too easily. My eyes met the commander's. As a retort, I smiled back. Regardless of these people, it pisses me off to be looked down on. When it comes down to it, I'm the most childish. Commander Saran, having properly received my reply, widened his eyes slightly and then smiled gently. Damn it, don't let the handsome guy smile. Just that made the girls' gazes glued to him. That was all Commander Saran had to say. Following the knights, the heroes began to spread out by the weapons they would handle. All right, I'll slack off. Good luck, heroes. I'm going to the library for a bit. What, it's forbidden? I don't know anything about that. After hearing yesterday's conversation, I feel like rebelling against every order from the kings. Thank you for over 100 bookmarks. Please continue to support me. Our eyes met. I watched the black-clad boy as he used presence concealment and slipped away. It seemed none of his companions noticed him. Even when he passed right in front of them, they didn't follow him with their eyes. I can only see with one eye. It was just a chance glance, but he looked like an interesting boy. Zealkun, I'll leave this spot to you. For training content, you can cut it down to about 1/5 of what we normally do. Commander? Leaving everything to Vice Captain Zeal, I followed the boy. Someday Zealkun might go bald from stress. Well, if he does, I'll give him a vacation. If my hunch is right, his presence concealment skill level is high, but his presence detection skill level isn't. Then again, his presence concealment might be so high it's practically invincible. Hey, where do you think you're going? I stepped around in front of him and revealed myself. The boy stopped in surprise. A sharp wariness flashed in his eyes. I see, this might be how he differs from the others. Surprised, huh? Can you actually see me? He asked, truly astonished. His reaction was age-appropriate, and I felt a little relieved. He had seemed unusually mature. If he'd just ignored me, I would have been worried. You're probably the only one who noticed. I have slightly unusual eyes, I said, tapping my right eye. My right eye clearly made out his figure. The boy resignedly raised both hands. I see, so there are people with demon eye in this world. Commander Saran, right? Do what you like with me, boil me, roast me, whatever. I was a little surprised. I hadn't expected anyone to know about demon eye. I'd heard there was no magic in their world. So how did they know about demon eye? My demon eye evolved from a wound in my right eye when I fought the demon king long ago. It started showing me things that the normal eye doesn't. I realized it sees changes in animal body temperature as colors because the colors of the troop members changed noticeably before and after training. Before training, they showed bluish tones. As training raised their body temperature, their colors shifted toward red. Other innate demon eye holders can see far distances or discern value by light and color. Mine is a modest sort. Still, it can reveal most stealth-type concealment skills. Demon eye is treated as an extra skill. Ordinary skills are fine. Even an assassin's concealment is usually a normal skill, so he wasn't an exception. Boiling and roasting sound violent. Let's have a gentler conversation, shall we? This boy is very intriguing. Putting aside the unfair advantage of my demon eye, his technique for naturally activating skills to slip past the trained member's vision is remarkable, especially considering he came from a world without magic and was taught by no one. In any case, I'll likely be tied to him from now on. Being friendly won't hurt. Where were you planning to go? I'm not telling you to return to training, just tell me. True to his earlier resignation, the boy answered honestly. He wanted to go to the library. If I recall, the heroes are banned from entering it. The king and others can be harsh. Right now, the most important thing for these kids should be information. What do you want to know? He told me he wanted to know the common knowledge of this world. I smiled more deeply. Of course, these are people brought from another world and are ignorant of this one. It's inevitable they'd want to know. It's actually stranger that the others complied with the library ban so readily. This boy really is different from the others. And what's your presence concealment skill level? Max. I don't know what the highest possible level is, but my status says max. Max, huh? Skill level caps are LV10. Beyond that, it just shows max, and you can't tell how much higher or whether it's improving. Even I have my combat skill, swordsmanship, only at LV9 as my highest. Among those I know, he's only the second person whose skill reached max. What about your other skills? Mostly LV1, skills that weren't useful in the other world. I wanted to hear about that other world, but first I had to confirm something. You're an assassin by job, right? Haven't you learned assassination techniques? I have them kind of, but I don't know how to raise the skill level. If you'd like, I can teach you. The boy looked utterly disgusted at my offer. Wise reaction: on unfamiliar land, nothing is as cheap as it seems, a merchant acquaintance used to say. You said you want to enter the library, but there aren't many important books there. Books on magic this world, and skills are kept only in the king's study. Ah, that place. Then there's even less problem. I'll just sneak in. There aren't books of common knowledge there either, by the way. When I said that, the boy didn't look particularly disappointed. Of course, there are no books labeled common sense. Common sense is taught in small pieces from infancy, not learned from reading. Sai, what's your price? You understand quickly, that's good. In return, tell me about the world you came from. I'm starved for knowledge. Since I was young, I've been devouring every book in the house. Got it. To seal the deal, I shook the boy's hand. I waved it back and forth. As expected, he made a deeply displeased face but didn't let go. I played the hand-waving game for a while and stopped just as he was about to get angry. I'm good at reading other people's expressions. By the way, what happens when you raise assassination skill level? It lets you adjust your body temperature so even your heat can't be picked up by an eye like yours. Not only presence, but footsteps, footprints. Basically, you can erase all traces of yourself. Is that so? Then try hard to raise it quickly so you won't be detected by me. I smiled at the boy's muttered reply. Assassins are actually scarier than swordsmen or mages. You never know when you'll be killed, and a true professional can even make the victim not realize they've been killed. In a way, they're the strongest. Heroes shouldn't clash head-on with them. With an assassin, you have to confront them directly. If he learned the true nature of that king or princess, maybe I could entrust things to him. The method I've been thinking about to make this country, this world, better. Barely safe, it's short. We sat on a stone bench we found in the sparsely trafficked courtyard and looked at the flowers. I spotted the same kind of butterfly that had been in the other world fluttering around the blossoms, and a strange, indescribable feeling welled up inside me. Commander Saran's story was some kind of mythological story, maybe like Greece's myths back on Earth. I hoped it wasn't as sordid. Greek mythology had too much messy passion. I gave up reading it. For now, shall I tell you about the gods of this world? In this world, Morrigan has a single god. His name is Creator God Adel. He apparently manages centralized status data and bestows blessings on the races. Come to think of it, Japan had a lot of gods. Just one pillar of a god sounds like it would be an awful lot of work for one being. Commander Saran didn't know my stray thoughts and continued. Adel first made the atmosphere, then he made the land. After that, he created humans, inferior copies of himself. He created the human race, the elf race, the demon clan, and the beastmen, and gave them emotions. He put them on the land, gave them work, and granted them status. Bored with the squabbles of the gods, Adel sought to heal himself by observing them, so even gods fight with each other. What are the other gods doing? Adel's doing all the work alone, help him out. But if humans are inferior versions of a god, maybe it's not a great idea to seek solace in them. They fought over territory, possessions, women, men. They split into separate races and began to live apart. Angered, Adel created demonic beasts and divided the continent into 4. The demon clan, who can control those demonic beasts, were driven to the volcanic continent, Volcano. The elf race, who love nature, went to the continent with the sacred tree. Forest, the remaining humans and beastmen fought until the end, and the humans, victorious, settled on a vast, fertile continent, Cantonin. The beastmen went to the continent of beasts. Brute, aren't those continent names just the English words for their features? Also, Morrigan sounds familiar from somewhere. Well, that's basically how Morrigan came to be. The humans are stingy. Well, I suppose you could see it that way. Most people wouldn't. Come to think of it, it'd be faster to read a book. I should go to the library after all. With that thought, I stood up. Oh, where are you going? I haven't finished telling you my story yet. Her arm snatched mine quickly. Despite her slender arms, she was strong. I couldn't budge her no matter how I tried. Commander Saran's eyes glinted darkly. Sorry, I fought sleep while writing, so there may be many typos and omissions. After that, it wasn't until near evening that I was finally freed from Commander Saran. The vice captain came to fetch me. Apparently they'd been looking for the commander ever since training ended. A lot of trouble for them. Commander Saran was literally dragged back to work. He was smiling more than usual at the time. Does the commander have a masochistic streak? The vice captain didn't hold back either, bumping him with a horn and such. Scary, maybe scarier than the commander. Better not to cross them. Sorry about that, our commander's bad habit came out again. No, I actually heard some interesting things. I might visit the Knight Commander's office again sometime, so thank you in advance. The conversation with the vice captain as they left replayed in my head. Right, Commander Saran's stories weren't just things you could learn from a book. The early mythological tales and other legends were easy enough to picture, but there were some fairly complex stories too. If the person telling them doesn't explain properly, you're left completely lost. In a way, having a Saran commander is something every household should have. If only there were a switch to turn off certain personality functions at times, that would be very helpful. Yeah, once the commander finishes sorting his paperwork. In other words, around this time the commander should be free, so feel free to come at any time you like. I understand, thank you. My affairs are steadily decided where I'm not present. The commander looked off into the distance. Both the vice captain and I pretended not to hear and headed to our rooms. Apparently that treatment was fine for Commander Saran. I understood that well enough. I had no appetite for dinner and didn't go to the dining hall. I flopped down on my bed in my room. The commander's words stuck in my ears and wouldn't leave. For the past several decades, the Demon Clan has been our common enemy. By we I mean, of course, everyone except the Demon Clan, the human race, beastmen, and the elf race. They persecuted demons who had done nothing merely because they could control demonic beasts and drove them to the edges of the continent. That's a light-handed kind of harassment. If it were me, I'd make sure to break their spirits completely. Whoever sent the Demon Clan to Volcano must be a very soft person. Still, persecuted just for being able to control demonic beasts, that's disgustingly unfair. I stared up at the spotless ceiling. Still, what is going on in Commander Saran's head? He's got a memory that's not human. He probably remembers every single word verbatim. It's less that he's just used to talking and more like he truly remembers everything. His gestures said as much. I can't believe he's the same kind of person as the rest of us. He might sulk if he ever found out I thought that. That's unusual. Zilkun said that and let go of the collar he'd been gripping. He brushed the dust off my clothes while glaring at me as I stood up without changing my posture. If you're just going to brush it off, you shouldn't have dragged me in the first place, I thought, but kept it to myself. Good me. Stop thinking trivial things and answer me. Sometimes I really suspect he might be an Esper. I don't want him reading my mind. Are you saying I'm fixated on being alone? That's part of it, but it's been a long time since I've seen you wear such a cheerful expression. Is that so? Maybe I did laugh for real for the first time in a while. My face, which usually only wore a forced smile, felt a bit sore in the expression muscles from the genuine smile. He'd been that funny, and his story had been that interesting. What kind of story did he tell you? It was about their world. In return, I told them about this world. Akira-kun's story felt like a single beam of light cutting through dark clouds. Between us, I had been a little doubtful of them. I knew the secret art of hero summoning had been passed down through the royal family for generations, and that in the past a hero had been summoned from another world and defeated the Demon King. But perhaps because I don't believe things until I see them. When I received word that the princess and a few court mages had succeeded in summoning a hero, I couldn't bring myself to believe it. Even after seeing them with my own eyes, deep down I still hadn't trusted it. How stubborn my heart was. Hearing his story at last felt like the knot in my throat had been undone. Was it really that interesting? Yeah. It was a completely unknown tale to me, even though I was once called a sage. Saran-sama didn't know? He seemed that shocked. He even reverted to calling me by my old title, Commander. By the way, what exactly was in it? Well, it was about a world where science, not magic, had flourished. I told Zilkun exactly what Akira-kun had said. When I finished speaking, we finally reached my private room inside the royal castle. It's hard to believe. Moving boxes of iron, flying lumps of iron, information spreading across the world in an instant, thin boards that can deliver voices in real time across great distances. I think so too. I sat in the office chair and rubbed my brow. I gratefully drained the water Zilkun had thoughtfully brought me. Thanks, but Akira-kun's eyes didn't look like someone who was lying. This is a point of pride, but I have an eye for detecting falsehoods. It's not for nothing I'm the Knight Commander. If you say so, then I suppose that's that. So, what do you intend to do with him? As for him, he's hiding his true strength. I think he's probably stronger than the hero. Apparently he has presence concealment at LV Max. LV Max, but that's a level only the legendary hero reached. Yes, in this world LV9 is the maximum skill level. It's rare for anyone to even reach LV7. Yet those who come from another world cross that boundary as if it were nothing. That's the decisive difference between Morrigan people and those from another world. I don't have a detection-type extra skill, so I can't be certain, but that doesn't seem like a lie. Then why haven't the king and the others intervened? I see, right, He didn't undergo the crystal ritual because he used presence concealment. Not only is he used to using his skill, he's smart too. If he were here, he'd certainly be shaking his head vigorously. You intend to bring him onto our side? Yeah, and train him. By training I mean trimming away the useless parts of the regimen he's set for himself and getting him to do only what's necessary. I had heard his training menu, and it was almost unbelievable. The kid was pretty stoic. Zealkun raised no objection to my decision, bowed his head, and left. Well then, it's going to be busy from tomorrow, too. I don't like Oda Akira. For some reason, Akira and I have been stuck together since kindergarten. We've always ended up in the same class. It's past the point of being merely a bad tie. Sometimes I think it's a kind of curse. I tried to escape it in high school by taking entrance exams for a really tough school that the local kids wouldn't usually bother with, and yet somehow he was there too, in the same class again. He really didn't remember any of it, though. In our first year, I casually spoke to him and he said, "Nice to meet you. I'm Oda Akira. What's your name?" Akira and I had shared the same space for about 10 years. We passed each other countless times, even sat next to each other sometimes. I'm not boasting, but I'm fairly good-looking, so I thought I stood out more than he did, and he couldn't even remember me properly. The reason I hate Oda Akira is simple. He's always so nonchalant and constantly looks down on people. And the fact that he cleanly forgets anything he isn't interested in, that brain of his, irritates me to no end. Even after coming to Morrigan and becoming the hero, it stayed the same. Akira, who is good at hiding his presence, apparently became an assassin. He disappears sometimes and wanders off somewhere on a whim. Doesn't he understand that when you're in unfamiliar places you need to stick to the group? Why doesn't he look at me? I'm the hero. I don't have time to be bothered by some single person when my mission is to defeat the Demon King. But whenever I think about Akira, anger wells up in me and I can't keep my cool. As the hero, like any protagonist in a story, I should always remain calm. When I try to rally everyone as the hero to boost morale, Akira won't join in. He just looks at me like he's mocking or exasperated. Even when I want to get angry because he skipped training without permission, nobody knows where his room is. It makes me want to scream that he's being ridiculous. If we don't cooperate, we can't defeat the Demon King. People who refuse to cooperate can't stay in the class. Besides, he's always alone anyway. Nobody's on his side. That's what I thought. Until, Akira-kun, how are you feeling? I'm getting by. My training menu is brutal compared to everyone else's, though. Ahaha, but you're managing it, aren't you? Even Zealkun would give up on that routine. Well, I was already in decent shape. Before I knew it, I had grown friendly with the Knight Commander. I also noticed Akira had gotten better at hiding his presence than before. Even I, the hero, have plateauing stats, yet he's quietly improving his abilities somewhere no one knows about. I can't imagine he'd be stronger than me, but an assassin creeping into the hero's domain is unforgivable. I'll get strong enough in the next Labyrinth raid to astonish Akira and the Knight Commander. I'll make them realize that there's no comparison between me, the hero, and him. Just you wait, Akaira. Thanks for over 200 bookmarks. And then the day 1 month after the promise came, Morrigan uses the same calendar as Earth. Apparently the concept of a calendar was taught to the residents here by the first hero summoned to this world. The past heroes taught them more than that. Thanks to them, the food culture here had advanced considerably. I should go to the castle town sometime. There might even be curry. I want my mother's curry. I want to go home. All right, everyone assembled? Then let's go to the labyrinth. Like a typical Another World setup, each of us received 5 life potions and 5 magic power potions from the royal castle. The life potions, if sprinkled on a wound, will instantly heal minor injuries. Commander Saran even demonstrated by slashing his own arm with a sword right in front of us. The hero squad went pale just from that. Are these people really okay? We're about to go out and start cutting up demonic beasts. We set out with the mood of a school trip, but surprisingly the labyrinth was just beyond the forest. Is it really safe to have it so close to the royal castle? If the demonic beast spilled out, it would be over in an instant. Oh, there's a powerful barrier around the royal castle, so even if monsters did overflow, you'd be safe. As if reading my thoughts, Commander Saran looked at us and said with a very cheerful smile, "Psychic Saran, huh?" The trees suddenly opened up and a huge entrance that looked like the labyrinth appeared, along with a crowd of people. We squinted against the sudden light. The townspeople swarmed toward us as we emerged from the forest. The heroes flinched in front of the crowd that rushed up to them. It was like the war in an evening supermarket among housewives. Surprised by that, everyone involuntarily stopped walking. The Knight's Order tried to hold them back, but there were so many people it wouldn't be shocking if they broke through at any moment. "Don't stop! You are heroes! Stand proud in front of the people!" Commander Saran shouted, not in his usual fluffy voice, but in a sharp, taut tone. It was a small voice, yet somehow sounded heavy. I straightened my spine without realizing it. Some kind of skill, maybe? Saran, Commander! Zeal! Hero! A chorus of high-pitched cheers rang out. Commander Saran and Vice Captain Zeal were insanely popular. We got cheers, too. The clumsy hero at the front was already flashing a smile and working the crowd. Well, he's got a good face and good manners, after all. I slipped into stealth and walked at the very back. Scanning around, I noticed a hooded person giving us a sharp stare. Judging by height, probably a woman, she glared at us like we were her family's sworn enemies. We'd never left the royal castle before, today was the first time outside, so I didn't know why she held a grudge against us. But the killing intent radiating from her made me uncomfortable. I wanted her to stop looking at us that way. I quietly slipped out of the line and approached the hooded person. Commander Saran glanced my way, so it was fine. Or, thinking about the lecture I'd get afterward, maybe not fine. Hey, why are you glaring at us like that? I tried to sound as pleasant as possible. The hooded person turned with a very surprised expression. I'm not planning to hand you over to the knights or anything. I'm just a curious onlooker wondering why you're sending out so much killing intent. When I asked again why, she answered reluctantly. Do you know what kind of sacrifice was made to summon them? Her voice was like a clear bell, a cute girl's voice. She was probably about our age. No, sorry, I don't know. I see. Then let's meet again when you find that answer. She said that and vanished into the crowd. I stood there thinking, sacrifices for summoning. In revenge-type stories, it's often that the families of the summoned were killed or discriminated races in this world were slaughtered. I didn't want to think about the former. The latter would also make spending my life here a harsh prospect. If my guess is even close to correct, what are the kings thinking? In the end, I kept thinking there until Commander Saran, having gone stealth, called me back. Hey, they went that way. Kyra, heal me. Amid my classmates' screams, I sighed. I casually swung my right hand and killed the giant rat-like demonic beast that had been attacking a nearby girl. I think the girl I just saved had a combat-related class. These things are completely dead weight, aren't they? I can't deny that today. Surrounded by a swarm of demonic beasts, I muttered that, and Vice Captain Zeal, who was helping a classmate next to me, agreed. I sighed deeply again as I remembered how we ended up like this. It started after we entered the labyrinth and had several fights, beginning to realize its true level. We progressed smoothly from the first floor up to the 30th floor. Naturally, we were a cheated-up group summoned to another world with enhanced stats. If we couldn't handle that, we'd be in trouble later. We were each hunting our own beast, and our overall vigilance had started to drop. Even though knights from the Knight's Order were guarding us, our class was larger in number. That naturally left gaps in attention, and the hero squad did something stupid. I'll explain in advance. Hero squad doesn't refer to all classmates. The 28 classmates summoned, including me, were split into 4 teams of 7. The hero squad was the elite team's Commander Saran selected, excluding me. I had Saran pull me out and put me in a lackluster team after discussing it with him. Why? Because training was a bother, because facing foolish hero was painful, and because I feared having my stats revealed. Not because the first 2 were really that unbearable. Anyway, one of the non-hero members of the hero squad messed up. It's dangerous to mess around in the labyrinth just because you're feeling relaxed. But he ignored Commander Saran's orders, went forward on his own, and pushed a wall that obviously had something behind it. It turned out to be some kind of trap in the labyrinth. My danger sense skill told me it was dangerous, but I didn't expect someone to actively build a death flag and ignore warnings, so I couldn't stop him in time. Form up. As Commander Saran drew his sword and took a stance, the lamp on the wall turned red. Demonic beasts poured out from the wall one after another. They were all the same low-level monsters we'd fought before, but the sheer number was the problem. There were probably 10,000 small ones. Gross. Man, that's a killer ambush. Unlike the knights and me who immediately took combat stances, our classmates, fumbling with their weapons, visibly hesitated. Some girls even slumped down. And so we returned to the beginning. Commander Saran, should we fall back here? Yes, I didn't expect so many to lose the will to fight, but we've come this far, so that's enough. Commander Saran spoke in clipped phrases, killing 10 with each swing, but he was probably starting to tire. Though, of course, he was holding back. Heroes, I'll make a path with a finishing blow. Retreat to the surface. Help those who have collapsed or are wounded. With that, Commander Saran raised his sword to the sky. My lord, grant me strength. Heavenly sword. When he swung the radiant blade down, it was as if a shining carpet had been laid. Within that space, the demonic beast simply vanished. The classmates rushed through the cleared path and ran toward the stairs to the upper floor. I dispatched the beasts trying to chase them with a hidden weapon. We should withdraw too. Akira-kun, odds of many versus one are terrible for you. We're pulling back. Yeah, I know. An assassin is almost unbeatable one-on-one, but when it's many against one, things quickly go badly. There is a solution, but it's still experimental. Flames burn everything. Flame formation. Wind lend power to the flames. Wind blade. A knight conjured a Wideria blaze, while Vice Captain Zeal's wind magic killed beasts and strengthened the fire's force. Wind makes fire stronger. A tale passed down a few generations after the first hero. It's hard to control, so it's a high-level combo we couldn't use where classmates were. But Zeal's wind control is superb. He didn't snuff the fire, he simply made it stronger. That kind of control couldn't be achieved by ordinary training. Amid the beast's dying screams, Saran ordered our retreat, and I pulled back as well. Little did we know the hell that was about to unfold. I was off yesterday, so today's a bit longer. From partway through the perspective switches from Akira to the hero Tsukasa Sato. We managed to break away from the battle, but of course the demonic beasts pursued us. Master, protect us, sanctuary! When Commander Saran thrust his hands forward, a shining wall sprang up and blocked the labyrinth corridor. The monsters that touched the wall began to vanish. It seems the high-level barrier magic, a holy light magic, simply obliterates lower-grade demonic beasts just by existing. Honestly, do we even need a hero? The Knight's order, no, this one person alone feels like they could probably take down the Demon King. Noticing my look that seemed to want to say something, Commander Saran gave a wry smile. I'll properly explain everything later, including your questions. Of course, Commander Saran is a mind reader. After running for a while, a scream rose ahead. That voice, if I remember correctly, was Mr. Sano, the class mascot type. She always acts cute, and it bothers me. Come to think of it, there might not be anyone in class I'm actually comfortable with. I'll go check it out, Vice Captain Zeal said and ran up the wall vertically. Commander Saran and Zeal both do things like that. Ordinary people in armor can't run up walls. Zeal's wall running is the result of speed, strength, and balance. Agility like that is usually the assassin's domain. I could run up a wall if I tried, but with armor on. That's iffy. Zeal doing it so casually is impressive. Kayarara! Another scream tore through the labyrinth like silk being sliced. Maybe because I'd sped up, the voice seemed closer than before. This time it wasn't Mr. Sano. It was another girl's voice. I pushed into a final sprint and finally reached the source of the scream. What the hell is that? That is... The commander, the knights, and I were all speechless. Guoa, damn, keep the barrier up and maintain it. Anyone who can heal, give him your highest healing. There stood a huge demonic beast that shouldn't be this high up in the labyrinth. A human body with a bull's head, a minotaur. No way, that's a monster that should only appear below at least the 50th layer. Ignoring the knight's muttered voice, I clicked my tongue and dashed for the minotaur's feet. Commander Saran had already rushed to Vice Captain Zeal. I had a glimpse of something. In front of fleeing classmates, the hero stood, struggling as he steadied his sword. Mr. Sano's barrier was barely holding, and Zeal was trying to draw the Minotaur's attention, but it wouldn't be surprising if its interest turned toward the classmates. They're idiots and a burden, but if they die I'll feel awful. Tsundir, you say? Leave me alone. Ha! I reached the front line by running along the wall like Zeal and drove a silver dagger into the Minotaur's throat. Ha! But the Minotaur was so hard the dagger shattered to pieces. Wrong. Its toughness defied natural law. I tossed aside the broken hilt and landed beside the hero. Akira! Oh, how are you holding up? The hero spoke in a small voice as the faint light of healing wrapped him, and I gripped my half-broken sword. Tsukasa Sato's perspective after our group member, the fighting fist warrior Katsumi Watanabe, activated a trap in the labyrinth. He left the monsters to the Knight's order and Akira while our group withdrew from the front. There was no way the Knights would struggle against such low-grade monsters, but I worried about Akira. From the side I could see that he was clearly a head above us in strength, though I couldn't tell how much stronger. Assassins should be poor at fighting multiple opponents. If something happened to Akira, it would be my responsibility as Katsumi's, and thus our group's, leader. The same could be said for other classmates. Just because we were still on an upper layer didn't mean we could let our guard down. The recent trap made that clear. Even as we fled, monsters in the labyrinth attacked. Only one or two at a time, but they were a nuisance when we were trying to hurry. Panicking to get out quickly, one classmate suddenly muttered, "Come to think of it, didn't we get smoke bombs that repel monsters?" At that, I snapped to attention. Right before we departed for the labyrinth, the princess herself had given me those smoke bombs. Back then, the Knights and Akira weren't present, so they probably hadn't occurred to anyone. The princess handed me 27 smoke bombs and said, "I give these to you for emergencies. Please be careful," smiling prettily. I nearly got distracted by that smile. All right. We don't know the range, so let's use one per group. Sano's group threw one on the ground first. After several dozen seconds, the effect kicked in. No monsters came near. Sometimes they approached, but upon seeing the smoke they turned and fled without hesitation. We didn't know if it repelled monsters from people or from the ground, so when the effect began to fade a few minutes later, Akira's group threw theirs. Shortly after, when only the last group had smoke bombs left, we finally found the staircase leading upward. Perhaps the smoke had just worn off, because dozens of small monsters surged at us. Now, to drive them off our group through the last smoke bomb. I thought mine looked a little different in color from the others, but maybe I was imagining it. As expected, the small monsters were driven off. But Kaya... Sana was the first to scream, pointing at the wall ahead. I looked and froze. A huge monster emerged from the wall, a beast that clearly didn't belong on this layer. I knew the creature from Greek myth. Minotaur, just as I muttered, it lifted the club it held. The club came down on Sano. I acted before I could think. I shoved Sano out of the way and used my sword to parry the falling club to the ground. This was a technique I'd learned training with the Knight's Orders commander. I'd been told there are enemies who seal skills, so I wanted to see how far sword technique alone could go. The commander had said, when fighting someone stronger, don't think about stopping them, think about redirecting them. Meeting brute force with brute force ends predictably. Just dodging leaves you unable to counterattack, so you redirect. In practice, the commander redirected every blow and took me down handily. So against the obviously stronger Minotaur, I awkwardly tried to apply that technique. The result was miserable. Sato-kun! My hands didn't just go numb, the bones in both my arms broke. I barely kept hold of the sword, but it had split in two. If struck again, I'd die. The Minotaur pulled its club out of the ground and raised it again to finish me off. From behind, someone other than Sano screamed. If they had time to scream, they could have at least cast one heal on me. Just before the club descended, something struck it. You made it just in time. Panting heavily, Vice Captain Zeal stood beside me. Commander Saran will be here shortly. I'll keep its attention fall back. Thank you. You did well. With both arm bones broken, I was useless. Zeal patted my head as I hung it. On the verge of tears, I kept my sword ready and retreated toward the classmates. Sato-kun, your arms, holy shield, protect us and save us. In exchange for my magical power, create a barrier to guard everyone, shield. This probably won't last a hit, but better than nothing, right? A thin barrier formed in front of my eyes. Of course, it was Mr. Sano, a barrier master. It was probably the best barrier she could muster right then, but compared to the one Commander Saran had shown earlier, it was like the difference between an adult and a baby. I forced a smile through the pain and thanked Sano. Glancing at Zeal, he was barely holding his own against the Minotaur with a mix of magic and sword, but none of his attacks were getting through. Keep the barrier up. Anyone who can heal, give him your strongest recovery. Zeal cast a glance at me and issued that order when he saw my pale face. A soft, warm light enveloped me, and the pain eased. If it had been a little later, I might have lost consciousness. Commander! At last, Commander Saran hurried over to aid Zeal. Good timing. Not long after, another presence that I'd grown strangely used to unexpectedly appeared beside me. Akira. Honestly, I felt relieved to have Akira at my side. I'll never tell him that. After hearing what had happened, I glanced at the hero's wounds, and they were pretty bad. Various cuts and gashes covered his body, and the broken parts of both arms were swollen and purple. You're lucky you didn't pass out. Yeah, I'm surprised myself, but if I don't protect them, nobody else will protect my classmates. I snorted at the hero's words. There was clearly a huff of annoyance beside me. I decided to say something he probably hadn't been willing to think about. If I didn't say it, neither he nor the rest of the class would likely ever realize it. So who's going to protect you? That is... I shifted my gaze to the hero's eyes, which had been watching the Knight's Order fight the Minotaur. It felt like the first time in a while I'd properly looked him in the face. Heroes aren't there to protect everyone. Your power is meant to be used to defeat the Demon King, right? Behind us, the classmates listened quietly. My words caused a little stir, but they quickly seemed to be waiting for me to say more. Take better care of yourself. Then who's supposed to protect everyone? The hero muttered, sulking at my refusal to draw a conclusion for him. I grinned. Protect yourself. It's obvious. Besides, I don't use my skill for anyone but myself. Even when I helped classmates with my skill, I only did it because I wanted to. The hero's eyes widened as if realizing something for the first time. How could even those with combat jobs be left protected all the time? I'd slacked off, but surely everyone else had been training properly, right? These guys were idiots. For me, no, but I'm a hero. The hero me saves everyone. The hero suddenly started acting strange, clutching his head and groaning. I felt a strong off sensation. Something wasn't right. Well, his head was always a little off, but this was different. Hey, is there anyone whose job is healer or curse removal? One thing occurred to me, so I called out. Two girls from the class timidly stepped forward. I'm a healer. I'm a curse removal specialist. Shikun, what happened to you? The healer was Shiori Hasayama, who served as class representative. The Kansai-speaking curse removal specialist was Yuki Ueno, always full of energy. I don't remember much about them, but I'm pretty good that their faces and names match. Then again, I memorized this class to remember who had what job. First, can you fix his broken arm? Why, yeah. It'll take some time, though. I nodded and told them to get started immediately. A faint light covered the arm. The hero was curled up, covering his head like someone terrified of thunder, but surely his arms didn't hurt. What about me? What should I do? Think for yourself. Anyone could see his condition, but I explained carefully anyway. No guarantees, though. This guy might be brainwashed, so do a curse removal. The classmates murmured. Ueno-san probably didn't fully understand what to do either, but she started chanting. Curse that gnaws at my friend, be gone at once, depart swiftly and vanish from before me, curse removal. A faint light rose from the hero. It wasn't the same as Hasayama's healing light, it was a dark glow. Ueno-san drew a breath on seeing it. Shikun, he's actually cursed. I glanced at the knight's order still fighting. A pretty advanced battle was going on. I kind of wanted to join in. This should be fine if I leave Hasayama and Ueno to handle it, but an uneasy feeling passed through me. Then a boy who had been silent until now spoke up. Oda, don't worry about this. Go help Commander Saran and the others. You're stronger than us, right? I've made up my mind. It's no good if she keeps carrying us forever. You guys. Their eyes held a strong determination. Come on, go, prompted. I headed back to the Minotaur. Without my dagger, I had to rely on my skill. Still, there was a trick to break this stalemate. Commander Saran, Akira-kun, is it okay over there? When I ran up to Commander Saran, she asked without turning around. Despite everything, she seemed worried about the classmates. About that, a curse, a malediction, has been confirmed on the hero. The curse removal specialist is working on it now, but to be honest, killing whoever cast it would be the fastest way. It wasn't that Ueno's arm was weak. The curse was just too strong. Understood, we'll search for anyone suspicious. Thanks. Also, I want to try that thing of mine. That thing? Leave the curse to the commander. Right now we needed to break this situation. The commander hesitated, but I thought my technique would be very effective. No matter what Commander Saran says, I'll do it, to survive. 2 days ago I was bedridden with a cold, and yesterday I fell asleep before I could post an update. If anyone was waiting for it, I'm sorry. I'll do my best to update once a day. Everything is so that I can survive. When I said that, Commander Saran sighed, a deep, weighty sigh. I braced myself for a scolding, but she lifted her face and smiled. Understood, if it's for your survival, I will do my best as well. However, even if I put my all into it, it won't be enough to defeat that Minotaur. Lend me your strength. Of course, there are still a lot of things I want you to teach me. Good. And I would also like to hear more about that smartphone and airplane of yours. I'll teach you as much as you want. If we survive here, that is. I left it at that and activated presence concealment. Commander Saran, who has the demon eye, could still see me, but the Minotaur could no longer sense me. Even so, the Minotaur was probably too preoccupied with the knight's order to pay attention to us, but I was being cautious. If we fail, it will be difficult for everyone here to get out of this safely. Be careful. I understand. Using the superhuman jumping ability granted by the assassin profession, I vaulted over the Minotaur's head and went straight to its rear. The knight's order, who'd been holding it back, realized what the invisible me and the seemingly concentrating, magical power-raising Commander Saran planned and fled at once. A sensible decision. When we practiced this coordinated move during training with Commander Saran, I couldn't fully control it and nearly wiped out an entire forest. Even though the Minotaur was facing away, it was right in front of me. Still, I closed my eyes. Master, grant me strength, grant us the power to root out all enemies that obstruct us. Thunderlight. A bolt of lightning descended upon the Minotaur, scorching its furry hide and blinding its eyes. Guer! It was the first time an attack had landed properly on the Minotaur. My classmates cheered. No! At Commander Saran's call, I opened the eyes I'd kept shut. I held my hand out. Shadow magic activate? Shadows exploded. Not literally rupturing, but shadows spread across the area, instantly staining the labyrinth, illuminated moments before by the thunderlight black. The stronger the light, the denser the shadow. Yet strangely, even in that darkness one could still look around. The Minotaur only looked a bit puzzled and then moved to strike Commander Saran standing before it. Drag it in. At my words it halted mid-step. To be precise, it was forced to stop. From the side it probably looked like I had held the Minotaur back. Gwoo-woo. As I had commanded, the Minotaur was pulled into the shadow, leaving only its head behind. The shadow that swallowed the Minotaur shrank as if its job was done, finally becoming about the size of one person, my shadow settling at my feet. My classmates who had watched everything didn't cheer. They just stared dumbfounded at the place where the Minotaur's massive body had been. The knight's order and Commander Saran exhaled in relief at the success. I want to go home. I muttered that and turned my presence concealment on again. I didn't want my classmates poking me, and I didn't like being looked at strangely. Sensing that, Commander Saran gave a wry smile and clapped her hands twice. The clear sound of her applause brought my dazed classmates back to their senses. Even though the greatest threat is gone, we are still inside the labyrinth. We don't know what else might be here. We'll stop here for today and return, so do not let your guard down on the way back. The knights carried the Minotaur's head, the hero was carried by friends on his back, and they exited the labyrinth. I followed behind, thinking about what to do next. I can no longer hide my true strength. The real question is how quickly the king will be informed and how strong they'll report me as being. After the hero's curse is lifted, it might be best to disappear for a while. We left the knights to deal with the remaining demonic beasts along the way and returned to the surface at top speed. Night had already fully fallen. The large crowd that had been here before we entered the labyrinth was gone, only a few people scattered about. Apparently nobody entered the labyrinth at this hour. We're heading into the woods, don't get separated. Commander Saran's voice echoed unusually loudly. My classmates were probably exhausted. The chattering from earlier on the way there had gone completely quiet. To tell the truth, I was tired too. Up in the upper levels, I had to clean up after classmates who'd gotten carried away and gone too far. After the traps triggered, I used a hidden weapon to take down demonic beasts attacking my classmates, and in the Minotaur fight, I fired off shadow magic at maximum output. My magical power, which had been wastefully higher than Commander Saran's, was almost gone. I had only recovered a little with a magic power potion. No major injuries, but because there had been so many of them, I wasn't unscathed. The worst was the stabbing wound in my side that still hurt. That was from a monkey-like demonic beast whose hands were blades. I had a lot of questions, how does it live like that, etc., but what mattered was it hurt. I used a vitality potion to close the wound for now. It wasn't completely sealed, and because the blood didn't come back, I felt a little faint from blood loss. There was nothing to do since the knights had us perfectly guarded. Come to think of it, how much had my stats increased? I had delivered the finishing blow to the Minotaur, so a level up was certain. In many Isekai stories, there's a status screen that announces level ups, but this status apparently didn't do any of that. Status, making sure no one was listening, I opened my status. I hadn't opened it since I first came to this world. Japanese letter, 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 Japanese letter. Akira Oda race. Human profession. Assassin level 15 vitality 25/54 attack 36 0 defense 24 0 magical power 12/21 0 skills. Arithmetic LV5 negotiation, LV5 hidden weapon technique, LV5 assassination technique, LV4 curved blade technique, LV1 dagger technique, LV5 presence concealment, LV max presence detection, LV4 danger sense, LV3 intimidation, LV1 roar, LV1 extra skills. Language comprehension, world eye, LV1 shadow, magic, LV3, Japanese letter, 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 Japanese letter. Oh. Akira, you okay? Sorry, nothing. A weird sound slipped out of me. I wasn't that surprised my level had risen to 15. I had clearly defeated a Minotaur stronger than me. If it hadn't gone up at least 10 levels, that would be a problem. More surprising was that many skill levels had increased without me noticing, and I had newly learned intimidation and roar. I probably acquired those from being exposed to the Minotaur's intimidation and roaring. Commander Saran had said that skills you've taken tend to be learned with a high probability. That means the hero probably learned them too. He'd been standing in front of the Minotaur to protect everyone, after all. My stats were 3 times the initial values, 3 times at level 15. I don't know if they increase each level or jump at round numbers, but that's a huge rise. If my classmates had risen this much too, they'd basically be superhuman in numbers. According to the butler's words on day 1, the highest attack power for people in this world is 500. I already had 7.2 times that attack power. Even so, I struggled against that Minotaur because my attacks barely landed. Would people in this world be able to kill that Minotaur? Or are the demonic beasts just that strong? Commander Saran, the final bastion of this country, also hardly landed hits except with thunder lightning. The dagger I borrowed from the armory shattered without tearing its hide. If a minotaur is like that, the Demon King might just make your body vanish on approach. All right, we've arrived safely. We'll call roll by group and then dismiss. I still wanted to try skills I hadn't used yet, and I planned to sleep early and ask Commander Saran a lot of questions tomorrow. I needed to borrow a new weapon too, for now I was tired. I wanted to sleep early in a soft bed. Ah, Akira-kun, please stay behind for a bit. For the first time, I seriously wanted to kill Commander Saran. I'll give this to you. Saying that, Commander Saran drew out a sword. Wait, where did that come from? Before I could voice the question, Commander Saran thrust the sword forward in front of me. I took it reluctantly, defeated by her beaming smile. A black hilt, black tsuba, black saya, the sword appealed shamelessly to the otaku second year in me. So swords exist in this world. I'd never seen one before, so I'd assumed there weren't any. This is a weapon called a katana, made by the first hero with his own hands. If I remember correctly, you came from the same world as the first hero, right? You know what a katana is? Yeah, but why give this to me instead of the hero, and is it really okay to just hand these out? I drew it a little. The blade was beautifully pitch black. The first hero really knows his stuff. Of course, we considered giving it to Tsukasa-kun, but he doesn't have the curved sword skill, and the hero traditionally receives the holy sword passed down through generations. After consulting with Zeal-kun, we decided to give it to you. What about the king? This is a secret, but I stole this from the royal castle's treasury. Your weapon broke in today's Minotaur fight, so it worked out perfectly. Commander Saran said that outrageous thing so casually that I shivered a little. Didn't she just say she stole it from the treasury? I did say I stole it from the treasury. Besides, the katana would be happier being used than buried in glittering gold. And the dagger you were using was probably stolen too, right? She's a psychic. Also, I'm not telling where the broken dagger came from. It's broken, so let's not dig that up. I fully drew the sword. The blade had a form called Kagurasuzukuri, with a cutting edge along the tip on the spine as well, a double-edged sword. It's not the kind you can do a don't kill, just bludgeon with. Well, you could if you really wanted to. Does it have a signature? It does apparently. Look near the base of the blade. We can't read it, though. Sure enough, characters were engraved there, kanji, so the first hero was Japanese after all. Seeing kanji after so long brought a wave of nostalgia. So what does it say? Prompted by Commander Saran's excited face, I read the inscription. The signature was carved in white on the black blade, very striking. The name is Nightblade God. I think that's the name of a god. Yatanakami, is there such a god in your world? Yeah, in my country. In the country we were born in, Japan, there's a belief called the 8 million gods, and it said gods dwell in all things. There are probably as many gods as eternity itself. Gods dwell in all things? I see. I never thought like that. In this world there's only one deity, the Creator Lord. Commander Saran's eyes lit up with the new knowledge as she began explaining the world's God, unsolicited. I left her to that and lowered my gaze back to the sword. Next to the signature was a less conspicuous, uncolored inscription. It barely reflected moonlight enough to be read. I pray this will help my junior who will come someday. The slightly left-leaning characters made a smile slip out of me before I noticed. In my heart, I thanked my senior. Those words would surely become a support for me. I want to meet the first hero. I said that while looking up at a sky full of stars that you wouldn't see in Japan, stars so clear they were unmarred. Commander Saran was silent and looked up at the sky too. I couldn't recognize any constellations, but the gloom and anger I'd felt toward the foolish hero and the scheming kings until yesterday vanished without a trace. Hey, Commander Saran, I made a request of Commander Saran. I wanted to see more of this world. If there are any mistakes about the sword or gods, please let me know. Thank you for more than 300 bookmarks. The sky was dyed black, and the moon did not show. In Japan, the lights were probably still bright as ever, but around the castle, the glittering lamps of the castle town didn't reach. Once the moon was hidden, everything was swallowed by darkness. The night was my world, perfect weather for an assassination. The hero should have the demeanor, actions, and words befitting a hero. Let divine punishment fall upon those who stand in that noble one's path. So that's how you cursed that hero? The princess, her hand hovering over a jet-black crystal, trembled and looked at me. I had my foot on the window frame of the princess's bedchamber and slipped inside. Are you one of the hero's party? How shameless to trespass into a maiden's bedchamber without permission. And you don't even hide your face, quite the confidence. Maiden, huh? If she were praying for the one she loves to turn toward her, I could understand. But I don't want a yandir who curses someone to call herself a maiden. And not hiding my face is on purpose. The fact that nobody in the castle recognized me means my presence concealment is working properly. Look closely, yeah, this is the face of the man who ruined your plan. I could take your head at any time. I grinned and grabbed the dark, murky crystal. Just touching it sent an intense chill through me, exactly as expected. Should I praise the hero for not going insane while being cursed by this around the clock, or be stunned he didn't notice sooner? Everything had gone exactly as Commander Saran predicted. I kept my gaze fixed on the princess and recalled what happened earlier that day. Princess cursed the hero? The day after we had crawled through the labyrinth and barely escaped death, I asked Commander Saran about the source of the curse on the hero. We had been standing in the shadow of the fountain in the courtyard where I got my sword, staring absent-mindedly at the flower beds and the insects swarming the blossoms. Yes, no one else could have done it, I think. That princess was totally in love with the hero, right? Why would she put a curse on him? From the outside, the scheming princess was utterly smitten with the hero, as devoted as the hero worshippers in class. I can't really say what women think, but perhaps it's love turned inside out. That's taking it too far, and that curse, it could kill him. The hero was constantly struck by a horrible headache, as if two opposing minds were warring inside his head. Miss Ueno has been continuing to cast curse removal on him. Its effect is weak, but there's nothing better available. Some classmates think the hero is suffering because I made him undergo curse removal, but sooner or later he would have ended up like this regardless. The curse was that strong. Princess Maria Rose Rades was raised without knowing what affection was. The queen died shortly after giving birth to her, and the king, who loved the queen deeply, could not accept the daughter he saw as the indirect cause of the queen's death. He treated the princess as a pawn to preserve the royal line. Treated his daughter like a pawn, huh? The atmosphere when I sneaked into the study did feel like that, come to think of it. So, she was taught that affection is something you use and are used by. The princess, raised that way, only knew how to use others as an expression of love. She cursed the hero to make him into someone who would be useful to her. A hero she could command, following the king's orders. Is that it? Most likely. I see, and the queen's death being an indirect result. No wonder the knights fuss over that princess. Normally her actions would be unforgivable, yet the king and princess still remain. If she'd run wild like this, discontent would have risen somewhere. A coup wouldn't have been surprising. The reason it hasn't happened is probably that the princess's magic hides evidence of wrongdoing, and the Knight Order, who know the whole story, are keeping quiet. The knights feel some sort of guilt or obligation toward the king and princess. This is my speculation, and I don't even want to ask the full truth, but perhaps the Knight Order was involved in the queen's death. That would explain why they're staying silent. The knights feel indebted to the king and the princess. Likely what you think. We do feel guilty toward His Majesty the king and the princess. This country is far from Volcano, where the demon clan live. It's strange for a nation like this to summon a hero. They shouldn't have any real reason to worry about demons at such a distance. And yet we were here in Rades. That meant they'd intended military use from the start. The demon king exists and has harmed humans before, but there's no reason a distant Rades would summon a hero. I don't know why they told such an obvious lie, but it was really stupid. Their thinking is simple. If they can control a leader, then everything else will follow. That way, if it's ever discovered, maybe they can cover it up. I see. We should probably finish this tonight. Given Tsukasa-kun's condition, sooner is better. The princess is likely using a crystal or demon stone as the medium. If we break it, the curse will be lifted. Understood. I'll sneak into the princess's bedchamber tonight and dispel the curse. If it works, I'll need you to take care of that other matter. Very well. I'll consider it. Recalling my conversation with Commander Saran, I used the sword I had newly obtained, Night Blade God, to shatter the crystal. This should end the hero's curse. Sorry to intrude. With pieces of the crystal in hand, I put my foot back on the window frame. I'd exposed my face to keep the princess in check, but being seen by others would be bad. I needed to leave fast. I thought if you made the hero obey, then everyone else would follow, but that wasn't the case. What about the others? I noticed other, smaller crystals with name tags on them beside the hero's. I didn't want a maid standing beyond the door to call for help while I was breaking them. I'll get out of here. Wait, there's one thing I want to ask. Why are you following the king's orders? For the sake of His Majesty the king. Oh, I see. The princess muttered with a doll-like face, becoming even more doll-like. I shivered a little and immediately withdrew from the room. I hate crazy women. The second half contains some slightly grotesque scenes. I've softened the descriptions where possible, but if you're uncomfortable with such things, please refrain. After lifting the hero's curse in the princess's room, I slipped out holding the crystal and sneaked into Commander Saran's private chamber. Oh, Akira-kun, that was quick. I thought I'd completely concealed my presence and taken a blind spot, but I was detected, my pride as an assassin stung. I rounded the desk with a sullen look and set the crystal down with a clunk. Commander Saran finally looked up at me. Don't look at me like that. I told Zeal-kun to take the day off, so you're pretty much the only one who would come. That's not it. I'm not satisfied about being detected. Isn't that just between you and me? Creepy. When I cut him off, Commander Saran flopped over the desk. He recovered quickly, though, and picked up the crystal in front of him. His eyes hardened. This is... the curse hasn't been lifted yet. The curse has already been dispelled. It's just, I recognize this crystal. Commander Saran's brows drew together, and he glared at the crystal. His eyes looked filled with fierce anger and hatred. It was an expression I had never seen on the usually smiling Commander Saran, rare and striking. ... Can I ask where you've seen it before? When I asked, Commander Saran quietly wiped the harsh expression from his face and returned to his usual smiling look. But the smile was slightly strained, like he was forcing it. No, give me a bit of time. I think I can talk about it tomorrow. Understood. Then, as always, I'll answer your questions, he said, as always, yet the steady poise Commander Saran usually had showed tremors in his eyes. No, forget it. I'm tired today. I'll rest early. Is that so? Well, good night. Night. For some reason, I climbed out the window. Maybe it had become a habit. Should I ask Vice Captain Zeal? No, maybe I shouldn't pry. Commander Saran's face seemed like he didn't want to be questioned. I, someone who'd never agonized much over relationships, didn't know what was best to do. Sleep. Thinking everything would be clear by morning, I fled reality, and the next day I saw hell. Back then, we should have killed the king and princess. Akira, wake up! I was shaken awake and saw the hero, the clear-minded one from before, standing over me. What the how did you find this room? I asked Mr. Zeal. More importantly, Commander Saran is in big trouble. Hurry and get ready. There was something more than panic in his expression. Reluctantly, I complied. I changed into black garments, wrapped a black cloth around my neck, and strapped the night blade god to my waist. When I stepped into the corridor, the hero, who had left the room while I was changing, urged me on, all impatient. The guy had been bedridden until yesterday. Could he really be moving this fast? We headed to the courtyard at the hero's prodding. Our classmates were all gathered. The king and princess were there too. Commander Saran was the only one missing. Vice Captain Zeal, where's Commander Saran? When I asked Mr. Zeal, he lowered his eyes sadly. Had something happened to Commander Saran? Don't lie so blatantly. A voice snapped from behind. I turned and found a classmate who'd been picking fights with me since we were in our original world, staring at me with malice. Saran is right over there. I almost fell for the petty setup the weakling was trying to pin on me, but the hero's line of sight froze me speechless. Commander Saran was there, lying at the king's feet. His chest was stained a dark, inky color, and a silver dagger protruded from its center. He was clearly dead. That's the dagger you used, isn't it? You killed him, murderer. Our classmates glowered at me. Only the hero looked at me with pleading eyes. So it was a trap, I muttered and looked at the king and princess. On the surface, they wore sorrowful faces, but their eyes glittered with wicked delight. Akira, if it's not you, please tell me it's not. The hero begged, looking at me, but I kept my gaze fixed on Commander Saran and couldn't bring myself to look at the hero. To be honest, I didn't care how the classmates judged me now, hero included. It irritated me more that these students, ordinary students from Japan, had such poor memories. Didn't any of them see that the dagger had shattered when I struck the Minotaur? Say something, a righteous classmate yelled at me. I just sighed. After what I did for you in the Labyrinth, this is how you repay me? I'm done with you all. Shut up. I've disliked you even before we came to this world. Besides, you probably cheated in the Labyrinth too. They'd already made up their minds before hearing anything. I didn't want to waste time arguing, so I moved closer to Commander Saran's body. The king and princess didn't stop me, they just watched. Commander Saran's face was twisted in agony. Something in my chest stirred. Was this anger? I bowed my head for a short prayer, then pulled the knife from his body. A red fluid welled from the wound. His body was already cold. Our classmates screamed at the sight. I stood and glared at the king. You hate me, don't you? I'll leave soon, so rest easy. What are you saying? We have no intention of letting you escape. We will not let you go. For the sin of killing the last bastion of our kingdom, even if it's the hero's party, you will pay. That was the cue. Guards of the castle, not the knight's order, closed in on me. Classmates joined the circle. Only Mr. Zeal, standing farther away, seemed to be trying to say something to me. Seize him! At the king's command, the circle tightened. No matter how many weaklings gather, they remain weaklings. Can't they see that? I murmured and activated presence concealment. In an instant, I vanished from sight. The human ring faltered in confusion. Now that I thought about it, it might have been the first time I'd publicly used presence concealment so boldly. I slipped over their heads and approached Mr. Zeal. He seemed to have known I'd come, and eyes wandering, whispered the words he'd been meaning to say. The ones who killed Commander Saran are the king's assassination squad, the Night Raven. You're being targeted too, be careful. Also, there was a letter for you in Commander Saran's room. He also stole some travel necessities from the royal treasury and kept them. You need to escape the castle quickly. Understood. Take care, Mr. Zeal. I watched Mr. Zeal offer a faint smile, then, still hidden, leapt onto the castle roof. In the courtyard the guards ran about looking for me. The classmates looked dejected that they'd let me escape. The hero breathed a quiet sigh of relief so the others wouldn't notice. I sneaked back into Commander Saran's room, grabbed everything necessary, and exited the castle. Commander Saran's death had been unexpected, but up until that point everything had been accounted for. I had asked Commander Saran to help me get out of the castle. I didn't kill Commander Saran. No matter what the classmates said, that fact wouldn't change. I would avenge him. But there was something I had to do first. I wiped my blurred vision roughly, the memory of Commander Saran's gentle smile tearing at me, and ran full tilt along the path we had taken during the Labyrinth expedition. By request, I reduced the blank lines around dialogue by 2. If it's hard to read, I'll add one back. In a certain study, it seems we managed to drive the nuisances away nicely. Yes, let's reward those Night Raven lot. Still, I can't believe that Saran was so easily done in. His Majesty the King desired it, so there was no way it would fail. The curse on anyone other than the hero is complete, and now we only await a pretext for war with the Eastern country. We can fabricate something, harboring a wanted criminal or the like. That brat's probably rotting somewhere anyway. Yes, all according to His Majesty the King's will. The plan proceeded steadily, in places unknown to the people involved. I left the castle and dove straight into the labyrinth. If you're ever falsely accused and forced to flee, there's no better hiding place than a labyrinth. The corridors are almost a maze, and there are plenty of places to conceal oneself. I'll be careful, but if fate forces it on you, hide in the Cantonin labyrinth and aim for level 100. You might. Commander Saran's words floated in my head. Thinking I could never see him again made tears well at the corners of my eyes, but I shook my head and switched my focus. The labyrinth was a place where a single moment could mean death. I had to stay constantly on edge. Alone without a party, I'd be killed in an instant. My class was already terrible at handling multiple enemies. If surrounded, even low-grade demonic beasts could be fatal. Aha, finally the 5th floor. I thought there'd be more people early in the morning, but surprisingly few. I dispatched a goblin that jumped out from a side passage with a knife I'd stolen from the castle and let out a breath. Presence detection LV4 has an effective radius of about 50 meters. Demonic beasts using presence concealment LV5 would remain undetected, but there aren't many such high-skill monsters on these upper floors. If there's no monster within roughly 50 meters, you can relax. Using the method a Knight's Order member taught me in the labyrinth before, I tore the demon stone from the goblin's heart. Humanoid demonic beasts often carry demon stones in their heart regions. Beast-type ones sometimes do too, but humanoid types drop them far more often. This was proven during the last labyrinth expedition. And the larger the demon stone, the higher its market value. Primarily for magical conduction, demon stones hold magical power, and a magic user can extract some to convert into their own power. For a low-grade demon like a goblin, the usual size is about the size of a pinky nail. That alone can start a fire with everyday magic, a skill so basic it doesn't even show on the skill list. Considering the future, I definitely want a lot to conserve my magic. No harm in keeping it. I muttered, putting the purple demon stone into the place in my black clothes where I normally store hidden weapons. Hidden weapons are a pain to retrieve later, so I'd only brought a few. If it came to it, I could manage with shadow magic. I should be fine. Thanks to maxing presence concealment, I could remain unfazed even when monsters passed right in front of me. Of course, I stayed cautious. Monsters with eyes like Commander Saran could exist, but it was much easier than without the skill. Hidden, I could slit throats as they walked by. Many demonic beasts died in front of me without knowing who killed them or how. Demon stones appeared in about 1 out of 7 creatures, and with some leeway now, I kept presence detection fully on to level it up. As you level up, it widens the range, so leveled increases were noticeably helpful. I'd been here only a few days before, so I knew the route and found the stairs down without getting lost once. I wanted to reach the 30th floor today, so I stepped onto the staircase without hesitation and stopped. Danger sense rang its alarm. I grabbed a small demon stone and tossed it. The instant it hit the ground, an arrow stuck near it. Creepy, that's a cheap first-time kill trap this high up. It wasn't coated with poison nor aimed precisely at vitals, but it was still very dangerous. This wasn't here last time. Who set it up? Did the Knight's Order disarm these before? After that, I descended to the 30th floor without resting. Along the way, there were 7 Monster House-style traps like the one before, and 20 traps that shot arrows or basic magic when triggered. I avoided them all. It was good training to raise danger sense. I passed a few groups of adventure parties, but my presence concealment let me slip by unnoticed. All right, from here it's uncharted territory. I stopped near where I'd killed a minotaur and looked around. The labyrinth was mostly dim, lamps evenly spaced along the walls casting a yellow glow. The ceiling was about 10 meters high. The minotaur was around 5 meters, so there might be monsters even larger than minotaurs. My heart beat faster at the thought. Getting excited about an adventure, I guess that makes me a man after all. Thanks for over 400 bookmarks. The food Commander Saran had prepared would last about 30 days. I usually roast demonic beasts' meat and eat that in case my supplies get lost for some reason, but when I crave carbs like bread, I take some out and eat it. Still, in a way, demonic meat is far tastier than beef, pork, or chicken. I still can't bring myself to eat humanoid demonic beasts like goblins, but if my food ever ran out and there were no more beast-type monsters left, I'd probably eat them too. Humans are like that. Well then, let's move. I finished my break, stood, and moved forward. It had already been 10 days since I dove into the labyrinth after being falsely accused of killing Commander Saran. Of course, inside the labyrinth there's no sun, so you can't tell when a day begins or ends, but by my internal clock it's been 10 days. I'd progressed 30 floors in that time. I was now on the 60th floor. There's a boss fight every 10 floors, and I'd already cleared 5 boss fights, each one a real pain. The huge door towering before me was the boss room for the 60th floor. The bosses up to now had been Goblin General, Orc, Red Wolf, Goblin King, and Fenrir. I'd fought the Goblin General and the Orc before, so I knew their weaknesses and they were easier to beat. They're the kinds of monsters that are typically taken down by a party, so they gave me some trouble, but in the end I won. The Red Wolf was a wolf with red fur, and of course it used fire magic when I observed it. I managed to avoid it thanks to presence detection. Without that skill, I would have been turned into a char. It was tough, so I didn't want to use a sneak approach, but I disappeared with presence concealment and slit its throat from behind. As an assassin, attacking from behind is the correct tactic, but I'm the sort of man who likes to fight honorably. Still, I couldn't risk my life, so I kept a safe margin. The Goblin King was an extremely fat goblin, but surprisingly quick for his size. Being a king, he had other goblins under him, so dealing with him alone was rough. I quickly took down the king, then used shadow magic to consume the remaining goblins. Fenrir felt like a sudden step up in difficulty. Up to the Goblin King, the monsters, though challenging, were ones I could handle solo. But Fenrir was brutal. It was 5 against 1, Fenrir plus 4 red wolves, and on top of that Fenrir coordinated traps and strategies that required thinking ahead. Monsters I could once beat with even a little slack by the 49th floor now demanded constant nerves. I nearly died more than once. I had no choice but to slit Fenrir's throat from behind with presence concealment, but I needed to come up with countermeasures fast. If my magic and skills were sealed, and I had to rely only on my swordsmanship to defeat an opponent, I needed to make sure I wouldn't die. Until the 59th floor, I'd advanced without using shadow magic or skills. I could spot the ever-stronger traps on each floor just by looking at them even without skills. I kept presence detection active because I wanted to level that skill, but I no longer met other adventurers. I wondered what kind of monster the 60th floor boss would be. I felt a little excited. I pressed my hand to the door and it opened as if it had no weight. When I entered, it closed behind me. Boof! A lamp on the wall lit up and bathed the room in red light. Boss rooms are generally the same. An arena about 200 meters in diameter. There are only 2 doors. The one you enter closes, and the other below only opens if you defeat the boss. In other words, only one of us can die here, me or the boss. The boss was seated in the center of the room. A chimera, a lion's head, a sheep's body, and a venomous snake for a tail. Its length was roughly 5 meters. This seemed to be a one-on-one fight. No other monsters were around. I drew the Night Blade God, took a ready stance, and it struck. Gwawuwo? Just that roar made my skin tingle. The sound and its movements carried such intimidation that they sapped the opponent's will to fight. A normal person could easily be shocked to death by that alone. At the slightest hesitation from me, the chimera closed the distance in an instant. I barely dodged the fang, which was as thick as my arm, as it lunged right in front of me. Well then, what to do? The chimera is truly troublesome. Even one-on-one, the snake on its tail moves unpredictably and applies poison, so it feels like fighting 2 opponents at once. Following the danger sense, I leapt back, and the spot where I'd been standing had melted from the poison. I backstepped and dodged the claw swipe from its main body. About 2 or 3 meters, I guess. I gauged the poison's range by eye and kept my distance. Watching the chimera, it charged as if its rest was over. I took up the Night Blade God and stepped forward instead of retreating. Gyura, this won't do either. The night blade god that tried to seize its neck as we passed was easily deflected. I had tried to cut off the tail before, but that too was shrugged off. Like the Minotaur's hide, that fluffy-looking fur was actually tough. It blatantly ignored the laws of nature. We faced each other about 5 meters apart, momentum carrying us. Both of us lowered our bodies and crashed together. To an assassin whose agility leaves others behind, and a chimera with superior leg strength, 5 meters might as well be nothing. Ugh! But when it came to arm strength, I immediately fell into a disadvantage. Assassins don't usually fight head-on. We cowardly strike from behind, slitting the target's neck. You don't need great arm strength to do that. The chimera reappeared at the spot where it had been knocked away and pursued. I twisted to dodge and plunged into the ground. I rolled to put distance between us, but before I could rise, I took a blow to the abdomen. I was sent flying into the wall, and my vision went white. The difference in strength was overwhelming. Once caught, I was toyed with like a baby. Whether by intention or luck, its claws hadn't been extended, so I wasn't cut. Still, several ribs were definitely broken, and one seemed to have pierced an internal organ. Blood poured from my mouth. If I didn't get treatment soon, it could be dangerous. Seeing my injuries objectively, I realized, perhaps too late, that I couldn't afford to insist on a fair fight. To begin with, the boss wasn't weak enough for me to be able to fight while sealing my magic and skills. Sorry, from here on I'll fight properly. I said that to the chimera watching me from a distance as I stood up, and I extended my hand. The chimera braced. Shadow magic activate. Shadows swelled up in the dim boss room. The shadow seemed delighted to come out after a long time. Thin but tough shadows wrapped around the chimera's legs. That wasn't something I'd commanded. So your magic does seem to have a will of its own. Commander Saran's voice echoed in my head. Was that the evening of the day we'd almost annihilated the forest? A will? Magic can have one? Yes. Shadow magic like that doesn't even exist in this world after all. In Commander Saran's office, I gaped at the offhand remark. Huh, no, it's actually listed as shadow magic on my status. Of course, I don't doubt that it exists. I saw its power with my own eyes today. The commander, propped on her elbows with a grin, looked very pleased. Not exactly good news for me, though. The magic in this world appears divided in many ways, but it's really organized into certain branches. She pulled out the back of an unneeded document and casually sketched a diagram. First, the mainstream. Fire, water, earth, and wind. Those are ordinary skills. Acquisition depends on talent and such, but they're relatively easy to obtain. She drew 4 circles and wrote the 4 elements in them, then extended lines to several more circles. Looking at it upside down, it vaguely resembled an ecosystem diagram. First, my light magic branches from water with 1 step in between, so what lies between water and light? Healing, right? Yes, correct. You're as teachable as ever. Commander Saran smiled and wrote healing between water and light. From healing, things like curse removal derive, but its root is water magic. Dark magic derives from earth, lightning from light, and so on. She kept adding magic types I already knew. Shadow magic was not among them. Doesn't dark magic branch from it? Good question. But as you should know, shadow magic is physical attack-oriented, while dark magic is mental attack-oriented. Given that, it's odd that dark magic would branch from earth, but that's that. So basically it's all loose around there. Got it, even living a long time, there are still many unknowns. She said that and wrote shadow magic, a little apart from the others. I think your shadow magic being classified as an extra skill relates to that. Besides, today was my first time seeing shadow magic. Her eyes glittered at me like a scientist looking at an experimental specimen, a new discovery. Combining your shadow magic with my light magic could wipe out a forest. It's alarming. Well, half of me hopes you won't use it, the other half hopes you keep using it. Oh, so what does it mean for magic to have a will of its own? I turned my face away from that gaze and pressed the main point. Commander Saran clapped and set down her pen. When your magic almost wiped out the forest, from the outside it looked like a runaway spell. It was literally out of control. Perhaps yes, but typically runaway magic always lashes out at its caster. Faced with the world's common knowledge, I couldn't argue, I simply didn't know. It stung my pride. However, your magic seemed to head for the forest of its own will instead of harming you. Zealkun also agreed. If Vice Captain Zeal said that, it might be true. Ah, you've just hurt my glass heart. Glass. Oh, reinforced glass, huh? Kyoka glass? Tell me later. A person starving for knowledge is the worst kind of creepy. I pushed Commander Saran away as she leaned in. And if my magic has a will, what then? Well, if it runs rampant again while people are nearby, they could be caught in it. Shadow magic itself is very powerful, but its fuel consumption and control are fatal problems. Her joking face faded into seriousness in an instant. Her quick switches always impress me. Akira-kun, use this only when I permit it or after confirming no one is nearby. Even if you have it fully under control, don't let your guard down. Understood? Understood. Right side clear, left clear, above clear, below clear. Target confirmed. The shadow urged me impatiently for the command. The chimera thrashed, trying to escape the shadow, but it cannot flee its own shadow. All right, good, devour. The shadow let out a sound of joy I couldn't hear. It gradually ate into the chimera's body. The chimera uttered a fear-filled cry for the first time, but the shadow didn't stop. Like a bloodthirsty demon, following my instruction, it tore the chimera apart. The shadow sank into skin that had been impervious to damage before, and the chimera's body unraveled into pieces. The boss room filled with the smell of blood. The stench made me nauseous, yet strangely I didn't dislike it. It felt as if I'd always smelled it since childhood. Perhaps the pain had finally distorted my senses. From the chimera reduced to unrecognizable fragments, a satisfied shadow returned to my feet. Good work. Thanks, I thanked it, and the shadow rubbed against my legs like a cat before vanishing. I really should keep shadow magic and skills off between floors. Bosses are rough. Leaning my back against the wall, I lost consciousness. The pain had apparently passed my limit. Master's damage has exceeded tolerance. Shadow magic will forcibly activate. Mode, healing. Insufficient magical power from Master confirmed. Drawing required amount from magic stored within shadow magic. Healing complete. Shadow magic deactivate. A mechanical voice issued from my mouth in the empty room, but there was no one there to hear it. At Rady's castle, I let out a deep sigh. In front of me was the grave of the person who had helped us until just a few days ago, Commander Saran. This person had saved us countless times in the labyrinth. Yet the grave was neglected, weeds growing wild. Maybe the grass in this world grows fast. Places that were clean just days ago were now fields overrun with weeds. No one's come to visit? Unlike Japanese graves, this European-style grave had the flowers the whole class had brought when she was buried, now limp and wilted. The flowers I had left were withered too. 10 days had passed, and the fact that no one had visited the grave made me sad. Ever since the day Shikun disappeared, our classmates had been acting strange. The atmosphere was tense. They argued over trivial things. The groups who used to be close stuck together and looked at the others as if they were enemies. It felt like someone was ordering them to fight, to turn on each other. I seemed to be the only one who hadn't been swallowed by that curse. I was keeping up appearances for now, but I could feel myself drifting apart from everyone else. I suppose the only reason I'm sane right now is because of you and Shikun. I don't remember much from the time the curse was being lifted. But after it ended, I heard from Vice Captain Zeal that Shikun and Commander Saran had been racing to lift the curse. I also learned from him that the king and the princess had been imposing the curse on us little by little, trying to hide it from us. Before I tried to save everyone or the world, I should have protected the people close to me. I still don't like Shikun, but now I understand that she protected the people around me in my place. I'm grateful. All I feel toward myself now is anger. Regret is all that's left, thinking about how things might have been if I had acted differently. I wanted to do it with my own hands, so I pulled the weeds and cleaned the grave with water I'd fetched. Using tools borrowed from the castle maids, I scrubbed the stone. Phew! I poured water and carefully scrubbed the moss off with a brush-like tool. I polished the engraved name area thoroughly. I didn't want anyone to forget this person. My neck hurt from looking down so long, so I slowly loosened it. Huh! I sensed someone over by the woods. There were many hiding spots, so I couldn't tell exactly where, but someone was definitely watching. Who's there? I drew the sword I'd kept on me since that day. As I glared, a woman stepped out from the shadow of a tree. Sorry, I wasn't peeking on purpose. You're Miss Ueno, Yuki Ueno, the curse removal specialist. She was the one who, under Shikun's direction in the labyrinth, repeatedly removed my curse until my magical power ran out. The energetic Kansai girl looked uncharacteristically deflated. It's fine. My bad for drawing my sword too. You're almost a benefactor to me too, you know. Yeah, anyone would be wary seeing everyone the way they are now. Aren't you affected by the curse? She felt different from the others somehow. Her eyes were different. While the classmates looked hungry for someone's weakness, Yuno's eyes met mine directly. What are you saying? I'm a curse removal specialist. I have the strongest resistance to curses in the class. She puffed out her chest weakly, but I didn't let my guard down. That's how the princess tricked us once. I won't be fooled again. I get not trusting me. I still don't believe Shikun's curse is completely gone either. So can you come back here tomorrow? Tomorrow, too? Yeah, the more people, the better, right? I know I'm not cursed. I want to prove it. I understood the loneliness of being the only one. I was living it now. The only one who remained breezy alone was some assassin off in the distance. All right, I'll come back tomorrow. But I keep my sword nearby, and I won't let anyone come within a certain distance. Is that okay? Of course, I wouldn't want to be near a man who carries a sword either. When Yuno finally smiled like her usual self, I felt a bit relieved. You keep watching too, I'll change this country. I picked a hollyhock-like flower growing nearby and placed it as an offering. Uno, watching, commented approvingly. The hollyhock's language is a believing heart. You picked something very appropriate. A believing heart, huh? I didn't know that. I'll remember it. Where on earth was Shikun now, and what was she doing? I wanted to see that arrogant smile again. Under the clear blue sky, the clumsy hero took a step forward, to catch up to the assassin who was always ahead of him. I fell asleep and the power went out, so the text disappeared twice. I seriously wished for an autosave function. Sorry to have kept you waiting, it's short. I bolted upright in the boss room on the 60th floor. Something felt off in my body. No wounds. The cuts from fighting the Chimera, the bruises from training with Commander Saran, the sore waist and back from awkwardly sleeping on the ground, they were all completely healed. There were no people around, and the places that had been wounded gave off no magical power, so it wasn't the healer casting healing magic. Besides, there shouldn't be any healing magic that instantly cures all injuries like that. And I don't have a self-regeneration skill. By my internal clock, the battle was yesterday, so natural healing was impossible. I stretched deeply for the first time in a while and stopped thinking. Even if I pondered it, I wouldn't figure it out, so thinking would be useless. When the time comes to know, I'll understand it naturally. Well then, after I fill up on Chimera meat, maybe I'll dive in again. I skipped toward the place where the scene of the dismemberment, not a serial murder but a dismembered Chimera incident, had formed. Apparently there are no insects in the labyrinth. Even after leaving the raw meat out for a night, not a single bug had gathered. Since it was the boss room, there was no worry of other demonic beasts eating it, and it was still in the state it had been in before being taken down. The meat wasn't fresh exactly, but it was still edible. I wanted to start a fire with the demon stone, but there was nothing to burn, so I seared the meat directly with the demon stone. A savory aroma spread throughout the boss room immediately. Itadakimasu! I put my hands together and chomped in. The meat juices filled my mouth and a sweetness spread. To sum it up, Chimera meat is incredibly delicious. I learned later that the stronger a demonic beast is, the tastier its meat tends to be. And Chimera meat is so rare that it's more accurate to say no one has eaten it than to call it a luxury food. I couldn't eat all of it anyway, and since it would weigh down my pack, I left the rest behind in the boss room with a heavy heart. Now then, how far can I get today? Thank you for waiting. Come to think of it, I never made any maps, I muttered as I killed the demonic beasts blocking my path. Up until now, I'd almost never gotten lost and always reached the boss room, so I'd never bothered to make a map of the labyrinth. Looking back, that's pretty abnormal. Labyrinths are terribly convoluted. Normally, it's nearly impossible to reach the boss room without mapping. And I've delved down 60 floors. It's too much to chalk up to luck. Could it be some skill? I mumbled to myself and checked my status. I didn't see any obvious skill that would explain it. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. Japanese letter, 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 Japanese letter. Akira Oda race. Human profession. Assassin LV-46 HP 16,000/16,000, 200 attack 10,000, 800 defense 72-0 magical power 6,000/63 skills. Arithmetic LV5 negotiation, LV5 hidden weapon LV7 assassination technique, LV6 curved blade LV7 dagger technique, LV5 presence concealment LV. Max presence detection, LV7 crisis sensing, LV7 intimidation, LV4 roar LV1 dual wield, LV1 magical power manipulation, LV5 extra skills. Language comprehension, world eye LV1 shadow magic, LV5 luck. Japanese letter, 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 Japanese letter O. There it was, at the very bottom. The extra skill called luck. Ah, so that's it. If only I'd obtained this skill a little earlier, I wouldn't have been framed for Commander Saran's murder. I'd probably be loafing around at home right now. Anyway, for now learning new skills and raising skill levels is going smoothly. Only practice matters. With the luck extra skill, most things tend to work out. Come to think of it, why did I get an extra skill? Maybe because I almost died once. I kept thinking while my hands moved. Qi! Something huge appeared in front of me, letting out a shriek. I wanted to pick run away without a second thought. It didn't look edible, and it was gross to look at. At first glance, it looked like moving sludge, but the stench from the large hole that looked like a mouth assaulted my eyes and nose. All right, let's run, huh? Just as I was about to choose to flee, a presence I'd stopped sensing around the 20th floor tripped my presence detection. My presence detection range is about a 5-kilometer radius now, so the thing in front of me was well within it. But this sense felt like it was triggered the moment the monster opened its mouth. Worth testing? I gripped my night blade god, which had already become like an extension of my hand. The thing wasn't food, but curiosity got to me. Q-Yi, shut up, close that mouth. I teleported to the monster's face in an instant, and from my ready stance slashed straight through it in a diagonal strike. There was a demon stone near its heart, so I was careful not to cut too deep. Caillou Q-Yi! The monster collapsed without much resistance. Pathetic, it was definitely weaker than the demonic beasts that wander the 60th floor. This thing felt more like a 10th floor monster. Its gooey parts congealed and crumbled. Sigh, I figured it'd be something like this. I sighed and approached the girl who'd come out from inside the monster. She was still alive. Her breathing was steady. She'd just been knocked out. This is the 60th floor. You can't clear this place bringing a woman along. I glared at my new burden and started preparing our camp for the night. Bookmarks over 500, overall rating over 1,000, thank you. The girl who came out from the demonic beasts to cut to the chase was an elf. She was a very beautiful girl, so pretty she made the human race's top princesses look like trash. Her ears were sharp and pointed sideways, a trait of the elf. But elves who love nature and the sacred tree with all their hearts shouldn't come out of their territory, the forest, easily. Besides, Commander Saran had told me the elf race were long-lived and arrogant, hating and despising humans who cut down trees. So half-elves shouldn't exist. I couldn't believe she was of the elf race until I saw her ears and face, but it wasn't a dream, it was real. Even from her clothes I could tell the fabric was more luxurious than what the king or princess wore. She was probably some elf daughter of decent standing. Ah, what a troublesome find. Even saying that, I prepared 2 meals properly. I must be a real softy. I'm free, I might as well try the world eye. Until now I hadn't used it because of time and because extra skills were flagged as dangerous for me due to shadow magic. I didn't dare try it in the castle. If it went berserk like the shadow magic, that would be a real problem. But this was a labyrinth, and there was only an unfamiliar girl sleeping next to me. The only sacrifices would be me and this girl. Seize the opportunity. I activated the world eye relying on the sensations in my body. Japanese letter, 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 labyrinth wall, LV60 hard and unbreakable. Japanese letter, 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 labyrinth wall, LV60 hard and unbreakable. Japanese letter, 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 labyrinth wall, LV60 hard and unbreakable. Japanese letter, 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 labyrinth wall, LV60 hard and unbreakable. Japanese letter, 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 labyrinth wall LV60, slightly softer than the others. Japanese letter, 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 labyrinth wall, LV60 hard and unbreakable. Japanese letter, 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 labyrinth wall, LV60 hard and unbreakable. Japanese letter, 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 labyrinth wall, LV60 hard and unbreakable. Japanese letter, 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 Japanese letter. The volume of information was so overwhelming I pressed my head and sat down. Severe headache, dizziness, nausea. Huff, huff. When the pain finally eased and I opened my eyes, status plate-like boards were appearing here and there in the air. Apparently World Eye, once activated, floods you with a massive amount of information regardless of your will. I deactivated the World Eye and collapsed, exhausted. As I thought, you can't just use extra skills willy-nilly. I'm somewhat accustomed to pain from training with Commander Saran, but if Mr. Sano had taken that pain, he'd probably have screamed, fainted, and gone mad. It was only for an instant, but I felt like I'd seen something I shouldn't have, and I don't want this world's future shown to me. The true power of this skill surely isn't limited to viewing an opponent's stats. If I wanted, it would probably show me everything about this world, even the future. Not that I plan to use it for that. Even if I knew the future, I don't care about this world, and I'm already full on the cheat of presence concealment. I don't need more. Being able to see stats is enough. While I was deciding how to handle the World Eye, I completely forgot the girl had woken up. Ugh, what a pain. Hey, any place hurt? I sighed at the beautiful girl every guy in the world would want to date and called out anyway. Girls like this usually have terrible personalities, I figured. I had zero expectations. The girl, who had been staring at my face as if she'd just woken up, suddenly formed an O with her mouth and let out a scream. Her expression didn't change. It was only her mouth making the sound, which made it even more eerie. Whoa, women's screams really are that high-pitched. It was loud, so I tried to calm her by offering some roasted demonic beast meat and the last of my bread. Her scream stopped immediately, and then, without saying whose, her stomach growled. Simple and honest, appreciated. At the speed of light, she snatched the food from my hand and, like a wild cat on guard, slipped away into a corner, pretty nimble. While I was impressed, she finished eating unbelievably fast and fixed me with a stare asking for more. I handed over the meat I had been saving for myself. "Ah, thank you," she said thanks in a hoarse voice. I nodded and poured water into a cup for her. Life magic is convenient. With this, I don't have to worry about fire or water. Even in a labyrinth with no gas or plumbing, I can still cook. She ate voraciously and finally breathed out after gulping down the water. "Thank you for saving me." Her voice was much improved thanks to the water as she thanked me again. "Yeah. Why were you inside with the demonic beasts?" "I don't know." "Oh, right." Because we were both taciturn, the conversation died again quickly. I had a ton of questions, but first I wanted to poke at the status plate floating in front of the girl. Japanese letter, 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 Amelia. Rose Quartz Race. High Elf Profession. Divine Child LV 51 HP 500 / 25,000 attack / 400 defense / 350 magical power / unable to measure skills. Royal Family's Dignity LV4 Magic Generation LV4 Gravity Magic Revival Magic Curse Reflection Evasion Magic Extra Skills. Archery LV8 Divine Dance Strategist World Eye LV3 Japanese letter, 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 Japanese letter. So she's an elf. A high elf at that. And what's this magical power unable to measure? Magic generation is broken too, and she has World Eye. I wonder if my own status plate is visible to her. "Why are you here, Akira?" My name's already out. At least ask my name first. If it weren't me, she'd be staring at me like I was a weirdo. Leveling skills. I see. The conversation died again. Come to think of it, I'd heard elves generally have golden hair, but Amelia's hair was pure white. Her eyes weren't blue either, they were red. Some kind of congenital albinism, maybe. Most people would find it creepy, but I don't have ordinary sensibilities. I thought it looked very mystical and beautiful. Of course, I didn't say that to her face. "Do you want to return to the Elf Island, Amelia?" "No, I'm not going back. I plan to stay with Akira." She'd already decided for both of us. Well, judging by her status plate, she shouldn't be a hindrance, but walking around with such a beautiful girl would probably make things complicated. "I plan to go back after I clear this labyrinth." When I said that, Amelia tilted her head slightly and stared at me with emotionless eyes. "No. Akira's place isn't in the human race's castle. How do you know that?" I understood what she meant, that everyone had been brainwashed. But if we broke the crystal the king and princess were hiding, the curse removal should be possible like it was for the hero. I can tell I have the same sight as you. If you're talking about World Eye, mine's not high enough yet. No. Akira's the one refusing. She must be talking about my earlier decision not to look into the future. I felt like everything was being seen through, and I looked away from Amelia. I'm going to sleep. Good night. Good night. I tossed my own blanket to Amelia and leaned my back against the labyrinth wall to sit. We were at a dead end of the maze, so we'd notice anything approaching immediately. From experience, I knew demonic beasts only come out of walls when some trap is triggered. I widened my presence detection range to cover Amelia. She was already breathing in sleep, too quick to adapt. She is supposed to be royal family of the elf, right? The status plate wasn't a mistake, was it? Sigh, I only feel more anxious about what's to come. Reluctantly, I had a companion for my journey. Thank you for over 600 bookmarks. In a conference room inside the castle a few hours after the summons, about half of the 27 chairs were occupied. Everyone has looked pale and thin since coming to this world, with dark circles under their eyes. The only ones who seemed energetic were me, Miss Yuno, and Kyosuke Asahina, a samurai by profession and the strongest in class after me. Then again, Asahina was always taciturn and expressionless, so it was hard to tell if he was feeling unwell. Even back in Japan, I'd rarely seen him speak. He was a mysterious guy. In our class, he was close to Akira. Akira would talk at length while Asahina would just nod in response. He's the kendo club captain and is apparently very well liked by his clubmates. Come to think of it, Asahina has been in the same class as Akira the whole time too. Quite a coincidence. That mysteriousness of his feels even sharper since coming to this world. I knew not everyone would be here. We'll start with this number. I stood up and said that, and the already quiet air tightened further. Sharp gazes pierced me. What are you gonna say now, Hiro-sama? Katsumi Watanabe, who triggered a trap in the labyrinth, glared at me. I'd thought we'd grown closer as the hero squad since coming from Japan, but I guess that was just my illusion. I returned his look with equal intensity. A few people flinched at that alone. There's no one stronger than me here. Since Akira disappeared, Mr. Zeal, the new commander of the Knight's Order, has been training me. I won't lose easily. As the hero, I can't lose, not to anyone but Akira. This is about what we do next. The 27 classmates, minus Akira, meet periodically in this conference room to exchange information. At the first meeting, we swapped details about everyone's professions. Of course, we included Akira even though he wasn't present then. That's how I knew Akira's profession. I'd pretty much guessed it, though. You mean from now on? Hey, you know better than anyone how we're doing, right? Don't tell me you're going to go take on the Demon King. That was the tall female warrior and former ace of the girls' volleyball team, Natsumi Sakata and Kaichai Tanaka, the baseball team's cleanup batter and a necromancer. Both were drafted into the hero squad for their athletic prowess. Now they're leading the opposition against me. The princess is ruthless. She's executing a plan to undermine from within without hesitation, to shake me. That is exactly what I mean. I promised the king I would go defeat the Demon King. I'm looking for people who will come with me. The conference room fell silent, then erupted a moment later. No way. In this situation, you've got to be kidding. You're the one who caused this situation, aren't you? So you're running away. The name of the hero will be disgraced. Running away is so lame. When people are silent, they'll say whatever they want. I struck the pure white marble table, carved from solid stone, with measured force. Maybe because I was careful not to crack it, the loud sound silenced the chatter without leaving even a hairline fracture. I didn't want to break something that looked so expensive and then be hit with a huge bill later. Fine, I didn't expect anything from you. I sighed deeply. I hadn't expected anything, but this made one thing clear. I'm leaving you all now. Do as you please, laze around or fight among yourselves. I stood from the seat of honor. This is my choice. It seems the king and the princess will try to force me to comply by any means. So I'm leaving the castle. I won't be anyone's puppet. I'll go with you. A voice I didn't expect rang through the silent conference room. Looking toward it, I saw Asahina standing. That must have been his voice. It was the first time I'd heard him speak aloud. Asahina standing caused several who'd been silent to stand as well. Among them were Miss Yuno and Mr. Hasayama. I nodded and led them out of the conference room. 7 exactly. The team synergies we practiced should carry over. And with Miss Yuno, the curse removal specialist, and Mr. Hasayama, the healer, we should be okay even if someone gets injured. Asahina nodded to my mutterings. It was the first time I'd seen him speak that much. I felt a little moved. Sorry, but I'll be the leader. Any objections? I asked after we'd left the conference room. No one spoke up. Several nodded firmly in agreement. Gather in front of the castle gate in an hour with what you need. We depart once everyone's here. With that order, we dashed to our rooms. The king or princess might interfere. Though I'd secured Mr. Zeal's cooperation, we needed to move quickly. Come to think of it, why was Asahina coming with me? I corrected the typos. Oni-chan, where are you? Please come home soon. I beg you, I won't be selfish anymore. I'll help around the house. Honestly, with that person and all the men around me, they all just disappear. Cough, cough. My sister and mother were searching for me with worried faces. It's been a long time since I last saw them. I wonder if my mother's face has gotten even more haggard. I want to go home. I want to go home. I won't spare any means to return. A dream, huh? That was a pretty realistic dream. Akira, you're awake? Is breakfast ready yet? At the lazy voice from right beside me, I half opened my eyes without thinking. When I sat up, Amelia was clutching her stomach and looking at me resentfully. Are you a serious crusher? Shiraru, sounds tasty. I was a fool to expect seriousness from her. I pulled out the bread Commander Saran had prepared and the cloth-wrapped meat I had kept as a spare. Akira, you were having a nightmare. Did you see a bad dream? No, it was actually a happy dream. I pictured my mother and sister and shook my head. I hadn't been home for a month. Homesickness is natural. I see. A dream about the family you left in the other world? Yeah. I toasted the bread a bit and grilled the meat. Amelia drooled at the corner of her mouth. It's still raw meat, though. Come to think of it, did I ever tell them I came from another world? If you use the world eye, you can know anything, like what Akira used as side dishes at night. Hey, don't waste your eye on nonsense. Nonsense. It's necessary to shorten distance with Akira. I slapped away her hand, reaching for the bread, and flipped the meat. Drawn by the smell, demonic beasts appeared. Some bipedal thing with a pig-like face. Level 52, perhaps. I held Amelia back from getting up and casually threw a hidden weapon. Akira, meat get. That won't taste good. Right. Meat you can't eat should vanish. Amelia used gravity magic to crush the corpse. A waste of magic. Maybe it's normal behavior if your magical power is near infinite. The creature had dodged the hidden weapon, so it acted with some thought. Morning splatter again. I've gotten used to it, but the smell is still strong. If someone can throw that corpse far away, I'll give them the bigger piece of meat. I'm going. Too easy. Let's eat. What's that? Oh, I forgot this world doesn't have the custom of giving thanks for food. They say the elf race are obsessed with knowledge. Maybe that's why she sticks with me. While we ate, I taught her about Japan. She was more interested than I expected. Of course, while eating. Are there 8 million gods? Well, it's thought that gods dwell in all things. Now that I think about it, I had this kind of conversation with Commander Saran too. It feels strangely nostalgic even though it was only a few weeks ago. I wonder if the hero is holding up. Has my classmate's curse been lifted? Akira, tell me about your family. Sure, at home there's a sickly mother and one younger sister. Mother's name is Yukari, my sister's name is Yui, she's 1 year younger. What about your father? Father. I gritted my teeth, remembering a broad back from when I was little. He went missing when I was in 6th grade, around 9. He couldn't handle a sickly mom and 2 kids and ran away. I see. Since then, my mother did piecework at home, and I secretly juggled multiple part-time jobs while keeping it from school to somehow keep the household afloat. Yui probably wanted to join club activities, but she endured and worked part-time too. I handled all the housework, including meals. Are they eating properly? It would be no joke if my family died from food poisoning or malnutrition before I return. I have a sister too. Huh, surprising, you're the older sister? Yeah, she's way prettier than me, can do anything, a perfect little sister. Is that so? The mood took a turn. I stared into Amelia's red eyes. The red that sparkled at the sight of meat was now dulled. I can't do anything, housework anything. My sister can do anything after seeing it once. Does that sister like meat? No, she eats anything. She has more skills than me and is stronger. Why meat? I was starting to read her. Basically, a useless older sister and a gifted younger sister, with the parents favoring the capable child. The older sister is always compared and becomes self-deprecating. My sister and I didn't have that. Our family was unusual in another way, and my mother would never have allowed that. I was just trying to lighten the mood. Anyway, I hate the word perfect. Amelia lifted her head from looking down. Being perfect means you can't become any more than that. People grow and become interesting because they have flaws. It's the same for elves, right? So if that sister is perfect, I hate her. For the same reason I despise the hero. He had many flaws, true, but he hid them under perfection. The hero I knew sat smugly atop his perfection. To ordinary people, that's not interesting in the least. I see. Then I won't introduce my sister to Akira. Don't bother. Anyway, after we eat, we'll start exploring the labyrinth. I'm not good at or interested in giving consolation. I patted Amelia's head a little and stood up. I needed to service the Night Blade god. Thanks. So those tiny words of gratitude probably didn't reach me. Nope, they didn't. Amelia moved far better than I expected. Because she was royal, I'd assumed she'd scream and run in panic, but I apparently underestimated her. Amelia, 3 coming at you? No problem. Gravity? With gravity magic, she crushed the three at once. The large, rat-like demonic beasts squished together in a gory mess. Doesn't look very tasty. No, I'm not mad. Amelia averted her eyes and pouted, but my one remark made her expression light up. As always, she was delightfully easy to read. How many floors are we up to? 62. I want to reach 70 today, but that might be tough. If it's me and Akira, we can do it. The strongest pair. Where does she get that confidence? I silently patted Amelia's head. The moment I did, her mood brightened. Her cheeks even flushed a little, but I'm not vain enough to misinterpret it. It's probably just hot inside the labyrinth. By the way, have you been drinking enough? Yeah, why do you keep telling me to drink frequently? In case you get dehydrated. Well, inside a labyrinth, you should worry more about demonic beasts than dehydration, but you can't be too careful. That's lame, isn't it? It seems this world doesn't have the concept of heat stroke. Medical tech doesn't seem advanced either. There's always healing magic if things get bad. Have you ever felt unwell when you haven't drunk water on hot days? Yes, that's what heat stroke is. You could even die. I thought it was some epidemic when young elves would suddenly fall ill and die on hot days, but it was actually heat stroke. She seemed to accept the explanation. I once almost got heat stroke when I was busy with part-time work and neglected hydration. It was rough. My clingy little sister cried non-stop, and I made my mother do all the housework. Since then, I've been overly particular about managing my health. If you understand, drink water often. Got it. I threw a hidden weapon. It struck the forehead of a demonic beast peeking around a distant corner. My skill levels and class level are steadily rising. It's a race between hitting my level goal and clearing the labyrinth. You know a country similar to the world Akira came from, or rather, the country? Huh. Did a summoned hero found a country before we were summoned? Yes, I think it's a country on the human race's side of the elf territory. From Amelia's description, there's a nation among the humans that's basically like Edo period Japan. The country's name is Yamato. They mainly eat rice, the rice Akira said he wanted. All right, once we get out of the labyrinth, let's go there. I thought you'd say that, Akira. I want rice. I'm tired of bread. Japanese people are made of rice and miso soup. I can't live without rice. Rice forever. My suppressed emotions nearly exploded. Dangerous, dangerous. There's a popular onsen too, so let's go together. Although they're usually gender-separated, there's something called mixed bathing. Amelia, do you know what mixed bathing means? Bathing together naked in the hot water? No way. A plain-looking guy like me can't handle mixed bathing with a beauty like Amelia. The stares from others would be unbearable. Doesn't she remember she's an elf? Still, she really seemed to be looking forward to it. For now, I'll pass. Tell me your answer before we leave the labyrinth. I'll do my best. I wish the labyrinth would just keep going. Even while we talked, we continued to slaughter demonic beasts efficiently. So far, the deepest layer the human race has reached is the 20th floor, and that was with a raid group, so Akira's combat power is on a different level from theirs. I looked at Amelia, surprised by the sudden comment. She was looking at me earnestly. Encouraged by her seriousness, I told her something I hadn't even told classmates. I don't know why, but my stats are clearly stronger than a hero's. Amelia seemed to expect this. She only nodded slightly and didn't react much. Then she opened her mouth solemnly, as if reluctant. Akira, even among the four races, the strongest demon clan, ordinary people's basic attack caps at 900. The previous demon king had around 10,000 attack. Without a doubt, you're the strongest in this world. Maybe. I don't need the world eye to know something's wrong with me. Besides, I'm diving into the labyrinth to reach level 100 because of a promise with someone. When I come out, I might well be a walking god of destruction. What happens if you reach level 100? Who knows? I don't know exactly either, but I'm sure whatever I want will happen. In my original world, they'd probably issue a shoot-on-sight order. I might become a dangerous test subject. Amelia squeezed my hand tightly. Even if the world calls you a monster, I'll stay by your side. Thanks. For a moment, I felt a little saved by her. This reminds me, I once had someone in Amelia's position. I wonder how Kaioyusuke is doing. Thank you for reading. March 23, I made a small change to the status levels and the main text based on feedback a few lines added. I, the hero Tsukasa Sato, and Oda Akira have been in the same class since kindergarten. I only realized that when I was in 6th grade. Back then, I just thought I kept seeing the same faces. But after more than 10 years together, it starts to feel like some kind of curse. For some reason, Sato regards Akira as an enemy, and Akira is indifferent to those around him. It's hard to tell whether he notices anything at all. By some coincidence, we even ended up in the same high school class. After so long together, it gave me the chills, but I decided to accept it as fate. The first time Akira and I actually spoke was in high school. Neither of us had standout looks like Sato, so we didn't talk with classmates. We each spent time alone, sleeping or reading. I learned Akira's secret sometime during the first year's summer break. Oder Akira, the kendo clubs, it's a Sahina Kyosuke. Our high school didn't forbid part-time jobs. It didn't particularly recommend them either, but permission slips were apparently granted fairly easily if you cited family circumstances. Grades mattered too, but I was pretty sure Akira was the only one actually doing a job, and he didn't want anyone to know. Of all people, I happened to run into him sweating while working. We parted ways that day. He was in the middle of a shift, but he still didn't remember my name. After more than 10 years together, you'd think he'd at least remember that. The next day, Akira came right up to me as soon as I entered the classroom. "Come to the library during lunch if you have time." I was secretly relieved it wasn't behind the gym. Akira's expression couldn't exactly be called friendly. There were even rumors among some students suggesting he was a suspicious sort. I nodded and took my seat. My heart pounded. Even though I knew it was unlikely, my mind ran cowardly scenarios like, what if he asks me for money? Looking back, if either of us wanted to keep something secret, I'd be the one to accept money, but in my confused state, I didn't think of that. At lunch, I ate my usual meal, and instead of going to sleep like I normally would, I stood up and headed for the library. Akira hadn't returned after fourth period, probably off in the buying war for bread at the school store. It takes guts to head into a swarm of hungry high school boys fighting over the limited pastries. Our library sat beyond the entrance hall, with the librarian woman always on duty. It was open all day, so you could come during breaks, but this was my first time coming there outside of modern literature class. It surprised me that Akira, someone who seemed detached from books, specified the library. "Sorry for calling you out." He apologized the moment we sat down in the library. I almost apologized back, but kept my poker face and just nodded, taking the seat opposite him. "So to be blunt about yesterday." "Yeah, you just don't tell anyone, right?" When I said that, Akira's expression brightened instantly. He must be used to seeing his own deadpan face in the mirror every day, so I'd noticed the change. "Let me ask one thing, why go to such lengths to keep it secret? It's not forbidden, is it?" "Oh, that." Akira suddenly looked bashful, turned his face away, and scratched his cheek. It looks lame if I act all heroic by myself, right? Like I'm showing off that I'm working hard for my family." "Huh, that's what I mean, it's lame. It goes against my aesthetics." I couldn't see what was wrong with working hard for your family. "No, I hate exposing my efforts to others." I understood that. I, too, practice swings and runs after club training without telling anyone, and I don't want people to see that. Come to think of it, I'd met Akira while he was out running. "So don't tell anyone, okay? Especially don't tell my sister." "Your sister? You have a sister?" "Yeah, she's 1 year younger." Also, I took out my phone and showed a Akira my sister had taken with friends. I pointed to the tall, ponytailed girl making some incomprehensible pose on the right. "That's my sister." "Oh, then introduce me." "This is my sister." Akira pointed to a cute, short-haired girl flashing a peace sign next to him. "What a coincidence. I didn't expect our sisters to be friends." "Same here. I didn't expect you to be Keika's brother. Now that you say it, you do look alike." "No, your sister's the one who looks most like you." Akira and his sister Yui looked almost identical. Nowadays, you could tell them apart by gender differences, but when they were younger, they probably differed only in their eyes. "If you don't mind, let's keep talking." I nodded without hesitation at Akira's words. "Of course, also call me by my name. Got it, Kyosuke, I'll be Akira." "Understood. By the way, Akira, since school is open during the study week and summer break, it's good, but if school wasn't open today, what would you have done?" "Ah, maybe I'd handed out flyers with my portrait. My sister's in the art club. She's good at drawing." I was grateful the school was open today. Akira and I kept up a quiet acquaintance. In our second year, we ended up in the same class with Sato again, and then we were summoned to Morrigan. Because of kendo, my job became samurai. Akira's was assassin. Admittedly, Akira had been keeping his presence so quiet that I only learned he'd been summoned and his job at the first meeting. I didn't read novels about characters like him, but something about the king and princess felt off. Maybe it was my samurai's fixed skill intuition. Status. Japanese letter, 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 Kyosuke Asahina race. Human job, Samurai LV5. HP 400/400 attack 1000, 400 defense 800 magical power 600 skills. Arithmetic LV6 curved blade technique, LV4 dual wield, LV1 intuition, LV8 flame demon magic, LV1 extra skills. Language comprehension, strategist, Japanese letter, 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 Japanese letter. This was my status after leaving the labyrinth. Even though I leveled up, my stats hadn't increased at all. Maybe there are other conditions. In overall quality, I was only slightly below Sato, the hero. The intuition skill, however, was oddly high. Looking at the levels of arithmetic and curved blade technique, experiences from my life in Japan seemed to be reflected. It seems that this skill was why I could immediately pick up on secrets. It had helped me countless times, so I felt grateful rather than annoyed. The king and princess were suspicious, but the Knight's Orders Commander Saran and Vice Captain Mr. Zeal and the others were very good people. Training was harsh, but I knew it was because they cared about us. Akira, meanwhile, operated in the shadows. He hadn't spoken to me since coming here, but I could tell he was doing something. I hoped he would come talk to me, and if there was anything I could do to help, I'd do it. However, Akira never explained. He was accused of murdering Saran and left the castle. I wanted to be taken with him. Why I didn't run out of the castle with him, I don't know. I only remember that, like me, our classmates all acted strangely. A feeling of not wanting to leave this place and not forgiving Akira for killing Saran rose up from somewhere in me, and it slowed me down. After a few days, things returned to normal, but a sense of discomfort remained. That unease disappeared when I smashed a black crystal in the princess's room. Even then, I didn't know why I'd been allowed into the princess's room or why I was breaking the crystal, but I had a firm conviction that it had to be broken. In the few minutes before castle people came running in, I broke 6 of the 26 crystals, including mine, and then snapped back to my senses and slipped out the window. If I'd been a moment later, the princess would have found me. It was dangerous. That same day the hero called a meeting and we escaped the castle. I went with the hero to meet Akira and to get stronger. Why were you freed from the curse, Asahina-kun? We left the castle, went through the forest, skirted the town, and headed east. Sato asked that. It might have been my first real conversation with him. After I smashed the crystal in the princess's room, my body felt lighter. I don't know why I broke it. So if it wasn't by your will, doesn't that mean the princess wasn't the one, someone else was controlling you? Miss Yuno, who spoke in Kansai dialect, anxiously muttered that the princess wouldn't break her own curse, but Sato fell silent, lost in thought. I felt uncomfortable and moved away. We'd gone far enough from the castle to stop running and rested in the forest. Demonic beasts still appeared in the woods, so we remained cautious. Akira, I don't think you're dead at all. Stay well. I murmured that into a stand of trees where no one was and took a single sword from my pack. It had been left on the bed after the meeting. At a glance, it was a fine blade. Even if it had been cursed, I'd brought it as extra travel funds, but luckily it seemed free of curses. Miss Yuno confirmed that. From the hilt to the blade to the sheath, the sword was pure white, forged in the Kagurasu style and bore the Japanese inscription, White Dragon. It was just a hunch, but I felt certain it paired with another blade. And I was probably right. This sword will help me when I meet up with Akira. Until then, I'll get strong enough to stand by his side. That's my goal. Announcement: I've created a Twitter account. I'll post there whether I'm updating on a given day or not, so please follow if you like. Akai Matsuri at Shotsuka Nainaro, we finally found the stairs leading from the 79th floor to the 80th. Had to search for about a day. The staircase down was hidden by a cover and a crushed minotaur was lying on top of it, so it took time to find. That took forever. Yeah, the longest yet. I never thought a pile of demonic beast meat would be blocking the stairs. No kidding. By the way, you were the one who crushed that huge minotaur, right? I plead the 5th. If not for my extra luck, we'd probably have wandered the 79th floor forever. Can't deny the power of luck. I wonder what the boss this time is. A dragon? That'd be weird. Isn't that the sort of thing that shows up on the final floor? Isn't that how it usually goes? A man's romantic fantasy, huh? We moved forward, avoiding traps that got more dangerous with each floor. So we're heading straight to the boss room? Yeah, want to level up as fast as possible. But if you don't practice techniques, your body won't move right. Amelia said something unusually serious. I feel like I was insulted really badly just now. You're imagining it, so? Specifically, what are we doing? We mapped this floor using only swordsmanship, no skills. I'd tried that before. If I remember, I realized it was impossible. I tried that once too, but it ended with me admitting you'll die without skills. That was because you were alone. If 2 people do it, keeping a safety margin will be fine. Amelia said that casually and reached out her hand to me. Magic creation, skill ceiling. Huh! A pale blue wrapped around me and I felt my body suddenly grow heavy. Right, Amelia had magic creation. I knew she had it, but who would expect her to use it on an ally here? Amelia, you can't use crisis sense, presence detection, or presence concealment now, right? I know, it's fine. I wanted to press her lightly for the reasoning, but there wasn't time. Akira, 3 huge goblins from the front right. From their presence, you can tell without using skills. A few seconds after Amelia announced it, giant goblins equipped with swords and axes, probably scavenged from adventurers who died on higher floors, appeared. I drew Yatagami from my back because it was in the way of my waist and slashed at the first one. To put it plainly, I didn't kill a single one. At the last moment before death, Amelia crushed all 3 huge goblins at once. Thank you for the 700+ bookmarks and for the Twitter follows. Akira, cheer up. Sigh. I leaned against the labyrinth wall and sighed. Right now there are probably mushrooms being cultivated above my head. I couldn't beat the huge goblin, and I wanted to rush into the boss room out of frustration at my lack of skill. Amelia tried to console me, but that alone wasn't going to bring me back to life. Huge goblins are recommended for Adventurer Guild hunting level 70 and above. They weren't meant to be defeated by someone like you without skills in the first place. She was trying to be reassuring, apparently. Still, I couldn't shake my mood. There was no way I could. Why are you so down? A man being protected by a woman. Yeah, what stung the most was that Amelia had protected me. Annoying, right? Then you try being protected by a woman? It's humiliating. What made it worse was that the enemy who almost killed me was taken down by Amelia in one blow with gravity magic. It makes you want to die. By the way, is there really an adventurer guild? Yeah, it's a popular profession among all races. If you get strong, you can earn easily. At the cost of dying, though. Amelia's tone was cold, and I found myself straightening my back without realizing it. Commander Saran had mentioned there were professions with very high mortality rates, and it seemed that the adventuring profession was one of them. Amelia didn't like that at all. Are you in the Adventurer Guild, Amelia? Yeah, it pays after all. She said that and took a dog tag from around her neck. 2 tags were attached to a chain worn like a necklace. Cool, I wanted one. Not giving it? Of course I'm keeping it. You looked at it like you wanted it. Don't say it like that. I stared at the tag. On the first tag were written Amelia's name, race, and occupation. The second tag had nothing on it. Seeing my puzzled look, Amelia explained properly. At first I thought she was a goofy type, but maybe because she has a younger sister, she also had a serious side. Strange, I should have a sister too. The empty tag shows rank. Different colors mean different ranks, so there's no need to show words. What rank are you, Amelia? Her face hardened a little when I asked. Apparently that was a touchy subject. Still, she answered. 2nd from the top. Standards differ by race, so humans and the elf race have different criteria. I see, so being 2nd from the top among the elf race is impressive? Yeah, it's impressive, but my sister is the top rank. Again with the sister. The topic keeps coming up whenever I talk to Amelia. Each time she mentions her sister, she looks like she's about to cry. I want to ask more, but I can't. After all, Amelia and I have only known each other for a few days. Even though we're casually joking now, normally my shyness would have kept me silent. You're silver rank, but is the top one gold? Yeah, there are only 4 golds in Morrigan. They used to be the strongest in the world. Used to be? Akira is the strongest now. Also, actually, there's 1 rank above gold. What color is that? I think it's black. It said the first hero liked that color. The black rank has been vacant for over 100 years, so no human remembers it. Even many of the elf race don't know about it. Come to think of it, the elf race lives a long time. Humans are shorter-lived compared to elves, though they reproduce more. By the way, how old are you, Amelia? You don't ask a woman her age. A fist flew at me. But a punch with an attack power of 400 to my solar plexus didn't hurt at all. It should be 4 times the normal human limit, but it didn't pain me. A mosquito bite would feel itchier. That really shows how weak humans are. It's surprising they beat the beastmen. Maybe they overwhelmed them with numbers. Wait, maybe I'm the anomaly here. Okay, my bad. Anyway, shall we continue? Still going to do this? Unfortunately, I have reasons I need to get stronger. For that, I might nearly die and endure brutal training. When I said that with a grin, Amelia blushed, put the dog tag back in her pocket, and stood up. Then I'll help. I said I'd stay by your side. I see, thanks. From an outside perspective, it might seem curt, but that was my utmost expression of embarrassment. Heat raced up my face. I turned my back to Amelia and started exploring again. White bat from above. I know. A few meters on, Amelia's voice snapped sharply. Even before she said it, I had realized something was coming from the sound of wings. What appeared in front of us was a white bat. Not an ordinary bat, as big as a human and acting alone rather than in a group. With razor claws and strong teeth, a bite from it would probably tear upper and lower bodies apart forever. It looked pretty strong level-wise. It's not hearing, sight, or smell. It's something else. You could call it a sixth sense to read movements. That's impossible. I drew Night Blade God, and with the momentum from pulling it out from behind, swung in a diagonal slash. I thought I'd hit it, but the blade didn't sever the neck. It only nicked the white fur. White bats shift the opponent's perception. They're a perfect match for Akira right now. Say that earlier, say that earlier. My partner and battle teacher sure thinks about their students. Until now I've recognized enemies with sight and hearing and fought. Of course I've fought monsters that disappeared before, and those were tough. In the end I cut through them with shadow magic. The only thing I sealed was your skill. I didn't seal your magical power. Make a new magic then, can I do that? Even while talking, the battle continued as expected. They avoided the vitals, but my body was already producing a mass of scratches. Magical power, huh? I had an inkling what moving only magical power would feel like. From the first time I hid my presence in the other world, I suspected something existed inside me. Presence concealment as a skill is, conceptually, synchronizing your magical power with the ambient magical power and spreading that synchronized power evenly through your body. If you could let that synchronized magical power leave your body into the surrounding area, wouldn't that work? Visualized, it'd be like a mist. Akira, don't close your eyes in front of an enemy. Amelia's voice didn't reach my focused ears. I synchronized my magic and released it. For some reason the white bat looked around as if it couldn't see me. I hadn't done a stealthy assassin-style battle in a while, so seeing a target from behind felt oddly familiar. As an assassin, not ideal, I flashed Nightblade God. A few seconds later, the bat's neck rolled away. Amelia, was that okay? Amelia? She twisted her beautiful face and seemed lost in thought. When I tapped her shoulder, she finally looked at me. You all right? If you're feeling off, you don't have to force yourself to stay by my side. I'm fine. Akira, what was that just now? I tilted my head. Had I done something strange? What do you mean? I just synchronized my magical power with the surroundings and released it from my body into the area. Akira, ordinary humans can't synchronize with ambient magic, nor can they detach and control it from their body, except one person. My confusion deepened. Impossible, but I had just done it. Can you still control the surrounding magical power? Yeah, come back to me. When I drew the magic back, it obediently returned to my body. Amelia's expression was complicated. Is something wrong? I was worried now. Had I done something seriously bad? Ignoring my concern, Amelia spoke gravely. What she said was enough to render me speechless. Someone who did the exact same thing as you once existed, that was the first hero. Apparently I had become capable of doing the same thing as the revered first hero of this world. Thank you, as always, for reading. I have never thought of myself as pitiful, yet the adults around me say I am a pitiable child. What does pitiable even mean? Is it something the adults around me decide? Or is it something I get to decide for myself? Is having white hair pitiable? Is having red eyes pitiable? Is it pitiable if my younger sister is better than me? I no longer know. It's true that my sister has more beautiful hair, more beautiful eyes, and is very strong. For as long as I can remember, my sister has taken everything from me. Parents who should have been on my side, friends, even the fiancé who whispered love to me. Before I knew it, every member of my kin was gathered around my sister, and somehow it had become my fault that I had been bullying her. My sister cried in front of everyone and passionately described how cruel I was. All our kin sided with my sister. I was exiled from the elf race territory and forced to choose to leave the sacred tree. No one believed my words. I, too, lost the ability to trust anyone. After that, I left the forest, and I think I drifted to the human race continent, Canton. Lost and confused in an unfamiliar wood, I was eaten by that black, sludge-like slime creature. I braced for death. Or rather, I thought I died. The next time I opened my eyes, I was in a human race labyrinth. If I remember correctly, it was called the Canton Labyrinth. A dark-haired, unremarkable-looking man gave me food. I think that sludge-like creature that ate me was a modified slime subspecies released by the kidnappers who have been disturbing the elf race territory recently. A slime altered to capture elves. I have two reasons for thinking that. The first is that just before being eaten, I faintly sensed other people. And not just one or two. There was probably a village nearby. If that creature were a carnivore that ate humans, it would have been better to attack the village rather than take only me. Even if it struggled a bit, that slime could have eaten non-combat villagers without issue. And even if there happened to be adventurers, that slime would have needed considerable power to be turned away. The second reason is that it ended up in the Canton Labyrinth and lower layers that clearly didn't match its presumed strength. Labyrinth monsters generally don't move outside the tier that matches their power. Exceptions happen once every few years, when monsters overflow the labyrinth and climb tiers to appear on the surface. From this, I hypothesized that after capturing me, it attempted to bring back another person. Given its size, it could have fit at least one more. If that slime thing was following orders to capture targets based on high magical power, not because they were of the elf race, Then the man in front of me, who seems to have very high magical power, fits that condition. If that theory is correct, I still don't know why the kidnappers targeting elves would release monsters into the human race continent. Curious if this man might have answers, I used the world eye, the skill my kin despised, because it sees through everything, to check his status. Japanese letter, 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 Japanese letter. Akira Oda race. Human profession. Assassin LV 68 HP 23,000/23,000, 400 attack 15,000, 600 defense 10,000, 400 magical power 80/90/910 skills. Arithmetic LV5 negotiation, LV5 hidden weapon LV8 assassination, LV8 curved blade technique LV9 dagger technique LV5 presence concealment LV. Max presence detection LV9 crisis sensing LV8 intimidation, LV7 roar LV3 dual wielding LV3 magic control LV8 illusion magic LV1 extra skills. Language comprehension world eye LV2 shadow magic LV7 luck. Japanese letter, 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 Japanese letter. For a moment I was speechless. Clearly something was off. He was far stronger than my sister, who held the Adventurer Guild's highest gold rank. By attack power alone, he surpassed the previous Demon King, and yet his presence was somehow thin. That unique aura of the truly powerful was absent from him. As I stared, the man looked over curiously. Not wanting to seem suspicious, I let out a small scream. My throat, which hadn't had food or water in a long time, began to hoarsen after a bit. Whether he noticed or not, he handed me roasted monster meat and bread. Immediately afterward, my stomach growled. It was rude, but I snatched the food and ate it in a corner of the labyrinth. That was how I met Akira. He gave food and water to a stranger, a woman who looked like she had come out of a monster. And when he looked at my face, he didn't look away or wrinkle his nose. More than that, he said he disliked perfection. As someone my kin would not believe, that line alone made me happy. Akira, do my hair and eyes look strange? No matter how I asked, Akira never once looked away. He answered as if it were the most natural thing in the world, as if puzzled. What are you talking about? I don't know anyone with hair and eyes prettier than yours. Akira hadn't even seen my sister yet, but still, I found myself hoping, if it were Akira, he would probably side with me even after meeting my sister. And being near him made my heart race. Even a brush of skin made my heart leap. This must be love. My cheeks, which didn't react even to the beautiful faces of other elves, flushed the moment Akira reached out and patted my head. I wanted to stay by Akira's side forever. No matter what happened, I would be on his side. Even if Akira made the world his enemy, I alone would stay with him. When did I make such a firm vow? That promise never faded. It remains in my heart. Akira, let's always stay together, okay? You'll stay by my side, right? Yeah. In that moment, I wasn't entirely ungrateful to my sister. If my kin hadn't betrayed me, I would never have met Akira. So Kirika Rose Quartz and all the rest of my kin who betrayed me, thank you for betraying me. Sorry I'm late. As the name Dragon One suggests, it continues. Amelia and I finally stepped into the boss room on the 80th floor. It was about 24 hours after we found the boss room, in other words, a day later. There was a reason we rested for a day. One reason is the drawback of Amelia's magic creation. Once she uses it, she can't use it for a full 2 days. For an ordinary person, another downside would be the high consumption of magical power, but Amelia possesses magical power that is nearly infinite, so that wasn't an issue. Of course, we could have tried to kill the boss without using magic creation, but it's better to challenge a boss room with everything in order. The other reason was my training. I wanted to seal my skills as long as possible and train with the sword. Amelia, ready? Yeah, you can open it any time, I asked while warming up. Amelia, who had been meditating and doing visualization training, opened her eyes and nodded. I opened and closed my hand to check the motion. All right, let's go. If it's just the two of us, Akira, it's an instant kill. Hope it's the sort of opponent we can do that to. I drew Nightblade God and put my hand on the door. Like before, the massive door opened as if it had no weight. As soon as we entered, the door closed behind us. Akira! When I tilted my head because nothing was there, Amelia, who had been sensing for presence, let out a more desperate cry than I had ever heard from her. Immediately after, I sensed something and leapt backward from where I had been standing a moment ago. The spot where I had just stood was burned black in an instant. What was that just now? The feeling of my whole body prickling still remained. Amelia once again searched the presence carefully. It's coming again! At Amelia's shout, I dove to the side. This time I couldn't fully avoid it, and my right thigh was singed a little. Akira, could you see it just now? Yeah, a little. It's a monster I've never fought before. When I said that, Amelia turned pale and looked up. I've seen it and fought it before. Long ago it tried to burn the sacred tree, and Kirika, my sister, defeated it. A demonic beast, a dragon. A dragon? I looked up, half expecting it not to be true. Grrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrrr sense of distance. Even in this world, they are said to be almost extinct, and among demonic beasts they rank high in strength. So this is the flag from back then? A black dragon looked down at us with golden eyes gleaming. I had assumed a dragon-like final boss would appear around a nice round 100th floor, but my prediction was wrong. Amelia, can you cast gravity magic on that dragon and slam it into the ground? I can probably do it, but I don't know its size, so it might hit us when it falls. Dangerous. Amelia spoke while looking at her right leg, which had been grazed by the dragon's attack. Even as we talked, the dragon's attacks kept raining down without stopping. Don't worry about me. A wound like this won't kill me. But at this rate, I'm just an easy target. It'll hit eventually. Got it. Amelia pursed her lips and reluctantly nodded. She raised her hand and muttered the trigger word. Gravity magic. Fall dragon. Guaia. A tremendous gravity pressed upon the black-scaled dragon, making its massive body creak. The claws it had hooked into the ceiling to cling on cracked one by one, and fissures appeared in the ceiling. The dragon poured all its energy into resisting the gravity magic and stopped attacking us, trying to spread the wings on its back. Amelia immediately manipulated the magic to prevent that. A few seconds later, the dragon began to fall toward the ground. I prepared to greet the dragon with Night Blade God. The dragon plummeted with incredible force, twisting its body in midair as it glared at me. Sorry about this. I thrust the blade straight at its neck. Night Blade God shattered the dragon's hard black scales and tore open its throat. Thank you all for your various opinions and impressions. Also, bookmarks suddenly exceeded 2,000. I couldn't be happier. Some readers pointed out a few contradictions with already posted chapters. I'll correct them as they come up. The overall flow of the story won't change, but there's a chance some parts might be significantly altered. Sorry for the inconvenience. If anything bothers you, please reread the revised parts. Thank you always for reading. I appreciate your continued support. Sorry for the long preface. I drove the Night Blade God into the dragon's throat and felt a slight sense of discomfort. Akira, get away! Gura! Amelia's scream came a beat late, and the dragon's attack struck me at close range. Its tremendous force blew me away like dust. Akira! Amelia's voice, almost a shriek, drifted from afar. My back hurt fiercely. The dragon must have crashed down and slammed me into the boss room's wall. Fortunately, the Night Blade God I'd been holding in my right hand seemed to have come free and was undamaged, shining black. The blade was smeared with what looked like dragon blood. Amelia rushed over as I struggled to my feet. Akira, are you okay? Yeah, I'll live. Even though I cut its throat, it's still lively. Dragons are high-tier demonic beasts. The Minotaur and Chimera you fought don't compare. As she said that, Amelia checked me over for serious injuries, touching here and there. I landed on the ground and glared at the dragon, which watched me. Its golden eyes glittered in the dimness. That was supposed to be a full-power strike. Gravity magic being gone, and it still not flying away means your attack did have effect. More than that, I'm amazed at the blade's sharpness. Amelia looked at my right hand. I lifted the Night Blade God a little. I'd never cut a dragon before, so I couldn't compare, but it felt like the blade had sliced through the scales surprisingly easily. Well, this one's a custom piece. Commander Saran's smile when he gave this to me flashed through my mind. I've never cut a dragon, but if it's a sword forged by the first-generation hero, maybe this isn't surprising. Are you hurt, Amelia? I'm fine. Akira protected me. I don't remember. If she doesn't remember, it was probably unconscious. In any case, I was glad Amelia wasn't injured. Good job, past me. Now then, what should we do with that thing? That dragon's a bit off. What do you mean? It's too weak for a dragon. No matter how much you trained Akira, it's only been a few days. Yet your attacks cut through it easily. Indeed, compared to typical dragons, this one felt oddly underwhelming. Its toughness, surviving a slit throat, was impressive, but as a high-tier demonic beast, it left something to be desired. The status display in my sight clearly marked it as a dragon, but the sense of wrongness wouldn't leave me. Let's try something. Do what? Just bait it a little. Bait? Amelia tilted her head in puzzlement. I nodded and took off running. As if trying to keep me away, the long-range attacks that had paused earlier resumed. I ignored the wounds on my right foot and back and kept dodging, making my way to the dragon's massive feet. Even a dragon won't attack where it might hit itself. The dragon reared up and brought its foot down to crush me. I dodged at the last moment and climbed up along the descending leg. Gura! I was stabbing my blade into its slippery black scales to climb, and the dragon thrashed in pain. Gravity magic? Just as I was about to be knocked off, Amelia used gravity magic to halt the dragon's movements. Its huge body sank slightly toward the ground. It teetered, but perhaps out of pride, it held on and tried to heave me off. Even under unimaginable G-forces, it could still move, truly a dragon. But I was starting to doubt that this was truly a dragon. All right, checkmate. I climbed to its head and drove the blade in deep into its golden eye. Guga! The dragon let out a pained roar and thrashed with far more ferocity than before. I put my weight on the blade and pushed it further in. Shadow magic activate! Shadows welled up from the blade. They spread, filling the already large boss room and swallowing the dragon. Over 3,000 bookmarks and total ratings over 8,000. Thank you. The shadow magic had completely destroyed the dragon's insides. It raked through its brain and returned all the way to the blade. The dragon's strength drained away, and when it finally went completely still, its massive body suddenly began to emit light. Ordinary monsters, dead or alive, don't glow. In the dim boss room, the dragon's light felt as bright as the sun. I drew out Nightblade God and jumped down from the dragon. Amelia, who had been watching from a distance, ran over. Since she hadn't been hit, it seemed the spot where she stood had indeed been out of the range for the dragon's long-range attacks. Akira, are you hurt? I'm fine, just some scratches from the dragon's scales, but your right leg wounds worse. I glanced at my right thigh, and as Amelia said, it had gotten worse. That's because adrenaline's masking it right now. It's okay. Adrenaline? I'll explain later. More importantly, I looked where the dragon had been. The light was fading, the dragon's huge body disappearing, and in its place, a large black cat-like monster was lying there, though nowhere near the size of the dragon. Was this what the dragon used to be? Probably. Its status has an extra skill called transformation. Isn't that it? A skill that lets you transform into something you've seen. If it's an extra skill, even just a glance could let it mimic most things, even status. But to copy the strength, you'd need to confirm it by attacking. So it wasn't stupid enough to attack the dragon, huh? Lucky for us, I approached the monster, whose name apparently was Black Cat. The name was literal. If a god named it, they could have picked something better. Amelia followed close behind. The creature with black fur and golden eyes opened them slightly and looked at us. It seemed to still be breathing. You humans are the first to reach this floor. A thin sound slipped from its slightly open mouth. The voice was deep and resonant, hard to believe it came from the dying monster in front of us. Amelia and I exchanged looks and scanned the area. Over here, you fools. Sigh, how regrettable that the one who beat me is such an idiot. Who's the idiot, stupid cat? Calling someone an idiot makes you the idiot. Not missing a beat, I shot back. Black Cat narrowed its eyes a little, as if amused. It actually sounded like a laugh, still got some spirit left. By your logic, that would make that man the idiot, but fine. I have a message from the Demon Lord for you. Want to hear it? Black Cat looked straight at me. I tilted my head. The Demon Lord, I'd only ever heard the name. I was more surprised it knew of me. The Demon Lord, what could he want with me? No idea, I don't know his mind either. Akira, will you listen? Amelia looked up at me with worry. I ruffled her head. It's fine, as long as Amelia's with me we'll be fine, right? Yeah, a hum. Feeling awkward perhaps, Black Cat cleared its throat with that deep voice. There was a flash of resentment in its eyes. Apparently, wherever you go, watching a couple be lovey-dovey stirs up anger in some. The Demon Lord waits at his castle further in on the Demon Clan continent volcano. That's it. Yes, that's the entire message I received. This raises a lot of questions, but how did you receive that message? Black Cat shook its head. We are creations of the Demon Lord. We are his eyes and ears, his hands and feet. Even if he doesn't deliver a message directly, we can know it. I'd heard monsters were created by a god. In that case, that story is wrong. I remember being created by the Demon Lord's hand as if it were yesterday. I fell silent at Black Cat's proud words. It didn't look like it was lying, but I also couldn't believe Commander Saran had lied to me. Which of those stories was true? Now then, man, kill me. Huh, why? My value is tactical only so long as I can maintain my transformation skill hidden. Having it exposed by you makes me useless. That dragon was a good imitation, though. Black Cat sounded a little bitter. I tilted my head. Why can't you move now? It's obviously the gravity that stopped me at the end. I resisted and my bones cracked. I can't stand. He knows what gravity is. Our Demon Lord is very knowledgeable. Black Cat puffed its chest again, and I nodded. I see, the Demon Lord might be someone summoned or reincarnated from our world. There's no science here. I'd heard that from Commander Saran and from talking with Amelia. Still, it wasn't impossible that someone brought knowledge with them when they were summoned, reincarnated, or left records behind. I'd even seen lamps and cameras in raids. They weren't widespread among commoners yet, but someone must have taught their use. The camera I found in the royal castle was cleverly designed. Someone had to have shown people how to use these things. If you're done, kill me. No. Why? Black Cat bared its fangs. Taking advantage of the fact it couldn't move, I crouched and gently stroked its fur. Its warm coat was fluffy. My hand sank in a few centimeters. There's no way I can kill such a beautiful cat. Come to think of it, Akira, you kept petting cats even if they were monsters. What? Yes, I like cats. Superstitions about black cats bringing bad luck are nonsense. Blaming cats for evil is unforgivable. What to do? If I go back like this, I'll be laughed at forever. Then come with us. Demon Lord gets to meet someone who knows you and you get what you want, and I get to pet you whenever I want. I glanced at Amelia. She was already running her hand through Black Cat's fur, blissful, no need to ask for an answer. I don't mind, but I can't kill my own kind, other monsters. Of course not. For now, let me pet you at least 30 times a day. Me too. You two are weird. Fine, I'll come along. Well, we're the ones who won, so the final decision is mine and Amelia's. For rather impure reasons, our party gained an extra member. Thank you for over 7,000 bookmarks. There's no staircase to the next floor. Huh. After I'd happily petted the black cat, when we tried to move to the next level, Amelia said that. I narrowed my eyes and scanned the boss room. A barren, large chamber with a single door. That door was the one we'd used to enter, and it couldn't be opened from this side. Indeed, the staircase that should have led down was gone. Guess it's probably my fault. The black cat shivered and let out a big yawn, then muttered that. 2 cold stares stabbed at him. They demanded a proper explanation. Because this is the boss room, the labyrinth won't allow the boss me to remain alive. Black Cat gave a self-deprecating laugh and lowered his golden eyes. Which is why I told you to kill me. You want me to starve to death here. Clearly, races other than the demon clan and demonic beasts cannot coexist. Black Cat said sadly, and I looked at the ground, thinking of a solution. I wasn't going to back down that easily. True, killing you would be the easiest thing, but it's too early to give up. At Amelia's voice, both the Black Cat and I looked up. Amelia stared intently at the Black Cat. Gold and red intersected. You've got a plan. Akira should give him a name. A name? What good would naming do? I tilted my head, but Amelia and the Black Cat nodded to each other. I see if I'm not the boss here anymore, I can leave this room, right? That should work, and if he transforms smaller, he'll just look like a black cat. No one will find that strange. I like it, then you there. Give me a name. Wait, explain properly. I panicked as the Black Cat looked like he might pounce at any moment. He's smaller than a dragon, but still bigger than us. I was confident I could handle him, but he was imposing. You should become my master. That's too brief. Granted, I hadn't explained where I came from, but this explanation wouldn't make sense to a normal person. Leaving the excited, hardly coherent Black Cat aside, I turned to Amelia. She seemed a little excited too. Her cheeks were slightly flushed, still less than the Black Cat. Only the demon clan can control demonic beasts, but once every few hundred years, someone forms a bond with a demonic beast. This has been around long before I was born. Amelia took a breath. The idea of naming demonic beasts came from the first hero. By giving them names, he created a true bond between humans and beasts. There it was again, the first hero. Even though he was from long ago, his name sure pops up a lot. What does a true bond mean? First, whoever names a beast can always determine its location, no matter where it goes. Convenient. You wouldn't lose each other. But doesn't that also strip the beast of freedom? Also, both parties learn a magic called telepathic speech. That's the one where you can talk without speaking out loud, right? I haven't used it, but probably. Pretty generous. The Black Cat can speak, but ordinary demonic beasts can't, so this makes sense. Then again, why can this one talk? You can't form a bond without mutual consent. Forcing one is impossible. But once bonded, unless both agree to sever it, you stay together until one dies. Until death, the Black Cat nodded. Somehow his face looked smug. If one dies while bonded, the other dies too. That's the contract. Wow. Better than carrying scars or constant pain for a lifetime. I'd rather die than endure endless pain. I felt Amelia's worried glance, but I was fine. Sure, death is scary, but as long as Amelia is by my side, me dying isn't going to happen. Most normal people would balk at that and back out. Are you really human? No, I've long passed the point of being a normal monster. If you weren't, I'd challenge you again. The Black Cat chuckled in his throat. I returned his smile and at the same time tightened my expression. All right, place your hands together. At Amelia's prompt, I went in front of the still immobilized Black Cat and placed my hand over one of his large forepaws. Akira, give him a name. I nodded and met those golden eyes. I somehow knew what to say. My name is Oda Akira. I will be your master. I give you a name. A new master, Oda Akira. I will go with you anywhere. Until one of us dies, we are together. Your name is Yoru. I name you for your beautiful night sky-like fur. Yoru, a good name. From now on my name is Yoru, and I swear to serve you. Nice to meet you, Yoru. A white light wrapped around us, warm and enveloping. I felt something invisible link between me and Yoru, so this is the bond. Amelia stepped forward and placed her hand over mine. The white light faded away. Pleased to meet you too, Yoru. Likewise, I'm counting on you, Miss Amelia. Yeah, that crest on your brow suits you. Akira, the crest on your arm looks nice too. At Amelia's words, I glanced at my arm and froze. Black crests were etched on both my arms. The same pattern in white marked Yoru's brow. That's the only visible sign of the bond. So now we can go together, master. Your master is the Demon King, though. He's my second master. Don't sweat the details. Casual. I shifted my gaze to a corner of the room and saw a magic circle glowing blue that hadn't been there before. It looked similar to the magic circle that had been the cause of coming to this world. As you predicted, a path to the next floor opened. But Yoru still can't move. Transformation uses a lot of magical power, and though it won't kill you, if you receive a lethal wound, you'll be unable to move for 2 or 3 days. I was the one who'd inflicted that lethal wound, after all. I spread out the emergency rations I'd been carrying. This is a safe zone. Let's take our time. Meanwhile, listen to my stories. Yeah, and listen to mine too. The more we talk, the closer we'll become. I was sure of it. Thank you for over 9,000 bookmarks. Thank you for over 20,000 overall ratings. Because of feedback, I'll show whose perspective it is in the subtitle. I have a new master. Well, new is the wrong word. My master is the Demon Lord. That hasn't changed. The master is my second master. My eyes belong to the Demon Lord. My ears belong to the Demon Lord. My nose belongs to the Demon Lord. But my feelings belong to the second master. Even now, through my eyes, the Demon Lord observes the second master. From what I've heard, the second master is an other-worlder summoned here by a hero summoning. Hero summoning is a great magic that calls people from another world to defeat the Demon Lord. For the moment, the second master apparently has no intention of killing the Demon Lord, but if it comes down to it, I've been told to side with the Demon Lord. By none other than the second master himself. Really, what a strange human. Speaking of hero summoning, I'm surprised magic still exists, but the biggest surprise was that 28 people were summoned. In past hero summonings, there has never been more than 4 heroes summoned. That's what the records say. I myself was born from the Demon Lord's hand only a little over 100 years ago. I'm still a newcomer among demonic beasts. I'm probably younger than Miss Amelia, the High Elf. If I keep saying things like that, I'll get a painless punch to the face. Because of my upbringing, Miss Amelia's knowledge is a bit skewed, and the second master is almost completely ignorant about this world. I'm the most knowledgeable among us. So, until he could move about, I answered the second master's and Miss Amelia's questions. Of course, on the condition that I wouldn't answer anything that would put the Demon Lord at a disadvantage. Why can you talk when other demonic beasts can't? Simple. As a messenger to the second master, understanding human language is very important. Then why did you transform into a dragon? You nearly died. If that would be death, then so be it. Meeting the Demon Lord is a dream within a dream. I laughed at Miss Amelia, who pouted in frustration. The second master smiled a little too. At first, Miss Amelia seemed like a very expressionless woman, but she shows plenty of expression when it comes to matters related to the second master. Also, about the demon eye. Oh, you want to know about another strange thing? My benefactor had won, but they were killed. When he said killed, a very strong killing intent surged from the second master. I involuntarily held my breath at its strength. Miss Amelia was sweating. If I don't teach him how to hold back and control his power soon, the second master might never be able to live among humans. Kira, I know you're angry, but it's painful. Ah, sorry. I'm grateful to Miss Amelia for being able to speak within that chest-tightening killing intent. Once the pressure eased, I answered. A demon eye is a phenomenon sometimes seen when one's eyes are wounded by magic wielded by the Demon Lord or someone nearly as powerful. Your benefactor must have been quite a practitioner. Ah, Commander Saran was stronger than the hero after all, the second master answered proudly. I don't know the hero's strength, but if the second master says so, he must have been a considerable practitioner. Saran Misray? Yeah, I think that was the name. Akira, I think Saran Misray. Miss Amelia started to say something and then stopped. For the same reason, I closed my mouth. We exchanged eye contact and changed the subject. The second master doesn't need to notice that yet, not the cruelty of this world. Akira, aren't you going to ask about attack power? Oh, right, Yoru, I've got a question. What is it, second master? Still Saran Misray. What a nostalgic name. Judging by the second master's reaction, they must have been very fond of each other. Truly, the world is cruel and harsh. Aren't the status attack values weird? Weird, how so? I get that stats rise from level 5. But even with this insanely high attack power, there are monsters I can't beat. I know about the second master's attack power. He probably surpasses the previous demon lord easily. Even so, he doesn't understand why he struggles to defeat monsters. I heard when his level was still low, his blades didn't even scratch a minotaur. Second master, did you attack the minotaur with a sword? Yeah, more like a dagger than a sword. Teaching common sense to someone without it is tiring because your common sense doesn't apply. That's exactly right. It seemed Miss Amelia couldn't answer either. I almost sighed. Second master, no matter how high a minotaur's attack is, swords hardly work on them. But Commander Saran's and Vice Captain Zeal's swords work, though. If the weapon has been given the magic of monster slaying, it will work a bit. But otherwise, if there's even a vast gap between attack and the opponent's defense, our swords will break. The sword the second master currently uses is, of course, enchanted with monster-slaying magic. Even so, it's strange that he's training with a sword in this labyrinth. I cautiously asked the second master. Up to now in this labyrinth, there must have been monsters that were difficult for swords but fell easily to magic, right? The second master thought for a moment and nodded. The chimera was like that. Second master, this labyrinth contains many monsters strong against physical attacks. The upper layers you might be able to beat with a sword, but the lower layers are almost impossible to clear without using magic or magical power. The second master froze a little, considered my words, and was astonished. No wonder he was surprised. The place where he had been training wasn't actually suitable for his training. Yoru, are you saying this labyrinth is better for magic training? Yes, you could say that, I answered as I thought it over, and the second master slumped dejectedly. Miss Amelia gently comforted his bowed back with a face full of affection. It annoys me a little, but well, it can't be helped. I've never heard a labyrinth has a specialty before. Well, that's true. There are labyrinths where magic has no effect on monsters. Why not retrain in one of those? Yoru, is that information reliable? The demon lord said it. That's sufficient for me. I see. The second master sighed, then suddenly snapped his head up. Then what about the white bat I beat? Akira, you used magical power then. I see. He sank again. Miss Amelia's mouth twitched into a small smile. She must be the kind of person the demon lord calls S. Well, second master, your presence concealment alone is kind of cheating. If you fight according to your class, you probably won't lose, right? An assassin's style of fighting, huh? The second master is amusing to be around. I can move now, but perhaps I'll enjoy this time a little longer. Sorry for the wait. When it's from the protagonist's point of view, there won't be any labels. By request, I reduced line breaks and increased text per paragraph. We ended up spending the night in the boss room and finally stood before the magic circle. Even Knight didn't seem to know where this magic circle would take us. Now that we knew this labyrinth was no place for sword training, there was no reason to stay. It bothered me that it ended at the 80th floor, neither a satisfying cutoff nor obvious, but it couldn't be helped. I didn't know where we'd go, but anywhere would do. Knight, transformed to kitten size, sat on my shoulder. Amelia gripped my hand tightly. If we got separated, Knight and I could sense each other's positions, but Amelia couldn't. I'm confident I could find her wherever she went, but better safe than sorry. Ready? I'm fine. Anytime, came a buoyant voice from the left and a deeper, huskier voice at my ear. I could handle being alone, but having others respond at a time like this wasn't so bad. All right, let's go. We stepped onto the blue, glowing magic circle. The circle intensified, shining so brightly I couldn't keep my eyes open. I shut them reflexively, my feet left the ground, and I felt a brief float before my soul struck some other surface. This felt like when we were summoned to that other world. The only difference was that last time we came out inside a building. This time we emerged in a forest. Where is this? Miss Amelia? I glanced around and confirmed there were only trees. Then Amelia's face suddenly twisted as if she'd noticed something. Knight called Amelia's name, puzzled. Normally expressionless, poker-faced, Amelia was unusually unsettled. Watching her, I realized her gaze was fixed on a single point. Following that line of sight through a gap in the trees, I saw an enormous, impossibly huge tree. Its scale distorted perspective. It glowed faintly, and a cloud clung partway up its trunk, which still had no leaves. It was so vast I couldn't fit it all in my view even from a distance. Unimaginable. How many millions of years old must it be? Knight noticed it too and frowned, probably for his own reasons, then let out a low groan. The sacred tree, elf territory. That tree is the sacred tree? Yes, that's the pride of the elf race. They'd protect it at all costs. Despite her words, Amelia stared at the tree with a look of loathing. I was about to say something, but I clamped my mouth shut. I couldn't even tell myself what I'd wanted to say. Still, I could feel something between Amelia and the sacred tree. I shoved Amelia down onto the ground. Close one. Good reaction, Master. Knight said it cheerfully. Ignoring him, I watched Amelia flush while I pulled a shafted arrow from the ground a little distance away. The arrowhead was damp, definitely coated with poison. As an assassin, I had read every poison compendium I could find in the royal castle archives and had them memorized, but I couldn't identify this one. It was likely a poison unique to the elf race. Amelia noticed the arrow and its poisoned head a moment later. It came flying right for your throat. You were royalty once, right? You don't look like it. I fed the arrow to shadow magic to dispose of it, and keeping watch tried to ease the tension. Amelia looked back at me with hollow eyes and laughed. I'm a pariah. There's no place for me here. Her expression made my chest ache. She'd finally been smiling more lately, and now it felt like we were back to how she was when we first met. And it wasn't just my imagination. Then if I strike back, it won't tarnish your honor, right? I grinned and took a small demon stone from where I kept my hidden weapons. After checking its weight, I lightly tossed it in the direction the arrow had come from. Lightly in my terms still meant it flew at serious speed. After a short while, there was the sound of the stone hitting something, followed by a dull thud as that something fell from a tree. Using presence concealment and assassination technique, I approached the fallen object. I had Knight keep an eye on Amelia via telepathic link, so she should be fine. The dense trees made swinging a sword difficult, so I pulled out one of my few hidden weapons. I silently snuck up on an elf man trying to flee a short distance away and pressed the weapon to the nape of his neck. Wah, don't move. If you move, your head will say goodbye to your body forever. He twisted to run, but when I whispered that into his ear, he froze. My current blade wasn't long enough to decapitate, but fear left him no room to reason. Once his fighting spirit evaporated, I signaled Knight, and a moment later Amelia, guided by Knight, arrived. I felt the man's killing intent swell the instant he saw Amelia, though he didn't move. Amelia faced that killing intent head-on and looked a little sad. Liam Gladiolus, Amelia Rose Quartz, so you had the nerve to show yourself before the sacred tree again. They were acquaintances, apparently. I pressed my blade harder against the man's throat, and at last his murderous focus on Amelia faded. Kirika-sama and the elf elite will be here soon. You who side with this woman will meet your end right here. He kept yelling, so I knocked him out. I wouldn't kill him, he might become a hostage, and besides, I hadn't authorized him to speak. A huge presence was closing in at incredible speed from far away. I frowned and looked down at Knight. Knight, grow bigger and carry us. Master's handling cats roughly. Well, if it's an emergency for Miss Amelia, I can't refuse. This skill isn't something I use lightly, though. Grumbling, Knight changed into a size that could carry 3 people and bent down. I shoved the unconscious man onto Knight's back and swung up myself. I reached out to Amelia, who was staring off, lost in thought. What are you doing? We're leaving. Escaping from elves in a forest is impossible. We'll be caught eventually. Kaya, as she shook her head, I got irritated and scooped her up forcefully. Amelia let out a cute, surprised cry and clung to my neck. Even smaller than Knight's full size, it was still a significant height. She was clearly startled. This wasn't the time for thoughts like this, but being held sideways meant we were pressed together tightly. In other words, a lot was going on. Behave yourself. We're not running. It's just hard to swing a sword here, so we're moving to a wide place. Amelia, guide us. You should be able to navigate your own territory. But just guide us. Once we're in an open area, I'll handle things. I ordered her firmly. Amelia's face contorted as if she might cry, and she pointed toward the sacred tree. There's a large plaza over there used for festivals related to the sacred tree. Knight! Understood. Knight leapt up like a bullet toward the direction Amelia pointed. His speed rivaled the pursuing presence's. If circumstances were different, I might have been excited, but right now I was doing my best to hold on and support the man on Knight's back. We'll be in the open soon, Knight said after running and sniffing for a while. All right, got it. I gripped the sword hilt at my back. Even if the elf race hated Amelia, at least I was on her side. Sorry I'm late. In this world, there's probably no one as ignorant as we are. We were forbidden from reading books, so we knew nothing about this world. We didn't even know why it was forbidden. Money, politics, geography, history, traditions, culture, religion. Any of those are necessary knowledge for living in peace, and we had none of them. They didn't let us have them. We also didn't try to get them. What would Akira have done? I dislike him, but I acknowledge his talent and effort. Still, Hey Sato. My consciousness, sunk into a sea of thought, shot back up in an instant. In front of me, Asahina, with his pure white sword at his side, was shaking my shoulder. You okay? No, sorry. Pull yourself together. If you go out, all of us will die, you know. Beside Asahina, Kazuki peered at me and said that. I laughed it off as exaggerated and stood up from the large rock I had been sitting on. We had left the Rades kingdom and were heading for Yamato, the human race territory that loved peace the most. We were taking a rest in a forest along the way. According to a merchant we met on the road, Yamato is similar to Japan. Or rather, it's a country founded by one of the generations of heroes summoned from Japan, so you could call it a second Japan. Of course, they don't have modern science and technology. It's probably about the Edo period. They have rice, the staple of Japan. I'm not heading there because it reminds me of Japan. I'm tired of bread and missing rice, so that's why we're aiming for it. By the way, Asahina, why are you following me? I asked something I'd wanted to ask for a long time. Asahina went quiet, looking troubled. You don't have to tell me if you don't want to, right? I'm just curious. You might get mad, okay? For a big guy, he worries about small things a lot. He's the exact opposite of Akira, who doesn't care about details at all. It's to meet up with Akira. You and Akira are similar in some ways, so I thought if I followed you I'd eventually meet him. Asahina watched my expression warily as he spoke, and I in turn asked cautiously. Similar. In what way exactly? Well, it's hard to say exactly, maybe just the vibe? Asahina tilted his head, but he was the one who said it. I felt goosebumps. Could it be that the hostility I've felt toward Akira all this time was self-hatred toward one's own kind? No, that can't be. You mean you hate Akira because of self-hatred toward one's own kind? Gah! His words pierced deep into my chest. I had denied it to myself, but Asahina landed the decisive blow. There's no way I'd hate a classmate out of self-hatred toward my own kind. Then what's your reason? For the first time, Asahina, who'd always asked questions out of innocent curiosity, seemed terrifying. Who knows? Anyway, break's over, let's hurry. Right. I dodged the question and called to my classmates lounging nearby, drinking water or lying down. They lazily answered and got up. Shikun, where's Yamato again? Hasyama stood next to me and asked. Ueno-san was there as well. The two girls got along well without fighting. I hardly ever saw them talk together in class, but they apparently hit it off. Yamato's at the far east end of the human race's territory, near the elf race territory. Rades' kingdom was far from other races, so it's not that far from there. Maybe another day or two to go. I pictured the map the merchant had shown me in my head as I answered. Yuno pouted and said, I wish we had cars, planes, at least motorcycles. I didn't think walking would be this tough. When we get back to Japan, everyone will be amazed by technology. Indeed, if things like that existed here, travel distances would increase and travel time would be greatly reduced. Baka, this world's kind of fun too, but our home is Japan. It doesn't feel like home here. One of the boys murmured sadly. I looked up at the sky and silently said to myself, I want to go back to Japan, back home. To do that will make this world peaceful by defeating the Demon King. As the hero, the Demon King must be defeated. Not Akira, but me, the hero, will do it. We'll triumphantly return to the castle, meet up with the rest of our classmates that Mr. Zeal arranged, and go home. The kings will probably know how to send us back. Akira will walk his path and I'll walk mine. But in the end, I'll be the one who wins. Thank you for over 10,000 bookmarks. Thanks to Yoru, I managed to get us out to the square, but countless killing intents descended on us. They didn't attack, probably because we had a hostage. Looking around, elves with bows surrounded us in a circle. Amelia, stay on Yoru. Yoru, I'm counting on you. Leave it to me, master. I won't let them so much as lay a finger on Miss Amelia. I dragged the still unconscious Liam Gladiolus off of Yoru's back. Maybe because he's handsome, I treated him roughly. Well, whatever. Beautiful people who seem to be enjoying life, they can all go to hell. You insolent! How dare you treat Lord Liam like that? One of the bow-wielding elves, the hot-blooded type, shouted. I see, this one seems to be somewhat devoted to Liam. The fact they hesitate to attack suggests his status is fairly high. If you want him handed over unharmed, let us go. Let Amelia go? I pressed a hidden weapon to Liam Gladiolus's throat and shouted. The elves visibly flinched. Still, they didn't decide immediately. Some of them cast glances as if waiting for something. Now that I think about it, there doesn't seem to be any clear leader among them. They're organized, but nobody's giving orders. Damn it! If Lady Kirika were here, she'd finish him with one strike even if Lord Liam were taken hostage. Those words floated on the wind. So they're waiting for this Kirika. Trouble, if it came to it, I'd cut the sacred tree down with shadow magic. Yeah, that's what I'll do. You, what are you smirking at? The elf who had shouted before yelled again. Loud, aren't they? Want me to put Liam through the same as him? I reached to take out a demon stone, but an urgent voice behind me made me freeze. Miss Amelia? No, Akira Kirika is... When I turned, Amelia was doubled over on Yoru's back. Her breathing was ragged, on the verge of hyperventilating, perhaps. Amelia, Kirika knew. I rubbed her back, and her breathing calmed a bit. The elves whispered among themselves as they watched Amelia. See, this is what happens when you harass Lady Kirika. The divine Adel has delivered punishment. The cursed child sought something beyond her place, so this befell her. their voices carried to us. They probably spoke loudly on purpose so we could hear. Amelia trembled even more in response. They spout whatever they want, but I don't know anything about Amelia. All I know is that she wouldn't do pointless harassment. She's not the type. But that's fine, actually. I patted Amelia's head. Exhausted, she still looked at me. Hey, Amelia, those guys are saying you harassed that Kirika person. What do you think? Amelia widened her eyes and fell silent. If you say you didn't do it, I'll believe you. And anyway, what's so important about some harassment? You wouldn't do childish stuff like that, right? Yeah. I didn't harass Kirika. When I asked loud enough for those around to hear, Amelia caught the meaning and answered just as loudly and clearly. I smirked. There you have it, elves. That must be a lie. Why would we believe the words of such a cursed child? A different voice cut into the square. It was slimy, clinging, and unpleasant tone. I unconsciously made a face. Kirika-sama! With Kirika-sama here, everything will be fine. Relief spread among the elves. I turned toward the voice. Ria, a woman who looked almost exactly like Amelia, different hair and eye color strode through the elves. Her chest size was different too. Her clothing was several notches finer than the other elves. Clearly royalty, the kind of royal family member you'd hate. That's Kirika, she's my younger sister. I heard Amelia say that in a trembling voice. So that's Kirika, she looks similar yet not the same. She ostentatiously wore a golden dog tag at her chest and had an obviously arrogant expression. The facial features were similar, but utterly different from Amelia's expressionless face. Humph, you don't panic when you see me. How bold. Still, I thank you for bringing the escaped criminal. Kirika said that, brushing her hair shinier than anyone else's back and locking her blue eyes on mine. Did her eyes flash a little? She shoved past me carrying Liam and approached Amelia, who was still on Yoru. Oh, sister, long time no see. The wound I got from you hasn't healed yet, you know? Look. Kirika rolled up her sleeves so we could all see. Her skin, gem-like, showed terrible burn scars. They hadn't fully healed. Even the skin that had regenerated wasn't back to normal. The surrounding elves all lamented at the sight. Amelia lowered her head at that. Kirika's eyes glittered at the sight. You're lucky, sister. Thanks to being the divine child, you don't die no matter how badly you're hurt. Now then, say something. Any excuse, I'll listen now. Kirika apologized to Akira. Huh, Kirika's beautiful face contorted as she spat that out. Amelia lifted her face and said it. For a moment, Kirika looked stunned. I wondered what Amelia was saying in a situation like this. Amelia, stopping her frightened expression from earlier, looked straight at Kirika while trembling. Kirika apologized to Akira. You tried to cast a charm on him, didn't you? Tried or not, this man is already mine. It has nothing to do with you, sister. Amelia looked at me now. Her eyes said she believed me. I didn't know what was going on, but I grinned. When did I become anyone's? Hearing that, Kirika turned back to me, her eyes wide. Why aren't you charmed? A man like this would fall for me without any spell. Own charms would do it. Why would I be charmed by someone with your personality? I have the right to choose too. I met Amelia's eyes. She smiled happily. Seeing that, Kirika scowled and frantically shouted to the elves around her. Everyone shoot arrows at Amelia and this man. Be but Kirika-sama, Lord Liam is our hostage. Kirika raised an eyebrow. Aren't you the sort who can't tell whether my or Liam's injury would be worse for us? You understood. The elves, who had only been at the ready until then, drew their bows with murderous intent. Kirika moved away from us in an instant. Her movements showed she really did have skill. Amelia, Yoru, stay close to me. Are you all right, master? I didn't answer, just extended my hand forward. Shadow magic activate. As the elves loosed their arrows all at once, I activated shadow magic. There wasn't much shadow to use, so it could only cover us, but that was enough. Our shadows writhed and rose. They devoured every arrow flying at us. The arrows crashed into each other with cracking noises. All the arrows were absorbed into the shadows. The sounds of air being sliced vanished. Yoru, except for the last one, was silent. There aren't many. Like with the dragon, this is planned to continue a little. The bustling noise and the sight of many people walking along a wide avenue is nothing unusual in a city. Where we used to live was more on the urban side too. I've walked through crowds denser than what spread out before us. Still, we froze in the middle of the road, mouths open like fools. It wasn't the number of people that surprised us. What startled us was how they were dressed. Wasn't there a theme park like this somewhere, the place where you can try shuriken and archery and stuff? Jidaimura? Yeah, that. Beside me, Asahina-kun and Rintaro Nanes, the wind mage who was close with Akira in class, were having that conversation. I listened to it out of the corner of my ear. The men wore formal Montsuki hakama or kimono worn loosely, a sword at their hips. The women wore kimono or miko shrine maiden outfits with kanzashi in their hair. It looked like a period drama from the Edo era, the kind you often see on TV in the evenings. It felt odd to see so many people in miko dress on a roadside that wasn't a shrine, But the women in those outfits were all heading toward a certain building they seemed determined not to look at. So maybe Miko attire was just formal wear for women here. And over there has got to be Heimji Castle, no question. I wasn't supposed to look at it. Asahina-kun muttered the exact thing I didn't want to hear, as if on purpose, and I looked up at it. In size, it was probably like Japan's Heimji Castle after its recent renovations. The shape wasn't similar at all, but the castle walls were white plastered, which made it feel like Heimji Castle. Even from where we stood, far away, the big castle wasn't as lavish and ornate as a royal castle, but it had a presence that imposed itself on whoever looked at it. Also, for some reason, looking at that castle made the back of my neck tingle. Maybe it was just my imagination. Ah, sorry. Hey, you lot, don't just stand in the middle of the street gawking. While I was blankly staring at the castle, I bumped into a man coming from the other direction. I apologized on reflex. The man smiled and hurried past. Asahina-kun? Asahina-kun, however, seemed unsettled and kept staring at the man's retreating back. He glanced at me, then took off after the man. Wait a second. Hey, somebody stop that guy. He's a pickpocket. Huh. I frantically checked whether my wallet was still there. It's gone. The wallet that had been there when we entered Yamato was no longer there. Now that I thought about it, the way the man bumped me had been blatantly odd. He'd been walking straight ahead. There was no reason to run into someone standing still. Shikun, what happened? Miss Ueno and Mr. Hasyama approached. The others around us were gradually noticing something was wrong, too. My wallet was stolen. Asahina-kun is chasing him. Are yours okay? They all immediately checked their own wallets at my question, and relief washed over their faces moments later. Apparently it was only mine. Luckily there was no money in that wallet anyway, but it was something I'd been using here. Did someone give it to you? Yeah. My brother gave it to me for my birthday. We argued all the time, but even so, it was important to me. A little while later, Asahina-kun returned. This country seems to have a lot of good people. He said that and handed my wallet back to me. I took it with a relieved breath. Thanks. Still, how did you catch up with him so fast? After I shouted, people around joined in like a game of telephone, shouting the same thing, and at the end some folks dressed like the Shinsengumi caught him. So there's an organization that keeps the peace here, too. Some past hero must have liked the Bakumatsu era. AI-colored Haori? Yeah, they even wore forehead protectors, so at first I thought they were cosplayers. Asahina-kun said it deadpan. Miss Ueno looked envious. Now that I think about it, Miss Ueno did perk up during Japanese history when we got to the Bakumatsu period. All right, first let's find a place to stay for tonight. We'll go to the Adventurer Guild afterward. Got it. A pickpocket, huh? Even with high public order and standard of living, crime doesn't disappear. And was it called an inn or a hatego here? Maybe the confusion from being pickpocketed for the first time in my life made trivial things pop into my head at a time like this. I straightened up and followed the others. Sorry, it's a little small. We decided to stay at an inn called Nightingale Pavilion. We changed into the clothes the inn gave us in our rooms, then gathered again in front of the reception. Miss Ueno and Mr. Hasyama, taking advantage of the chance, had asked the proprietress on a whim, even though they expected she might refuse. Hey, Asahina-kun, did we really have to change too? Don't say that in front of the girls. Besides, it's fine, it suits you. While we waited for the girls to finish getting ready, which took quite a while, we clustered together out of the way and talked. Mine was a light blue cloth with a red carp pattern. Asahina-kun's was black with scattered fireworks designs. Nane-kun and the others picked safe, solid navy ones. Only the two of us had the proprietress push them onto us. Asahina-kun, with his build, looked good in his, but no matter how much I tried to see it positively, I didn't look right in mine. I sighed and looked down at my own body. Even though I'm stronger than Asahina-kun, that's because of my skill. In pure swordsmanship, I couldn't beat the kendo club captain, Asahina-kun. Even using my skill at close range, it would be a close fight at best. Sorry to keep you. Sorry, I thought I could manage on my own, but dressing in a kimono is harder than I thought. We turned toward the familiar voices and froze. Oh, how do we look? Do they suit us? Mr. Hasyama spun playfully on the spot and smiled mischievously. Miss Ueno spread her sleeves to show them off. Contrary to my expectation that Mr. Hasyama's good figure wouldn't suit traditional wear, the pink kimono with a butterfly pattern fit him well. Miss Ueno's navy fabric brought out the morning glory pattern. Both had their hair up instead of their usual simple ties, revealing slightly sweaty napes that were sensuous in a way you don't usually see. For a bunch of high school boys, that was hard to handle. On top of that, the two of them were the class beauties, so the boys couldn't help themselves. Ah, I'm glad I was born. Some even teared up and bowed in reverence. So, how is it? Does it look weird? They looked to me for my opinion. Every boy except Asahina-kun bled tears of blood. Damn it, in the end, it's the face. If only I could change my face. I smiled faintly at those guys and gave an honest reaction. It suits you both well. If the situation were different, I'd have confessed already. They blushed and looked satisfied. All right, then let's go eat rice. We followed Asahina-kun toward a small eatery called Holly House near the Nightingale Pavilion, drawn by a banner that read Donberry. The 7 of us filed in together. Whoa, they've got eel bowls. Seafood bowls, too. I'm so glad to be alive, seriously glad we left the castle. Seeing other customers eating Donberry, we cheered. The quality might not be on par with Japan, but right now any of us would probably cry with joy even over a cheap tempura flake bowl from our moms before payday. What'll you have? You look like you've eaten Donberry before. A friendly-looking middle-aged woman came from the back to take our orders. Her hair and eye color were different from ours, but her clothing was exactly like what Japanese people wore before we were born, and she took orders just like someone from our time. Do you have a menu? A menu? What's that? Seems she didn't understand the polite phrase. Hasyama tried again, recovering her composure. I mean, do you have something that lists the items? Oh, a menu. If it's a menu, it's right here. I thought the polite wording would get through, but apparently some generations of heroes are pretty sloppy with wording. Foreign words had mixed in. Thanks. I'll have the seafood bowl. I'll have that too. I want the wasabi bowl. Shiori, that sounds like it'll be spicy just from the name. I'll have the tuna bowl. One by one, everyone placed their orders. Hasyama's choice sounded odd, but whatever, we ignored it. Now that I think about it, Hasyama has ordered some strange meals on the trip before. No, forget it. The contrast with her face is so extreme my memory's fuzzy. I'll have the Negatoro bowl. Hey Sato, you're the only one who hasn't ordered. Ah, sorry, oyakodon for me. Got it. I suddenly thought about Akira. I wondered if she was eating properly. Not that I was worried. I'm concerned because if she isn't eating well, she won't be worth fighting. Also, I can't go home and tell Akira's mother that Akira died from starvation. Akira's mother is scary when she gets angry. People are scary when angry, sure, but Akira's mother is on another level. They say the quieter people are the scarier when they lose their temper, and that's exactly it. Once I got into a fistfight with Akira, and the next day both Akira's mother and my own mother scolded me. Akira didn't remember me, but her mother did. The reason for the fight was my anger that Akira didn't remember me, so it wasn't completely unrelated. I remember being more frightened of Akira's mother's scolding than my own mother's. She calmly explained, with a smile, exactly what I'd done wrong and how I should have acted. I was still young and couldn't understand how someone could be smiling while scolding, and I was simply terrified. Here you go. Who ordered the oyakodon? That was me. Just as my thoughts broke off, the dishes arrived. Itadakima, we all shouted. We ate rice together for the first time in ages. Ah, rice. I'm so glad to be alive. Is that all you say? It's delicious. Everyone ate their donberry with happy faces except Asahina-kun, who has always showed no expression. Akira loves rice, so she'd definitely come to this country no matter what. Asahina-kun seems to want to reunite with her, but I'll go ahead. I'll circle the human race's continent from the east, make my way halfway around, increase my strength, then strike into the demon clan's continent, and eventually the demon king's castle. The hero isn't Akira, it's me. I have to accomplish this. Sorry, Asahina-kun, but I'll beat the demon king before Akira does. I'll defeat him so everyone can return thanks to me. Everyone will be grateful to me. Of course, Akira too. I pictured that not-bad future and smiled softly. Thank you for waiting. From now on, the perspective will be mostly the protagonists. The viewpoint may shift among the main characters. The shadow magic finished devouring the arrows and, as if still unsatisfied, opened its jaw. A third-party voice rang out across the square. Both of you stand down! Accompanied by the skilled roar, the voice briefly halted my movements. On the largest branch nearest the square, a tall figure appeared. Even from a distance, he gave off an overwhelming presence. Seeing us freeze, he kicked off the branch he'd been using as a foothold and in a single leap landed in front of Kirika. There stood the king. Not a suspicious sort like Rades, but the kind of king everyone would picture. He wasn't ostentatiously wearing his crown. He didn't give the gentle aura of, say, the Emperor and Empress of Japan. Rather, he exuded a piercing intimidation that somehow felt soft at the same time, that unique air of someone who constantly gives orders. Father, Kirika muttered, stunned. So this man radiating kingly aura must be Amelia and Kirika's father. Amelia had said earlier that her father, the king, was also under a charm. But apparently the charm skill didn't restrict actions or reveal position. What were you trying to do to Amelia, Kirika? I was. The king fixed a stern gaze on Kirika. She trembled at it. How could that be? Wasn't the king supposed to be charmed by Kirika? I looked to Amelia for an explanation, but she kept her head down and didn't notice my stare. I gave up and turned to the two fathers who had appeared. Amelia had probably been hit by that roar. Some of the elves had fainted outright, so Amelia was actually in a better state than some of them. One roar knocking people out. Was Kirika really the strongest of the elf race? I'll ask again. What did you intend to do to your sister? That woman is not my sister, Kirika declared in a shaking voice. Yet her eyes were wide with terror. If she was that frightened, she could at least lie and apologize. They'd see through it, but still, I see, I'm disappointed in you, the king replied curtly. His eyes showed clear contempt. Then he turned his gaze to Amelia. Amelia, my daughter. His expression changed completely, becoming apologetic as if ready to bow down. Like a husband caught cheating, Amelia finally lifted her face and met her father's eyes. I am truly sorry for all that has happened. The king bowed deeply to Amelia. Both Amelia and Kirika widened their eyes, and the surrounding elves murmured. The regal bearing that had radiated from him moments ago had been replaced entirely by the face of a father. Driving a daughter who knows nothing of the outside world out of this continent in a fit of anger, that was madness. Even if Kirika's skill made her act strangely, I have failed both as a father and as a king. He bowed his head even deeper in apology. Why, at last Amelia spoke in a small voice. I stayed quiet to read the atmosphere, but Yoru and I were completely being ignored. Besides, if Amelia stayed in the elf territory, we'd all go down together. Our link means if one dies, the other dies. I hadn't tried it yet, but with Amelia's revival magic, I thought we could avoid that drawback, and Amelia had agreed. But if she wanted to stay and be separated from us, there was nothing I could do. Crossing into Demon Clan territory would be dangerous. She might die. If she wanted to stay with her family in the elf territory, that was fine. Honestly, I could ignore the Demon King, but the glimpse of the future I saw when I activated the world eye denied that option. For some reason, if I didn't go to the Demon King's castle, this world would end. We'd be swallowed by it with no return to our original world. If what the old man at Rady's castle said is true, that normal attack power caps at 100, and even combat-oriented jobs cap at 500. Then wherever I'd seen may or may not have been human territory, but if the heroes fall, the humans will probably be wiped out. The curse cast using the princess's crystal must be something that gradually eats away at the mind, amplifying existing negative emotions. Being summoned to another world is a stressful ordeal, so everyone has some negative feelings to varying degrees. Broadly speaking, it's a curse, but it's closer to mind control. That's why the curse removal specialist, even the Kansai dialect one, had trouble lifting it. Even at low levels, my classmates and I were a cheat group. If we couldn't break the princess's curse on a girl who had likely never seen combat, that would be strange. I thought the real reason they couldn't was because they misclassified it. It was my mistake to conclude it was simply a curse. Right now, maybe everyone is being turned against each other by mind control. Akira! When I looked up, Amelia was watching me with worry. Maybe she'd been too spaced out after the labyrinth to think straight. You okay? Yeah, I'm fine. I shifted my gaze and found the Elf King looking at me. His eyes were like a father who'd had his daughter taken. I don't actually know what that looks like, but that was the impression. He smiled in front of Amelia, but his eyes clearly rejected me. What is your relationship with Amelia? A blizzard seemed to blow through the square. Depending on my answer, it felt like he might kill me. I should answer honestly. We were stuck together in a narrow, dark place for about a week. The king's face twitched. A smile barely clung to his mouth, but the corners were trembling. Akira, you didn't have to put it like that. It's true, though. The king's smile vanished completely. Your name is Akira-kun, right? Yes, prove it then. Huh. How did it come to this? I glanced at Kirika. She was still glaring at Amelia. I didn't know what they'd talked about while I'd been daydreaming, but surely they needed to settle things first. My daughter wishes to go with you. To the Demon Clan territory of all places. I stared at Amelia in surprise. I was happy she wanted to come, but having just reconciled with her father, did she not want to go home? Perhaps reading my thoughts, Amelia shook her head. Akira, do you know why father is no longer affected by Kirika's charm? No, I don't. Amelia looked around at the elves who still directed murderous intent at us. My father is a higher profession level than Kirika. His skills and stats are greater, so even though he was temporarily charmed because he lost to Kirika, his level is higher. In this elf territory, only father can beat Kirika. The reason you weren't charmed, Akira, is because your stats are higher than Kirika's. Amelia glanced at Kirika, who was staring daggers at her, and said that. She'd grown stronger in some way. She'd been shaking under that gaze not long ago, yet she'd changed remarkably. I wondered what she'd talked about with her father. I understand that part, but why go to the Demon Clan territory? Because Akira wishes it. My revival magic will be needed, right? As I explained, now that father has come out of the charm, things are okay here, so I want to go with Akira. Always. Could this be a proposal? Amelia clasped her hands at her chest and looked at me with teary eyes. Because we're about similar height, she wasn't looking up at me, which was a shame. This was the same pleading pose she'd used often while in the labyrinth. I'm weak against that pose, she's taken a lot of my meat with it. Understood. In fact, I should be the one asking you, but first you need to deal with your father and your sister. Kirika still glared at Amelia, and the king stared at me with a similar expression. Even if he'd shaken off the skill, leaving things as they were would leave a nasty grudge. Yoru, still huge, pressed down on me. Am I just air, master? Heavy. Thanks for over 12,000 bookmarks. We couldn't stay in the square forever, so we entered what looked like an elf castle. Or rather, a structure built beside the sacred tree. It wasn't so much a building as a set of trees grown vertically and horizontally and used as rooms. Branches intertwined until they formed something like a castle. Hard to describe. It would be awful when it rains, but apparently the ruling line has inherited a technique to control the elf territory's weather. I'd love to learn that. I hate damp, rainy days more than anything. Now then, you're trespassers, but do you have any excuse? The king sat at the head of the long table with his fingers steepled, staring at us, while Kirika glared beside him. More importantly, I want to know why your sister is over there. Even if he was her father, he had used the king to drive his own daughter out. It wasn't exactly rebellion, but it deserved punishment. When I said that, the king narrowed his eyes and smiled faintly. I've already punished Kirika, and perhaps because my vassals haven't seen war in a long time, they've become rather soft. This will be a good lesson. The charm will wear off by tomorrow, so there's no problem. That was awfully lenient for a ruler. As I opened my mouth to object, an unexpected veto came from another direction. Akira, it's fine already. Amelia grabbed my arm and gently shook her head. This is the usual, I'm an outcast. I was never meant to be loved by my parents. What? I felt my voice stiffen without realizing it. Kirika sneered with a vicious smile. The king remained expressionless. Amelia looked down and began to speak. Kirika and I are twins. Twins are considered bad in this world. One or both of them inevitably bring calamity when they're born. Ridiculous superstition. They didn't choose how they were born. I silently lifted an eyebrow. Usually their hair or eyes are completely different from their parents. As you can see, Kirika takes after father with blonde hair and blue eyes, but I'm white-haired with red eyes, nothing like mother. By rights, I should have been killed at birth. Father kept me alive. Even though I'm an outcast, he kept me alive despite what other elves said. For that, I'm grateful. The king watched her with no expression. There was no color in his eyes at all. His mask as king was thick. Even if Amelia were an outcast and supposedly brought calamity, wouldn't a father want to keep his child alive? From what I could see, the king did love Amelia. In fact, he seemed to dote on her. If he truly didn't love her, would he have rushed out when he heard she had returned? Would he have shown anger when Kirika almost killed her? Would he have apologized? I couldn't understand Amelia's thinking. Not because I'm stupid, but because our ways of life and thought are probably different. And Amelia has memorized too many bad things. Hey, Amelia, you know what personality of mine you hate, right? I said it without preamble. Amelia hesitated, then nodded. In the labyrinth once I told her I disliked perfect people. I think you said you hate perfect people. So, what's your point? I shifted my gaze to Kirika and the king. You call her perfect, but I don't see that. She's full of flaws. What did you say? Kirika shrieked hysterically. See, full of flaws in personality. And you said you aren't loved by your parents, but the opposite seems true. They're doting, they adore you. So I don't understand how you could conclude your parents hate you. You're overstepping. The king, who'd been listening quietly until then, suddenly had a vein stand out on his forehead and said that. Ooh, scary. I don't know all the circumstances, but that's what I think. Judging by how you evaluate your sister, I can't trust your eyes. Will you not even believe me? The elf I had taken as a hostage, whose name I'd forgotten, had clearly been terrified of Amelia. Terrified to the extent of kill or be killed. The other elves, too, they were radiating real killing intent. If all those feelings had been manipulated by a charm, that woman would be impressive. But if there was a superstition that twins are born with calamity, perhaps the elves' pre-existing fear of Amelia had been amplified. But Kirika used charm to drive me out, and everyone betrayed me. Why? Amelia widened her eyes and whispered at my words. Ah, damn, it's all ruined. Suddenly Kirika, who had been sitting on the other side of the long table, swept a hand through her hair. The vicious expression she had earlier was gone. Though their hair and eye colors differed, as twins they really did look alike. Kirika's dramatic change would put Academy Award actresses to shame, and Amelia was left bewildered alone. The king sighed and relaxed his posture. It was unthinkable given his formerly perfect kingly air. Seeing her father like that for the first time, Amelia was speechless. As expected from the man my daughter brought. Father, your sense of humor is cruel. You're the one saying that, Kirika. My performance is flawless after all. The tense atmosphere deflated and became casual. Even I didn't know what was going on anymore. What's happening? Why? Look, father, your eldest daughter is flustered. The king rested his chin on his folded fingers and smiled gently. It's okay, I'll explain properly. I thought the time had come. Kirika's interference postponed things. I must apologize for that, but it wasn't me, it was Liam who ran wild. Well, I was going to explain, but we still haven't had that match I mentioned earlier, have we? Now, no way we'd do that without an explanation given the situation. I couldn't help but blurt it out, and the king nodded thoughtfully. I will explain, but that comes after I settle the matter of Amelia. There are things I'm curious about. If you win, I'll entrust Amelia to you, but if I win, you'll leave Amelia here. At her father's cold tone, Amelia flinched. I narrowed my eyes. So, who's the opponent? From the way you said it, it's not you, right? Of course it's Kirika. Kirika is a gold-rank adventurer in the Adventurer Guild. One of only a few top-rank adventurers in this world. Enough for an opponent, I suppose, the king said, and I smiled. Fine by me. The match will start in 5 minutes. We'll wait at the square from before. If you chicken out and don't come, we'll leave Amelia here. You can be the one to deliver that message. The king suited the villain role perfectly. Watching him stride out with Kirika, I thought so. Leaving the 5-minute window was to prevent me from preparing. Them leaving first was so they could prepare. Choosing the earlier square was because they knew it well. They're definitely coming to win. You'll be fine, Akira will win, Amelia said, trying to encourage me. Yeah, Amelia, her pep talk made me suddenly want to say something. I like you, but do you like me, Amelia? Akira, what's gotten into you? Amelia tilted her head in confusion. Her face, ears, and neck were bright red, so she wasn't failing to understand the question. I stared into her eyes. She pressed a hand to her chest and writhed a little. You okay? Well, if I don't say it now, things are probably going to get busy later. I had no intention of losing. Still, I wanted to say it now. After a moment, Amelia finally lifted her face. I like you too. Thanks, that cheers me up. I said it plainly, not embarrassed. I already knew Amelia liked me. I'm no heroine from some Autumn game, nor an oblivious protagonist. I ruffled her head. She blushed even more. What a cute thing. Feeling ready, I laid my weapons on the long table. A few hidden weapons, a rope I picked up in the Labyrinth, Night Blade God, some small demon stones for throwing, plus combining shadow magic and presence concealment. Figure out how to win with that. Well, it'll work out. I put everything back and met Amelia's still red face. Amelia, it's fine if I end her quickly, right? She understood who I meant without me saying it. Yeah. Thank you for what? For fighting for me? She smiled softly. Because she was usually so stoic, this rare smile was dazzling. Amelia was cuter and kinder than most heroines rolling around anywhere. Standing next to a low facial appeal guy like me made her shine even more. You're welcome. I forced my gaze away from sparkling Amelia, and we headed to the square. Shall I praise you for not running away? No, I'd rather win and have Amelia praise me. On the square stood a square platform about 50 meters per side that hadn't been there earlier, surrounded by a crowd of elves. The platform was probably made by an earth mage. It was a proper spectacle. Well, a duel sponsored by the king doesn't happen often. I ushered Amelia to the king's side and climbed the platform alone. So you finally admitted you're in love with your sister? No, I've known for a long time. I confessed earlier, so I have no regrets. I see. Your sister is truly loved, then. Father should stop being stubborn and dote on her, too. Kirika laughed lightly as she said this and drew the slim sword at her waist. It was as thin as a rapier, barely still a sword. I drew the Night Blade God and flipped the blade to its dull side. Kirika's eyes narrowed when she saw that. You don't intend to kill? How naive. I intend to kill. That's fine. I have no intention of killing you. If you died, Amelia would be sad. Please don't bring me out in an official duel. Sorry, but whatever you say, I won't point the blade at you. Keeping the blade reversed, I took my stance. Kirika dismissed it as mere show and took a high-chest guard, a posture optimized for a quick thrust, though a thrust might not come. We both only watched each other. Then, in the name of the king, I put my daughter Amelia on the line and hereby recognize the duel between Kirika Rose Quartz and Akira Oda. The duel continues until one is incapacitated, knocked off the platform, or declares surrender. Magic use is forbidden today. Only skills and personal techniques are allowed. If judged to have used magic, that party is disqualified. The king glanced around. So the judges are the surrounding elves, but they were still under Kirika's charm, gazing at her with rapt expressions. Totally an away crowd. Whether they'd function as judges was doubtful, but that's fine. Akira, do your best. Even with her face betrayed, Amelia's voice cut through the noise. That alone was enough. I nodded at her and closed my eyes. Begin. At the king's shout, I opened my eyes and pushed off the ground. Is that it? I exhaled unconsciously and caught the falling Kirika on one arm. The king and the elves around him froze as if time had stopped. Only Amelia's face lit up as she clapped. Hey, what's the ruling? W-winner Akira Oda, prompted. The king moved only his mouth, eyes wide. At that announcement, the elves' murmurs returned. Hey, Lady Kirika has fallen. Impossible, she must have cheated. That's right, our Lady Kirika is an undefeated general. She couldn't possibly lose. Your Majesty, isn't the ruling too lenient? Complaints formed into voices and noise returned to the square. Apparently most of them hadn't even seen what I'd done. Maybe only a few with good situational awareness caught a glimpse. I ignored all those voices and approached the king. I'm taking Amelia, you'll give me an explanation too. Still dazed, the king looked on as I laid Kirika down beside him. Being less chest-heavy, she was somewhat lighter than Amelia. Akira, were you just thinking something rude? And no, good then. From Liam's perspective midway through, while I was chatting pleasantly with Amelia, a commotion rose up behind us. There's no way Lady Kirika could lose to such a barbaric member of the human race. Wake up, everyone. Those lowly humans must have cheated. That voice kicked off an even louder uproar. I recognized the voice stirring everyone up. It was the man I had taken hostage earlier. He was shouting at us from beneath the stage. He nearly killed Amelia and had taken a fair beating from me, yet he didn't learn his lesson. Liam, what part of that was cheating? Amelia said coldly, looking down at the man. Right, his name was Liam. I never remember handsome guys' names, same with the hero, come to think of it. Despite his earlier bravado, the man called Liam faltered at Amelia's single sentence. Well, Amelia emits a terrifying killing intent. Especially now, she's hungry, so she's even more irritable. I turned my back on Liam and prepared to get down from a different part of the stage. Your sight is clouded, isn't it? As expected of a cursed child. You used to be better, but you truly are a disaster to our kin, to side with the human race. I spun him around by the collar and dragged him up onto the stage. Maybe I used a bit too much force. Liam fell to his knees and coughed. Before he could stop coughing, I kicked him in the ribs to make him face me. Goo! Hiya! The instant he saw my face, Liam gave a tiny, terrified cry. Rude, I was only giving off a little intimidation mixed with a stronger than usual killing intent, right? But it's been a while since my gut felt this boiling. It's fine for him to speak to me. Words from a human whose face and name I won't remember in a minute mean nothing. But I won't tolerate an insult aimed at Amelia. The last time I was this furious was back in middle school when my sister Yui was groped on a train. I happened to find out and beat the pervert until others stopped me. My mother and school were notified, and somehow my mother and I ended up apologizing to the man, but when we got home, my mother praised me and my sister hugged me. My mother was frail but ruthless, and Yui had been genuinely frightened. Because of that incident, I got branded a siskin until I graduated middle school. Now it's a nostalgic memory. But before I rough this guy up, there's something I need to confirm. Hey, Amelia, what is this guy to you, or to Kirika? Amelia hesitated for a moment thinking, then finally spoke. He was my fiancé. He was always by my side when we were little, but after Kirika put him under her charm, he became Kirika's fiancé. Huh, so this guy was your ex-fiancé? Even if he's an ex, it stings a bit. Amelia belongs to me now. All right, half-lethal punishment it is. Eek. What did you just say? Hello. Liam was genuinely terrified and couldn't speak. I tilted my head and looked back at Amelia. When I asked if I looked that scary, she confirmed I did, hearing that from her stung a bit. Fine. If you're so dissatisfied, I'll fight you, or if you can't fight, I'll duel your representative. That should settle it. I calmed myself and responded quite civilly. Stalling on this was making me more irritated. Liam was still crawling on the ground, too intimidated to stand. That alone decided the outcome, but because the grievance was large, the king agreed to another duel. By the way, Kirika still hadn't woken up. I hadn't struck her that hard, so she should have come too soon, but either my hand slipped or she's pretending to be unconscious. From Liam's perspective, Liam-sama, let me be your proxy. No, I will teach that human brat a lesson. We must punish whoever slandered our Lady Kirika. As her fiancé's chief retainer, I will go. As my retainers all raised their voices, I silently closed my eyes. Lately memories were spinning and swirling in my head. There were also many nagging things in my retainers' words. Lady Kirika, me being Kirika's fiancé? No, my fiancé should be Lady Amelia. Noble and straight despite being called a bringer of disaster, her beautiful hair and eyes are the treasure of the elf race. Undoubtedly Kirika is strong and beautiful, but she cannot match Amelia. So why did an image arise in my mind of me tormenting Amelia, casting baseless suspicion on her, expelling her from the elf territory, and taking a marriage vow with Kirika? I could see Kirika's twisted smile as she accepted the betrothal cup. Yes, on that day I was told by Kirika that Amelia was calling me, so I went out to the square. Amelia never showed. Frustrated, I was about to go home when Kirika appeared and kissed me. It was sudden, I couldn't react, and because of differences in status, I couldn't push her away. After that, I could think of nothing but Kirika. Ah, I remember. What have I done? Oh, Amelia, I am so sorry. It is my fault for not seeing Kirika's madness. Afterwards, my feelings for Amelia sank deeper and deeper like into an abyss, while on the surface the part of me that thought of Kirika acted and spread this curse-like influence. It affected even women and children, though to a lesser extent, and Kirika was doted on by the king, the high elves, and the royal family, while Amelia came to be ignored. Just like Amelia and Kirika had been before. Indeed, Kirika has a lovely face, but even if she resembles Amelia, Amelia is still more beautiful. Everyone had been watching Amelia. Perhaps Kirika couldn't stand that, and yet everyone recognized Kirika's ability. If Amelia excelled at scholarship, Kirika excelled at martial arts. The sisters were both outstanding, truly the royal family's pride. People said they were the elf race's treasures, but had I not heard that, I must stop Kirika. No, I will be the one to duel. Bookmarks over 13,000, and thanks for 100 Twitter followers. Then, in the name of the king, I authorized the duel between Akira Oda and Liam Gladiolus. Both prepare. I drew Nightblade God from my back, reversed the blade, and took a stance, while Liam knocked an arrow. Unlike Kirika, he showed no reaction to the drawn blade. Maybe he was just concentrating. He stood very still. According to Amelia, he was a natural civil servant and terrible at conflict. Like a typical elf, he was good with a bow but hopeless with a sword. Come to think of it, aside from Kirika, there aren't many elves who favor the sword. Most use bow and magic. Liam might use a bow for hunting, but he didn't use a sword. Being the fastidious elf race, perhaps they dislike getting blood on themselves. Ranged versus melee. Of course, melee was at a disadvantage. In the Labyrinth, we'd encountered demonic beasts that shot poisonous spines from their bodies, and they gave us trouble. If I remember correctly, one would open a small window during reload and slice you in two. Begin! At the king's word, an arrow aimed precisely at my throat flew over. I'd never done an arrow slash before, but I sliced it off without trouble. The aim was accurate, but that beast's spine had been faster. Too slow. I moved to Liam's back while he fumbled to knock the next arrow and drove my sword into his neck. Oops, maybe I used a bit too much strength because he's handsome. No malice intended, no regrets either. Winner, Akira Oda. At the king's proclamation, the square erupted again. 3 attendants glared at me as they lifted Liam from the platform and carried him away. In the end, I won. If Kirika was the strongest of the elf race, there was no point in more duels. I was getting irritated with the elves for refusing to admit defeat. Liam's expression at the end looked strangely refreshed. What internal change had occurred? Had some trick worked? Liam, Kirika's charm is broken. I thought as much. I nodded and opened my swordless right hand. There lay a piece of wood. This was the wood fragment Amelia had given me before the duel with Kirika. I had pressed it against Liam's skin when I grabbed his collar. I'd meant to press it against Kirika, but with the king watching, that wasn't possible. You have to apply it directly to the skin, so there was no other way. The sacred tree has the power to cancel magical effects and curses. I couldn't think of it when it mattered, but if I'd noticed sooner, Akira wouldn't have had to go through all this trouble. Of course, she meant me too, but I reached out and patted Amelia's head as she regretted having cut the sacred tree, something more important to the elf race than life itself. I liked Amelia's dejected face, but I liked her smiling even more. When I said that, Amelia's cheeks flushed and she looked down. Akira, you seem to have moved on. Yeah, sort of. I stopped thinking about things I can't match. Really, a beautiful girl like Amelia didn't suit me, even if her inner age was far older. I crushed the wood fragment in my hand and scattered the powder into the crowd. Huh. What am I? Who's that on the platform? Ah, Lady Amelia. Still so beautiful, the elves who'd been bewildered at first started cheering when they saw Amelia standing on the platform. I sprinkled the powder left on my hand onto Amelia too. Huh, Akira. Amelia blinked, looking as refreshed as the elf crowd, so she'd been charmed too. That explained her extreme paranoia. She'd insisted she was fine because she has the skill curse reflection. But if that only repels curses, then the caster, Kirika, shouldn't have been charmed either. So I'd suspected something else was at work. Maybe the caster had deliberately not fully charmed her to make Amelia feel excluded. Isn't it pointless? Kirika rose quartz. I turned and saw Kirika there, sword in hand. What could you possibly understand? Kirika said that and drew her sword. I positioned myself to shield Amelia and took my stance. Thud! With a tremendous sound, Kirika struck. The elves screamed. I met her attack without difficulty. Kirika's expression twisted when she saw my confident face. We exchanged dozens of cuts. I was having fun, but Kirika clearly wanted to end the duel quickly. Wind, Grant! She finally used magic too, wind enchantment. This wasn't a duel anymore. Was it even allowed to use magic? If so, then I could too. Activate shadow magic. There weren't many shadows on the platform, but it should be enough. I gathered shadow into my blade. I pulled Amelia close. Kirika's sword, wrapped in wind, clashed with my visibly malevolent blade entangled in black shadows. This time it's very long, too long. I thought about cutting it and making it 2 chapters halfway through, but I didn't want to break the flow while I was on a good roll, so I kept going. To borrow the protagonist's words, I have no remorse or regret. Yes, none at all. Gounch? My shadow magic collided with the wind magic and an enormous shockwave exploded. Because my shadow magic was absorbing the wind enchantment's thrashing, the damage was limited. Otherwise, several elves would have been blown away, and it might have been worse. Amelia, bewildered and not knowing what was happening, screamed in my arms. Since I was taking the full brunt of the shock, her scream was probably directed at Kirika's cutting strike. "Kirika, what are you doing to Akira?" Amelia reached out toward Kirika as if her memories were scrambled. "Sorry, Amelia." I murmured that in my head and lowered the hand that had been holding Amelia to her collar. I caught her as she collapsed. There's no time to explain now. Besides, I didn't want to show her. I didn't want her to learn that her sister had orchestrated everything until now. "Hey," Kirika rose quartz. "Why does your sword weep like that?" After making sure Amelia had fallen, I asked Kirika that question. It was something I'd wondered ever since our duel. Commander Saran had said that a sword carries the wielder's emotions. At first I thought he'd finally lost his mind, but I'm beginning to understand. Around the 60th layer of the Labyrinth, we encountered humanoid demonic beasts that wielded weapons. Their bodies were decayed in places, probably liches or the like. As I clashed with their blades, their thoughts passed through their weapons. People thought demons didn't think and only had killing impulses, but that wasn't right. Most of them probably did think only of killing, but some also felt a desire to live. An immortal lick wanting to live likely means it wants to be human again. Anyway, emotions that even the wielder isn't consciously aware of can be transmitted through swords. "Kirika, what are you crying about?" I forced the blades apart and used strength to create space. Kirika was blown back but twisted midair and landed without touching her hands. Her vacant blue eyes fixed on me, her face twisted. "Me crying? Sleep talk is something you do with your eyes open. Look, I'm smiling properly, aren't I?" Oh, that was supposed to be a smile, or at least she intended it as one. I couldn't see it that way. "Hey, did you hate Amelia?" "Hate," she looked down when I asked. At some point, the king and the others whose charms had been broken had stopped fleeing and had begun to listen to our conversation. I laid Amelia down a little distance away. Kirika knew that and didn't attack. "Of course I hate her. Is it because Amelia is an outcast?" When I said that, Kirika slashed at me again. This time, her emotions were so disrupted that her magic didn't trigger and it was just a normal cut. I took great care to stop it so no trace of wind reached Amelia behind me. Kirika's eyes were emptier than before. "An outcast? That legend is nonsense. Long ago there was such a thing and one of the pair of outcasts would be killed, but from the time of my late great-grandfather it was abolished. No catastrophe ever came. Besides, the elf race rarely has children. It would have been a waste to kill a precious child over a vague legend." Kirika said that and sheathed her sword. Her gaze was on Amelia, who lay there. "Oh, beautiful sister, born with hair and eyes that never appeared in the elf race or even among the high elves, only a few seconds before me." Kirika looked at me again. Flames swam in her vacant eyes. "You can't understand, can you? Until a few hundred years ago, people discriminated against those labeled outcasts. Then a legendary vocation appeared to someone who had been treated as an outcast, and the whole continent turned it into a festival. I, as the younger sister, was only an enchantment mage. The divine child could never be matched." Bound-up inferiority and jealousy finally exploded. From the corner of my eye, I saw the king's astonished face. Apparently, this was entirely new information to him. I had to admire Kirika's acting skill at keeping her family completely in the dark. "You wouldn't know, would you? Neither would you nor my sister. You lived being loved, acknowledged for simply existing, and you've idled along like that." The mask of perfect acting finally slipped. The grown-up facade melted away, and Kirika cried like a small child. In the end, I was only my sister's accessory. Nobody understood my effort. Everyone always said, "Oh, what a devoted little sister." Most people didn't even remember my name. No matter how much I honed my sword, they only thought I protected my sister, that geniuses are amazing. I stepped toward Kirika. Between her sobs, she lashed out wildly. I didn't parry. I took the strikes with whatever body I had, not knowing whether I could endure them. The onlookers murmured. "It wasn't for my sister, I did it for myself, to be recognized. I sharpened my sword, though I have only the same talents as my peers. And yet, I'm not a genius." A blade with little force traced a shallow cut across my body. My body, with its near-monster endurance, hardly suffered. The blade stopped in the skin without reaching muscle. In fact, Kirika's sword took the worst of it. The blade snapped with a crack. I caught the hilt and guard in her hand. They took everything from me. Even Lord Liam, who noticed my efforts, became my sister's fiancé. So I increased the level of my charm to take back everything I'd lost from my sister. I stole Lord Liam, turned my father to my side, and bit by bit charmed the entire elf race to betray my sister. I didn't plan to kill her, I just wanted her to taste what I had. No, I wished she would die, so I made them shoot the arrow. The arrow didn't reach, the charm was undone, and my one proud swordsmanship did not reach you. Kirika collapsed, and I sat down with her. Like I always did with Amelia, I stroked Kirika's head. Amelia would surely forgive her, after all, she adored her sister. Hey, Kirika, shall I tell you an old story? An old story. Now, it has to be now. I smiled up at the darkening sky. A certain child was born a princess in an elf country, and she had a twin sister. Kirika quietly opened her eyes wide. I guess it was obvious. I'm not good at burying the obvious in a story, but Kirika needed to hear this properly. So did everyone under the platform. Amelia seemed to have regained consciousness once Kirika's mask began to fall. The fact she hadn't gotten up probably meant she trusted me to handle it. The twins looked identical, but their hair and eye colors were completely different. I began slowly. The elder sister's name was Amelia, the younger was Kirika. Even among the beautiful elf race, and even among the high elves across history, they were near the top in looks. The elder excelled in scholarship, the younger in martial arts. But besides their appearance, there was one other difference. Their vocations. The elder's vocation, divine child, was literally a child of the gods. By existing, all things answered her will, and she possessed infinite magical power. She even had talent in martial arts with a bow. The younger sister's vocation was an enchantment mage, uncommon but not especially rare. At that time, the elf race was not meritocratic and treasured peace, so differences in vocation rarity weren't a problem. Then an incident occurred. About 7 years after the twins were born, demonic beasts poured from the labyrinth in the elf territory. The cause? The younger sister had accidentally scattered bait that summoned monsters while training in the labyrinth. The elf labyrinths were opposite to those in the human territory. They mainly contained beasts vulnerable only to physical attacks, making them ideal for grinding. Even elves sometimes baited monsters for training. The problem was the amount. Kirika had scattered 10 times the normal bait. She had no malice. Being a child, she probably thought, I can defeat monsters alone now, so I can handle more, and acted without thinking. At that time, the elf labyrinth's deepest reached 73 layers. Her bait drew up monsters from even deeper, in numbers not of tens but hundreds or thousands. The king immediately evacuated non-combatants. A hunting party was formed and many elves died. Then the elder sister, who should have been in evacuation, arrived and, using magic generation, cast gravity magic, a spell thought only to exist in ancient legend, wiping out the magic-resistant beasts. A few days later, she used revival magic to bring back the dead. The elves' casualties were effectively zero. People praised and worshipped the elder sister. The younger sister, unaware of the scale of what had happened, began to feel inferiority toward the suddenly venerated elder. The matter should have faded from memory. But centuries later, a bard came to the elf lands. Because the bard asked for old stories, the incident was told again and became public. Moreover, the cause, Kirika, became known to everyone in the elf race. Although there were few fatalities, some who survived could no longer fight because they remembered their dying moments, and others lost limbs. Fear makes people unpredictable. Kirika's life might have been in danger. The king, who loved his daughters, did one thing: he used his extra skill to erase his people's memories. Without telling the elder sister either, he wiped Kirika completely from everyone's memory. Only the king and the elder sister remembered everything. Kirika's existence was erased from her people. Kirika herself, uninformed, was suddenly ignored. She became someone they treated as a stranger. This is the truth. Actually, I had heard this story from Amelia while we were in the labyrinth. At the time, it was too grand to be true. I thought it was a made-up tale. But after arriving in the elf territory, it grew more convincing, and I remembered the story while Kirika was screaming. This explained the unease I'd felt since arriving here. Why? Why didn't Father tell me? Kirika muttered quietly, staring up at the stars as the story went on too long above our heads. At some point, the king had sat beside Kirika and looked up as well. Amelia lay at my side. The other elves looked up at the bright, brilliant stars, not like Japan's skies where light pollution hides them, but a sparkling canopy. There are 2 reasons. 1, even if we told you, you wouldn't remember. It was merely that you'd mismeasured the amount of bait. Your attendant at the time is at fault for not checking. 2, even if it wasn't malicious, you did cause your fellows' deaths. I thought your kind heart wouldn't accept that. Of course, the king had planned to tell her someday. High elves live long lives if you avoid illness and battlefield death. Even now, Amelia and Kirika were still children by their standards. He thought to wait a little longer, but Kirika's perfect, pretended nonchalance deceived the king. What had been simmering finally erupted. Unaware, the king allowed the use of charm under the pretext of training lax soldiers, and Kirika used that to push everything over the edge. She suggested the mock enemy for training be set as Amelia, planning under the cover of training to actually exile or kill her. Without telling Amelia or the other elves, and while lightly charming the king to obscure subtle inconsistencies, she set this all in motion. The king, believing Amelia had brought me as a helper, thought I was a comrade in arms, or, as he later decided, her boyfriend. That explained his prickly attitude, but he felt the charm too and realized the weirdness in Kirika, Amelia, and the soldiers. He paused explaining the training, and we dueled instead. "You mean?" My sister knew everything. She knew and still charmed them? No, she didn't even realize she was charmed, as expected of Kirika. Amelia stroked Kirika's head the way she usually had it done to her. So everything was my misunderstanding. My sister didn't do anything wrong and I just overreacted. That's not true. What was wrong was me for assuming you were still a child and not teaching you. I'm truly sorry, Kirika. I didn't notice because the charm was so light and would naturally fade over time. Even before that, I should have noticed your dissatisfaction. I'm so sorry. The king hugged Kirika, and she wept at the warmth she hadn't felt in so long. I have been so rude to father, to sister, and to everyone. Kirika, I'm not upset. I knew how hard you worked from early morning until late at night. I saw your effort and you gave me courage. Even during that incident, I could wipe out the monsters without fear. Thank you, Amelia said with a smile, and Kirika broke down completely. Sister, father, Lord Akira, everyone, I'm so sorry. I'm sorry, the twins and their father wept and embraced. The surrounding elves also cried. If this were a happy ending, that would be fine. It wasn't my place as an outsider to intervene further. I quietly slipped away and climbed a tree around the square, leaning my back against the trunk. I remembered Mother and Yui and couldn't bear it. Yui and I were really twins, too. After I was born, the date changed, and Yui became a year younger on paper, but we were born fraternal twins. Mother, who had already been fragile, weakened further, and father raised us almost alone. Now that I was older, I understood. She got up early to prepare breakfast, lunch, and 3 bentos, wake us up, make us eat, and send us to kindergarten, then go to work. Exhausted after work, she'd pick us up, return home and make dinner, feed us and put us to bed, then wash dishes and do laundry and sleep around midnight. With us infants crying at night, she must have had almost no sleep. Even so, she raised Yui and me until we were in 5th grade while continuing to care for our mother and do all the housework and work alone. She did it all by herself, so I don't resent her sudden disappearance in elementary school. I was angry she ran away at times, but more than that, I was grateful. That's why I had both jealousy and sympathy toward Amelia and Kirika. Their tragedy happened because each tried to bear everything alone. If they had consulted each other, it wouldn't have come to this, like my mother did. When I return to that world, I'll seriously look for her, our father. If she's living happily, I won't interfere. But if she's struggling, I'll ask her to live with us again. Yui will probably agree. Yes, I'll do that. That was the last conscious thought before my memory sank into darkness. Master, master, I woke to a voice in the night and found myself up in a tree. Night, shrunken, was sitting on my stomach, peering at my face with a worried look. It felt like it had been a while since I'd seen Night. After the duel with Kirika, some time had passed, and Night had slept up in the tree the whole time like he had no interest. When I told him to cheer for his master, he grinned defiantly and said, "There's no way my master would lose to someone like that," showing some inexplicable faith. I was glad, but I wasn't sure whether I should accept it at face value. I climbed down from the tree and stretched. Night landed gracefully beside me. Of course, a cat. The tree had been uncomfortable to sleep in, but still better than the jagged floor of the labyrinth. I rarely tossed and turned, so there was little risk of falling. Also, it seemed this world had no mosquitoes. I wasn't kept awake by annoying buzzing. "Good morning, Night." "Ah, good morning, Master. I'm glad you slept well. The others aren't up yet. Shall we take a walk? It's rare for you to invite me." I knew Night liked to pace around the boss room, calling it a walk ever since he woke, but it was the first time he invited me. His eyes were meaningful, so this wasn't just a stroll. Was it important enough to wake me? Night adjusted his size using his transformation extra skill. For a moment he glowed, and the kitten-sized Night suddenly grew to just a bit larger than a big dog. I watched him out of the corner of my eye and muttered, "That extra skill is handy. If you ask whether it's convenient or not, then yes, it's certainly convenient." Silence followed his words for a while. Night's paw pads muffled his footsteps, so only one set of footsteps echoed. After a bit, Night finally spoke. "Master, what do you plan to do from now on?" "That question, do you mean as a subordinate of the Demon Lord or as my familiar?" At that, Knight blinked in surprise and gave a wry smile. Somehow his stride lightened. Of course, as you're familiar, my connection to the Demon Lord now is only through these 5 senses. I'm not going to betray him, but my current master is you. Is that okay? Weren't you fairly high-ranked among the demon clan? It could have been demotion, but knowing Serious Knight, he probably didn't mess up. More likely he'd been entrusted with this job because the Demon Lord trusted him. Plus, having the extra skill, transformation, and being able to talk suggested he had some status. After meeting so many with extra skills, I almost forget how rare those skills are. He once told me that if something happened to you, I could follow the Demon Lord, but I don't intend to. Back to the point, if you don't have anywhere to go, there's someplace I want to go. It's rare for you to voice a desire. Where is it? I pretended not to be moved, but secretly Knight's words had touched me a little. The continent of beasts, brute. The Beastmen continent, huh? Why there? Many excellent blacksmiths live among the Beastmen. They should take a look at your sword. I followed Knight's gaze and glanced at the jet-black hilt over my shoulder. The gift from Commander Saran, which had seen me through countless life-or-death battles against demonic beasts that only magic could affect, was as worn as I felt. I'd never neglected maintenance, but it had certainly been pushed to its limits and was pretty battered. Yeah, probably best to have it checked. See? Knight puffed up with pride, and I smiled wryly. There were probably other reasons he wanted to go to Beastman territory, but I'd ask later. Then we leave. Today? Even Knight was surprised. It was a bold statement, but sometimes seizing the moment is best. Honestly, I meant to leave this island right after the Kirika mess, but timing was bad, so I stayed. I don't have business here anymore. All right, I'll get ready. A woman's voice, not Knight's, answered, and a beautiful girl with white hair was there. Of course, Amelia. Her red eyes gleamed mischievously. She seemed satisfied at my surprised reaction. Amelia, are you going to leave me behind? I'll follow Akira to the end. Amelia smiled. She'd been a little cloudy since we arrived in elf territory, but she seemed fully back now. Of course I'm not leaving you. No matter what the king says, since you lost the duel, you're coming with me. And Knight, too. I quickly added that last part when Knight shot me a sulky look. Both of them nodded contentedly at my words. We don't know when we'll return, so tell the king and Kirika properly, okay? You don't have to worry, I'll be back, you'll see. Amelia said firmly, and I smiled. Right. For some reason, those words made my chest flutter. I kept repeating to myself like a spell, it'll be fine, nothing will happen, it'll be fine. Lady Amelia, would you like some water? Lady Amelia, how are you feeling? Lady Amelia, Amelia, arg, shut up, scatter. I waved away the crowd of elf race men gathered around Amelia with my hand. Then I raised my face to the heavens, wondering how it had come to this. We're leaving today? That's rather sudden. The king and Kirika widened their eyes at my words. The king stood up on the spot. The chair crashed down with a loud noise. Paying no mind to the luxurious chair, he grabbed me by the collar. Amelia, don't look at your father like you're about to shoot him. Uncharacteristically, the king ignored Amelia's gaze and shook me roughly. But to me it felt like nothing more than a poke. This is too sudden. You children might not understand, but there is an order to things. I know, I replied casually, and the king was speechless. He clutched his head this time. I felt a little sorry for him. Actually, I knew why he was so upset. I understand, but we had planned a full elf race party since Amelia finally returned. Right? I knew the king and Kirika had organized a large-scale party for Amelia. I knew, and I deliberately chose to leave immediately, mostly as a way to annoy the king, who was still reluctant to let Amelia go outside. This is a perfect opportunity, right? Go experience what Amelia's life is like. Me, experience my sister. You don't mean for me to disguise myself as my sister and attend the party, do you? What else is there? I frowned at Kirika's exasperated face as if it were an outrage. Indeed, Kirika and Amelia were trying to patch things up and let bygones be bygones, but I worried hatred might flare up again at some point. It's not that I don't trust Kirika. Ever since that duel, he's almost a siskin, but the elf race lives a long time. Mutual understanding is important. I see, that's a good suggestion. Kirika may not realize it yet, but the first princess has her hardships. Without using charm to rule over people, you'll learn more about Amelia by standing above others the hard way. Even you, father? I haven't done anything that difficult. It's fine, Kirika can do it. Sister? Amelia patted his head lightly, and Kirika nodded, looking smitten. No one could ever win against Amelia's smile and head-patting combo. Even I have never beaten those pleading, glistening eyes. It's a mental attack that ignores differences in stats. Defense and counterattack are impossible. The theory that Amelia is invincible rises. Very well, I will disguise myself as my sister and attend the party. Do your best, okay? Yes, there, it's settled. Even Amelia smiled wryly at Kirika's enthusiasm. She looked happy. Are you all headed to the Demon King's castle? No, for now I'm going to the Beastmen territory to have my sword serviced. When I said that, the king frowned a little. If I recall, the elf race and beastmen are on bad terms. Actually, beastmen don't look down on other races and treat everyone roughly equally, so it's more accurate to say the elf race dislikes them one-sidedly. The elf race cares about tradition and pride, while the rough and ready beastmen are naturally incompatible with them. Then I'll escort you to the very edge of the continent. No need. Don't be modest. No, I just have a bad feeling. I'll pass. You're so stubborn. Good, be stubborn. Even if it's not a land connection, the king offering to escort us all the way to the beastmen border is suspicious. What is this doting father plotting? There are hardly any ships crossing to the beastmen, and you can't go without royal permission. Well, I won't care what happens to you if you cross the continent without formalities, except for my daughter. By the way, speaking of formalities, how did you enter the elf territory? He remembered even though I thought he had forgotten. I clicked my tongue again. I didn't want to explain the awkward reason we came to elf territory and have to reveal my identity. I gave a wry smile to dodge the question. Fine. We'll cross with the proper paperwork. And fix that superior attitude of yours first. Impossible. That was a perfectly normal request, yet he was rude. I folded my arms. The king sighed as if giving up. Then pack up and gather at the plaza. I'll make arrangements. Even saying pack up, we only had what we'd obtained on this continent. We traveled light originally. I checked my hidden weapons count and sorted Amelia's luggage, and before I knew it, the appointed time arrived. All right, let's go. Wait, you idiot king. About 100 suits of armor, rather, elf knights, were lined up in the plaza. No one spoke, they didn't move at all, so at first I honestly wondered if the armors themselves were just props. Father, isn't this a bit too many? Kirika said, exasperated, though he was dressed as a knight. Come to think of it, he's the only elf race swordsman. He won't be dead weight, but even though elf race excel at bows, 99 archers is excessive, especially when the king wants them to leave first. The journey will be dangerous. Better to have many escorts. The king said that to cover the fact that he himself was dressed as a knight, he didn't quite pull it off, and having sheer numbers doesn't necessarily help either. Well, it's fine to have a few extra, isn't it? A few? Is this a few? I clenched my fist at the laughing king, but Amelia stopped me. In the end, thanks to Kirika's persuasion, the number of knights was reduced to about a quarter, and the king removed his armor. And now we are here. A quarter still meant about 20 people, too many and all men, smelly. Even after I chased some away, they kept glancing at Amelia. They never learn. Only a little farther to the border of elf territory. A young elf said cheerfully to me as I crossed my arms in irritation. Young only in comparison to Amelia and the others, he was still far older than me. As usual, this elf was beautiful. Damn handsome men. I don't know how he interpreted my gaze filled with killing intent, but he suddenly froze and hurriedly introduced himself. My name is William. I tilted my head. That's a name I've heard somewhere before. Embarrassingly, my parents are fans of Lord Liam. I see, so they gave their son Liam's name, giving your child the name of someone you respect. Even Morrigan does that. Yes. I myself respect Lord Liam, so I have no complaints about my name. It's a little embarrassing, though. I couldn't help but mutter as I remembered Liam's unnecessarily well-formed face during the duel. What on earth is appealing about that? Did you say something? No. Indeed, after Kirika's charm wore off, Liam's efforts were incredible. He ran around day and night to rebuild the elf nation, publicly declared the formal annulment of his engagements to Amelia and Kirika, apologized for it, and even prostrated himself and apologized to me. That prostration was as wholehearted and magnificent as any Japanese apology. Lord Akira, I not only nearly killed you, but also failed to stop Lady Kirika when I should have, and I caused great trouble regarding saving Lady Amelia. I am truly sorry. Hey, wait, a prostration? Where did you learn that? It's needlessly impressive. Raise your head. It seems that in the human territories country, Yamato, people apologize or beg like this. Since your homeland resembles Yamato, please accept my fullest apology. Fine already, I forgive you, so please raise your head. In the end, I gave in to that determination and forgave him. William didn't notice my faraway look and continued talking about Liam. Really, Lord Liam is a wonderful person. Indeed, the elf race cannot stand without a king, but the same can be said for Lord Liam. I've heard he works almost sleeplessly day after day to restore the nation's finances, but as someone still learning, I can't understand what exactly he does. Despite being a civil official, Lord Liam's archery is second only to Lady Amelia among the elf race, and he's never once missed prey when hunting. Lord Liam truly is a paragon of both letters and arms? Yeah, I guess so. I gave casual acknowledgments to William's long-winded praise when the front suddenly grew noisy. The smooth progress halted. William had said it was only a little farther, but it shouldn't have been this soon. The fact that William was panicking proved it. Damn, we're under attack. An attack? You mean bandits? We formed a protective circle around Amelia and drew our weapons. Since we were still inside the forest, we couldn't use the long night blade god weapons. Besides, the attackers outnumbered us overwhelmingly. No, it's not bandits. Children and women who came to hunt around here often get abducted, and no one ever returns. Kidnappers, huh? By the template, because of the elves' looks, they tend to be enslaved by other races, right? You know that well. They sell their kin as slaves to the beastmen and human race. Blood ran from William's clenched palms. He glared at the encroaching ring with all the killing intent he could muster. The gentle Liam worshipper visage from before was gone. I could only guess, but William probably had someone close taken by these people. Looking around, there were a few others in the same state as William. The elf race cares deeply for their own. Even without blood ties, simply being the same people is enough for them to throw away their lives. They would do anything for vengeance. Whoever is abducting them so brazenly must have the backing of a nation or perhaps a continental power. The ring tightened further, so I abandoned that line of thought. I had to figure out how to break this encirclement. Everything else could be thought through later. Unfortunately, I was the only frontliner. I should have brought Kirika if kidnappers were a possibility. Actually, wasn't the insistence on a heavy escort because of this? Tell me beforehand. All right, elves, hand over the princess. Do that and we'll spare your lives. The princess, Princess Amelia, come on, hand her over. Just when I thought they'd come within shouting distance, they demanded Amelia. One of the hidden weapons in my hand cracked with a sharp snap and shattered. Can I just kill them? No, I won't kill, but maybe I'll bind them with shadow magic and take off one or two of their arms with it while I'm at it. Akira Dono. What is it, William? My weapons are rendered useless. Ah, it's fine, I've still got some left. Akira Dono, your tone is strange. What are you talking about, William? I'm just a little irritated. I see. All around me the elves, William included, backed away. They were affected by the murderous aura pouring off me, yet that raging killing intent melted into a mere breeze at a single girl's words. Akira, I trust you, don't let me go. Of course, which man would abandon the woman he loves? When Amelia came close and lightly touched the arm whose weapon had been shattered, I felt myself calm. She inhaled sharply and shouted at the elves who had been taking a step back. The enemy is larger than us, but as long as Akira is here, we cannot be defeated. Show these scoundrels who stole our kin the strength of the elf race. Oh. Amelia raised everyone's morale. She herself prepared to activate gravity magic. She intended to fight alongside us. For now, I'll fight in accordance with my job. Amelia, don't overdo it. You too, Akira. I activated presence concealment. First, I'd neutralize the leader, then the rest would be easy. I slipped away from the circle of elves and moved toward the direction of the voices. Thanks to the assassination technique I'd trained, no matter how heavily I stepped, I made no sound. The rear was secure. There was no one among them who could beat Amelia. Sorry to keep you waiting. The tests finished without a hitch, and starting today, I'll resume updates. Thinking there might possibly be someone with a demon eye like Commander Saran, I crept cautiously along the shadows of the trees. Yet the bastards who attacked us didn't notice my approach in the slightest. Hee, Anarchy, you reckon they'll hand over the princess to us? A leering voice carried. That alone made my blood boil. There's no way I'll give my treasure to scum like these. Well, even if the princess is the elf race's treasure, she can't compare to many of our other kin. All that family loyalty talk, those guys are the same as always. A calm voice, probably their boss, spoke. I drew a hidden weapon in one hand and moved toward the voice. Using presence detection, I scanned. About 50 bandits were surrounding us, and besides them were 3 weak presences that couldn't be bandits. Hostages, perhaps. Think they'll take the bait soon? Yeah, Lord Graham seems to be waiting for Princess Amelia too. I didn't recognize the name, but I stored it in the back of my mind. Looks like they're about to act, so it's our turn. When the sunlight was briefly hidden by clouds and the shadows, my domain grew slightly deeper. I stepped forward. Oof. Hey, what the I incapacitated about 10 people in an instant and didn't pause, leaping at the next prey. The bandits panicked and collapsed one after another without even properly raising their weapons. Hey, what the hell is going on? Anarchy, we're under attack. What? Their boss hadn't expected a counterattack while hostages were present and misread the situation. He should have retreated as soon as he realized we were attacking. But damn it, no idea what happened, but we outnumber them. For now, crush anyone we don't recognize. Ooh. The bandits, not knowing what had happened to their comrades, screamed and charged into the center of the ring in a desperate flurry. 10 left. I'll leave the rest to Amelia and William and head to the boss and the hostages. With Amelia's group strength, even without a frontliner, they could probably handle 10 people. At night, if things get rough, I'm counting on you, Amelia. I understand, Master. Her voice came back strong over the telepathic link. She sounded excited at the prospect of fighting again after a while. Creatures like her are naturally more ferocious than ordinary animals. Damn it, what's happening? Hey, wake up! The boss pressed a dagger to the throat of a haggard-looking elf race woman while kicking a fallen comrade. The unconscious bandit didn't move a muscle. The brutal violence, merciless even toward his own, made the woman's daughter flinch. The other hostage, lying nearby, also appeared to be an elf race woman. Perhaps she fainted from fear. All of them had their hands and feet and mouths bound and couldn't move at all. I activated presence concealment and approached the boss to free the hostages. He was so focused on rousing his comrades that he wouldn't have noticed my approach even without my concealment. First, I carried the unconscious woman up into a tree out of the boss's view. I cut the ropes on her limbs and mouth with a hidden blade. Next, I moved to rescue the little girl. To avoid trouble if she struggled, I struck the back of her neck with the edge of my hand and then carried her. If Amelia had seen that, she'd probably scold me, but since she wasn't watching, there was no problem. Besides, it would be bad if the girl, seeing a human like me, mistook me for a bandit and screamed. Finally, I tried to free the other woman, but the boss had a firm grip on her. Now what to do? Hey, unless you want her head severed, take your hand off that woman. With a hidden weapon at her throat, the boss, who hadn't noticed me until this instant, jumped in astonishment and reflexively loosened his hold on the woman. Good. Foolishness saved me. I seized the opening and quickly pulled the woman toward me. Surprised, she opened her eyes wide. I cut her ropes with the hidden blade and pointed at the tree where I'd put the girl. She must have understood without words. While looking around warily, she climbed up. I silently hoped she could tend to the other hostage sleeping in the adjacent tree. I kept my eyes on the boss. He was livid, cheeks flushed, veins standing out on his forehead. His blood pressure must be through the roof. You bastard! How dare you touch the hostages entrusted to us by Lord Graham? No idea. And who the hell is this Graham guy anyway? Do you expect me to tell scum like you? He was an idiot, but maybe he'd take the bait. It seemed those elf hostages had been entrusted to him by this Graham fellow to help capture Amelia. Furious at losing them, the boss glared at me as if ready to shoot me down. Well then, I have a lot I want to ask you. You don't even try to run, you're being taken prisoner. You brat. You know I'm the boss of the Blue Rank Crime Guild, Shark, and you talk to me like that. He said it confidently. Shark, Blue Rank Crime Guild. Sorry, but names like Blue Rank and Shark meant nothing to me. At best they sounded fittingly blue and shark-like. What rank was blue anyway? I've never heard of you, my bad. Thinking further discussion pointless, I drove my fist, hidden weapon in hand, into his solar plexus. I'd meant to hold back, but he went down without even a groan. All right, Amelia's group should be done by now. I wrapped the boss tightly in vine-like plants and carried him off. Even attempted abduction kills any right to humane treatment in my book. Looking up, I saw the girl I'd knocked out had regained consciousness. The elf mother was sobbing as she hugged her daughter. Case closed, I thought. I averted my eyes from the happy parent and child's sight and took a deep breath, but I didn't know. This was only the very beginning. Welcome back, Akira. Any injuries? Of course not. More importantly, what is this? Avoiding the pile of unconscious bandits, I moved toward the center where the ring had been a moment ago, and Amelia hurried over. Hot on her heels came an unusually glossy Yoru. The elf warriors, seeing Yoru pass instead of Amelia, stepped aside as if terrified. Seeing that, I half-closed my eyes without meaning to. Did this guy do something? No, what did he do? I think I know what my master is thinking, but I didn't do anything, okay? Is that so? Hey, don't you believe me? But still, it's kind of nice seeing humans be scared when they look at my face. Feeling a little uneasy at Yoru's villainous cat-like face, I checked with Amelia. Because he'd enlarged for battle, his paw pads, about 3 times their normal size, pressed into my cheek with a squish. Not a bad sensation. Later I'll let Amelia and I squish them together. Yoru isn't lying. These people just keeled over the moment they saw Yoru's face. If Amelia says so, it must be true. Pathetic bandits. Leaving the cleanup to the elf knights, we were talking when William cautiously approached, keeping his distance from Yoru. Akira Dono, may I ask you something? His gaze kept drifting to Amelia. He must be asking permission of the highest-ranking person present. What could someone so formal be so eager to ask that he would interrupt a conversation? He waited for Amelia to nod, then finally looked at me. Is this Yorudono Akira Dono's familiar? Is that so? Of course. Look at the crest on my forehead and the crest on my master's arm. It's obvious. Leaving Yoru to his baying, I looked at William. Seems so. Excuse me, may I see Akira Dono's arm? Having a crest on my arm is embarrassingly edgelordish, and even if none of my acquaintances were looking, I couldn't walk around the city flaunting it. So no matter how hot it was, I kept the sleeve of my black outfit down. I pulled my sleeve up and showed the crest. The black mark looked darker than when I contracted with Yoru. Ah, thank you. As an elf who's lived far longer than humans, I never imagined I would meet a one who commands demonic beasts in my lifetime. One who commands demonic beasts. More and more cringy names keep piling up. Normally, the protagonist gets the humiliation like this, but where the hell is our protagonist the hero and what are they doing? I can't imagine that idiot dying somewhere, but since he's left the castle, his actions are even harder to predict. I think it's an elven phrase. Yeah, it used to mean a hated member of the demon clan, but now it refers to people like the masters who suddenly appeared among humans, elves, and beastmen. Amelia and Yoru apparently knew the meaning. Generally, demonic beasts are incompatible with humans. There's practically no data on them, but a one who commands demonic beasts makes research possible. William said, breathing heavily, staring at Yoru. Maybe unnerved, Yoru slightly changed his size and jumped onto my shoulder. I see, Yorudono's specialty magic is size adjustment. He babbled the wrong conclusion as he approached. William, I know this is unusual, but could you not frighten my child? Ah, I apologize. It was such a rare thing I might never see again that I couldn't help myself. He looked embarrassed to have shown such a side, but his eyes never left Yoru. Hard to give up that man. It's downright obsession at this point. I hate that guy. While Yoru spouted his frank impressions, the boss I'd been carrying finally woke up. All right, interrogation time. I hope I don't have to make him suffer. I want him to spill quickly. A little light when I roughly dropped him to the ground, the boss snapped fully awake and glared at me. Apparently he wakes up easily. I envy him. I struggle every morning. All right, tell me everything you know. About that Graham fellow too. I silently drew a hidden weapon and pressed it against his throat. The boss looked at me with clear fear. I wasn't putting any killing intent into it. I had no intention of killing. It was just intimidation, but ordinary people apparently can't tell the difference. I suppose I'm finally reaching the point where the human race won't accept me anymore. Why, you won't get anything out of me? Tears in his eyes, the boss declared he wouldn't betray his comrades. Still, his whole body was trembling and he looked about to faint. Even a scumbag like him had something he wouldn't surrender. I sighed, enough. I look like the villain otherwise. Besides, I'm not particularly interested in Graham. I just thought I'd ask. If you lot can't solve it, you can call me. When I withdrew the blade, everyone, including the boss, gaped. Had I said something strange? Akira, does that mean you won't get involved in this? Sorry, Amelia, that's how it is. I'm not a goody-two-shoes protagonist. Honestly, as long as the people close to me don't grieve, I don't much care what happens to others. The elf race is practically its own nation. Things like this happen on a national scale. If the soldiers are getting rusty because it's so peaceful, that's not a bad thing. Understood. I'll be following Akira. No way. Lady Amelia too? William and the others cried out in despair. Hey, don't say things like you're a hero. That's settled. Also, I freed 3 hostages over there, so they should be coming soon. I pointed toward a gap in the trees where I sensed movement. The 3 hostages from earlier emerged. One of the girls ran up and hugged me. The others bowed deeply. Thank you for saving us, big brother. You're welcome. It was such a small thing, but in the corner of my vision, I saw Amelia pouting. Is this really all right, master? Only Yoru slunk close and whispered that to me. I didn't answer the question. As I stroked Yoru's fur, I remembered the crest I had glanced at on the sword when I dropped them earlier. Yoru, which country has a crest of 3 claw marks over a circle? If it's that, it's the crest of Uruk, the largest nation of the beastmen. No way. Yoru's eyes widened and I nodded. Yeah. That crest was engraved on their sword. Those guys were knights pretending to be human traffickers. K-knights kidnapping people. But why would they put such a visible crest on their sword? Who knows? Only one of them had it engraved, and maybe the swords they brought got damaged, so they were forced to use that one or something. That one guy was swinging his blade ridiculously, so maybe he didn't care about showing the crest. In any case, my motion tracking beat him. Will you tell Miss Amelia and the elves about this? No, there's too little evidence and it's too serious to say just on speculation. Besides, Amelia is a princess. She might succeed the elf race someday after all. I told the elves that, but I'm sure I'll stick my nose into this matter myself. Understood. I'll follow your lead, master. Thanks, Yoru. I don't know why Uruk, a nation of the beastmen, would kidnap elf women and children and set their sights on Amelia. But I will never hand her over. Next is who Graham is. The current king's name wasn't Graham. I think there was someone called that around the chancellor. Whatever. Deal with what comes, ignore what leaves. Master, that sounds a little off. The mood, which had been tense earlier, changed completely. The 2 of us chatted cheerfully while Amelia watched from a distance and quietly exhaled. Akira, I want to help you too. For now, we handed the captured boss over to the elf race. When the elves questioned him after we left, he didn't say a thing. No, he probably didn't know anything. He only looked like a boss, his swordsmanship was sloppy, and I don't know exactly what rank blue class is, but the thefts were too poorly planned for a real brigand. We split the elf squad in two. One group guided and escorted the returned hostages back. The other escorted us as we pushed deeper into the forest. Maybe because of what happened earlier, elf knights flanked us so tightly there were no gaps in any direction, so all we had to do was walk. Amelia, tired, rode on top of the giant knight. "Akira, are you really sure? If that thief was wanted by the guild, we could have gotten a reward." I nudged Amelia's pouting face. She probably wanted to spend any reward on something delicious. "We managed to get the kidnapped people back. That's good enough. Besides, there's a saying, he who chases two hares catches neither. The kings will handle the rest." "Chasing two hares? What's that?" I explained the meaning to Amelia and Knight, who tilted their heads. "I see. The people of your world use amusing expressions, master." Knight and Amelia folded their arms and nodded as if impressed. Their gestures were oddly like an old man's, which made me smile a little. "Now we've arrived," William, who had been walking in front, called out, and we came to a stop. The trees obscured our view, but a large ship was moored at a little-used pier. Amelia and Knight were absorbed by the blue sea spread out before them. "Lord Akira, that ship is the Ran, which regularly travels between the elf territory and the beastmen territory. You'll be taking it this time." William handed me a letter bearing the crest of the elf royal family. The king had given it to be used in Uruk, the beastmen territory's only port town. How dashing. The king probably thinks this repays a debt to me, but too bad. I'm the one who freed the hostages. I'm glad my kin are returning, but I'm a little annoyed I can't enjoy the king's frustration at owing me. This is as far as we go. Lord Akira, Lord Yoru, it's probably inappropriate for us as a nation to say this to those who aren't of the elf race, but as William the individual, I beg you. William's face contorted as if suppressing tears. Earlier, when Lord Akira and Lord Yoru were talking, I'm ashamed to say I secretly listened with wind magic. You mentioned seeing Uruk's crest on the kidnappers. On that basis, please, my beloved wife and daughter. Bring them home, I beg you. Me too, please. The elves bowed deeply. The elf race generally doesn't mingle with other races and has great pride. Lowering themselves to beg was tantamount to torture for them. Even knowing I'm strong, the elves were asking people from the human race, who are far inferior in many ways though more numerous, for help. Their resolve was written plainly on their faces. "Eavesdropping isn't a nice hobby. Sorry, but I left my sick mother and sister back home. We're in a hurry. Akira, but if what you call kin exists on my path, I might take them in." I said something I certainly wouldn't have while still in the castle. I thought Amelia had changed a lot since we met, and apparently so had I. The elves visibly brightened. "Lord Akira, thank you. Take care, Lady Amelia. Please look after your health." As we boarded the ship, the elves shouted those things. I moved to the center of the deck to hide and let Amelia handle things. "Everyone be careful." "Yes." The ship set sail. Knight, shrunk small, sat on my shoulder and reveled in the sea breeze. "This feels nice, master." "Yeah, but I don't much like the tacky feeling of sea breeze. I'll have to wash Knight thoroughly today. Akira, I need to talk a bit." "Amelia." Amelia stood before me with no expression. I had a rough idea what she wanted to say. "Akira, is there anything I can do to help?" "No, Amelia's role is still further down the line." "I see." Amelia lowered her head. Before I would have patted her on the head, but I didn't now. "Amelia, if your reasons for coming along differ from mine, it's better not to stay together. There's still time. Return to the elf territory." "Why?" I didn't want to say this either. Seeing Amelia's sad face made my heart ache. "Amelia, I don't care about the elf race. I only want those around me to be happy. Aren't I part of that?" "Yes, you're definitely included." Because of that, I couldn't forgive Uruk for trying to kidnap Amelia. But if we follow the trail to Uruk to uncover the truth, it'll take longer to reach the Demon King's castle. I'm already worried about the heroes I left in the castle. Taking on more problems will delay getting back to Japan indefinitely. Inside me, the Akira who wants to return to Japan as soon as possible and the Akira who wants to protect Amelia clashed. Whether she sensed that or not, Amelia stretched up and patted my head. "Akira, do what you want. I'll do what I want." "I see." Amelia unconditionally accepted me, and I gave her a wry smile. Damn, she spoils me. I didn't say it out loud for fear Crystal would tease me that I spoil Amelia too. "Master, I don't mind, but doing this in public, the ship's deck isn't the place," Knight pointed out. He made me realize the crew were working while deliberately avoiding looking at us. We were as much a hindrance as possible. Come to think of it, most of the working class in this world are human race. The sailors on the ship, the bandits who attacked us, they were all humans. The elf race and the beastmen race aren't so different, but humans are overwhelmingly numerous and often go to other races' lands to earn a living. The humans we've seen represent only a tiny slice of the whole. They don't seem resentful, but human treatment clearly differs from that of other races. There was no particular trouble on the ship. Rather, after we disembarked, the trouble came to us. Or did I call it in somehow? Hey, kid over there, leave that elf lady next to you and scram. What? Right, I had completely forgotten. That Amelia possessed unparalleled beauty, and that standing next to someone with a plain face would make her stand out terribly. In an instant, we were surrounded by beastmen men. Their fur made it hard to tell, but their faces were flushed, and they reeked of strong alcohol, probably had been drinking since morning. They ostentatiously wore Adventurer Guild dog tags around their necks. The color was yellow. From their gear, they were clearly a warrior party. Yellow was, so far, something like a few ranks below gold. Counting from the bottom, they were third from the bottom, easier to count that way. Even if it were a fake, the world eye confirmed that these men only had warrior skills. Trash, no mob extras, the kind of guys in manga whose faces aren't even drawn. Also, big hulking men with cat ears and tails are neither appealing nor pleasant. At least fix your face or remove the ears and tail before you try this again. The beastmen men, unaware that I was thinking that in my head, assumed I was too scared to say anything and let out lewd laughter. I sighed deeply so they couldn't hear. Ha, collecting the template, I'm done for. Akira, shall I crush them? No, if I don't they'll keep targeting you. What I had thought when I met Amelia turned out to be true. Come to think of it, aside from the beautiful elves, this might be the first time I've walked amid so many ordinary humans. Hey, what are you muttering? I'm not into men, got it. Or do you have something for them? The leader snapped irritably. Short temper harms you, I'd like to say, but his line hit a nerve. Who said I'm into anything? I could feel the corner of my mouth rise. Yato on my shoulder tried desperately to stop me, calling out, but I ignored him to deal with it later. Now, what to do with these guys? If they only treated me like a gay person, that would be one thing, but don't lecherously stare at Amelia. For now, I'll deal with you. Come at me if you want to die. Huh. Even though I had no intention of killing them, and without drawing hidden weapons or the night blade god, I curled my finger to beckon. You think a human brat can beat us beastmen? You better run while you can, kid. About time you start missing your mama's milk, huh? If you make us your enemy, it'll be bad news for you. This time, Amelia twitched. Yato on my shoulder shook his head in exasperation. You lot really shouldn't be causing a scene in a place like this, Amelia said, and townsfolk began to swarm around us, curious. When Amelia, who had been silently letting me protect her, spoke, the men instantly became excited. They weren't reacting to her words so much as to her beautiful voice. Hey, did you hear that voice? Man, that's dangerous. Even more of a waste for a brat like that. How much do you think she'd sell for? I think I held back pretty well. I almost want to praise myself. But everyone has their limit. I put my hand forward. Amelia realized what I was about to do and reached out to stop me. But I spoke a fraction of a second earlier. Activate shadow magic. Of course, I wasn't going to fully unleash shadow magic in the middle of town. Those men were only looking at Amelia with animal-like eyes. They hadn't acted, so they were still better than some. Besides, having Amelia pull her hood over her head now would be pointless given how much she'd already stood out. It was much better for me to prove I'm strong and make them give up. Don't do that, master. Ugh, damn. What is this? No way, can't get it off. I struck their eyes with a compact blob of shadow, then I remote-coded their eyeballs with it. In short, they were temporarily blinded. It didn't exactly showcase my strength, but anyone watching would get an idea of my ability. Oh ho, not bad. Suddenly a voice rose from the gallery. The crowd parted, and a tall man walked through the murmuring people with an unhurried gait. Those ears and that tail, perhaps a leopard. He wore dark clothes and looked like a pleasant man, but his face was a no mask, expressionless, not a twitch of muscle. That voice? This is bad. Damn it, why is he here? From the reactions of the crowd and the men, he seemed to be someone important. Young yet intimidating, and everyone kept saying bad over and over. Well then, let's start with introductions. I am the one who oversees the Adventurer Guild in this town. My name is Ringa. Nice to meet you, human child. I am Oda Akira. Nice to meet you. If you're the guild master, this will be quick. This is a letter from the Elf King. Oh, the pen-shy fellow actually wrote. This looks like quite the matter. The people nearby muttered at my familiarity in addressing Ringa as you, but since he didn't care, I didn't either. I handed Ringa the Elf King's letter. He opened and began reading on the spot. I see. Quite interesting, and his handwriting is messy. Don't say that in front of his daughter. I glanced at Amelia. She didn't seem to mind and instead busied herself observing Ringa. If she's his daughter, then Princess Amelia. Coming at this time shows guts. At this time? I reacted to his murmured curiosity as he stroked his chin. What did he mean by that? Did you not know when you came? Well, it's not a good place to be. Let's head to the Adventure Guild. Ah, just the right timing. Yamato, throw those little brats out of the Adventure Guild after stripping them and set them free. Understood. Ringa turned on his heel and coldly looked down at the men still clutching their eyes, then ordered a nearby youth. Apparently someone who worked at the Adventurer Guild happened to be nearby. As Ringa walked, the crowd opened up on its own. The way people looked at Ringa was fear. What had this man done? You're quite the strategist yourself. On the way to the guild in a quieter place, Ringa said that while looking at me, I grinned. Glad you took the bait. This will keep Amelia safe for a while. Akira, what do you mean? Amelia and Yato looked at me blankly. These two are unusually honest, naively so, and completely inexperienced with schemes or traps. I explained everything for their sake. By the way, thanks for over 14,000 bookmarks. The explanation was decided to be given in Ringa's room at the Adventurer Guild. Well, you never know who might be listening or how advanced the civilization in this world is. I didn't know whether outdoors or Ringa's room would be less likely to be overheard, but the guild master, feared by the public, seemed the safer option. This is the Adventurer Guild. Ringa opened a door to what appeared to be a shabby tavern that would make anyone hesitate to enter. I couldn't help but say as I stepped inside. Unlike the exterior, the inside of the Adventurer Guild was kept surprisingly clean. It looked like a tavern remodeled into a guild. There was a counter like a bar. Requests were printed on paper, color-coded by difficulty, and posted on the tavern walls. Just as I imagined, it was the stereotypical guild. It also still functioned as a tavern. A few people who looked like adventurers were drinking at the tables and chairs. The moment Ringa entered the guild, the place went silent. It wasn't loud before, but the conversation stopped dead. A few adventurers who had been drinking paled as if sobered all at once. Otherwise, it would have been a comfortable place to be. Guild Master, what business do you have with us today? Ah, Mile, these are my guests. Bring drinks for everyone in the room. Why, yes, understood. A puppy-like guild staff member came out from behind the counter, listened to Ringa's instructions, and hurried back to the counter. My unusually sharp hearing picked up the conversation beyond the counter. I really don't understand what Ringa's thinking sometimes. Well, he's in a good mood this time. It's not so bad. Yeah. He hardly ever shows up, but then he just appears with someone out of nowhere. It's troublesome. This time there were so many people, humans, elf race, and familiar summons. There's a lot to criticize. Whose familiar summons are we even talking about? That elf race girl was cute, truly a goddess. I don't care, but Mile, take these first. Okay, they seemed afraid because they couldn't figure out what Ringa was thinking. It's normally impossible to know what others are thinking, but maybe the standards among beastmen are different. Sit wherever you like. Well, there isn't much room to sit besides that. It's full of paperwork. The guild master's room was up the stairs behind the counter and to the left. The furniture was just shelves full of books, a sofa, a desk, and a chair. The room had no sense of daily life. Apart from the sofa, the rest of the space was packed with stacks of documents. Since there was no bed, it wasn't Ringa's living space, but as I heard earlier, did he really seldom show up? Maybe he just didn't use the main entrance. No, if that was the case, why bother with such theatrics? Now, continue from where you left off. Ah, right. Ringa said that and sat in his chair as I sat on the sofa, still thinking. I would explain what happened earlier to Amelia and Yoru later tonight. First, you understand that the magic I used requires control as precise as threading a needle from a meter away, right? Both of them, knowing how difficult magic could be, nodded vigorously. Hitting a moving target's eye with a tightly condensed point of magic, and remotely controlling that magic. Especially with Yoru, the transformation target must be properly imagined or the magic won't even activate, so they would understand well. I deliberately used a technique that wasn't flashy but let my true power show. So, Amelia, why did I do that? Because if you made it flashy, someone with even a little skill could pull it off. Amelia was surprised by the sudden question, but she answered properly. I ruffled Amelia's hair. Correct, so what's the advantage of showing our power to Yoru? Unless someone has nerves of steel, they might avoid us while the master is present. I stroked Yoru's fur with my other hand. Truly, both hands were on fur. Correct, now the downside. The master's strength would be revealed. If a skilled person isn't intimidated by that magic control, they'll approach us without hesitation. I scooped Yoru up and buried my face in that fur. Yes, exactly. Also, I deliberately exposed Amelia's background. You wanted the commoners to flee when they learned she was royal family? Exactly. When I apologized for not consulting her, Amelia smiled slightly and shook her head. Do as you like, Akira. I don't mind what happens to me. Amelia, Lord Ringa, are you out there? No, this is quite interesting. Yoru grimaced at the sudden spread of pink atmosphere and Ringa smiled quietly. Did you purposely have Ringa here? Ah, that wasn't on purpose. It just happened, but thanks to my eyes I recognized Ringa as the guild master, so I thought I'd drag him into this since he was here. I poked near my eye, and Amelia immediately looked satisfied. Ringa, who didn't understand the story, pursed his lips. His unexpectedly childish gesture made me smirk. Thank you for waiting so long. I've been busy lately. I don't know when the next post will be. I'd appreciate it if you could wait patiently. Explain to me in a way I can understand what you two are talking about. Ringa pursed his lips, so I gave a vague explanation about the World Eye. Even if he's a guild master, I can't tell him everything. Well, I'll tell him everything once I'm sure I can trust him. There isn't that much to hide anyway. Fine, there are only two things we need to confirm. Oda Akira, were you summoned from another world as a hero? There's a rumor that a human nation successfully performed a hero summoning. I glanced at Yoru to see if it was okay to speak. I see. Next question. Ringa, having read our reactions, moved on to the next question. I'm not good at this sort of bargaining when I can't keep a poker face. You there, the familiar named Yoru, were you the Demon King's right hand? I had suspected Yoru was close to the Demon King, but his right hand. If so, why would the Demon King offer his right hand to me? That's correct, but now I'm under my master. I won't be thinking of destroying this country like I did when I was a reckless youth, so rest easy. Hey, didn't you just drop a bomb like that? Explain yourself. The familiar there, when he was a monster, acted as the Demon King's right hand and tried to destroy this country, no, this continent. Thanks to the hero back then fighting hard, one corner of the castle where the Beastman King lived crumbled and only the town was destroyed. But since then we've all come to fear black cats. The proud name of the Beastman is in tears. I glanced at Yoru. He was looking off into the distance and whistling poorly, definitely not ashamed. This guy hasn't repented at all. No wonder the townsfolk fled when they saw me. The thugs earlier hadn't noticed because they were drunk, but having ordinary citizens look my way and run hit me psychologically. The Demon King ordered it, and at the time it was during war. I don't think I was wrong, and I don't intend to apologize. I understand, I just wanted to confirm. Amelia was stunned by the fact that the innocent-looking Yoru had actually been a god of destruction. No, never judge by appearance. This guy is the sort to blast you with a dragon breath right after you meet him. Remember, he really acted like a god of destruction at first. Ah, master, I can hear your thoughts aloud through telepathy. So that's what he was thinking. Yoru sulked. It seems familiars and their masters being linked by the telepathy skill is true. A valuable sample. I glanced around and noticed something like a camera on the ceiling. Unlike the malicious cameras I saw when I first came to this world, this one didn't seem hostile, so I had overlooked it. A camera in your own room? Quite strict security. Isn't that a bit overkill for a mere guild master? Sometimes the Beastman's most precious treasures are placed here. That's why. Treasure, huh? Is it okay to tell us that? Wouldn't he think we might be thieves who came to steal those treasures? It's fine. If we were thieves, we wouldn't bring a familiar, and certainly not a black cat familiar. That would be too conspicuous. For thieves who hate standing out, we're awfully bold, true enough. Just having Amelia with us makes us noticeable. Speaking of standing out, the opposite is true too. Your extra skill, non-interference, is it possible it makes you completely unrecognizable to others? Yeah, but I'll have you know I'm a natural civil servant. Also, I have a fear of pointed objects. I can't even look at knives properly. That's why I turned down the distinguished profession of assassin. He can't handle forks either, but chopsticks are fine, so he has them shipped from Yamato. I stared at Ringa's status display. Sure enough, his profession listed assassin. The exact same as mine, so we're same profession types. He apparently uses the non-interference skill to sneak into this room and do paperwork quietly. No wonder his evaluation was so odd. If there are other people of the same profession, they'd probably call it a wasted treasure. I admit I thought that for a moment too, but living like that has its merits. Anyway, enough small talk. Let's get to the main topic. When Ringa said that, the atmosphere seemed to tighten. I'm terribly sorry for the huge delay. I can only hope I haven't been forgotten. While saying he should get to the point, Ringa sips the drink Mile brought earlier. By the way, it's not citrus, some kind of fruit juice. From the smell, maybe grape. I haven't tried it, so I don't know how it tastes, but seeing Amelia drink it with such enjoyment, it must be good enough for royalty. Noticing I hadn't touched my drink, Ringa narrowed his eyes a little. So, what brought you to this continent? With that sharp look, I drew the night blade god from its scabbard, still slung on my back, and set it on the table with a thud. Prompting him silently, Ringa pulled the blade out about halfway. I opened my eyes a little. I see, you're looking for a blacksmith. Judging from the chip in the blade, Ringa sheathed it again and set it back down. It looks like quite a fine piece, but how did it end up like this? The better the blade, the tougher and sharper it is. The same goes for swords. He was asking whether anyone would keep using such a remarkable sword until it got this worn. I absolutely have to raise my level to 100, so I dived into a labyrinth in human territory and slaughtered demonic beasts until it came to this. I answered honestly, and Ringa froze for a moment. Did I hear you wrong? Did you say you faced a labyrinth in human territory with this sword? That's right. You're an idiot. he said it bluntly, so blunt it was almost refreshing. Knight on my shoulder nodded along. I flicked a finger at him just to be cheeky. Don't tell me you went into a human territory labyrinth not knowing it's a training ground for magic users, or did you stumble into death and somehow survive? I didn't know until Knight told me. It wasn't just luck, though that helped a bit. Mostly it was my skill and this Amelia's help. I said it casually as if it were nothing, and Ringa sighed. You're probably chasing that so-called special skill you supposedly get at level 100. Betting your life on such a fairy tale, you're quite the masochist. I grinned. Right. There are rumors that those who reach level 100 receive a special skill, a perk above an extra skill. Of course, I heard that from Commander Saran, and I know the rumor is true. And I promised Commander Saran I'd definitely hit level 100. A promise first and last. Special skills do exist, I insisted firmly, and Ringa stared at my face. For a while the room fell silent. You really believe that, don't you? No, are you certain? Why? There shouldn't be any heroes left with level 100 in this world. There used to be. I saw it myself. A person who reached level 100 was granted a special skill. Is that the truth? After leaving the Adventurer Guild, as we slipped through the crowd, Amelia asked. Thanks to Knight perched on my shoulder, beastmen kept their distance. And since Amelia is a high elf, word must have already spread through the town. Nobody bothered us. Perfect execution, though I want to duck into an alley soon. Amelia's question lacked a subject, but I knew what she meant. Knight, balancing nimbly on my shoulder and clinging to my head, spoke too. This posture tickles a little with chest hair brushing my ear. Master, I've never heard that you get a perk at level 100. Ah, that's expected for someone who used to be a demonic beast. Amelia, you've heard of it a few times, right? When I asked, Amelia nodded awkwardly. I've heard it in fairy tales, like reaching max on a normal skill, only a few geniuses can get there. Ordinary people couldn't possibly. Even getting to 99 might be extremely hard. Yes, it should all be a fairy tale, but it wasn't. The first to notice the level -100 perk was the first-generation hero. In the final battle with the then Demon King, his companions were all killed, and he was near death. After slaying the last demonic beast besides the Demon King, the skill manifested. It bloomed during the fight with the Demon King, and he used that power to get the happy ending. It's the classic heroic limit break. By the way, that explosion apparently wiped out the northern half of the Demon Clan territory on the continent. Extra skill shadow magic can erase an entire forest, so such damage isn't impossible. And when I say forest, I don't mean some tiny grove you'd find in Japan. I mean a foreign forest so vast a small nation could fit entirely inside it. Commander Saran's light magic combined with my shadow magic could have caused that level of devastation. Half the continent? No problem. Do demonic beasts not have them? I patted Knight's head at his disappointed tone. Since there are no tails, that means neither demonic beasts nor the Demon Clan possess such perks. Probably. Well, there could be another possibility. Another possibility? I stopped dead at the alley entrance. The Demon Clan hid it intentionally. When I looked back over my shoulder, Ringa was standing in the crowd, giving us a sharp look. It's past midnight. I'm home. Sorry I'm late. All right then, one room for Lady Amelia and party, yes. How would you like breakfast? Ah, we'll eat at the food stalls, so no need. Understood. We will show you to your room. Please wait a moment. Right now we're standing at the front desk of an inn. It looked like a respectable place, and we all breathed a sigh of relief. Earlier, Amelia said she was a bit hungry, so we had wandered into a nearby cafe-like place on a whim. The owner was a cat-type beastman, maybe a calico. It was a stylish, English-style coffee shop. Aside from beastman fare like matatabi, they had normal food, and there were human adventurers among the customers. Business seemed decent. Amelia, who eats more than me, ordered a bunch of things and got friendly with the owner. When we asked for his recommended inn, this was the place he suggested. The owner probably knew about the rumors I'd been spreading around town, so he must have realized Amelia was a high elf and recommended this place with that in mind. Like the Adventurer Guild, beastman establishments often have interiors that contradict their exteriors. The outside might look fine, but the interior or service can be terrible. That's common. Still, there are decent places. The owner's recommendation, Toraiman, was a clean inn with an izakaya on the first floor, and the soft-shouldered, bird-type beastman innkeeper was a good person. He wasn't overly afraid of the beasts that frighten other beastmen at night, and Amelia received appropriate hospitality. Nice to meet you, I'm Haru. I'll show you to your room. Stepping out from behind the soft-shouldered innkeeper as the guide was a human girl with cute fangs. Her hair was black, and if her eyes were black instead of green, she'd look exactly Japanese. Her name sounded Japanese, too. Hey, she's an elf princess, you know, the innkeeper hurriedly scolded Haru, who greeted us cheerily. Amelia stopped the innkeeper as he tried to bow. We haven't even greeted the Beastman King yet. We're completely incognito. We can't have that level of reception. But the innkeeper looked puzzled, so Amelia made a suggestion. Then just tell us the restaurants you recommend. That'll do. All right, I'll list a few places and bring it to your room. Amelia nodded and signaled Haru. Haru, who had been lively before, suddenly wore a serious expression as she led us. Here we are. She guided us through the dining halls and stopped before an obviously specially prepared large room. This is Lady Amelia's room. In case of emergency, the exit is here. If you need anything, ring that bell. They showed us probably the safest, cleanest room in the inn. Oh, the walls are fully soundproofed, so you can enjoy yourselves at night without worry. With that last remark, Haru left. She'd been polite in front of the innkeeper, but already she'd reverted to her normal self. No sign of remorse. Master, I'm a creature that can read the room, so I'll go out properly at night, and I won't do the rude thing of secretly listening via telepathy. Do you think I'd do something like that to Amelia at night? I don't, but there's a saying. A man shouldn't decline a set meal brought to him. Where did you learn a saying like that? The Demon King said it. My opinion of a Demon King I haven't even met just plummeted. While Knight and I were fluffing and talking, Amelia suddenly popped up in front of us. What are you two whispering about? Nothing, we answered in perfect unison, synchronized enough to make synchronized swimmers jealous. Amelia made a dissatisfied face but let it go. Knight and I exhaled. From now on we'll use telepathy for this kind of conversation. Resolved, we started unpacking the relatively small amount of luggage. I organized my things while Amelia did the same beside me. I wouldn't mind if Akira ate me. I didn't know Amelia had murmured that next to me. Is it good, Amelia? I felt the corner of my mouth lift as she stuffed her mouth full. After that, we lazed around and eased the fatigue of the long journey. We checked the room thoroughly, using magical power to see if anything had been set up, but there was nothing. Maybe I'm overly nervous because we've nearly died or been killed so often since coming here. Well, a bit of caution is reasonable. Now we just have to deal with that guild master's troublesome skill. Next, I want to make the two of them get lovey-dovey. Knight seemed to have somewhere to go. After dinner together, we parted ways. Somewhere to go? Does she have someone she knows there? We returned to the inn and flopped back onto the bed. Since the room was fit for royalty, the bed was soft and very comfortable. Having slept on hard floors since diving into the labyrinth, it felt especially good. Amelia was dozing on the bed beside me. I should wipe her down before she sleeps. Come to think of it, when we parted she had given me a thumbs up at night. Does she still think I'll assault Amelia? Sure, for any man in the world, holding a beautiful girl like her would be a fantasy. But there's a huge difference in looks between Amelia and me, and I don't have that kind of experience anyway. Back home, I was so busy earning a living, working multiple part-time jobs late into the night that I never had time for a girlfriend. Even if I had one, my mother was always at home, so we wouldn't have been able to be intimate. Well, I wasn't looking for anyone either. Lost in such thoughts, I didn't notice Amelia sit up and lie down beside me. Akira, are you thinking about something? Ah, yeah, about that guild master. Rubbing sleepy eyes, Amelia peered at my face. I felt a little startled. Skill non-interference? It's non-interference. It's a very troublesome skill. I stroked Amelia's head as she nuzzled like a cat. She pressed against me with a face that seemed ready to purr. Akira, don't I look delicious? My thoughts stopped for a moment. Huh. What do you mean? I sat up without thinking and asked. Amelia puckered her lips and looked up at me while still lying down. Even though I'm this close, you won't pounce on me. Am I not attractive? She looked doleful and sad, and I was dumbfounded. I didn't expect words like that to come from Amelia. I pressed my hand to my forehead and exhaled. Not attractive? No way. You're too attractive. It's painful being around you. The truth slipped out of my mouth. Amelia quietly opened her eyes wide. What am I saying? Heat gathered in my face. Hee. That's fine then. She laughed at my flushed face and hugged me from behind. Then she leaned close and whispered in my ear. You can eat me whenever you want, Akira. Ah, it's pathetic as a man to be played by a woman. But there was one thing I couldn't yield on. I turned only my neck and kissed Amelia's cheek. Once I finish this business with the Demon King, I'll hold you as much as I want. Be prepared, okay? Yeah, I tried to say it as intimidatingly as possible, but Amelia simply blushed and nodded energetically. All right, sleep. From tomorrow we'll go look for a blacksmith to repair the Night Blade God. I turned my body to face Amelia. She was already clinging to me and dozing. Now that I thought about it, she had looked sleepy for a while. We collapsed onto the bed holding each other. Half asleep and foggy-headed, I decided I'd wash up in the morning. Japanese letter, 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 Japanese letter. Master, I'm home. A few hours later, Yoru returned from wherever she had wanted to go and tilted her head at the sight of Akira's bed, oddly lumpy, and Amelia's bed empty. Lights out was long past and it was pitch dark, but as a cat, darkness didn't bother Yoru. Seeing as clearly as in daylight, she approached the bed and lifted the covers. Oh ho, well well. Good for you, Miss Amelia. There were Akira and Amelia asleep, holding each other. From the state of their clothes, it was clear they hadn't crossed any lines, but Yoru, knowing how worried Amelia had been about Akira, smiled gently at Amelia's happy face. She smoothed the covers back into place and lay down in the other empty bed. Her small body didn't need the whole bed, so she adjusted herself to match its size. Good night, Master, Miss Amelia. It'll get busy from tomorrow. She murmured that and quietly closed her eyes. Did they get to flirt a little? Just barely safe, a little less than usual. In the morning I opened my eyes and a beautiful girl was right in front of me. I froze for a few seconds, then finally understood the situation. Oh right, I had fallen asleep holding Amelia last night. A fluffy bed, the soft feeling of a girl, and an unbelievably beautiful girl in front of me. Is this heaven? No, maybe it's a kind of hell designed to keep me from working. While I was brooding, the bed in the back creaked. I lifted myself a little and peered past Amelia. The huge knight was getting up from the bed. Knight, who's weak in the mornings, frowned as he rose and gave a long stretch. He came around behind me, grabbed my clothes in his mouth, and started tugging them off. Ah, W8, Knight! I loosened my arms so I wouldn't wake Amelia and moved away from her. Knight dragged me off the bed and without a word began helping me take my clothes off. I tilted my head but obeyed Knight's urging and changed clothes. After getting me dressed, he woke Amelia and helped her change as well. Knight, what's wrong? Looking at Knight's face, he yawned once and finally spoke. I visited an acquaintance blacksmith last night. He said he's coming now. With that, he said nothing more and languidly returned to the bed. We exchanged baffled looks. How does he know he's coming now? As we both tilted our heads, someone knocked on the door. Well, it was pretty forceful knock, maybe more like pounding. ... Come in. I slipped a hidden weapon into my hand just in case, then answered. Haru entered, followed by a beastman black cat he brought. This is Crow, the blacksmith. He's acquainted with the familiar, so I did a body check before bringing him. The beastman named Crow glanced at Knight lying on the bed, then eyed me and Amelia as if licking us with his gaze. Thanks, Haru. Haru left after saying, take your time. Once Haru had completely gone, Crow spoke. Your arm seems good, but you're still childish mentally. That so-called Adria's nightmare demonic beast doesn't even need to obey, and that elf over there goes without saying. Adria's nightmare? If I remember right, that was the beastman capital. Also, his way of speaking was intentionally irritating. Master, this one is probably the best blacksmith in the world. He's got a difficult personality, so customers rarely come, Knight muttered, looking at the wall while lying on the bed. I heard that and nodded in understanding. Heroes, after all, and geniuses tend to be difficult personalities. Thank you for the introduction. Being called Adria's nightmare like that is embarrassing, though, Crow said, tail twitching slightly. He didn't look embarrassed at all, but the tail betrayed that he was pleased. I see he's Tsundir. Nice to meet you. I'm Oda Akira. This is the High Elf Amelia. Crow nodded faintly and offered his hand at my introduction. He tilted his head then, irritation showing. Crow spoke more sharply. Bring me the weapon you want fixed. I handed over the Night Blade God. The moment Crow saw the Night Blade God, his eyes widened for an instant. I didn't notice and placed the sheathed sword into Crow's hands. Humph, you haven't neglected maintenance, but it's not enough. You probably dragged it through human labyrinths and overused it. Just one glance and his precise observation drew an impressed sound from Amelia. Can you fix it? When I asked, Crow shook his head. He seemed to say, oh dear, who do you think I am? But gathering the materials will be tough. Crow examined the sword thoroughly, looking from the side, tapping it, holding it up to the sun, while Knight provided commentary. If he repairs it, we'll have to cover all the materials and the cost. Funds can be obtained by hunting demonic beasts, but the materials will be tricky. I nodded, I see, and looked back at Crow. He was disassembling the sword. He handed back the guard and hilt with a flick. Those parts are fine. I'll take the blade itself. I've given the material list to that demonic beast over there. Having said that, Crow started to leave, and Amelia hurried after him. Mock exams are basically for sleeping, right? Wait a moment, Amelia said, grabbing Crow's hand. Crow sighed and stopped. What do you want, Princess of the Elf? Amelia swallowed. That glare that pinned him down was not the look of an ordinary blacksmith. I wanted to make sure. Amelia bowed her head and forced out the words. Crow tilted his head. The blade of Night Blade God in Crow's hand was wrapped in white cloth, the contrast of black and white drawing the eye. Were you perhaps a member of the previous hero's party? The previous hero's party had failed to defeat the Demon King. Only the hero and the Beastman representative returned. The human race and the elf race fell just short. Crow sharpened his gaze. And, enduring Crow's cold look, Amelia lifted her face and stared straight into his eyes. Teach me how to fight. After Amelia left, Yoru sluggishly rose from the bed. Master, you didn't have to chase after her. I sheathed the black scabbard, hilt, and guard of the Night-Blade God, the bladeless Night-Blade God, into my chest. Here it was safe from being taken, and unless someone cut-picketed me, it wouldn't be stolen. Well, even if it were taken, without a blade, it wouldn't be worth much. Amelia has her reasons. Besides that, Amelia wouldn't do anything to put us at a disadvantage. I checked the number and sharpness of my hidden weapons and stowed them in various places. Yoru shrank and jumped onto my shoulder. A single piece of paper fluttered into my palm. Let's do our job. Yoru, go stay with Amelia. Yoru, who was absolutely set on coming with me, sagged skillfully on my shoulder. Master, wasn't that clearly the start of an adventure with familiar and master? I grabbed Yoru by the scruff and lifted him up in front of my face. I only just noticed that when he's in cat form, being held like this makes him go limp like a normal cat. In dragon form, he apparently keeps his pride intact. Wherever you and I are, we remain connected. Amelia doesn't have that luxury. Besides, if there are demonic beasts, she could probably hunt them easily in the Beastmen Labyrinth, and fortunately the Labyrinth is in this town. Yoru pouted. He seemed to understand what I meant. Stay by Amelia's side until she's satisfied. Ever since we entered this continent, I have a bad feeling. Also, tell her to come back by dinner. His golden eyes stared at me silently, then closed gently. As you command, master. I set Yoru down and left the inn. Yoru headed in the opposite direction, following Amelia's scent. I went straight to the Adventurer Guild. When Amelia and Yoru weren't with me, I didn't stand out much. I attracted no attention at all. Saying that about myself felt a bit sad. Still, it would be annoying if I were noticed. I didn't remember exactly where the Adventurer Guild was, but I followed the direction where armored adventurers were walking and soon found it. Probably thanks to my extra luck. Inside the Adventurer Guild, unlike when Ringa and I came, the attached tavern was lively, and crowds of adventurers thronged in front of the request boards organized by color. And it smelled strongly of alcohol. Excuse me, where do I register? I used as polite a tone as I could and called to a guild clerk named Mile, the one who brought us drinks when we first came. Oh, registration is right here. He gave my face a quick glance but showed no reaction, so I hadn't been remembered. From the perspective of an assassin, that's just perfect. But as a person, being forgotten by someone you've met is a little sad. When I met this clerk Mile, the guild master had been with him, so he should have left a strong impression. Yet he didn't remember. Great, damn it, I'm happy. Can you write? I can fill it out for you if you want. Unaware of my inner thoughts, Mile handed me a sheet of paper and what looked like a pen. No, it's fine. Is name, occupation, and race all you need? After confirming Mile's nod, I wrote the necessary information on the paper. Okay, registration is complete. This is your initial rank, the gray rank dog tag. It also serves as identification, so don't lose it. Keep it around your neck at all times. I hung the chain with the gray plate that had my information and tucked it inside my clothes. What's the fastest way to raise my rank? Apparently this town restricts Labyrinth entry by rank. You need at least yellow to enter. Right now I'm gray, then blue, then yellow, so I have to go up 2 ranks. Oh, are you planning to dive into the Labyrinth? Just so you know, that labyrinth doesn't have clear weaknesses like the human races or elf races' labyrinths. Some creatures are weak to physical attacks, some to magic. It's mixed. That's precisely why it hones flexible skills, but ordinary people don't have that range of attacks, so a focus build might be better. It's fine, I'm confident in my skills. Miles stared at my face for a while, then sighed deeply. So many beginner adventurers have died on their first quest after saying that. Anyway, let me explain the manners and rules of this adventurer guild. Listen first, then we'll talk about the rest. I wanted to raise my rank and delve into the labyrinth quickly, but I reluctantly nodded. A little short, the path was carpeted with red leaves like a red carpet, and the 2 humans and 1 beastman walked along it in silence. Well, the 1 beastman wasn't walking, she was perched on Crow's shoulder. So, how long do you plan to follow me? Crow asked without looking at Amelia, who was walking beside him. Until you nod, Amelia replied without turning to look at him. Crow snorted, then give it up. I don't take disciples, nor do I intend to teach my techniques to anyone. Besides, it's not some cutesy skill an Aju-sama can learn just because she wishes it. Amelia, contrary to her appearance, was stubborn and wouldn't back down over that. Yoru wagged his tail sharply. I'm prepared for that. If I want to catch up to Akira, of course I'll make the necessary effort. Crow shook his head and quickened his pace. Amelia matched his stride. How do I get this one to give up, demonic beast? After walking for a while, Crow finally glared at Yoru in frustration. Yoru answered with the same snort Crow had used earlier. Give it up. Miss Amelia's stubbornness and appetite are world-class. After that remark, Crow finally stopped. Back then, I tried, like the others did, to take on disciples and teach them my techniques. Every last one of them broke mentally and left me. Amelia tilted her head as if to say, "Is that so?" "I'm strong. I may be weaker than you who were chosen to represent your race, a gold-rank adventurer, but," she muttered calmly. Crow glared at her profile. "Of course, birth race doesn't matter. The strong win." The wind blew, scattering Amelia's white hair and the red leaves into a dance. Yoru simply watched that fantastical sight. He was ordered by his master, Akira, to accompany Amelia. He had no intention of intervening. "Even the weak deserve a chance at a comeback. I fight to make sure I seize that chance." Akira grabbed his with his own hands. "Now it's my turn." She clenched her hand tightly. "Teach me your technique." "No, the first-generation hero's technique." "Well, something like that, right?" After rambling about guild manners and common sense inside the guild, Mile looked at my face. The content was really basic. Apologize properly when you're wrong, don't dine and dash, and other obvious rules. "There's a dueling system, huh?" I asked what bothered me most. Miles smiled wryly, looking a little troubled. "Yes. The number of duels increases year by year. It's become a pastime for the hot-blooded citizens. There are bets, too." I'd heard beastmen were far more hot-blooded than other races, so a dueling system made sense. Of course, the human and elf adventurer guilds don't have a dueling system. Apparently, the Beastmen Guild takes the lead to prevent unfair betting. Just the other day, an unregistered human fought a yellow-rank party on the main street, got trounced, and that human turned out to be a guest of the guild master. They had their rank revoked and were thrown out of town with whatever magic they'd used still on them. That sounded like something I'd heard somewhere. Maybe some assassin used someone as bait to show off their skill. Speaking of which, that guild master's guest was dressed like an assassin, much like you. Mile froze when he saw me. "Are you okay? You look pale." He pointed at me and mumbled with his mouth open. It was amusing. "Hey, why point at an adventurer like that?" Another adventurer stepped out from behind the motionless Mile. He tilted his head when he saw my face. "You are, if I remember." I recognized his face, too, before I could wonder where the answer came from him. "The assassin who absolutely obliterated the yellow-rank party on the main street." Hearing that, I exaggeratedly snapped my fingers. "Ah, the guild staff who got stuck with cleaning up because Ringa dumped it on them." We looked at each other with a huh. Mile tried to hold back laughing and was shaking. "Well, for now, I'm Yamato." "Nice to meet you." Yamato cleared his throat and extended his right hand. I gripped it firmly. He reminded me somehow of Kyoyusuke. "I'm Oda Akira. Likewise, nice to meet you." I've had several comments, so I'll change the title a bit soon. It's only a minor change to the ending, so it shouldn't cause any issues. Sorry for the delay, it's been hot lately. Please take care not to get heatstroke. Right now, a room in Toraiman was wrapped in a very strange atmosphere. Standing with legs apart, Akira Chinese letter faced Amelia and Yoru, who were kneeling properly. Yoru was in his cat form, merely sitting, so it didn't look much like a punishment. Amelia, beside the unperturbed Yoru, was near her limit. Her legs trembled in small shakes. "Well then, let's hear your excuse." Akira smiled brightly. Though it was only a slight lift at the corners of the mouth, combined with the usual sharp eyes and the unchanged expression, it made him look like a villain. Even Amelia, brave as she was, trembled in fear even without considering her legs. "Master, Miss Amelia's legs are almost at their limit." Yoru tried to mediate, but Akira's cold, expressionless eyes turned toward Amelia and Yoru, and the sheer intensity silenced Yoru. There was no mercy left in those eyes that could make a silver-rank adventurer and a former Demon King's right-hand monster tremble. "What are you saying?" "Limits are meant to be exceeded, aren't they?" It sounded like a line from some manga, but the intent was completely different. "Well, you seem repentant. If you promise you won't do it again, you may stand." "I promise." At last freed from the torture of sitting, Amelia's eyes shone as she answered immediately. Little did she know, the real hell was only beginning, 2 hours earlier. Amelia had been trying desperately to get Crow, who had been a member of the previous hero's party, to teach her a special move. She lost track of time in her persistence. They had moved to Crow's house, and she kept asking him. Crow's house had an impressive blacksmith workshop attached, reminding them that Crow was a genius blacksmith. The house itself was a simple wooden bungalow, a bed, a desk, a kitchen, and nothing else. Although they called it wooden since the workshop used fire next door. It had been built from the world's absolutely non-flammable wood just in case, something even Yoru couldn't tell. "Miss Amelia, if you don't head back soon, Master will worry," Yoru warned. But Amelia kept her head bowed and did not react. "No matter how much you plead, I won't teach you." Crow sat in a chair, sipping tea elegantly, paying Amelia no heed as she bowed, and stuffed some high-quality-looking sweets into his mouth. "Please, teach me." Amelia kept bowing. Yoru glanced at Crow, exasperated. "After all this pleading and still no." Crow twisted his body to look at Yoru. "As careful as I am when the princess's life might be at stake, I can't be reckless." Crow replied nonchalantly, and a vein popped on Yoru's forehead with a sharp reaction. Amelia flinched. Her lips were bitten in frustration. "Hey, monster, weren't you supposed to be back by evening?" Crow peered out the window. The sky was already dimming. "Well past dinner time." If one could read Yoru's complexion, this was the moment he would have gone pale. "Miss Amelia, you must head back now. Master will turn into a demon. Well, it's probably already too late." Amelia finally raised her head. Despite having bowed so long blood should have rushed to her head, her face was deathly pale. "I'll come back tomorrow." When she left Crow's house saying that, Crow waved his hand in disgust. "Yoru, how long to the inn?" Running at full speed, Amelia asked, but Yoru only looked even paler and didn't answer. A face can speak as loudly as words, and his expression said everything. When they arrived at the inn, gasping for breath, the slope-shouldered innkeeper fretted over them. As Amelia answered and went inside, the demon was already standing rigid in the doorway, waiting. "All right, Amelia. Try to stand." Everyone has probably had their legs go numb at least once in their life. That indescribable, unpleasant, sometimes painful feeling after numbness is familiar. Amelia, still on all fours, trembled like a newborn fawn. Tears welled in her eyes. "Miss Amelia," Yoru looked at her pitifully. Princess Amelia had likely never sat in seiza long enough for her legs to go numb before, so Akira had thought to try this as a punishment. It had a far greater effect than expected, and Akira resolved to use it for future latenesses. "From now on, be back by dinner, is that understood?" Akira emphasized, and both Yoru and Amelia nodded repeatedly. After a while, Amelia's legs recovered and they had a late dinner. Although the inn would serve meals for a fee, Amelia preferred stall food, so she ate street food morning, noon, and night. There were so many stalls that changing where they ate each meal kept things from getting boring, and Akira and Yoru agreed. They had also secretly noticed Amelia's goal to try every stall in town. While eating, they talked about the day's events. "It seems you can't jump all the way to yellow rank at once without both the guild's trust and proving you have the power of yellow rank or higher. How was it when you leveled up, Amelia?" With her cheeks full like a hamster, Amelia swallowed before answering. "I don't know. The Adventurer Guild in the Elf territory is quiet, unlike the active Adventurer Guilds in the Beastmen territory. There are hardly any quests. It's mostly a place to sell demon stones and materials from monsters you defeated. Besides, yellow rank was so long ago, I only know I somehow reached silver rank before I realized it." Now that they mentioned it, elves did live long lives. Amelia's childish behavior had made Akira forget that. Surely Amelia had reached silver rank a long time ago. "All right, I'll somehow get up to yellow rank and gather materials. You two just keep doing what you did today." Yoru and Amelia exchanged a look. Akira didn't know that after chasing Crow, Amelia had stuck to him the whole time. All he had was absolute trust in Amelia and Yoru, so he didn't ask why Amelia had been late for dinner. Amelia signaled Yoru not to tell, and Yoru caught the meaning precisely and nodded. "You've come again?" Crow's weary face was already familiar, and Amelia had grown used to his cold stare. She walked up to him and, as she had done yesterday, bowed her head. Because of Shu's orders, she couldn't act on her own, so Yoru had been prepared for another round of pleading and being ignored, ready to watch the whole show. But Crow was different today. Yoru had hoped Amelia's humiliation would finally pay off, but that hope was quickly dashed. "Sorry, but the blacksmith has worked today and will be in the workshop next door all day. If you're going to loiter around anyway, you're free, right? Make lunch for me and bring it over. Use whatever food is in this house." So it was chores of all things. Noticing Yoru's damp, resentful stare, Crow smirked cruelly. "You just be in the way. I'll put you to work with the chores. Not a bad idea if I say so myself." With that he grabbed a lump of metal and what looked like parts of a demonic beast as materials and hurried into the adjacent smithy. Yoru sighed. "What do we do, Miss Amelia?" When Yoru looked up, Amelia was holding a purple vegetable that looked a lot like a carrot. In her other hand she held a knife in a reverse grip as if preparing to strike. Even Yoru's eyes widened. Wait, what is Miss Amelia trying to do?" "What? I was just thinking about what to make, so I figured I'd cut the vegetables first." Amelia tilted her head, so Yoru hurriedly took the dangerous-looking knife from her. If she made a fuss and broke something in the house, who knew what Crow would do? And if Yoru, who was supposed to be watching, let Amelia hurt herself, Shu's reaction would be terrifying to imagine. "Miss Amelia, did you at least rinse the vegetable before cutting? See, there's sand on it, and you need to peel it too." He had to stop her from trying to cook. No, making Crow eat whatever Amelia produced, likely some bizarre concoction, and thus letting her relieve some of the humiliation she had suffered could be amusing. But Yoru shook his head at that thought. If the food turned into something so awful that she collapsed, Shu would be in trouble. He couldn't risk that. "By the way, what kind of relationship do Crow and Yoru have?" Amelia, carefully rinsing the vegetable, asked while Yoru precariously balanced on top of her head to keep watch. She looked up slightly and Yoru nearly slipped, clutching at her in a panic. Well, it's a bit of a long story. Not that big a deal, but do you want me to tell it? Yoru asked, watching the vegetable, and decided what to make as he spoke. He began giving cooking instructions as he talked. It was probably about 100 years ago. Even though it was on the Demon Lord's orders, Crow regretted rampaging through the Beastmen territory. It wasn't a mission that needed to be carried out to the point of being called Adria's nightmare. He went to the memorial as a black cat. He couldn't even say what he intended to do there. He just felt sorry for what had been done. That's where he met Crow. When Yoru arrived at the hill with the memorial monument, someone was already there. A black cat beastman sat slumped in front of the monument, face empty, calling out someone's name. Yoru thought this was the bereaved family of someone he had killed and hid quietly in the shade of a tree. "Hey, Adria's nightmare, you there?" At first he thought it was just wishful coincidence, but because there was no further exchange, he slowly peered out from the shade. When he looked, the black cat beastman was staring directly at him. "Long time no see. You took care of me at the Demon King's castle. Don't think you can hide from me with that magic power of yours." Only then did Yoru realize this beastman was one of the hero party who had stormed the Demon King's castle and been driven off, the one who had barely escaped with his life. "Relax, my sister wasn't killed by you." He muttered that, staring up at the memorial with eyes utterly swollen red from crying. Since no killing intent was directed at him, Yoru went over and, standing beside Crow, looked up at the monument in the same way. "What's this about? They were killed, same beastmen, and they were royalty." Crow's voice was emotionless and Yoru swallowed. "That day, when Adria was consumed by disaster, boats and carriages were evacuating townspeople. My sister was almost on a boat, one step, and she could have boarded." Crow clenched his hand so hard his nails bit into his palm until it split and blood dripped down. But the stupid royal family pushed her off the boat, saying, "Your brother's a hero in the hero party, so your brother will protect you," and shoved my sister away so they could get on first. A low groan slipped out between his clenched teeth. His eyes were full of vengeance and sorrow, unlike when Yoru had first met him at the Demon King's castle. "I was in Yoru at the time. I couldn't make it. ... In the end, my sister died, crushed under a collapsed building. It wasn't you. She was killed by her own people." Black tears fell from his eyes one after another, making big stains on the ground. Yoru stared up at the memorial. Still, it didn't change the fact that his rampage had led to the death of Crow's sister. Many others had died because he had given in to his instincts and ravaged the place. "I will avenge my sister. It may take time, but I will." "I see." Because Crow and the hero had held out until the end in the battle at the Demon King's castle, Yoru's side also suffered heavy losses. In a one-on-one he'd be confident, but he didn't want to spar with Crow, consumed by revenge. He replied curtly and continued to look at the memorial. After a while, Crow was gone. "So what happened afterwards?" Amelia asked as she stir-fried the finely chopped vegetables. Amelia had gotten a lot better at cooking. Crystal usually handled the meals, so during the nights Amelia hadn't noticed her own lack of skill, but if she kept learning at this pace, she might be able to make something passably tasty. "After that, I didn't meet him. I had forgotten about him until I sensed his magical power after coming to this town." The day they arrived, a magical power came from somewhere. It coincided exactly with the moment Crystal activated shadow magic. It reached them, hidden beneath Crystal's enormous magical power. Crystal still couldn't match Yo in magical control, so he probably didn't notice Crow's power. At that moment, the only one who might have noticed that power was probably the guild master, Ringa. "Now that you mention it, Father once said that among the previous heroes' party, there was someone nearly as skilled with magical power as the Demon Clan. So it was Crow, then?" Yo nodded. The criteria for selection into a hero party had commonalities across tribes. They had to excel in martial arts or magic, possessing overwhelming skill unmatched by others. In Crow's case, it was manipulation of magical power. "On that day when Master and Miss Amelia were returning to the inn, I went to see him. You're here, Adria's nightmare." On a hill where it felt like their first meeting, Crow had been waiting for Yo. Yo frowned silently at that arrogant tone. "You called me here and then speak like that. Also, I was given the name Yo. Don't keep calling me that forever. It was 100 years ago." At Yo's words, Crow sneered. Then he rephrased Yo's comment. "Only 100 years have passed. Besides, you demons who live through nearly eternity regard a century as a mere blink." Indeed, the beastmen's lifespan was about 100 years more than the human race. It couldn't compare with the monsters who lived until slain. "Anyway, what's your purpose? Why did you deliberately send out your power at the same timing as Master activating magic, hiding it like that?" Crow twitched at the mention of Master. "I felt something off about the magic, and then the name. So you had become a familiar. Is it all right that Adria's nightmare serves a human, and one known as the weakest of the human race at that? Well, if it's that Demon King, he might even have ordered it himself." Yo flicked her tail irritably. She hadn't come to chat about that. After all, this was only their second meeting. She wanted to shout, "What do you know about me? More than that, what do you know about the Demon Lord?" "What do you want?" prompted again. Crow sighed deeply. "Your master, by sensing, it's probably that boy with the enormous magical power. I want to ask him several things, so bring him to me." "How about I fix that broken sword as payment?" Yo stared at Crow in silence. The gaze she reserved for Crystal and Amelia was different now, so sharp it could seem lethal. Crow shook his head with an exasperated expression. "Didn't you notice? That sword was forged by the first-generation hero. The magical power embedded in it is no different from a human's. On top of that, the one who carries it has a magma of magical power close to a demon's. Even from here I can tell what he's doing. Right now he's getting close with that elf princess, huh?" Yo let out a surprised ho sound. She was thinking not of Crow's technical skill, but of the progress finally seeming to happen between Crystal and Amelia. Still, she was somewhat pleased Crow was in better spirits. "But you're not only here to repair the sword. What else are you hiding?" Crow waved his index finger left and right in front of his face. The gesture annoyed Yo slightly. "If I told you, the master would certainly be informed. Try to find out on your own. A hint, your master has something other humans do not." Yo silently tilted her head. What could Crystal have that other humans don't? Yo couldn't think of anything. "Also, these are the materials to repair the sword. Bring them soon." A sheet of paper flew over using wind magic. It listed monster parts that would be difficult to collect. "This many?" "Only this much. Come to think of it, we had a conversation like this earlier." Crow chuckled, and Yo stared at his face. She saw him smile for the first time. That face was not one of someone burning with revenge against his own royal family. But she couldn't ask if his revenge had been fulfilled. Indirectly, she was partly the reason. "So that happened back then, so Yo has been brooding since that day." Amelia casually plated the finished food onto dishes from the shelf. She also squeezed fruit to make juice. "You noticed?" Yo's tail snapped upright. She was happy someone noticed her change. "Well, Akira noticed first, though." Amelia chuckled softly and carried the food to the workshop next door. It was around noon, and Crow had paused his work to wait inside. "Ah, sorry, it must have been awkward for you." He thanked them sincerely, and both Amelia and Yo widened their eyes. Crow, oblivious to their surprise, ate quietly. He didn't react much to the food, but neither did he call it bad. It seemed to suit his taste. "Hey, I heard about you from Yo. Was your sister's revenge completed?" Amelia suddenly asked, as if she had just remembered. Yo looked shocked and stared at Amelia. Crow's hand froze mid-bite. "Not yet. The royal who killed my sister, the current king's nephew, is still alive and living comfortably." When Crow answered, his expression was full of pain. "Running late. Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. INSIDE the L a BYRINTH, Japanese letter, Japanese letter, Japanese letter. This is bad, this is bad, this is bad. I have to tell the guildmaster about this right away, or it'll be terrible." In the dim labyrinth, the sound of a man running in a panic and a beast-like growl from deep in his throat echoed. Mixed with those sounds was the high, childish voice of a young boy. "Phew, phew, 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 phew. Break, break, break everything." "I see. Then what are you doing right now?" Amelia cut in bluntly with words she clearly shouldn't have said, and Yoru trembled uneasily. Now that he thought about it, Amelia often said exactly what she was thinking without restraint. On top of that, she was royalty used to being fawned over. There were only a few times she'd ever spoken with consideration for others' feelings. And those rare occasions had always been for Akira's sake. Fortunately, this time Amelia's bluntness had turned out for the better. "Nothing," Crow answered with a self-mocking laugh. This was the first time since the incident on that hill that Crow had tried to open up to someone about his inner feelings. "I'm nothing but a coward who couldn't even save my sister. Besides, I've long since realized my sister doesn't want revenge." Crow slammed the table, and a heavy-looking mace, the kind you'd expect to be a repaired weapon, bounced on the desk. Amelia watched him with cold eyes. Yoru felt a chill run down his spine as he met Amelia's gaze. "Ah, Miss Amelia," he called, but Amelia didn't reply. Yoru had clearly seen magical power dwell in Amelia's red eyes. He'd heard about the World Eye that Akira and Amelia possessed on the day they joined the party. Apparently it let you see another's status. Akira had told Yoru it was a skill too much for mere humans. That skill was always active, but if you infused it with magical power, you could see something else as well. "If it were me, I'd want revenge no matter what." Crow widened his eyes quietly. Seeing Amelia's strangely glowing eyes, he drew a breath. "An extra skill, huh? How do I look to you right now?" Crow quickly realized that what Amelia had was the World Eye and asked. Amelia closed her eyes calmly. "I don't know. Figure that out for yourself. But as someone who sees everything, one piece of advice: don't use your sister to run away. It's only empty." Reflected in Amelia's eyes was, unmistakably, a black cat beastman girl with a sorrowful face leaning on Crow. The world eye was an extra skill that showed everything. It wouldn't be strange if it could see ghosts. Of course, because of level differences, Akira couldn't do such a thing, and Amelia couldn't sustain extended visions without consciously focusing magical power into it. Crow lowered his eyes in silence. "That was good. For today, go home." Saying that, he turned his back. Amelia bowed once and left the place. Yoru followed Amelia, glancing back toward Crow's workshop several times as he worriedly watched it. Only after the workshop was completely out of sight did he look up at Amelia. "Miss Amelia, are you sure that was okay?" "It is. If you learn a skill from someone standing still with their head down, it won't reach Akira. He's kinder than he looks." Yoru shivered at the world eye that exposed someone after only a few days of meeting them and murmured in agreement. He was even somewhat impressed, unusually, for someone who wasn't related to Akira being given such consideration by Amelia. "Phew, phew, 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 foo, foo. Go and slaughter all the humans on the surface." A sigh cut off in the middle. Amelia noticed it after a moment. Both of them looked down at the ground simultaneously. "What is this? Miss Amelia, isn't this bad?" Yoru and the world eye, Amelia, were the first to notice. The nearby beastmen, a little mixed with beasts, cocked their heads and gazed at the ground. It was as if some grotesque thing had started moving all at once at someone's command. "Miss Amelia, that—" Following Yoru's voice and the direction he pointed, they saw something black spurting out. "Hey, that's the direction of the labyrinth. Could it be the disaster from 100 years ago is coming back?" "No way," the surrounding beastmen said in chorus and looked up at the sky. The black matter that had spurted upward rose in an instant and stained the clear blue sky black. "Adria's nightmare," Yoru muttered with disgust. The demonic beasts that had attacked the Beastmen territory capital, Adria, 100 years ago now made the capital. Once they attacked, look up at the blackened sky. "I want to get a grasp on the situation." "Yoru!" "Understood." At Amelia's single command, Yoru adjusted his size and grew huge. The appearance of a large black cat-like demonic beast that had suddenly emerged and attacked Adria sent the nearby beastmen into a panic, but this was no time to worry about that. Yoru leapt over their heads in a single bound and aimed for a nearby high ground. "So it has finally come, the return of the nightmare from 100 years ago. About an hour earlier. This puts you at yellow rank. No complaints about going into the labyrinth now, right?" What Akira was holding in his hand and fanning out in front of Yamato was the stack of request forms the guild had issued to him just 2 hours earlier. There were 5 of them. Each one bore the stamp that indicated the request had been fully completed. "Why, you really deliver on your promises, Akira." Yamato's face twitched at Akira's smug expression. Mile, taking care of another adventurer at the reception desk beside them, also widened her eyes in surprise. Even though the requests came from the guild, they were just the backlog of menial tasks the guild had funneled to Akira. One of them was the kind of assignment that had made plenty of rookie adventurers cry before, giving an old, crotchety man a shoulder rub. Even that request Akira finished in just 10 minutes. On top of that, the request form even included a note saying that from now on, the guild should forward all such requests to Akira. "What kind of magic did you use to satisfy that old man?" Yamato muttered. Akira tilted his head and then said as if it were obvious. "Magic? I didn't use any magic. I just talked to the old man, rubbed his shoulders, and got him to stamp the form. Honestly, what does it mean it takes a week? It was done in 10 minutes. Yamato, who couldn't bring himself to scold Mile gaping with her mouth open and ignoring the other adventurers in their care, forced a smile and changed Akira's dog tag to yellow. "What about the other requests? There was house demolition, errands for those aunties, ideas for creative dishes. What else?" Akira took the yellow dog tag and put it around his neck. Because the requests had been easy to him, he didn't feel any real sense of having ranked up. "Oh, right." Yamato, who had been skimming the request forms, spoke up. He felt everyone's gaze turned to him. Excited, he leaned forward as if he didn't notice. "The cleanup of that trash house, how did you clear that out?" Akira nodded and put a hand to his chin. He wasn't particularly neat, but he did have odd bouts of cleanliness, and seeing a genuine trash house for the first time in his life had stunned him. "Well, the house demolition was simple. The client could use a bit of barrier magic, so I had them cast a noise-blocking barrier, then I just broke all the load-bearing pillars, and that was it. Apparently you only needed to make the house collapse, so that was enough." Akira looked up absent-mindedly and counted off on his fingers. Yamato's mental interjection, "How did you break those pillars?" "I could have sworn one of that house's pillars was thicker than a person's height," was of course unheard by Akira, and Akira certainly wasn't going to admit he shaped shadow magic into a blade and sliced them clean. With no one to call him out, Akira continued. "The errands for those aunties were the easiest. After eating out every day with Amelia, I remembered the restaurants, their prices and distances, and planned the shortest, cheapest routes. At that, Yamato buried his face in his hands. No one remembers that stuff naturally. And those aunties always ask for amounts nobody can handle alone. That request was supposed to be for a party of adventurers. Someone must have posted it by mistake. Unaware of Yamato's internal panic, Akira folded another finger down. As for the creative dish ideas, well, I cook myself, so I gave them advice based on my experience, and for some reason, they started taking lessons from me. Akira tilted his head as if wondering why, and Yamato slammed his forehead against the reception desk. An adventurer with cooking skills better than restaurant chefs? Open a shop already, and the chef who posted that request is a pretty famous cook in this city. Luckily, Yamato hadn't said that aloud, otherwise his voice would already be hoarse. When Yamato raised his head, Akira looked at him with the sort of pitying expression one gives to someone a bit unfortunate. That made Yamato wince inwardly. Trying to recover his composure on the surface, Yamato urged him to continue. Sweat streamed down his brow. He hadn't actually recovered at all. Well, the last one was the hardest, Akira prefaced, then opened his fingers and shrugged. I just cleaned it normally, but since it was the first time I'd ever seen such an extreme trash house, I was disoriented at first and it took me an hour. Akira made it sound so casual that Yamato forced out a small "Oh, really?" Yeah, but it was kind of fun. The client apparently found the key to the safe they'd been looking for forever and went berserk. Yamato's fist, clenched out of sight, trembled. You cleaned the former count's mansion. It's fallen from grace now, but there's a legend that their safe stored gold and treasures. It became a trash house after looters ransacked it looking for that stuff. They found the safe but not the key, so it was left alone for ages. Other adventurers and guild staff, who had fallen silent and were listening to Akira's story, shivered just like Yamato. I've got to head to the Labyrinth on urgent business. The menial tasks were pretty fun, though. Send more my way when they pile up. Whether he was naturally oblivious, tactlessly blunt, or actually aware and didn't care, Akira marched out of the guild with a flourish, leaving behind a strange atmosphere. Yamato and the others watched him go in silence. Savior of menial tasks, huh? Someone muttered, and everyone nodded. Not only had he cleared the guild's backlog of chores, he had protected the guild's reputation among the townspeople by getting those requests done. From that day on, within the guild and among the citizens, Akira became known as the savior of menial tasks. No one dared call him that to his face, of course, and Akira would never know how bards later passed down the tale of his odd, little legends for generations to come. Because his experience doing every kind of part-time job to make ends meet paid off, Akira was able to become a yellow-rank adventurer without issue. He had already finished 5 odd jobs, but he went straight to the Labyrinth. There was a reason he was in such a hurry. He had an overwhelmingly bad feeling. Ever since coming to this continent, he'd been plagued by bad feelings, but today the alarm in his head was louder than ever. And the closer he got to the Labyrinth, the stronger it grew. Better to get this over with quickly and get out of here. Fortunately, Crow's house, which Amelia and Yoru visited every day, was quite far from the Labyrinth. The chances of Amelia and the others being in danger were low, but Akira still wanted Amelia off this continent. Even he hadn't realized it, but his danger sense skill had probably been warning him all along. That Amelia would be forced to use revival magic again. Damn it! When Akira arrived, the part of the Labyrinth in Beastmen territory was already covered in a black mist. From beyond the entrance, where the guild staff were frantically trying to seal it, came the groans and howls of beasts. Because beastmen are closer to animals and generally have higher danger sense, there were no ordinary beastmen in the area. Those left were human guild staff, migrant workers, and adventurers who had come to the Labyrinth. Hey, get out of here right now! A beastman adventurer, probably much higher rank than Akira, shouted and began shepherding noncombatants to safety. When the guild staff noticed, they fled as well, leaving the Labyrinth's closure incomplete. You couldn't blame the guild staff. Everyone values their life, especially non-combat staff with no fighting ability. Besides, even if the entrance had been sealed, the monsters from the depths would have smashed it open with a single strike. In that sense, their choice could be called sensible. Hey, you two, get away from here, can't you feel it? There are monsters coming up that you'd need to form a raid to beat. Watching the entrance as a huge presence slowly approached, a good-natured beastman adventurer grabbed Akira's arm and pulled. Most other adventurers had already evacuated. Only Akira and that adventurer remained near the entrance. The dog tag hanging at his neck was red, 1 rank above Akira's yellow. Yeah, but how are we supposed to deal with it? Where he pulled, Akira suggested he had somewhere in mind. When Akira showed he intended to leave, the red-rank adventurer started running. Still holding Akira's hand, Akira ran with him. First, we head to the guild to assess the situation. from gold to yellow rank will probably be formed into hunting parties. If you're late, you'll get left out and die. He sounded oddly practiced. When Akira remarked on that, the man replied, you too. Akira gave a wry smile. Spending long stretches in labyrinths might make you used to life-or-death situations. A crowd of yellow rank and higher adventurers had already gathered outside the Adventurer Guild. Akira used telepathy to explain the situation to Yoru. Understood. Master, hold them off as much as you can. We'll focus on evacuating non-combatants and minimizing damage. Yeah, if you die, I die too. Be careful. Heh, who do you think I am? Stupid question. Keep in touch. Take care of Amelia. As soon as he ended the telepathy, Guildmaster Ringa appeared a little above the crowd. No speeches. Pair up with someone nearby. Treat them as a partner you'd entrust your life to. If you end up with someone weak, well, that's the end of your luck. It sounded reckless. Normally, Akira would have protested that you can't entrust your life to a stranger, but this time he couldn't afford that. As a human, he technically had no obligation to join the hunting party. But if luck was on his side, it might raise his rank, and more importantly, Amelia was nearby. Amelia was a silver rank adventurer and probably safe with Yoru, but a man wanted to protect a woman. Hey, want to pair up with me? Yeah, please. The one who asked was the red rank adventurer who had pulled Akira there. I'm Sina, you probably can't tell, but I'm the Guildmaster Ringa's brother. You really couldn't tell? While Ringa was a leopard beastman, Sina was a wolf beastman. I'm Akira. He finished the brief introduction. If he was Ringa's brother, all the more reason not to let his guard down, or rather the trouble had approached him. Quick question, are you front line or back line? A fluffy tail wagged in Akira's vision as Sina eyed his physique. Front line, my class is assassin. Then we complement each other, I'm a back line fire mage. Sina grinned, Akira nodded and looked around. Most of the faces were familiar, so there weren't many introductions. All right, you two operate as a basic unit. If anything happens, one of you becomes the relay. If any unit is unsure, combine them with others. I sent the fast runners to the neighboring town and the royal capital. Even so, we're the only ones who can defend this town. Don't let the demon clan soil our streets. Oh, morale surged. Akira alone frowned. Demon clan? How could he say that? From scattered reports, the sky turning black and the like, it was similar to the incident 100 years ago, the Adria's nightmare that Yoru had caused. But he hadn't heard anything about the demon clan being present. Yoru hadn't said that either. Then again, Akira hadn't heard everything from Yoru. He only knew Yoru had, on orders from the demon lord, taken many beastmen lives. Still, if Yoru had led demons, he would have said so. So likely it had been Yoru, a monster, who led the beasts a century ago. Then the general interpretation would be that intelligent monsters led them this time too, right? If someone was speaking from mere speculation, that would be absurd. Even a single guildmaster knows how influential his words are, so he must be speaking with some conviction. Hey, you're always drifting off. Want to join up with someone else? Sina looked at Akira with an exasperated expression. Akira shook his head without thinking. I don't know your skill level, but I've been solo a long time. Coordinated play isn't possible, and more people just makes it worse. Sina nodded, and while Akira thought, politely bowed to a pair who had probably tried to recruit them. Akira, Sina, your squad will support the red and silver rank squads. Just as they were about to head to the battlefield, Ringa said that at the right moment. Wait, is it okay to send yellow rank to the front lines? Sina looked at him worriedly. Being doubted for his skill might be the first time Akira had experienced that. Until now, to avoid complaints, he'd shown half his strength before anyone demanded it. It's fine, no problem with this one. If it comes down to it, slash and run. Roger. The brothers exchanged grins. Akira took it back, they do look alike. After Akira contacted us, Yoru and Amelia dashed through the town. They were carrying elderly people who couldn't evacuate on their own. At first, the elders resisted when they saw Yoru's appearance, but once they could see the beasts rampaging in the distance and realized they didn't want to die, they reluctantly allowed themselves to be placed on Yoru's back. Miss Amelia, hurry and evacuate. After loading the last person, Yoru tried to use his tail to lift Amelia onto his back, but she shook her head and refused. There are still people ahead who haven't evacuated, and since no adventurers have come yet, someone has to stay here and hold them off. The monsters were already almost upon them. Yoru hesitated. If he left Amelia now and something happened to her, there would be no way to contact her or find her location. It would become the situation Akira feared most. Go now! Snapping back to himself, Yoru realized the monsters were only a short distance away. Amelia, a silver rank, didn't seem like the sort who would be defeated easily. Still, an indescribable anxiety swept through him. I'll be right back. Thinking of the many lives on his back, Yoru kicked off the ground. His hands were too stained now to save his own life, but still, he would prevent any more casualties. Maybe we'll be the ones chasing them down, huh? Amelia reached toward the approaching monsters. Gravity! Her released magical power lifted her hair. At her chest, a silver dog tag swung with the excitement of battle after a long time. Now I summon a great burning flame to turn all before me to ash. Flame hand. Sina began the incantation while I drew the monster's attention, planning to leave just as the spell completed. The spell formed, and from Sina's outstretched hand, a gigantic hand of flame extended, burning the monsters in a line to cinders. Still, the monsters gathered to fill the void. Nearly an hour had passed since the front-line fighting began, but the monster numbers showed no sign of dwindling. As Yamato and the others at the Adventurer Guild had said, the monsters from the brute labyrinth had inconsistent weaknesses, making coordination essential. Still, the party composition being so reliant on adventurers was probably due to beastmen traits. Beastmen had animal blood in them, that much everyone knew. The problem was that animal blood influenced their personalities to some extent. Beastmen of vicious animals were quick to anger and fought easily. Beastmen of gentle animals were peaceful and disliked conflict. Those from strong animals were, unsurprisingly, physically powerful. In short, beastmen who lived solitary lives weren't suited to group action. That was likely why parties leaned so heavily on regular adventurers. "Akira, can you hold the front for a few minutes?" Hearing Sina's strained voice, I looked back. He was carrying 2 adventurers from the front line. Both were barely breathing. If they'd retreated a moment later, they might have died. I nodded and borrowed a dagger from one of them. Just as I turned, the dagger I'd been using, the one borrowed from the guild that had sliced through countless monsters, had shattered to pieces. I'd noticed the dagger this adventurer carried showed no sign of dulling, so I'd been curious. Taking advantage of the moment, I seized it. I swung it to test its feel. It reached from my hand to about my elbow, weight perfect, clearly a fine blade. That dagger is Crow's, so you gotta bring it back, got it?" No wonder it felt easy to wield. I nodded at the panting adventurer and memorized his face. If it was made by Crow, recommended by the former Demon King's right hand, it must have been expensive. Given how broke I was grateful he lent it. "Sorry, I'll be back in a few minutes," Sina said as he left the front line. I smiled grimly. Now I could fight without holding anything back. There were still dozens of adventurers on the front line I couldn't see from here. They wouldn't imagine a yellow rank like me had wiped out so many monsters. I quietly extended my hand. "Shadow magic, activate." Following Commander Saran's instructions, I didn't use shadow magic where people could see me. Even if someone saw, I could probably pass it off as a derivative of dark magic. And I kept presence detection fully open so I wouldn't lose control and attack people by accident. The shadow that manifested in this world dyed the ground darker than the sky and rubbed against me like a delighted animal. There was no real sensation, but it felt like being petted by a dog. "Eat up. I don't expect you to taste very good." The first thing it swallowed was a minotaur. Then it swallowed a Fenrir, a chimera, high-rarity monsters, so maybe its palate was refined. Wherever my shadow magic passed, monsters vanished without leaving a drop of blood. Seeing that, the other monsters panicked and tried to flee the shadow magic, but packed in so tightly without any gap, they couldn't escape. Some were crushed to death by their comrades trying to retreat. It's not pleasant to watch, but it's quite a sight. Monsters that had once invaded and terrified the beastmen now trembled before something unknown and were crushing each other. Thinking of beastmen crushed beneath buildings and humans who'd come here to work and were torn apart, I felt a grim pleasure. My presence detection, deployed at full power, tripped on a person, and I told my shadow magic to take them in. I offered a word of thanks to the shadow that entered my silhouette and then carved up a nearby monster. Spending time on each one would be tedious, so I swung the dagger to make sure each enemy fell with a single clean strike. "Sorry, Akira," Sina emerged from behind a building. I raised one hand in reply. "Don't you think the monster counts dropped a bit?" He looked around as he spoke. I answered casually. I withdrew my hand and slit the throat of a beast with bovine features. "You didn't notice? Their defense over there was too tight. They probably moved to the other side." In truth, my shadow magic had devoured them, but I let him keep his assumption. We couldn't wipe them all out. Hundreds remained, but the 2 of us could handle them easily. We could even go support other areas. I looked around leisurely. A ball of flame passed by beside me. "You're looking away, confident, huh?" "Of course. Who do you think held the front this long?" Sina sounded relaxed enough to joke. I changed my expression. In the direction I was watching, I saw a monster listed on the material list Crow had given me. "All right, materials secured." I closed the gap in an instant and swung the dagger. If I recalled correctly, I needed its claw for harvesting. I shoved the claw into my pocket. "Looks like this is almost over. Then let's use any leftover magic for something special." Sina grinned like a brat and began an incantation. The tone of it was different from other spells. He seemed to be concentrating every nerve into the chant. Prompted by Sina's serious look, I paid close attention to ensure no monsters moved toward him. Spew forth flames of purgatory, manifest and return all to ash. Hamura. When the chant ended, nothing seemed to happen at first. I tilted my head, thinking it had fizzled when the ground trembled slightly. Akira, over here? Sina beckoned with a strange smile, while I broke into a cold sweat at the intensifying tremor. I noticed the shaking only occurred where the monsters clustered. "What is that?" When I asked, Sina smiled and put a finger to his lips. From somewhere came a gurgling sound, and the shaking at the monster's location intensified. They could have fled, but their feet wouldn't move. Something burst forth with a rush, and the monsters standing on it were gone in an instant, no trace left. Only a demon stone clattered down. The monsters trembled and stirred. My eyes, no longer wholly human, registered what it was. That's magma. When I was in Japan, I'd been to a show and remembered seeing a video like this, a slow-moving red goo that steadily swallowed trees. Oh, you're oddly well-informed. Yes. This spell forces magma to the surface, then forces it back underground. Scary. The monsters that watched their comrades vanish from an unseen attack were painted with clear terror. Some of the idiots, despite being enemies, looked at me with pleading eyes. I looked at the monsters' feet to see why they didn't run. Their feet were melting from the heat. No wonder they couldn't move. The cells making up their feet had liquefied and stuck to the neighbors' feet. If they could feel pain, the spell inflicted agony beyond death and a constant dread that next it would be them. This is brutal. A hot gale blew toward us. If Yoru or Amelia, who knew shadow magic, were nearby, they'd surely retort, "You should be the one saying that." But my shadow magic swallowed the heat wholesale, and my assassinations were instantaneous, no time for fear from behind. Using such a spell in a large-scale extermination was tantamount to torture. Thinking that it could be used on people sent a chill down my spine. I squinted and watched the monsters vanish, leaving only demon stones behind. Thanks to Sina's illicitly cruel spell, the area entrusted to us was mostly cleared. Just as we finally relaxed, a desperate telepathic message reached me from Yoru. "Master, Miss Amelia has been kidnapped." My mind suddenly went white. "About a month, sorry to have kept you waiting, and I'm sorry for stopping updates without saying anything. I'll explain in the activity report, but in short. Decide on your preferred school early. It had been only a few minutes since Yoru had left Amelia's side. As expected, there are just too many of them." Amelia's magical power could never be truly exhausted, but expending a huge amount of magic still wore her out. If only Yoru would return soon. He hadn't come back yet. Well, knowing him, he'd probably come back quickly, but it would still take a lot of time to carry the old people to a safe place and set them down. Until then, I have to hold this at all costs. Amelia raised her arms, both scratched and wounded, horizontally. The cuts would disappear in a few minutes, but there were still going to be many wounds. Before her stood an army of roughly 1,000 that she could see. Counting those she couldn't see, inside abandoned houses, behind other demonic beasts and the blind spots, there might be over 2,000. She could die and then cast revival magic on herself, but after being revived, her magic would be drained to the bone. She wouldn't disappear, but she wouldn't be able to move for a while. Gravity, the ground and the monsters several dozen meters ahead sank. In the depressed earth were dozens of monsters crushed flat as if by an immense weight from above. Their guts spilled out and they were dead. It was a fully R-rated sight, not something you could show kids. Incidentally, in the town there were many houses half crushed where Amelia, unable to worry about buildings, had pressed down partially, so even if people escaped the monsters, living here afterwards would be difficult. Yoru's late. Hoping nothing had happened, Amelia cast gravity magic again against the monsters that charged recklessly without caring for the deaths of their comrades. "Oh, is that so? That gravity magic is from that time? You're the elf princess, huh?" A calm but distinctly childlike high voice came from somewhere. Amelia turned her head. There shouldn't be anyone else here besides her. There mustn't be, because that would mean someone had been left behind. But that voice sounded oddly familiar to Amelia. She searched her memory for where she'd heard it before. "Over here. Don't you have presence detection or danger sense type skills or something?" Looking toward the voice again, she saw a small child with hair and eyes like emerald green, cute, though not quite of the elf race, sitting on the head of a long-necked monster. If Shu had been here, he'd have called it a giraffe the moment he saw it. Those green eyes seemed to be enjoying the situation. And then she remembered. "You're the demon clan who attacked the elf territory a long time ago." She hadn't even told Shu, nor her father the king. But among the monsters that had come from the labyrinth because of Kirika, there had been a demon clan member who commanded them. For a single instant, she'd seen a voice say, "See you," and a green light. At the time, she was still a child and didn't understand what the demon clan was, But after growing up and learning their nature, she became more convinced that what she'd seen was a member of the demon clan. It had been too brief, so she'd hesitated about whether to report it to the king. If demon clan members were appearing, that meant the demon king had started moving. If she'd missing it, it would be terrible. If demon clan members had appeared on the elf continent forest, they couldn't ignore it. Even the elf race, who hated entanglements with other races, would have to enter into a cooperative stance. This was a major issue, and she couldn't judge it from a single instant. "Oh, gotcha. Really, I'm so grateful to your little sister, you know. She practically made the stage for us to come out." When Amelia tensed at the presence of a demon clan member, the green-eyed boy suddenly raised his tone in delight. His cheeks flushed as if he'd been given a new toy. Before she knew it, the monster's advance halted. As if concentrating on only Amelia, the monsters surrounded her. Everywhere she looked, monsters. Even the monster rooms in the Canton Labyrinth that she and Shu had dived into hadn't produced so many huge monsters. Some of the monsters encircling Amelia were as large as the night when he was in a dragon state and comparable to Yoru in size. Even though gravity magic could wipe many out at once, the situation was completely unfavorable. "You've got a little job for me, see? So it's a shame, but I can't just kill you." The demon clan boy dropped his tone. His green eyes gleamed ominously, and the horde of monsters that had been still suddenly began to move in unison. Not the reckless charges from before, but orderly, as if following commands. Amelia nearly clicked her tongue, but stopped herself. Even in this moment she thought of Shu first. If Shu found out, she'd be in trouble, so she instead pulled a sour face. "I know your magic, right? So then I'll kill you for now, okay?" The boy smiled broadly. His eyes were innocent, and were it not for the intense magical pressure emanating from him, he'd look like any ordinary kid. "And your ally, the assassin who was summoned as the hero, I heard the demon lord said he's a nuisance, so I'll kill him. I don't like that guy either. He's creepy. We have to kill him before he accomplishes his goal, right?" The demon clan boy's cute face twisted into a frown. Amelia felt like frowning too. Yoru had told her that the demon king knew about Shu, so she knew because Yoru had relayed the message. But Shu's purpose here was to have Crow repair his sword so he could survive in demon clan territory. How selfish of the demon king to interfere with the very thing he himself caused by calling Shu here. "Then, for the assassin who might get killed by me, you should use revival magic to survive too. Oh, don't worry, I'm not killing the assassin today, so feel free to use it now." The boy raised his hand. The ring of monsters tightened. "Oh, right, my name's Aurum Trace. Remember that, okay?" As the boy lowered his hand, the monsters leapt forward. "I meant to upload this yesterday. Aurum Trace." I recognized the lingering magical residue floating around, and the flash of green I caught when Miss Amelia was snatched. 9 times out of 10, it's him. "Hey, did you see which way Amelia was taken?" Master spoke in a lower voice than usual. He must be keeping his raging emotions under control. He's probably holding himself back from charging off right now. I can tell. But with Master like he is now, he can't beat that guy. I think I should build up my power. I noticed my voice was a bit deeper than usual. I was a little surprised myself. If that man has started moving, then the demon lord is on the move. Even though Master has been accepted as my lord, the idea that the demon lord, my creator, would be active, and I'd resent it, is something I never would have imagined back when I was the Black Cat. "Who took Amelia?" Master crouched over the spot where an enormous amount of blood had splattered and forced the words out. A small amount of magical power lingers even in blood. The stronger someone's magic, the more of it resides in their blood, and sometimes you can tell whose blood it was even after some time has passed. Clearly a fatal amount, that blood carried Miss Amelia's magical signature. A man bearing the name Trace, given to the 3rd strongest among the demon clan, Aurum Trace. Master knelt and clenched his fist around sand darkened by that pooled blood. "For now, we'll wipe out the demonic beasts in this area. No more holding back." Maybe because they smelled Amelia's blood, or because they sensed Master and me, the demonic beasts that hadn't been fully wiped out were gathering nearby. "Understood." Master didn't show me his face until the end. "Activate shadow magic." Perhaps spurred by Master's anger, or because he was pouring in more magical power than ever, shadows leapt up from the crater Miss Amelia had apparently made and joined with Master's own shadow. Up until now, shadow magic could at most use the shadows of things close by. It had the benefit of power, but the drawback of being difficult to use in well-lit places. Yet now Master could control the shadow magic. "Transform." I took a breath and changed my body's form. My dragon scales haven't been hardened by combat yet, so their durability isn't great, but this is different. These are the demonic beasts I personally dealt with. Light enveloped me and reshaped me, even changing the kinds of strength I possess. When the light cleared, my viewpoint was somewhat higher than when I was in cat form. my vision also split into three. Cerberus. Between this and the Canton Labyrinth, they're really pulling out all the famous ones, huh? Master muttered something, but the beast's characteristic ferocity made drool dribble from its mouth and muddled his thoughts. I could tell he wasn't thinking clearly. I understood maybe half of what he said. This creature's transformation grants far greater power than when I was the black cat and makes movement much easier. Its build is so sturdy that ordinary attacks wouldn't even leave a scratch. But there are far too many considerations to account for. Its offensive power is more than enough for the lower labyrinth levels, yet its thinking is unstable, as if drugged, a constant urge to destroy. And the worst part, someone has to stop it. With Master here it's manageable, but when I was a commander leading troops I never could have used this. Master, I'm going to rampage now. When I'm done, stop me. Without waiting for Master's reply, my body moved on its own. In an instant I leapt at the nearest demonic beast and tore out its throat. Without even confirming it was dead, I pounced on the next one, craving more blood. I could feel the hunger in me for blood being satisfied bit by bit. Oh ho, I see. When you're in that form you can't control yourself, huh? In my fogged mind, only Master's voice echoed clearly. I couldn't control shadow magic either, but I finally got a bit of control. Thanks to your buying us time, well done. Only that voice seeped into me. I couldn't understand what he was saying right now, but when I return to normal, I'll think it over carefully. When I saw Amelia still had some magical power left, and the amount of blood that was clearly a mortal wound, something inside me snapped. That said, I didn't let my anger run wild and smash things around. I just felt a surge of anger at myself for failing to protect Amelia, followed by helplessness and sorrow, and I was briefly disoriented. No sooner had I come to than monsters appeared. It was utterly incomprehensible. I felt like a child whose landmarks had disappeared, wandering helplessly. Shadow magic, activate! Still, maybe I wanted to take out my frustration on something, because my shadow magic came out rougher than usual. Honestly, I couldn't control it. Master, I'm going to rampage now. When it's over, stop me. While I was distracted by the shadow magic, Yoru had already become a Cerberus. Like in the Labyrinth, only famous monsters that even I knew were appearing. As a Cerberus, Yoru said that much and lunged out. Blood spurted from the throats of the monsters Yoru attacked, soaking the ground. The three heads bit different monsters, and in an instant the carcasses piled up. All right, control acquired. Of course, I wasn't just standing by. I calmed the shadow magic inside me that wanted to rage and made its power my own. The potential of the shadow magic is still unknown. Even I don't know its limits. It's a power too strong for me, yet strangely I didn't want to let it go. I used shadow magic to form footholds and jumped over monsters toward Yoru. Cerberus Yoru drooled from its mouth and seemed to have no reason left, just pure destructive impulse. I praised Yoru and joined the fight. He probably wouldn't understand anything I said right now, so I figured I'd tell him later, and with daggers imbued with shadow magic, I pierced the monster's vitals with precision. The shadows moved as they pleased and devoured the surrounding monsters. They swallowed them whole, so swallow might be a more accurate description than eat. Ah, hey, Yoru! When I noticed, Yoru was far away. Though we could still see each other, it was too far to reach to help quickly. I'd thought earlier that the monsters were acting more coordinated, but perhaps they'd been moving to separate us. Demon Clan, huh? The only race that can command monsters. Hated by other tribes for that power, they were driven to the harshest environment on the continent, Volcano. A pitiful people. Their movement meant only one thing. The Demon King had begun to move. I have no idea what the kings in Rades are planning, but the timing of the 28 of us being summoned to another world didn't seem entirely unlucky. Aurum Trace, I spoke the name and clenched my fist. The shadow magic writhed. I won't forgive this. Suddenly, I realized I'd never been in love in my world. My mother and my sister Yui were of course important. But other girls were always afraid of me, and I had no contact with them. I didn't have a beautiful childhood friend. Actually, I didn't have childhood friends at all. Besides, I was too busy with part-time work to waste time on romance. So Amelia was my first love, the first woman I'd ever cared for. Even knowing she was a princess didn't change this feeling. I refused to let her die. Even if she did, I wouldn't love anyone else. I wanted to cherish her, to protect her. When I showed an embarrassing side in front of Amelia, I sank more than usual. She was now someplace beyond my reach. I didn't even know where she was. Maybe she was in terrible pain. Maybe she was calling for help, and yet I couldn't rush to her side. No matter how many monsters I defeated in front of me, I couldn't reach Amelia. Area? That thought made my emotions explode. The sky already darkened, blackened further, and bled into shadow. The shadow magic expanded beyond capacity and kept growing. Shadow magic, shadow hell? The monsters gradually sank into the blackened ground. Like an ant-lion pit, they couldn't escape the shadows. When every monster had sunk into the shadow, my magical power was almost gone. When all the shadows returned to me, the blackened sky returned to its original blue. Realizing that, strength left my body and the ground rushed up. Master! For some reason, Yoru, back in his original huge black cat form, supported me just before I hit the ground. Master's shadow magic, no, the type you showed earlier seems to have the power to dispel magic. The moment my transformation touched your shadow magic, it was undone. Yoru, supporting me, answered my question. As expected of my partner. More importantly, why would you do something so reckless? You could have taken them out one by one. As he said that, Yoru suddenly lifted his eyes and yelled at me. Because Yoru's voice normally reverberates in my head, and combined with the dizziness from mana depletion, everything felt horribly wobbly. Sorry, Yoru, I'll take my scolding later. I'm going to sleep. Ignoring Yoru's "Hey, master," I closed my eyes. I was at my limit. Yoru was right, I'd been too reckless. It was unusual for me. My emotions hadn't listened to me. If I still had any magical power left, I'd probably have damaged even the miracle house that had avoided the monster's attack. I'd always avoided venting my anger because it's tiring, but meeting Amelia had changed me into someone I barely recognized. Yet strangely, compared to when I was indifferent to everyone back in my world, I felt joy in being able to show my emotions outward now. Amelia, I will definitely save you. Murmuring that, I finally lost consciousness. Master's magic has exceeded the limit, tolerance significantly over. Continuing will threaten life, so forcing shadow magic activation. Mode: healing. Extracting required amount from magic stored in the shadow magic. Healing complete. Shadow magic deactivated. A mechanical voice slipped from Aki's mouth as I passed out. She glowed briefly, and then the unharmed Aki slept soundly. Her complexion had completely returned to normal despite the earlier mana depletion. That voice had appeared once before, when Aki nearly died from wounds in a chimera battle before she'd met Amelia and Yoru. Having confirmed our master was not just safe but fully recovered, Yoru finally slowed his hurried pace. Master, I woke up in an unfamiliar place. Master, you're awake. As I sat up and looked around, Knight in his kitten form slipped in through the window beside the bed I had been laying on. His face looked relieved but also somewhat tired. Knight, where are we? This is my house. Although I'd asked Knight, another voice echoed in the room, a familiar voice. Crow, the black cat beastman blacksmith approached carrying something. There was no furniture in the room besides the bed, not even a closet. It was really just a room for sleeping. How do you feel? Terrible. How long was I out? And where's Amelia? The leftover languor that comes from sleeping a very long time still wrapped around my body. My head wasn't working properly. Ever since I was summoned into this world, death had felt like it was always nearby. I felt like I hadn't been able to sleep deeply, and yet now my desire to sleep had been completely erased. I must have slept a long time. As my head cleared, I took stock of the situation. I put my hand to my forehead. All right, Amelia was kidnapped by the demon clan, wasn't she? That's right. By the way, Master, you passed out 3 days ago when you went berserk. I was surprised at Knight's words. 3 days. When I was younger, I had once been hit by a truck instead of a child I was saving, and even then I was only unconscious for 2 days. That time my body had been between the tires and I was almost uninjured. This time I didn't seem badly hurt either, apparently uninjured, and yet I had slept for 3 days. Strange. As I mulled that over, I noticed Knight had gone quiet, wearing a troubled expression. Knight. What's wrong? I scooped him up and stroked him. He purred like a cat. I'd heard before that when he transforms, he fully becomes the creature he turns into. Even as a black cat, if you stroke a good spot, he'll unconsciously purr. Amelia and I used to waste time with childish games like who could make Knight purr first. Master is... No, never mind. He was hiding something obvious, and I wanted to press, but from experience I knew when Knight was like this, he wouldn't speak until he had made up his mind. So I kept quiet. When the two of us were silent, Crow dropped what he had been holding onto my knees. This is what was requested. Also, the dagger you used, I sharpened the blade. Tell the owner to keep using it carefully from now on. The dagger borrowed from an adventurer who'd left the front line gleamed like new. Then he glanced to the other 2 blades. You split it in 2. Was I using it too roughly? Well, yes, but you're an assassin. Daggers are easier for you to use. The 2 daggers were covered in pitch black from hilt to edge. When drawn, their blades were black too. No doubt the single weapon, Night Blade God, had been split into 2 daggers. There was a large crack around the middle, maybe that's where it was broken. From Crow's tone, it seemed it wasn't an irreparable crack, but perhaps he split it deliberately because of my profession. Also, take this. He dropped a small box. I picked it up and stared at it. Knight's eyes widened too, he seemed to recognize it. Hey, that's... Yeah, it's what you think it is. Open it. Prompted by Crow, I opened the lid cautiously. A ring, Inside lay a rugged ring with a blood-red gem set in the center. Clearly made for a man, there wasn't a name carved, but there were words on the inside. "I am the one who guides you." Moreover, the inscription was in a script not native to this world, thankfully not Japanese, but in English, a language I was second most familiar with, so I could just make out the words. It must have been made by a hero from an English-speaking land other than the first generation. "Of course, a hero, you could read that?" Technically, I'm not a hero, but I answered. "Yeah. It's not the language of the country we were born in, but it's from our original world's language." Crow nodded as if understanding. He'd expected the inscription on the Night Blade God to be in a different script and thought it would be unreadable. I slept through most classes, but I stayed awake for language and maths, not for some lofty future benefit, just because the teachers were scary. The English teacher in particular always smiled and looked like he wasn't paying attention, but he almost always noticed dozing students. And he'd call on people at random so you couldn't relax. "Like you read just now, that ring will tell the wearer the location of whatever they desire. Put it on your finger, think strongly of what you want, and the light from the ring will point to it." My heart leapt. What you desire, the thing you wish for, so it could locate Amelia. I hurriedly put the ring on my right index finger and concentrated on Amelia. "Oh!" A red beam of light shot from the ring and lit the wall of the room. It pointed in the direction of the Beastmen's Labyrinth, the brute Labyrinth. Night, happy that it gave a guide to Amelia, furtively asked Crow, "Isn't that supposed to be a national treasure-level item? Why do you have it?" If mishandled, it should have been stored in the castle treasury. Crow casually shook his head. "Someone I saved long ago gave it to me. They wouldn't reveal their identity, so I don't know who it was, but since it was useful, I accepted it." Night silently boiled with murderous intent at how nonchalant Crow was. If this had been a cursed item and something happened to me, he decided he'd tear Crow to pieces. "Anyway, with this you can reach Amelia. Are you coming, Crow?" I turned and asked. Crow cocked his head, puzzled. "Aren't you going to help your apprentice Amelia? You're her master, right?" Crow shrugged. "When did I ever say I'd be her master? I don't recall saying a word like that." "But you went this far for her. Doesn't that mean you care for her at least a little?" Crow fell silent at my question. His eyes, unreadable, stared into the void. "I suppose. If you come back in one piece, I might consider watching over her. Today's chapter is a short one. I'll put an important announcement in the afterward, so I'd be grateful if you'd take a look." "Is that true?" Yoru leapt at Crow as if about to bite. As a kitten it didn't look that threatening, but if it had been huge, Crow couldn't have dodged so gracefully. "Are you trying to make me say the same thing twice? Only if you really come back alive, got it?" This one's Tsundirha. "Like I'm not watching you or anything," kind of vibe. Anyway, I felt relieved. Crow didn't intend to come, but he'd still lend a hand. "Crow, while you're at it, can you do me a favor? Find out who helped the demon clan sneak in." I scolded my body into moving again as I asked Crow to investigate. Crow, with Yoru on his head, looked at me with a sullen face. Well, that grumpy expression might just be his default look. "I'll look into it without being told. The fact that the demon clan came hasn't been announced to the public yet, but it's only a matter of time before word reaches the king. Several adventurers saw demons, not just this one. When that happens, the first thing people will question is where they got in." I nodded. Even for a port town, the defenses weren't lax enough to allow an easy invasion. If anything, being a port town meant stricter security, and they even had an adventurer guild. Of course, the guild existed because of the labyrinth, but the more skilled adventurers there are, the harder it is for outsiders to get in. Although the demon clan and the human race look almost identical, the demon's tainted magical power can be felt even by those without magical knowledge. Then again, in this world, and especially among the beastmen, who are famous for being quick to fight, there isn't a single person without any magical knowledge at all. If you're investigating, start with Guild Master Ringa and his younger brother Sina. Yoru and Crow both widened their eyes. "Master, that is?" Ringa, when he was calling to adventurers in front of the guild, said, "Don't let the demon clan defile our town." The other adventurers were on edge before the battle started, so they probably didn't notice, but at that time no one had said a word about demons yet. Sina, who seemed calm then, was suspicious too. "Come to think of it, would you really send yellow and red rank adventurers to the front lines as a matter of course? Beastmen have many capable fighters, and there was a party of silver rank adventurers present. By then the response had already been delayed, and a considerable number of demonic beasts had poured into the city. If it were me, I'd have the high-rank adventurers like the silvers take out the monsters that the reds and yellows couldn't handle, and have the others deal with the remaining beasts. The labyrinth's gate had already been broken at that point, so even if you sealed the labyrinth entrance, monsters would still come through. So it would be far more efficient to let them come out, and then send adventurers to the areas that were slow to evacuate and wipe them out. Ringa's plan couldn't guarantee the safety of non-combatants who were slow to evacuate. If that was the case, it wouldn't be strange for capable fighters hidden among the general populace to step forward. Did he do it on purpose? Master? Yoru suddenly fell silent, then murmured that and widened her eyes. She asked me with a worried look. The possibility that Ringa is the mastermind just increased. All the adventurer deployments were handled by that guild master. So even if the evacuation of the village near Crow's house was delayed, he could have avoided sending adventurers. No matter how much he was later questioned, he could make excuses about command confusion. There are plenty of alibis. Yoru furrowed her brow, uncertain of the true meaning of my words. Crow, on the other hand, looked like he'd swallowed several bitter bugs. What are you saying? If Ringa is the guild master, he could have manipulated things so that Amelia would try to help the non-combatants who hadn't evacuated yet, making them join the fight. Others could have done it too. For instance, a messenger running around delivering orders, but that would have been too risky for them. No excuses could be made, and they might even put themselves in danger. I see. Then I'll verify that. You get some rest for now. I nodded and collapsed onto the bed. I was reaching my limit. Since I realized how enormous the magical power cost of shadow magic is, I'd been careful to avoid wasting magic, so I'd never felt like this before. In short, this was the first time I'd drained my magical power to depletion. I hadn't realized how agonizing magical exhaustion could be. I'll be more careful next time. When I closed my eyes, my body immediately slipped into sleep mode. Yoru and Crow talked about something, but I couldn't understand it, and my consciousness sank deeper into darkness. Important announcement. Suddenly, this novel will be published as a book. This is entirely thanks to you, the readers. Thank you for reporting typos and for your encouraging comments. I know there are more typos here than in other works and that it's been a huge inconvenience, but your help has been invaluable. Regarding the book publication, as I hinted before, the title will be changed a little. Regarding the fact that my stats as an assassin are clearly stronger than the heroes, will become, my stats as an assassin are clearly stronger than the heroes, but you might wonder what changed, but the latter part has been tweaked slightly. The exam finished safely. There's still a month before the results are announced, and my nerves are on edge the whole time. Thank you for all the encouraging comments. I feel like I've grasped something. Knight panicked when Akira collapsed onto the bed at night, but Crow said she was just sleeping, and Knight let out a relieved breath. There are many magic users who die from complete depletion of magical power. It was only natural that Knight would be worried. They say humans slowly consume magical power just by breathing. That's the Demon Clan's theory, though whether it's actually true is unknown. But once they had certainly wandered the brink of death, even knowing it was impossible, Knight couldn't help thinking, hold your breath, for a moment. Still, you really managed to stay alive, Crow muttered softly. Knight hesitated about whether to tell Crow about that phenomenon with Akira. Knight couldn't conceive that a spell might have a will of its own, and Akira hadn't told Knight and the others about the conversation with Saran. So Knight couldn't even think that a spell healed his master. All Knight could conclude was that the master had gone strange. Still, it was undeniably odd and not something Knight could handle alone. Crow watched Knight quietly as she worried. If you want to consult me, spit it out. I'm heading into town now. Crow's cold eyes looked down at Knight on the bed. Even Knight, who rarely yielded, fell silent under that gaze and spoke. She explained that Akira had completely exhausted his magical power, left only waiting for death, yet somehow recovered to this state. She told Crow about the voice she'd heard then. That's not a self-recovery type spell. Where did the replenishment for completely drained magical power come from? Crow muttered something and left him be. Knight moved closer to Akira's face. She pressed a paw-like hand to Akira's forehead. An NGH? There doesn't seem to be a fever. Those who expend a lot of magical power usually run a temperature. The cool paw made Akira frown slightly. He shifted in his sleep, pulling Knight close to his face. Ah, master. Hey, Crow, help me. Attacking a sleeping master and forcibly freeing himself was out of the question. Besides, this master was completely unconscious, so it was even harder to take action. He called for Crow's help, but Crow was already out of the room. That bastard sighed, don't be reckless, master. If you die, I die too, you know. In the pre-ritual explanation, Knight found this man, who didn't fear death, interesting. Now she only wanted him to be safe. Otherwise, Knight's heart wouldn't hold up. Knight herself had no intention of dying. Ordered by the Demon King to go to the depths of the Labyrinth as a messenger, she had once accepted the possibility of death, but only then. She had been determined to escape somehow. Well, she ended up leaving that way, but she'd met an interesting person, so in the end it was fine. In any case, Knight still didn't want to die. That's why she stayed with Akira. They had a familiar pact. If Akira died, Knight would die too, so if Knight protected him, everything would be fine. Or so she thought. This master seemed to attract trouble and incidents. Being near death happened often. With his overwhelmingly high physical abilities and stats, it might have looked like the first time he was in danger, but in the elf territory or for a normal member of the human race, a first arrow would have been fatal. "Please don't die?" Night pressed her face to Akira's cheek, who hugged her. It was an unseemly act for a proud creature, but Night didn't care. She'd gotten used to being clung to after that time in the boss room at the bottom of the labyrinth. True to their agreement, the fluffing had to happen every night before sleep. She nuzzled his body like a prayer. She murmured over and over like a wish, "Don't die." Night didn't realize then that this feeling wasn't just about not wanting to die herself. After a while, tempted by warmth, drowsiness came and Night rested her head on Akira's arm. "Master!" When Night was sound asleep, Akira slowly opened his eyes. Realizing something was in his arms, he woke up. "It's okay. I won't do something like that again. I absolutely won't die. Not until I get home." Then, using Night as a body pillow, he fell into a deep sleep once more. "I'm late. I woke up that evening. Crow and Yoru calmed me down when I insisted on going to look for Emilia right away. Darkness will only thicken from now on. True, darkness is the assassin's domain, but don't forget it's the demonic beast's territory too. You're still far from fully recovered. Stay in bed." I couldn't understand why the two of them could stay so calm, and I was frustrated that I couldn't go to Emilia. Why can you stay so calm?" I hit the wall to vent my frustration. I knew it was taking my anger out on something. I'd gotten into this state because I'd used shadow magic without thinking ahead, and I knew both of them were unbearably worried about Emilia. But I couldn't help lashing out. "I'm not calm, Master." "I am calm, though. Dark Assassin, are you?" Crow's flippant answer irritated me, and as I opened my mouth to snap back, something snagged in my throat. "Da-re-cuse," I blurted it out in hiragana from shock. My head was scrambled. I couldn't make the kanji conversion happen. Crow looked at me and grinned. I'd heard his barbs countless times since we met, but I'd never seen a smile that sent such a chill down my spine. "That's the Master's title," Yoru said. He said the one thing I most didn't want to hear. "Is he doing it on purpose?" My friend Kyoyusuk has a talent for obliviously picking precisely the places people don't want touched, and maybe Yoru has that trait too. Apparently everyone on the hill where people were sheltering saw you annihilate the demonic beasts when you last used shadow magic. For a yellow rank adventurer, being given a title so quickly is unprecedented. And the guilds endorsed it. Well done. They gave you quite a cool name. Crow patted my shoulder and left the room. I buried my head in my hands. No way, an assassin getting noticed like that, what the hell? True enough. Though I don't think the Master would be outclassed by other assassins, Yoru offered as a sort of consolation, but that wasn't my problem. What the hell? That over-the-top emo title? And what even is a title? I'd never heard of such a thing. There's a system for this. I absolutely, definitely do not want my classmates to know, especially Kyoyusuk and the hero. Kyoyusuk would probably give that blank-faced "good for you" again. Since he'd truly mean it from the bottom of his heart, it'd be even worse. As for the hero, he'd probably make a visibly disgusted face. If I told him the situation, he'd say, "That was unfortunate," without a doubt. That would piss me off too, and I could easily imagine the conversation being overheard by girls, getting repeated and spreading through the whole class. I sighed, still holding my head. Sigh. "Hey Yoru, can't we change the title to something more tame? It's not impossible, but every corner of the town is talking about the Dark Assassin. It'll be hard to retract it now." Yoru, not grasping the gravity, tilted his head, not understanding why I resisted the title so fiercely. "I see. So assassins being conspicuous is okay, huh? Also, my magic is shadow, not darkness," I said. My shadow seemed to agree. "Right. You think so too, don't you? From a distance, it must have looked like you commanded the darkness. Shadow magic isn't even recognized as a category. Even if it was shadows, the sky was engulfed in darkness back then, so in a way they're not wrong." Yoru tilted his head, wondering if there was any title that would fit better than the Dark Assassin. Damn it, he'd won the argument. Come to think of it, having shadow attribute magic and being an assassin already reads like peak emo regardless. If we return to the other world, shutting these two up will be my top priority. I'll stay put and sleep for today. But I'm leaving early tomorrow. I pulled the blanket over my head out of spite and grew sleepy again. Apparently my body still demanded rest. I was a little annoyed that they seemed to know my body better than I did, but I understood they were looking out for me, so I held back. Thinking about it, back in the other world when I covered myself with the futon out of frustration or being scolded, I usually passed out and let things be. When I was a high schooler, my sister Yui once told me that was childish, so I stopped doing it. All right. Just once, all right. My fuzzy brain mumbled that and then sank back into the blanket. The rebound from magical power depletion is severe, especially in the Master's case since you nearly died once. It won't be fixed in a day or two. Yoru muttered that and left the room too. Even if shadow magic restored some magical power, it was only back to the edge of what was acceptable. I'd been right on the line of not dying. And my body craved magical power. I could almost feel it being drained if I stood too close. It wasn't actually being sucked out, but walking around town in that state could be dangerous. For now, the only option was taking small doses of magical power recovery potions and sleeping to recuperate. My recovery rate was 70%. That might sound fine, but I wanted to eliminate even a single worry before rescuing Amelia. I understood that, but my consciousness couldn't stop trying to go to Amelia, making my sleep shallow. So what would normally take a day or so stretched to 2 or 3. Hurry. Thank you all for waiting so long. The novel has been released safely, the end-of-year exams nightmare are over, and now I can update steadily. So, if the ultimate goal is to defeat the Demon King, what are we going to do next? The hero party, who had been staying in the human race's continent, Yamato country, was finally getting ready to move. From what I've heard, the previous hero party was wiped out by the Demon Clan and demonic beasts before they could reach the Demon King. Only the hero and the beastmen representatives survived. That was roughly 100 years ago. The previous hero couldn't avenge that defeat and died of old age. The current Demon King should be the same as the Demon King back then, but no one really knows how long members of the Demon Clan live. That just means not only the Demon King, but his subordinates are strong too, right? I nodded at Shiori Hasayama's words. We don't know exactly how strong the previous hero party was, but there's no doubt skilled fighters were gathered from the 3 continents. They were definitely stronger than us now. Asahina-kun, who had been listening quietly, muttered that. For the past few days, we'd been registered at the Adventure Guild and taking jobs. Then again, Yamato has no labyrinths, so the available requests are limited and few adventurers stop by, meaning there were heaps of demon-slaying requests against weak demonic beasts that non-combat civilians couldn't handle. We split them up and cleared them one by one, finally getting a breather. But there didn't seem to be any demonic beasts around here with power enough to put us in danger like that Minotaur did. To be frank, compared to Saran-san or Mr. Zeal, these fights were underwhelming. They were about the same level as monsters from the upper layers of the Cantonin Labyrinth. Still, we can't neglect the basics, Ueno-san said, folding his arms and frowning. Looking around, everyone except Asahina-kun and me had their arms crossed, deep in thought. Our adventure rank just rose to yellow today, probably because there are no labyrinths. The monsters here are way too low level to be a real challenge. So there's only one thing to do, right? While basics are important, there's plenty to learn even if we leave here. I'll start missing Japanese food again. Well, Tsuda will do his best there. Me again? Tomoya Tsuda, the party's cook, grumbled. The 2 girls technically also had cooking skills, but Tsuda, who handles most of the cooking at home, had the highest skill level and the best results, so despite being a knight, his role in the group was like the mother of the members. By the way, the remaining member of the hero party is Daisuke Waki, whose recent catchphrase is, "I'm glad to be alive." His job is tamer. Right now, he's been taming a small monkey-like creature he met in the forest and a stray cat he found in town. He's generally a light-hearted guy. It's strange how his presence makes even serious conversations lose their seriousness. Apparently, he's the eldest son in his family. Demonic beasts can't usually be tamed because they don't understand human communication. Every few centuries, someone appears known as the one who commands demonic beasts, who names and keeps a demon. But it's odd that anyone would want to keep creatures that only harm humans. Just so you know, I can only make things I've actually cooked before, okay? And we have fewer seasonings here than back home, so the range of dishes I can make is limited. Tsuda, the party's shield, cook, and youngest member, puckered his lips, and Nane-san patted his shoulder. Rintaro Nane's ability to get along even with that eccentric Akira shows he's very good at communication. Legend has it, he once had a lively conversation about anime with the almost silent Asahina-kun. In the party, he's more like the second son. Well, that just means Tomoya's cooking's really good. I know making Japanese food from local ingredients here is hard, but could you try making the seasoning taste more Japanese? I might be able to do that. Really? Then please, we want to try it too. Daisuke's casual request was joined by Ueno-san. He's energetic. Sometimes she seems like the sun. When Waki and Ueno get serious, you should brace yourself. It might feel like the end of the world. I just need it spicy, said Shiori with a placid face, slightly off topic. She's into spicy food and apparently insists on sprinkling red furicake over everything. She probably hadn't mentioned that back there because she didn't think it would happen here. Hey, more importantly, what are we going to do from now on? I steered the conversation back. Everyone straightened up, alert. I looked around for opinions. We need weapons. Asahina-kun, leaning against the wall with his arms folded, said quietly, his opinion is the most useful in situations like this. True. I've got the holy sword I received at the castle, so I'm fine, but Tsuda's sword is already falling apart. We've got a decent amount of money, maybe we should get everything we need here. Oh, then Yuki-chan and I should probably have some self-defense weapons too. We had a pretty dangerous moment yesterday. Our basic formation places me, Asahina-kun, and Tsuda in the vanguard, with Wind Mages Nane-kun, Ueno-san, and Shiori in the rear. As it stands, we're almost unprotected from enemies approaching from behind. Everyone has the presence detection skill, but their skill levels are still low. They won't notice unless someone gets pretty close. Oh, I might have heard there's a blacksmith with the best skill in the world in the Beastmen territory. Every pair of eyes turned to Nane-kun. Ah, but that's just a rumor, okay? No confirmation. They say the Beastmen representative who survived with the previous hero party might be that person, and they're in the port town of Yuru. If I recall correctly, Yuru has a Beastmen territory labyrinth. Asahina-kun's remark was the clincher. The destination was practically decided. All right, then tomorrow we'll take the ship to Yuru to procure weapons. If possible, I'd like that world-class blacksmith to forge them, but I won't force it. The important thing is finding weapons that suit each of us. Everyone raised their fists energetically, and I breathed out with relief. This would finally let us move forward. Does the ring really indicate this place, Master? Before the entrance to the brute labyrinth in Uruk, Yuru looked up at me as if confirming. Back then, the labyrinth's doors were broken and demonic beasts had poured out, but the doors had been repaired and were completely sealed. As expected of the Adventurer Guild, they work fast. There was no one around, so we could enter, but I didn't know if we could get out. Unlike the Cantonin Labyrinth, there's no guarantee a magic circle sits on the lowest floor, so in a way this is a gamble. I looked at my right index finger. The light was pointing at the sealed door. Yeah, the light is definitely indicating the labyrinth's entrance. Saying that, Yuru made her body larger. I opened the labyrinth door and rode on Yuru's back. As planned, we'll go straight through. Leave it to me. Our goal this time was to reach Emilia, so we had agreed beforehand to avoid fights we could avoid. We had no idea how far down Emilia and that guy Orem Trace were, so instead of carefully clearing each floor, we'd sprint through with Yuru's legs except for boss fights. I was fully recovered already and had said I could run at Yuru's speed, but my overprotective familiar stubbornly refused to nod. At this rate, you couldn't tell who the master was. Wait a moment. Just as we were about to run, I sensed something and stopped Yuru. I took out a hidden weapon and tossed it into a shadowed blind spot. Kaya, a small scream, a female beastman who had been peeking out, stepped into the light. Her face was hidden by a hood, but she was quite tall. Slightly taller than me, perhaps. I frowned. That voice, it sounded familiar somehow. Who are you? Yuru bared her teeth and growled. The tone was so full of vigilance the air around us seemed to crackle. Sure enough, the woman trembled in her knees and her face stiffened. Yuru, lower your intimidation a bit. She won't be able to speak if it's too strong. I understand. When I told her, Yuru reluctantly eased her intimidation. Still, it was adjusted to be non-paralyzing. A clear, bell-like voice rang out. Finally, the source of my unease clicked into place. You were the one glaring at the heroes before we entered the Cantonin Labyrinth, weren't you? The hooded woman who had directed killing intent at us when we first left the royal castle. The one who had said sacrifices were needed for the hero summon. It's not important now. Excuse me, may I accompany you? The hooded woman hesitated, then shook her head and spoke to us in a quiet voice. Not trustworthy. Also, we're in a hurry. We don't have time to deal with you. Yuru bluntly said exactly what I was thinking. She is kind to Emilia and me, but a bit harsh with other people. Perhaps a leftover trait from her days as a demonic beast. Then shall I show my identity? Saying that, the woman let her hood fall back. Cobalt blue eyes pierced me. I'm Ria Lagoon, the first princess of the largest beastmen territory nation, Uruk. Her strong-willed eyes somewhat resembled Emilia's. Oh, why is the first princess in a place like this? A husky dog beastman rumbled in his throat at Yuru's intimidation. From her frightened expression, it was clear she lacked much combat experience. The current intimidation felt like that found in the upper layers of the Cantonin Labyrinth. In other words, she's not much of a combatant. That must be why she says she'll come along, aware she's not fit for battle. I wish to meet the elf race princess, Lady Emilia. Lady Emilia? Hearing those words while looking down, I realized I was losing my composure. Yuru, surprised by the unexpected reply, even let her intimidation drop. I dismounted Yuru. Then I grabbed the beastman Ria by the collar. Ugh! Emilia stayed alone in the battlefield to buy time for fleeing beastmen, fighting thousands of demonic beasts. Sorry, but I don't think you have combat ability. I pressed the hidden weapon to Ria's neck. Even if the elf race and the beastmen don't get along, is this the proper way to repay the beastmen's savior? And how do you know Amelia was taken from here? My hand, holding the hidden weapon, tightened, and a little blood seeped from Ria's neck as fear contorted her. Because of the human race, princess, I've endured a lot. Those who bear the title princess, aside from Amelia, have never been good. Depending on your answer, I won't hesitate to kill you. After saying that, I relaxed my grip and intimidation slightly so she could speak. I was probably more intense than Yuru had been with her. Whenever Amelia was involved, I couldn't seem to hold back. Cough, I truly have no fighting strength, but I do have the ability to protect. Besides, I came not as a beastman, but as a princess to offer a warning. Her eyes were undeniably truthful. Also, the pulse at the neck I had my hand on showed no abnormality. There were many things I wanted to ask, but for now I released the grip on her clothes. Still, the hidden weapon remained at her throat. One question you haven't answered. How did you know this was the place? I felt no sign of being followed. So you must have come here intending this location. I glared sharply, and Ria answered timidly. I used the skill-enhanced sense of smell. Amelia Sama and a strange scent entered here and then stopped. I cut it at a good spot this time, so it's short. Enhanced sense of smell? I tilted my head and looked at Yoru. In simple terms, it means a good nose. Each of the other 5 senses can also be enhanced, and those kinds of skills most often appear in beastmen. I nodded at Yoru's explanation. For now, to check whether Ria's story was true, I used the word I after a long time. Japanese letter, 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 Ria Lagoon, Japanese symbol RC/Beastman, Japanese symbol CLSS/ Guardian LV52. HP 250/250 Japanese symbol, a TT, a CK100, and 50 Japanese symbol DEFENSE, 5000 Japanese symbol M, a GIC, a L power 2000 Japanese letter, 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 Japanese letter skills. Japanese symbol ENH, a NCED sense of smell LV7. Japanese symbol NOBILITY, the royal family LV2. Japanese symbol D, a GGER technique LV2. Japanese letter, 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 extra skill. Japanese symbol DIVINE barrier. Japanese letter, 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 Japanese letter. Sure enough. Enhanced sense of smell was in the skill list, and at level 7, a pretty high skill level. With that, she might be able to follow a scent trail to Amelia. Still, she'd probably need some item that belonged to Amelia, and it seemed she really didn't have much combat ability. Her attack stat was about what a non-combat classmate would have at level 1. Beastmen naturally have high physical abilities even without skills, so this felt far too low. Well, her defense was amazing, so maybe that balanced it. There was something else that bothered me even more. Hey, were you adopted into the royal family or something? Ria's shoulders trembled, as if she hadn't expected me to notice. Why did you? Looking at Ria's frightened face made everything suddenly tedious, so I climbed back onto Yoru's back. We'll talk on the way, get on quickly. I pointed back. Ria stared at me in a daze. Yoru turned his head and looked at me. Are you sure? Master, I know it's not a lie, but you shouldn't trust someone you barely know. Who said I was trusting her? I said I'll hear her story and tell her ours, that's why I told her to get on. Time's tight, we can't afford to be delayed here. And even if she's a princess, coming to a place like this means she's prepared, right? Without looking at her, I said that, and Ria staggered to her feet and scrambled onto Yoru's back. Very well, there's one thing I absolutely must tell Lady Amelia. All right, move, Yoru. Yoru still looked like he had more to say, but I cut him off and gave the order. Yoru's fur rippled under me and began to glow. It was Yoru's transformation. When the light subsided, I couldn't see his full body because I was on his back, but he had become a black-furred, cheetah-like demonic beast. His legs were long and slim, built for speed. Hold on tight. If you fall off, I won't fetch anyone but the master. After saying that to Ria, I felt his muscles tense. The scenery changed in a single step. After 2 steps, a demonic beast appeared in front of us. After 3, that demonic beast was already far behind. I felt Ria frantically cling to my clothes from behind. To be honest, having a girl other than Amelia cling to me like that is nothing but a nuisance, but I'd better just endure it. She was bigger than Amelia, but I'm not the type of guy who cares much about that. I won't say where exactly. Now then, first your story. Speak carefully so you don't bite your tongue. While moving at breakneck speed, I spun my body to face Rhea. Rhea had to let go of my clothes and hastily gripped Yoru's fur instead. I was not born into the royal family. I noticed that from the order of her skills. Normally, skills are listed in the order they were acquired. The same applied to me, to Amelia, and to Yoru. So there's no reason beastmen would be an exception. The difference between Amelia and Rhea was whether the skill, nobility of the royal family was listed first or second. When I asked Amelia, she said royals are basically royal from before they're born, so nobility of the royal family appears first in their skill list. She told me this after having looked through many people's stats with the world eye in the past. That meant Rhea having it second suggested she acquired that skill later. There are other things to judge by, like skill levels, but that was my conclusion. And it was likely Rhea had been invited into the royal family because of her class and her extra skill. I was the daughter of a moderately well-off, ordinary family. Maybe she'd gotten used to the high-speed world because Rhea's speech smoothed out as she talked. What she told me was something I hadn't expected. Bookmarks 17,894, thank you. Total rating 40,463, thank you. 161 users favorited, thank you. About 260 comments, thank you. My real family was an old noble line that had fallen generations ago. By my father's time, we were nothing more than a slightly wealthier household among commoners. The carriage jolted as it turned. Rhea, who nearly fell, clung tightly to Yoru in a panic. I became royalty about 50 years ago. Until then, I lived in that village, but one day demons attacked the village where my house was, and everyone in the village except me died. I thought they were dead. Rhea bit her lip hard there. I tilted my head at the change in her mood. What kind of demon attacked the village? I had a bad feeling. Hatred colored Rhea's eyes. It was a slime. A monster that should have been taken out in one blow absorbed the entire village. It wasn't an ordinary slime. Slimes come in many colors, but until that day I had never seen a black slime. I drew a small breath. My bad feeling had been right. A black slime, the same kind that had captured Amelia the first time we encountered it. I had thought that slime might have been released by someone targeting the elf race's beauty, intending to enslave them. But if the beastmen were affected too, that's an entirely different matter. I also wondered about the kidnapper-looking knight who carried a sword bearing Uruk's crest, whom we met in elf territory. What was really happening to the beastmen? It must have been modified by someone and released artificially. When you said earlier you thought they were dead, what did you mean by that? I repeated the question to Rhea, who was muttering while looking down. Her expression darkened further. You remember what I said when we first met. Do you know what kind of sacrifices were made to summon the hero? Come on, you don't mean they sacrificed the captured beastmen to summon the hero, do you? That had crossed my mind when Rhea mentioned it before the labyrinth. But I dismissed it then. I couldn't imagine sacrificing so much just to summon a hero. I still thought the summoning had been for a reasonable cause. Against my hope, Rhea nodded. That's exactly it. Even after I learned I was a guardian, I put barriers on my family and some villagers just in case. A guardian's barrier isn't like an ordinary barrier master's fixed structure. It can be applied to moving objects. I understood. That meant she could place barriers on people themselves. They might not give much offensive power, but for defense, they function almost like an enchantment. As a guardian, if something I've barred dies by a cause other than having the barrier broken, for example, if I had set the barrier to protect against physical attacks only, and someone dies of deadly poison, the barrier naturally disappears. And I can sense that too. When the slime absorbed them, my barriers hadn't all vanished yet, but one day suddenly every barrier disappeared. By then I had been taken in as royalty, so I used my powers as a princess to investigate what had happened. I looked away. I could imagine what came next without her saying more. There was nothing in beastmen territory, but it was happening in human territory, a cursed hero summoning. I traced the timing of my barriers disappearing, and the enormous magical power poured into the magic circle for the summoning. They matched. I decided to go to human territory to see the hero with my own eyes. That's where she met me. I suddenly wondered if Rhea knew I was brought here by a hero summoning. When we first met, I spoke to her only after slipping out of the hero's line. Even if she had investigated me when we later encountered Amelia, she probably only learned titles like the one who commands demonic beasts or, unwillingly, Dark Assassin, and likely didn't know I was a summoned hero. Among the beastmen, only Ringa realized I was one of the summoned heroes. Given that Rhea had just become royalty, it's unlikely she and Guild Master Ringa were connected. Also, whenever the word hero came up, Rhea emitted a faint killing intent, but it wasn't directed at me. Should I tell her? I had allowed Rhea to accompany me because I didn't know the demon clan's strength and wanted to be cautious, but I had intended to fight them alone. Even if Rhea left now, it wouldn't be a great loss. If I told her now I'm one of the summoned heroes, she wouldn't be in a position to do much anyway. But when should I tell her? My father made small items for the royal court, and after I lost my relatives because I was a guardian, the royal family took me in. Rhea finished her story with that. Seeing the worried expression on my face, she hurriedly added, I got excited while telling it and the timeline got messed up, but my old story isn't important, so you can forget it. I swallowed the urge to shout, it is important, and instead asked the thing that bothered me most. Whether I would tell her about the hero summoning depended on her answer. Then what is it you need to tell Amelia? From what I heard, it doesn't sound like you and Amelia have any connection. Rhea, who was only adopted and has no claim to succession, would have almost zero chance of knowing Amelia. Elf and beastmen relations are bad, so the odds were even lower. Rhea hesitated a little before speaking. I need to warn Lady Amelia. We've received information that the Demon King has begun moving to target Amelia's skill, revival. I frowned. Too many things were messy. I felt like writing it down on paper to sort it out. Of course, that's impossible while moving at high speed in the unstable night sky, and besides, there was no paper or anything to write with. Master, it's the boss room on the 10th floor. Yoru, who had been listening in silence, finally spoke. When I turned my head, I could see the large doors of the boss room where Yoru was looking. We haven't been in the labyrinth that long. Who do you think I am? What will you do, master? I turned my body from facing Rhea to facing forward. I put my hand out and closed my eyes. Charge! Understood! Without doubting my order even a millimeter, Yoru crashed into the door. Behind me, Rhea screamed and clung to my back. Shadow magic, remote activation. The moment the door was broken, I opened my closed eyes. The labyrinth, already gloomier than the surface, was painted into complete darkness. But that darkness cleared as if it had been a lie the next instant. Feeling the solid feedback, the corner of my mouth lifted. Eek! Before Yoru could turn to head to the door leading to the next floor, Rhea apparently saw it. The boss, now nothing but a scattered, mangled heap, lay in the center of the room. Until now, I had only been able to activate shadow magic using my own shadow and the other shadows overlapping mine. But thanks to remote control of magical power inside the Cantonin Labyrinth and pushing shadow magic to its limit this time, I discovered I could use shadows other than my own. Granted, only within my field of vision. Are you scared? I tossed my voice to the silent space behind me. Yoru had already found the stairs to the 12th floor. Like the Cantonin Labyrinth, traps activated, and the next moment Yoru was no longer there. It would be a lie to say I'm not scared. However, I am accompanying you. I cannot complain. She said that, but the hand gripping my clothes trembled. Surely her head understood that. But at a more instinctive level, she surely wanted to run away right now. Living creatures, humans, are like that. You cannot go against primordial fear. Who exactly are you? I thought a little before opening my mouth. I'm just an assassin who got dragged into this, Amelia's lover, and one of the people you most loathe. What? Rhea gave a surprised cry. I ignored it and submerged myself in thought. I hadn't expected the Demon King to be targeting Amelia. I had assumed I was the target. Maybe calling me through Yoru was aimed at Amelia instead. If so, why would they need Amelia's revival? Is it to prolong a life that's close to death? I couldn't understand why anyone would go to such lengths to stay alive in this world. Did you come to this world via a hero summoning? Yeah, I was one of the humans summoned using your family's magical power and life. Do you want to kill me? From what I heard, there was no reason Rhea had to kill me. Still, her circumstances were sympathetic. I had no intention of being killed, but I was ready to take a few hits if necessary. I had underestimated Rhea, though. No, it's not your fault. I understand that hero summoning is truly unjust. But I cannot forgive those from Rades who performed the hero summoning. She said that clearly, and I felt like I'd been winded. Yoru's body shivered below. I've been outplayed, master. Shut up. I turned back to face Rhea again. This time I grabbed Yoru's fur without flinching. Then I'll change the question. Do you want to kill the hero? When I first met Rhea, her killing intent had indeed been directed even at those of us who were summoned. If she wasn't going to kill me as just another among many, then the remaining target would be the hero. As I suspected, Rhea nodded. I know the hero doesn't have a choice either. Rhea cast her eyes down. So she couldn't accept it that simply? Well, as long as it doesn't harm me, it's fine. If harm comes to the hero, so be it. It's none of my concern. Back to the matter. You came to warn Amelia. You followed Amelia's scent, met us, and decided to accompany us. Yes, that's right. May I ask you a question as well? Rhea spoke timidly as I brooded. I nodded without looking up. Who kidnapped Lady Amelia? At that question, I suddenly shot my head up. Right, Yoru, hurry. There was no reply, but our speed increased. The one who took Amelia is a Demon Clan member named Aurum Trace. Ria's eyes widened. I bit my lip. After meeting Ria, I learned a lot and grew confused, learning we had been summoned at the cost of many sacrifices. Aurum Trace is of the Demon Clan. If so, it's highly likely the one who ordered Amelia's abduction was the Demon King. Then again, Aurum Trace is supposedly third-ranked among the Demon Clan, so it wouldn't be strange if he acted under orders from the first or second ranks. I still didn't know the Demon King's aim, but it was clearly not good. We will recover Amelia while we're still in this labyrinth. Next time, I'll tell it from Amelia's perspective. Happy New Year. Please continue to support. My stats as an assassin are clearly stronger than the heroes this year as well. When I opened my eyes, the first thing that came into view wasn't the sharp, black eyes of my beloved, even though calling them beautiful would be generous, but a pair of large, vivid emerald eyes. Ah, you're awake. A child's face, smiling innocently as if they'd been bored waiting, made me bolt upright. I tried to scramble away in a panic, but my body wouldn't obey. Ah, no, I stole your body's freedom, remember. Even without that, you were revived and your body is weakened. I could only move my neck and I looked around. I wasn't bound by chains or restraints. I simply couldn't move. Some kind of magic had immobilized me, and the sand touching my cheek felt familiar. Different place, same atmosphere and air. A labyrinth. Yup, as expected of Princess Amelia. I glared at the Demon Clan boy who nodded with satisfaction. I felt like he'd introduced himself before killing me, but I hadn't bothered to remember his name, so it was gone from my mind. He shrugged off my murderous glare like a breeze and laughed lightly. Don't make that face. It'll ruin your pretty looks, you know? I ground my teeth at the boy's nonchalant attitude. I tried to move, but nothing responded. I could feel the ground beneath me. My back ached from lying on the rough earth, and yet I couldn't move. The boy who had been a little way off clicked his way closer. I told you, right? You won't move. The Demon Lord told me to bring you here without a scratch, so I used a special trick. He crouched down near me as if taking a casual stroll, then pushed his face forward. I always wondered what would happen if we cast the spell we used to control demonic beasts on elves, humans, or beastmen. Thanks to you, I got my answer. He was within arm's reach, yet I couldn't kill him. No, maybe I couldn't kill him, but I might have been able to escape, and yet I couldn't even do that. It would interfere with Akira. It didn't work perfectly, of course. I couldn't fully control you, but I can completely halt the movements of an elf with magical power second only to the Demon Clan. This is a great harvest. The boy smiled and backed away. More worrying than that was how Akira would think of me. If Akira abandoned me, I probably couldn't go on living. No, it would be better to extract information than sink into such negativity. Why are you in the labyrinth? My first question made the boy's eyes light up. Apparently he wanted me to talk to him. I had assumed because he was Demon Clan that he would be much older than me, but he was childlike just as he looked. Well, you see, my boss, how to put it? The second in command of the Demon Clan can use magic circles. He used one to come to this labyrinth, and to get back we have to go down to use that magic circle again. He spilled information surprisingly easily. I felt speechless. Well, not literally opening my mouth, but I couldn't help widening my eyes for a moment. The Demon Clan's second in command can use magic circles. And not just small ones that connect from Demon Clan territory all the way to Beastman territory. Not quite like the magic circle on the lowest floor of the Cantonin Labyrinth, but still troublesome. I couldn't imagine using such a long-distance spell in the middle of a battle. But if a long-range warp magic circle can be used, short-range ones should be possible too. So being flanked and stabbed in the back seemed plausible. As long as the circle is drawn, a magic circle can be activated without incantation by just channeling magical power. But there's a downside. It consumes many times more magical power than ordinary spells. That means humans with their low magical power can't use them. Beastmen can't either. Maybe the elf race could barely manage, but warp magic circles probably consume too much for them. I also heard that magic circles were developed by the Demon Clan, so they might be exclusive to them. Because the heavy magical cost made them little researched, I knew virtually nothing about magic circles. Some years ago, a human researcher supposedly developed a magic circle that reduced magical consumption. But before it could be published, they were kidnapped by the Demon Clan. I don't know what happened to them now, but they're probably dead. Yeah, it's a pain, right? I think so too. We rode on a demonic beast that was on the lowest floor to go up, but the Demon Lord said we're not allowed to use demonic beasts on the return, so we'll be walking back. Right now we're taking a break, though. My surprised eyes had apparently been interpreted in a different way. Convenient. How many floors down do we need to go? I don't remember exactly, but about 20, I think. Ah, don't worry, I'll carry you with magic. If that was true, we were around the 80th floor now. If Yoru was with me, he might be in time. If he'd come to help, if I were to die, I wanted to die together with Akira. So I had no intention of dying, but I didn't think I could survive this situation. All I could do now was extract information and keep this boy in as good a mood as possible. Pathetic. What kind of divine child was I? I didn't want any of this. I've never understood this profession. Why I was chosen, my traits: an assassin assassinates, a wind mage uses wind magic. Other professions live up to their names, but what is a divine child supposed to do? There are almost no records of past divine children, so nobody really knows what the role entails. Until now, I had simply lived off the position of first princess, drifting along. Kirika threw herself into sword training as soon as she was found to be the only one among the elf race with a talent for the sword. I was jealous watching her. What about me? No matter what I do, I can do it adequately. I've never been obsessed with anything, because I can do things before I ever get obsessed. I know it's a selfish problem compared to people who can't do anything. Still, I envied Akira terribly. The boy pouted at my sudden silence. Hey, next you tell me about yourself. I'm the only one talking. Caught off guard, I met his gaze. His big, round emerald eyes were clouded with displeasure. I thought I had some distance from it, but it was actually surprisingly close. Well, I have a little sister too, but what kind of girl is your sister? For a moment, I was taken aback. But when I thought about it, it made sense. They had families, siblings, parents, people they cared about, just like anyone else. Humans, beastmen, even the elf race teach their children first and foremost how dangerous the demon clan is. In plays and such, the demon clan is always the villain. Considering how many people have been kidnapped or killed by them, that fear is understandable. Maybe it's a kind of brainwashing. From the point of view of demons who haven't done anything, it's extremely unfair. But that's how much non-demons fear the demon clan. I, too, had the notion that demons were completely heartless evils. So the idea that a demon boy could have a sister felt so human that I couldn't reconcile it. My sister was strong, but I only recently learned she was actually fragile. Kirika was certainly jealous of me, envied me, maybe to the point of wanting to kill me. But I felt the same. If Kirika hadn't exploded, maybe I would have. After being recognized as the only elf with sword aptitude, she said she'd use the sword to protect our kin, who only had aptitude for ranged attacks, and she practiced the sword tirelessly, literally to the point of skipping sleep. I watched my sister go to the labyrinth every day, watched her practicing swings late at night, watched her cutting at a tree as if it were an enemy. I couldn't understand how she could get so absorbed. Kirika must have been working hard to be seen as my equal. We were sisters of the same elf race. I was born just a little earlier, and yet at that time she felt almost like someone from another race. Now she's a gold-rank adventurer, and in combat power she doesn't lose to demons. Then why was she fragile? The boy, who had been listening quietly, asked as if puzzled. I gave a bitter smile. Looking back now, it's almost laughable I didn't notice, because whatever Kirika carried in her chest and inflated, I also had. It's a long story, so I'll skip the details, but my sister was jealous of me, and she cleverly hid it from both father and me. People often say our personalities are different, but I think we're very similar. Surely father and Kirika didn't notice my ugly jealousy. When that exploded, I finally learned how fragile Kirika was. She, jealous of me, wrecked the comrades she wanted to protect, deceived father, and wailed like a baby that she wanted to be here with me. Even that was enviable. The Amalia the elf folk desired would never do such a thing. That alone had taken root in my heart, and I refused even to think, much less act. Kirika was fragile. Then what about me? Kirika couldn't hold back, so she was weak. No, though the vector was different, I who harbored the same feelings but didn't explode am I weaker than Kirika. I see. When I went to the elf race, I only had eyes for you, so I was curious what kind of girl your sister was. Now I'll tell you about my sister. The boy spoke brightly, as if clearing away the darkness I'd been brooding in. Curious about how other siblings related, I listened. My sister's good at controlling demonic beasts, better than me, no, better than any of the demon clan. His eyes sparkled with pride. It was dazzling. Suddenly it felt like an emerald sun had appeared in the labyrinth. I like my sister. Not in a romantic way, of course as family, but she seems to hate me and always ignores me. The sun dimmed. What an emotionally volatile child. Yoru, naturally, and Akira, and I don't show much emotion, so this was refreshing. Lately I could tell what someone was thinking by the look in their eyes. Maybe because I'm like this, she finds me annoying, so for a while I kept my distance from her. I'd also had a period of distance from Kirika. No, busy schedules forced the distance, our timing just didn't match. When we met after a year, she cried. That was nostalgic. It was back when the elf folk hadn't yet erased Kirika from their memories. So then she didn't leave me alone anymore, and I was surprised because I thought she hated me, so I asked why. The boy chuckled. His face, so different from the one that tried to kill me, was full of affection. Even I, who knew nothing, could tell he truly loved his sister. She said she never remembered saying she hated her big brother. That Ryun back then was so cute. Well, now for whatever reason she ignores me again. I see, maybe she's at tsundere like Crow. Akira taught me the word tsundere, and apparently there are quite a few of them. Seeing the demon boy smile so innocently, it was hard to believe he had ordered demonic beasts to try to kill me. If anything, and this may sound bad, he seemed more human than Akira. I thought demons were all expressionless, but this boy wasn't. Do all demons smile like you? I asked again, and he laughed. Ryun doesn't smile much. The demon lord doesn't smile either, I think. The fourth Cyrus is always angry, right? And second Mahiro is always smiling. He cheerfully rattled off demon traits and names, beaming the whole time. The more he told me, the more uneasy I felt. He looked like this, but he was supposedly the third of the demons. So why share so much? He must be utterly confident I won't be returned to Akira and the others. Well, our group will probably arrive soon, so let's hurry along. I took my time getting here, so it took days. The worst thing about labyrinths is there's no sun, so you can't tell how long a day has passed. He muttered, stood up, and placed a faintly glowing hand on my forehead. If you start thrashing about, it'll be troublesome, so sleep a bit, okay? As my consciousness gradually faded, his emerald eyes shone with the same unchanging brilliance as before. Excuse me, is it true that someone named Oram Trace is of the demon clan? As our speed through the night increased, and the wind whipping past my ears made normal voices hard to hear, Rhea shouted from behind. I had forgotten about Rhea's presence and froze for a moment, when I'm thinking I have a bad habit of focusing too much. Yes, Yoru confirmed it, no doubt about it. I checked too. That residual magical power could only belong to the demon clan. Where Amelia's bloodstain had been, there remained traces of magical power I didn't recognize. Blood might retain magic, but for the air itself to be so thick with magical residue like that, even with my capacity for magic, it was impossible. There are very few who possess magical power greater than mine, and none among the elf race. In short, demon clan. I see, if the demon clan is on the move, that means the demon king is acting. I don't know if there's been a change of demon king, but when the demon king moved before, demonic beasts became active and poured out of labyrinths across the continents. So this demon clan attack could have meanings beyond just abducting Lady Amelia. I nodded at Rhea's words. Then a simple question popped out of my mouth. Why does the demon king attack other races? Because demon kings are thought of as villains and the demon clan and demonic beasts as their minions, I'd never really considered why demon kings, the demon clan, and demonic beasts assault other races. Do they want to conquer the continents? Make humans into demon clan slaves? The heart of the demon lord is beyond my understanding, but the first demon king attacked other races out of revenge for being driven to the volcano continent. Come to think of it, Commander Saran had told me a myth with that scene. If I remember right, the demon clan, who alone can control demonic beasts, were loathed by other races and driven off to the most inhospitable place, the volcano continent. Maybe because these past months have been the most intense of my life, my memory's a bit fuzzy. It hasn't even been a year, but it feels like ages. Back then, I never imagined I'd ride demonic beasts with a beastman princess to rescue an elf princess. I really wasn't thinking, but the group was intense. With Amelia and Oram traced together, that'd be all the races represented. I see. Other demon kings were the same? Yoru kept looking ahead as she nodded at my question. At the same time, she stomped out a demonic beast in our path. Because we'd been cutting and crushing so much, Rhea barely reacted now. She'd gotten used to it. Our pace was much quicker than when we reached the 10th layer. At this rate, we might reach the lowest layer in a few hours. That's my partner for you. Among them, a demon king a few generations back had his wife killed by an intruder. Yoru's voice turned pained. Even with the wind in my ears, Yoru's words came through clearly. That demon king hated conflict. He didn't touch humans, beastmen, or the elf race. He even tried to propose a peace treaty to the other races. He avoided fighting. He loved his wife, loved his children, loved his comrades, and even loved demonic beasts, a gentle demon king. Yet simply because he was a demon king, his wife was murdered. I understood what she meant. It felt a little like how relatives of a murderer, who themselves had done nothing wrong, are subject to the world's cold scorn. So a fool with a hero complex did something stupid. Mass psychology is simple. Those who do evil are evil, those who do good are good. Backgrounds don't matter. People latch onto a single label and decide everything about someone with it, praise or blame. There are truly cruel, irredeemable people, but there are also those who had no choice. Exactly. Afterwards, that demon king rescinded the peace treaty he was about to sign and destroyed 2 beastmen cities, the same race as the man who killed his wife. He returned the harm done to him many times over. Yoru said the family of the man who killed the Demon King's wife were killed slowly, tortured to death, in front of the man himself. Disgusting. For the man who killed the Demon King's wife, he must have thought himself a righteous hero. But instead, his hands ended up killing his own family. If doing something puts my mother or Yui in danger, I'd rather offer myself up and be tortured than let that happen. Since then, the Demon Clan was feared even more by other races, and signing peace treaties became a pipe dream. So, Master, please act with this in mind. Yoru couldn't turn to face me while we didn't stop walking, but her voice was the most serious I'd ever heard from her. I thought for a moment and answered, "Who knows?" My reply wasn't definitive, and the gate wavered slightly. Before Yoru could say whatever she wanted, I preemptively set a boundary. I'm not saying we shouldn't listen to the Demon King's side, but Amelia was abducted, and several beastmen died in this attack. The situation now isn't the same as the Demon King you described. I wasn't saying we should repay 100-fold. At the very least, what was done to us should be returned properly. That's a matter of honor. If this attack was ordered by the Demon King himself, no matter what you say, I won't forgive him. Understood? Understood. As I thought, it seems Yoru can't fully separate herself from the Demon Clan by words alone. The Demon King is like a progenitor to them. It's understandable. Still, having Amelia taken from me has erased any trace of mercy in me. What I felt sympathetically about the story and what I felt toward the current situation were separate. Unless Amelia herself says to forgive him, then that's another matter. A slightly awkward silence passed between me and Yoru, then Ria spoke up. I didn't know anything about that. Did the royal family cover it up back then? The records only say that the Demon King proposed a peace treaty to lull people into a false sense of security, and then the Demon Clan attacked. If the royal family did cover it up, no wonder idiots were born. Well, it'd be worrying if the royals didn't control information and just leaked everything, but it's infuriating to have the truth hidden and swept under the rug. Honestly, why can't people in any world just live in peace? Which side's right or wrong doesn't matter. In a world with magic, memories can be rewritten easily, so if you want to believe something, you have to see it with your own eyes. I call myself an assassin, but I've never killed anyone, and I'm not ready to kill. If anything, I don't want to kill anyone. Having power and being able to use strong magic is one thing, your heart is another. I don't want to kill, and I don't want to be killed. But from here on, I might not be able to say that. I have to make up my mind, too. At times like this, I wonder what he'd do, what Kyoyusuke would do. A few hours later, with almost no conversation, we reached the 80th floor. Maybe worried about the magical power drained from repeated shadow magic usage, the bosses were being brutally stomped and crushed by Yoru without mercy. I couldn't help but feel sorry for the monsters being stepped on. It was pitiful to see. They'd show up as the floor boss with full pomp, only to be instantly killed. And by the same monster. If you don't call that pitiable, what would you call it? But that relaxed atmosphere snapped taut somewhere past the 70th floor. The magical power in the area, likely from the Demon Clan, grew steadily denser. For ordinary humans, the mana density would make it hard to breathe. To have so much lingering magical power in a place we only passed through, rescuing Amelia has to be top priority. Seeking revenge on the Demon Clan should be abandoned for now. Yoru, I'll use shadow magic. It can't be helped. I'll leave it to you, Master. Facing the boss room that came into view, I said that, and Yoru sighed and reluctantly agreed. The boss on the 70th floor that Yoru had crushed at blinding speed didn't die from just one stomp. As we descended, boss defense and vitality increased. Because of that, Yoru was forced to make a sudden change of direction to strike a second time, which sent Ria flying. That thing still had breath after taking a full-weight attack from Yoru at near-sound speed, tenacious. Its life force was as if it were that notorious Black Kitchen monster. If that was how things were on the 70th floor, the monsters on the 80th floor would be even stronger. The instant the door opened, I activated shadow magic using the shadows in the room. I moved to attack immediately. Shadow magic activate? Wait, Master. Yoru's warning came too late. The shadow magic had already been released. It stabbed into the monster seated in the center of the room, something like a shark with wings and arms and legs. Just as I thought the shadow magic had pierced the monster's heart, it vanished the moment it touched the body. Could it be this one has a magic nullifying ability skill? At my mutter, Yoru answered bitterly. His name is Poseidon. He controls water and earth, and as you said, he has magic nullifying abilities. Wow, Yoru gave the other one the straightforward name Black Cat, but this one's called Poseidon. And Poseidon is supposed to be a god's name, not some shark-headed abomination exuding malevolent magic. Besides, if he only controls water, he's clearly a land monster. I've never liked sharks. Once when I was little, I went on a terrifying amusement park ride, and that left me scarred. And the fact it happened in the dark made it worse. If it were daytime, you could at least predict where it had come from, but when a shark suddenly appears from the side in low light, it's mildly traumatic. My mother, despite being frail, insisted she wanted to ride, so in exchange for buying Yui the stuffed animal she wanted, I rode with them. For some reason, my dad and Yui were having fun in the souvenir corner wearing shark headgear. That was the first and last trip we took as a family. Since then, I've been terrified of the ocean, not just sharks. Even pictures of deep water where you can't see the bottom send chills down my spine. We crossed from the elf territory to the beastmen territory by boat, but inwardly I was terrified. I tried to hide it in front of Amelia, but I was sweating and my hands were trembling. Even if the monster in front of us is a terrestrial being, it has a shark's face. And our trump card, Shadow Magic, doesn't work, so we have to attack directly, we have to get close. I see. But Master, if we don't defeat this one, rescuing Miss Amelia will remain a dream. Aurum Trace may be advancing even now. I know. My back felt cold, but it's for Amelia. Sorry, but a trauma or two and one or two sharks can't stop me. I wielded Yatagami, which Crow had repaired into 2 short swords. Haya! With a strange cry, the shark-headed thing charged. When it opened its mouth, rows upon rows of sharp teeth were visible. If it bit me, even I would feel that. Not just feel, it would hurt a lot. I gripped the short sword tight. Ha! But I couldn't afford to lose. I rode up the arm that swung to grab me and ran up the shark-headed body. A water cutter-like magic attacked along the way, but I dodged it without difficulty. Then I brought Yatagami down. This is Ria's first-person perspective. It's not like I have no real combat experience. Before becoming royal family, my household made a living by hunting, so although I don't have any skills and I'm not on par with adventurers, I thought I had seen my fair share of battles. That's partly why I came to this labyrinth alone without any escort, but this person was on a different level altogether. What on earth? I was stunned by the scene before me. The wings were ripped off, one leg had been smashed into a bloody mess against the distant wall. And most of all, the shark-like head that had been about to devour me was gone. When I shifted my gaze a little, it was lying nearby with an expression as if it didn't understand what had happened to it. I couldn't figure out what had occurred. The last thing I remembered was Lord Akira holding 2 short black daggers in both hands, and before I knew it, the wings and leg had fallen and the head had been severed. My dynamic vision isn't bad, and yet I hadn't seen any of it. Did Lord Akira defeat it? Huh, who else would have? I blurted out, and Lord Akira frowned, his clothes still pristine, not even stained with blood. Indeed, there was no one else. Lord Yoru hadn't moved because I was still on top. I knew it had been Lord Akira who killed the demonic beast, but I had serious doubts that he could sever the head of a Poseidon that cancels magic with such short blades, and since the boss of the 80th floor had been taken down so effortlessly, my mind was in a muddle. I believed it was impossible to cut off the head of a beast as big as a tree with such short daggers. My head was in a mild panic over what normal even meant now. My common sense was being overturned so easily it frightened me a little. Master, I've gotten used to it so I can see him decently, but to normal people Master moves too fast to be seen, Lord Yoru kindly explained. This was supposed to be a monster called Adria's Nightmare, but over these few hours the fear had significantly lessened. Rumors turned out to be unreliable. Surely it must have great power, but right now Lord Yoru was completely Lord Akira's loyal cat. Is that so? I nodded to Lord Akira, who tilted his head as if unaware. As he climbed over Lord Yoru, he explained. Yeah, you can't drop the head of a Poseidon that cancels magic with just short daggers, but magical power is different, right? Magic cancellation cancels magic, not magical power? I still couldn't grasp it. Or rather, I'd never heard of using only magical power. Magical power is the fuel to cast magic. Just as you burn wood to start a fire, without the wood that is magical power, the fire that is magic won't ignite. But wood alone doesn't make a fire. Only when the two come together does magic and attack come into being. I thought that because magic contains magical power, canceling magic would simultaneously cancel the magical power too. That's reasonable, but magical power is magical power, not magic. Even if magic contains magical power, once it's become magic it's a different existence, so magic cancellation can only nullify magic. At least that's how I interpret it. In other words, don't consider magic as something that merely contains magical power. Consider it as something that exists through the use of magical power. That made sense. I see. But how did you train yourself to directly manipulate magical power? Was it self-taught? Direct manipulation of magical power was supposed to be a technique the first-generation hero excelled at. Many people had tried and none had succeeded. No one had reached it. I didn't train, it just happened by chance when I was thrown into a ridiculous situation. It was the first time I had met someone I'd call a genius. I gaped in surprise. Is that so? I muttered about how it was because Amelia told him to defeat the white bat without using shadow magic or something like that. Being able to do the same as the first-generation hero by chance meant he possessed the same potential as that first-generation hero. Lord Akira, are you really an assassin? There were rumors that this summoned hero did nothing and just shut himself in the castle. Because of that, I couldn't forgive the hero. I understood that he was summoned here through no choice of his own. But he took the title of hero and reportedly spent his time idly in the castle. That would dishonor the memory of my dead family. I would have preferred if Lord Akira had been the hero. I'm an assassin. I've never actually killed anyone yet, and I don't feel very assassin-like, but I'm an assassin. Lord Akira stared at me sharply and declared that. His eyes seemed fixed on something. Let's go. Even after instantly killing the 80th floor boss, his determination didn't wane. He looked as if even with strength that likely no non-demonic human could match, it still wasn't enough. Where are you aiming for? Home. We instantly killed the boss of the 80th floor and smoothly advanced to the 90th floor. The 90th floor boss also had an ability to nullify magic, and it was some giant golem-like thing that the Night Blade God's blade couldn't cut through, but we killed it with magical power this time as well. The golem's final desperate strike hit me dead on when I let my guard down, but Rhea immediately formed a barrier and I walked away unscathed. If that attack had hit me, even my defense wouldn't have been able to prevent fractures, so I really owe Rhea my thanks. 3 more floors. Yoru sped up even more, and we were now on the 98th floor. Yoru's fatigue was nearing its limit. Master, even if I manage to reach him, I probably won't be able to fight. Take care of Miss Amelia. I patted Yoru's neck instead of answering. Rhea, just in case, if you see Yoru, me, and Amelia, put a barrier on Amelia too. Don't forget to put one on me either. In battle with the demon clan, we couldn't be sure how much collateral damage there would be. It was insurance, but it would probably be useful. Understood. The presence of the demon clan grew stronger and stronger. They were definitely nearby. The dense magical power made me feel nauseous, but after Rhea put up the barrier, it eased. There he is. Finally, Yoru had caught up to the demon clan, Aurum Trace. A boy with green hair and eyes, smiling like a child. Even through the barrier, you could feel the tremendous magical power. He matched Yoru's description of Aurum Trace perfectly. Floating beside Aurum, collapsed and powerless, was Amelia. Oh, I never thought you'd catch up to me. You've been unconscious for like 3 days from magic exhaustion, right? The moment he looked at us, he started jabbering things no one asked. His mental age matched his appearance. As expected of the Demon King's right hand, Lord Black Cat, I didn't expect you to transform into Taki, but you're exhausted, you can't fight anymore, right? Don't tell me the human race and beastmen are going to stand up to the demon clan. Aurum kept laughing, clutching his stomach. I took the Night Blade God in both hands. Heh heh. When I first learned about you, I thought I'd just kill you, but I've changed my mind. His smile dropped. A dense killing intent filled the area. Rhea trembled and hid behind Yoru. I'll torment you to death in front of your beloved princess. I can kill you and use you to torture her, 2 birds with 1 stone. Try it if you can. It's my first time seeing a demon clan member. Make it entertaining. Behind Aurum was the staircase to the 99th floor. We couldn't let him escape. I sent a thought to Yoru to use the chaos to block the exit, then gripped the Night Blade God tighter. My palms were sweating. He could say anything with his mouth, but for the first time since coming to this world, I felt the fear of death. I wasn't shaking, but I was certainly prepared to die. I'll shut that insolent mouth of yours for good. I'll stop that creepy face of yours from moving again. They paused for an instant, then both dashed forward at once. Ian, the sound of metal clashing rang out. Wind howled around the 2 of them. Before I knew it, Aurum had a long spear in his hand. Across from us, Aurum blinked in surprise, then smiled very happily. I see now. I understand why you talk big against the demon clan. You're the first human to actually withstand my attack. This might be fun. He shoved with brute force and my body was blown back. I spun once and landed safely on the ground. Even though his arms were thinner than most girls, his power might even surpass Commander Saran. If that's so, he's the strongest I know. We don't have time to think. Come on, one after another. A madness mixed into that childlike high voice. Aurum's pupils dilated and his emerald eyes shone wildly. Despite his childish form, he was a battle maniac. Gah! I crossed the Night Blade God in front of me and blocked a downward spear strike from high above, but the impact cracked the ground and my legs sank slightly into it. There are hardly any who last this long against me, even among the demon clan. Well then, here! With all my strength, I flipped the spear upward. So far, I've been on the defensive and haven't gotten a proper counterattack in, but it's about time for my turn. In the dark, deep sea, I felt like I heard Akira's voice, and 2 threads of killing intent reverberated through my body. They woke my consciousness. Akira! Akira's presence was nearby. A tremendous shockwave was scraping at the surrounding walls, but strangely my body was unscathed. "Ha ha! The princess has awakened!" A boy's voice rang out. I realized that voice belonged to the green-haired boy. "Hey, pick one way to call Amelia. Earlier you were calling her princess, after all." "You're an idiot." Metal clashed against metal. The wall near me trembled. When someone wakes up, it's always the princess. That's how stories go. This isn't a fairy tale, it's reality, damn brat. After blinking a few times, the scene before my eyes cleared. Sensation returned to my body. My fingers moved. It seemed my body was lying against the labyrinth wall. I used the wall as support with my still numb arm and pushed myself up. "Akira!" "Stay right there, Amelia. I will never let you be taken." Akira, his back to me, tossed the cloak he had been wearing toward me. Akira's scent wrapped around me. It was very comforting. My hand, which had been gripping the labyrinth wall, slipped. As I almost fell, a soft, warm surface supported me. "Yo, Rue question mark. Do not push yourself, Miss Amelia. Trust your master and wait." Golden warm eyes looked at me kindly. He hadn't shifted back to his usual black cat form. Whether transformed or not, it was definitely Yoru. That warm body pressed against my cold one as if to warm me. His tail gently wrapped my body together with Akira's cloak. Surrounded by the two familiar comforting scents, my tension loosened. "Yeah, I always believe in you, both Akira and Yoru." Akira, bloodied with wounds here and there, kept clashing sword and spear with the still unharmed boy. Akira was losing, but surviving with only these injuries against the demon clan was impressive in itself. Akira looks like he's having fun. Master's power is about 2 heads above others in this world, whether human or demonic. Against most opponents, it would end in a single strike. Master dislikes bother, so he usually wouldn't bother seeking a fight, but still. Yoru turned his gaze to Akira and the others. Although Akira was wounded and bleeding and it should hurt, he was smiling. He swung his sword with a joy I had never seen before. Fighting an evenly matched opponent is enjoyable for him. He unconsciously smiles. He doesn't want to think of himself as a battle fiend, but there is no doubt Master is a battle fiend. He truly looked happy. That figure reminded me of Kirika practicing swordplay alone. "I'm jealous." A gooey emotion welled up inside me. Yoru probably didn't hear, but the words slipped out of my mouth. "Look, none of his attacks have landed yet. It's amazing he's endured this much against the demon clan, but if his attacks don't hit, then it's pointless, right?" True, there were no massive wounds, but small cuts bled, and Akira's face had gone pale, probably from blood loss. Drops of what looked like Akira's blood speckled the ground over a wide area. No, they were scattered as if thrown rather than simply dropped, almost as if they were deliberately placed there. "No, finally the preparations are complete." The boy furrowed his brows. Akira grinned and raised his hand horizontally. "What now? Activate shadow magic." Every shadow in the labyrinth gathered at Akira's feet. The 2 shadows that had been cast by the light on the labyrinth, the boy's and mine and Yoru's, vanished and became Akira's shadow. Scatter! At Akira's shout, the gathered shadows dispersed. It was a technique I'd never seen. As far as I knew, Akira could only use his own shadow. He shouldn't have been able to gather and manipulate surrounding shadows. When did he learn that? The scattered shadows seemed to be guided somewhere. "The blood!" Following Yoru's whisper, I looked at the blood scattered on the ground and saw that the shadows had gathered over the larger pools of blood. They're reacting to the faint magical power left in the blood and gathering. No, collecting it? Akira clenched the hand he'd raised. "Shadow beast!" The shadows strewn atop the blood writhed and took the shape of beasts. Wolf-like, quadrupedal creatures hungry for blood dodged the spear the boy swung and sank their teeth into his legs, torso, and arms. "Ugh!" The boy spun his body and forced the beasts away. Flesh was gouged by the impact. This time the boy's blood splattered around. He bled more than Akira. In an instant the tide turned. "It seems your blood and magic are quite tasty. The shadow magic is delighted." Akira said this as he watched the shadows swaying at his feet. The boy stared intently at the blood he himself had shed. "Phew-foo-foo, ah-ha-ha-ha-ha-ha." Then he burst into sudden laughter. Akira took a step back, slightly startled. By then the shadow-made beasts had disappeared. "This is pain. This is my blood." The boy clasped the blood flowing from his belly in his hand. As Akira and I recoiled, only Yoru watched calmly. The demon clan are generally known for high magic and attack power, but their defense is also on a different scale compared to other races. Ordinary blades and even many magics rarely wound them. I know someone who, since birth, has never once shed blood. If that were true, the boy appeared to be one of them, judging from the reaction. To me it looked like he was rejoicing that he was bleeding. He seemed to take pleasure in feeling pain. He seemed delighted that his blood was the same color as other races. "Ah-ha-ha-ha-ha! This is truly the best. If everyone knew there were humans like you, they'd be thrilled." With an ecstasy-tinged smile, the boy dropped his spear. In the hand that hadn't been gripping the spear, he now held a flute he had taken out from somewhere. He gave me such a great display of technique, I'll return the favor. Seeing that flute made me remember the moment right before I died. No, run, Akira, it's already too late. The boy held the flute with both hands and brought it to his lips. The demon clan boy, Orum Trace, blew into his flute, but no sound came out. Even so, Lady Amelia told Lord Akira once more to run. I tried to obey and flee, but realized my legs wouldn't move. No matter how many barriers I made, perhaps because I'd been exposed to the demon clan's magical power for too long, my body had stiffened and I couldn't move. I thought, somewhat out of place to be impressed, that the feeling of a frog staring down a snake must be something like this. The demon clan are a race that control and command demonic beasts. Except for those already being controlled, the rest will become my hands and feet. Demonic beasts poured out from every wall of the labyrinth. Not dozens or hundreds, probably thousands of demonic beasts in a vast army. It was my first time entering a labyrinth, but I'd heard a lot about them. They say labyrinths have many traps, some designed to genuinely kill. Like this, overwhelming you with sheer numbers. Maybe because I'd heard those stories, maybe because I wasn't directly confronting the demon clan, or perhaps thanks to Lady Amelia's warning, I was the first to break free from my paralysis. Reinforce divine barrier? I did what I could, focused on strengthening the barrier. I had been separated from Lord Akira and the others, likely by the mass of demonic beasts. Ugly-faced monsters approached. My face twitched before I could stop it. No, please don't come. I drew my dagger to fight back, but these were monsters that roamed the deepest layer of the labyrinth. Even the dagger the castle knights had forced me to train with didn't scratch a single one of them. Lord Akira would surely find it easier alone. Lord Yoro was with Lady Amelia, so she would be fine. Apparently you can't take control of beasts already being commanded, so Yoro would protect Lady Amelia. That meant I was the easiest target, the loose pawn. A few strong ones would distract Akira and Yoro, while the rest finished me off. Normally, these beasts would charge recklessly at whoever was right in front of them, but under the demon clan's command, they could act with such intelligence. If there's a guardian, there'll be trouble later. Mahiro told me as much, so first I'll crush you, okay? Orum Trace, who had somehow come close, smiled innocently atop the pile of monsters. Feeling the demon clan's immense magical power at close range, my body trembled and my limbs went limp. The dagger slipped from my hand. The sound of it hitting the ground rang out, and then my body sank onto the labyrinth floor. My eyes could barely move, but all I could do was watch my death draw near. It was a desperate life-or-death crisis. Perhaps it was punishment for coming this far, having little skill yet wanting to warn Lady Amelia. Memories I had long forgotten flashed through my mind like a revolving lantern. As if reminding me, now that I faced death, not to forget, that was right. Even if it was punishment, even if everyone thought there was no meaning in my being alive, even so, I cannot die here. As the words left my mouth, sensation returned to my body. Maybe I'd grown a little used to his magic. With shaking arms, I lifted my upper body. My gaze wandered, and I saw the precious staff that I never let go of except when casting magic lying beside me. It had always been by my side, running at Yoru's speed, when Lord Akira strangled my neck at the moment my family died. My companion threw it all. I took up the staff. Using it in place of legs that still had no strength, I stood. You're getting up. If you'd stayed down, you could have died easy, you know. True, death is a kind of relief. It frees you from the ties of life. Still, until I meet that person, no, until these feelings are conveyed, I cannot die. I felt both envy and a little regret toward Lady Amelia, who was loved so much by Lord Akira. When I left that person, did I tell him my will? Had I thrown myself into things like this before? Had I done anything for him? Looking back, I'd mostly been on the receiving end, hardly ever taking action myself. Perhaps only when I entered the royal family as an adopted child. But seeing Lord Akira changed my feelings. It's not enough to just envy or watch. I must act. I had planned to extinguish these feelings, but seeing Lord Akira and Lady Amelia made me realize how foolish that was. I had been using him as a reason to run away. I will not run anymore. I will not be swept away. I will not twist my words again. The large demon stone on the staff glowed with a blue light. This staff had been made for me by that person himself. The demon stone came from demons he had defeated. With this staff, I was not afraid. I will definitely go see him. Just as he had healed the me trapped by vengeance, I wanted to heal him in return. The demon stone glowed brighter as if answering my feelings. Divine inverted barrier, the stone shone further, and my body began to glow, too. From the shaken voices, Lord Akira, Lord Yoro, and Lady Amelia were likely experiencing the same thing. This spell was a new barrier I had devised from books I'd collected in the royal castle. Theoretically, it was possible, but something had been fatally missing before, and it had never succeeded. It seemed the missing piece had been my heart. At last it worked. That's a technique none of the past Guardians had. My hero must have hated this. From the looks of it, it doesn't seem that different. Well, you'll see when you attack. Trace gave orders to all the nearby monsters. Kill, fangs, claws, magic, all attacked me at once. I kept my eyes wide open, so I wouldn't miss anything. It wasn't that my fear meter had maxed out and I'd given up. There was simply nothing left to fear. In an instant it was over. In the cleared sight I saw Lord Akira and Lord Yoru, both bathed in the same light as me. Lady Amelia was probably behind Yoru. The light gradually faded, and Trace's dumbfounded face left a deep impression. After blew the whistle, a soundless tone echoed through the labyrinth. There were some one-man army strong fighters, but one alone wasn't enough. Numbers were a fine weapon. We were quickly split apart by the demonic beasts that poured out of the walls. And who rode a beast, had headed toward where Rhea should be. She should have had a dagger for self-defense, but the enemy was demonic beasts and members of the demon clan from the labyrinth's lowest level. Not even me, Yoru, or Amelia could be certain Rhea's attack power would handle that. This was the time to clear them out quickly with shadow magic, but as long as was still alive, I wanted to conserve the magical power-heavy shadow magic. If only Amelia had gravity magic right now? Gravity! Just as I thought that, a crisp voice rang out, and the demonic beasts surrounding me fell to the ground as if pressed down from above by a giant hand. My field of view opened in an instant. I looked over and saw Amelia using magic while supported by Yoru. She had my cloak draped over her shoulders, its hem was dragging the ground. Now that I think about it, she must have used it during the fight. Amelia, Yoru! I dashed past the beasts toward the two of them. Amelia relaxed her stern face when she saw me. I felt like Akira was calling. Telepathy, huh? I hadn't wanted to push her, but her complexion didn't look so bad. Result was all right, I guess. Yeah, thanks. When I ruffled her head for the first time in a while, Amelia rubbed against me like a cat. She'd clearly been lonely. This isn't the time. The barrier hasn't disappeared. Yoru cut in, as if insisting we shouldn't be doing this. Maybe I'd gotten carried away after seeing Amelia. Indeed, this wasn't the time for nonsense. Rhea's not dead, and it looks like she's stronger than before. She tried to stab her short sword into her arm, but it rebounded off a faint light. In this state, she could probably even stop Orum's attacks. When we'd first entered the labyrinth, she'd seemed so unreliable, but apparently Rhea performed well under real pressure. The barrier still being active meant the caster wasn't dead. Rhea could apparently sense when the barrier she'd cast dissipated, so she should know we're all alive. At least we'd confirmed everyone was alive. Rhea? Cheating? Amelia reacted sharply to another woman's name. I instinctively flicked Amelia's forehead. She covered it with both hands and looked up at me with tearful eyes. Cute. No, not that. I wouldn't look at anyone but you, Amelia. Rhea's a guardian by profession and a princess of the Beastmen. She came to warn us that Amelia was being targeted by the demon clan, though she was late. Amelia had already been kidnapped before Rhea could warn her. Right. It's my first time meeting a guardian. Not as rare as Amelia, but still a rare profession. Feels like there are a lot of rare professions around me lately. Where did rare even mean? If it were just demonic beasts, maybe, but against the demon clan, even a guardian can't manage. I nodded at Yoru's words. We really shouldn't be having this conversation now, but for some reason I felt calm. My danger sense, honed in this world both as a skill and as a sixth sense, wasn't reacting at all. Rhea was fine. Still, there was no reason not to help, so I started breaking the pack of beasts swarming Rhea from the outside. All the beasts near us had been flattened by Amelia's gravity magic. Only the beasts around Rhea were still alive. Fortunately, hadn't noticed the beasts on our side were wiped out. Just as I reached to move in, a powerful voice rang from the center. Divine inverted barrier. The center where Rhea stood glowed, and at the same time our bodies lit up. What? Calm down. It's not something evil. A barrier. As the three of us reacted differently, the demonic beasts at Orum's command launched themselves toward the center. So there's a use for a barrier like this. After a moment of silence, the beasts that had seemingly attacked Rhea fell. Those that tried to tear with sharp claws left claw marks on their own bodies. Those that tried to bite left clear tooth marks on themselves. Those that cast magic were struck by their own spells reflected back. They'd been ordered by the demon clan to kill, so they must have attacked in earnest. And all of it came back to them. Every attack was reversed. No guardian in the past used a barrier like this, did they? Yoru's eyes widened in surprise. Amelia's eyes opened slightly too. I wasn't entirely surprised. I'd anticipated it. So it's original. Meaning she made the magic herself? I grabbed a beast by the head with one hand and hurled it. It smashed into the wall and crumpled. Amelia used a small gravity spell to crush a beast that had been sneaking up on Yoru. My eyes met Rhea's. Seems like it. And she looks better than before. The cobalt blue eyes that briefly met mine had a color of determination. Faced with a life-threatening crisis, she'd apparently come into her own. Most of the demonic beasts swarming Rhea had been dealt with. All that was left were Aurum and the beast he was using as a mount. I'll tell you one good thing. Even after the situation reversed and it was obvious we had the upper hand, Aurum's attitude didn't change at all. No, he seemed even more relaxed than before. My previously dormant danger sense was now blaring warnings non-stop. That whistle from before, even without it, we can control demons. Your right hand there probably doesn't know, but that whistle has two functions. One is to send detailed commands to the beasts. Aurum smiled strangely and glanced back at us. The second is to relay the current situation to the demon clan even across long distances. A voice I didn't recognize came from behind. As we turned, Rhea's barrier was breached by some means at the same time. There was a sound like shattering glass and the light that had enveloped us vanished. I thought it was rare for you to call for backup, but what's with those wounds? A young man with black hair, black eyes, and a baby-faced look wore glasses. A cowlick wavered and his pale hand pushed up his glasses. He smiled cheerfully, but his eyes didn't smile at all. As usual, the demon clan's excessive magical power overflowed from him, and even I felt a cold sweat down my back. Rhea had already fainted. "Ah, my hero, you're late. This time even I was in trouble, so I called." Despite his severe injuries, his tone hadn't changed since we first met. An elf would have collapsed from similar wounds, but he showed no sign of it. Demons really did have weird life forces. "I thought you were late because you were held up somewhere. Come on, let's go." He had appeared behind us before I noticed. "Wah!" I had my nerves sharpened and was watching every movement, yet I couldn't react or even see him approaching. There hadn't even been a trace of magic. Without a doubt, he was stronger than Aurum. "My hero," he said, "he's the demon clan's second in command." Amelia said and stared at the suddenly appearing youth. Second in command meant he was one step above Aurum. The youth called my hero looked at Aurum's wounds, shook his head in mock pity, then looked at me. "You and I might not get along so well. Hey, Odor Akira." When he said my full name, my face tightened. Hearing my name and seeing him made me realize something. "Are you, maybe Japanese?" In this world, names are said with family name first, then given name like foreigners. The intonation differs from Japanese, so it's hard to pronounce perfectly, but he had pronounced it exactly like Japanese. And the name Mahiro, it sounded distinctly Japanese. "Ah, well, I guess that's how it looks. I'm a little different from you lot, but yes, I'm Japanese. Name's Abe Mahiro. Nice to meet you, though I don't really want to." What did he mean by a little different, and why was he demon clan? "Oh, no time to waste. I'll take that princess over there." At those words, I stepped forward to shield Amelia. Nightfall settled into battle stance. Sorry, but a downed Rhea would have to wait. Their target was Amelia. "Heh, I figured you wouldn't need the third in command to snatch one princess, but I didn't expect they'd drag me into it." My hero muttered as if talking to no one, then pressed his hands together. "Pan," a clear sound echoed. Something like letters shot out from between his open hands. A vast number of characters arranged themselves in a circle, forming a magic circle. I saw characters I'd never seen and symbols that weren't even letters, all kinds of glyphs aligned with no error. They sparkled beautifully. My hero completed an incredibly intricate magic circle in a matter of seconds and immediately activated it. "Physical puppet!" The magic circle glowed red as magical power was poured into it, then flew toward us. "Dodge, Amelia!" "Kaya!" I braced, thinking I was the target, but the magic circle headed straight for Amelia. I noticed and shouted, but it was too late. The magic circle struck Amelia, sending her flying into the wall. She didn't move afterward. "Damn it, Amelia!" I rushed over and lifted her. Blood ran from her head, but she was only unconscious, not dead. Still, the impact would have killed any human instantly. Because she struck the back of her head, she should see a doctor as soon as possible. "You bastard! Ahaha, do you even know how scary you look? You look like you're going to kill me any second." His teasing words made heat rise in my head. "Master, don't take the bait." Knight, who had somehow retrieved Rhea, scolded me. I clenched my fist. I wanted to hit him, but I knew I couldn't win. We had to get away somehow. Originally, Aurum planned to grab Amelia and flee immediately. He just hadn't been able to get away. "So, can I count that black cat over there as fully on your side? If I'm wrong, I'll get in trouble." Knight shifted back into his usual black cat form. His golden eyes glared at my hero. "I won't return to the Demon Lord anymore. I'm not Black Cat, I'm Knight." "I see. Then I guess I won't get scolded for using your fur to make clothes anymore." My hero grinned and Knight bared his teeth. "Try it." My hero, Abe, a wielder of magic circles, something nearly extinct among other races, and one of the top 1 or 2 strongest people I know. His magical power is the greatest among the demon clan, and he is the only one who can stop a berserk demon lord. And I have bared my fangs at that man. To be frank, there's no chance of winning. We just sprinted all the way here from the surface carrying 2 people, and I took some damage in the last fight. My magical power only has about enough left for one more transformation. Even if we survive this, with Aurum Trace here there's no guarantee of life. I turned my gaze to the people behind me. Miss Amelia, injured in the head, and my master, desperately trying to stop the bleeding. The 2 who picked me up when I was fated to die on the lowest floor of the labyrinth. My lord is only Akira Oda, but Miss Amelia is just as important. I cannot forgive the one in front of me who hurt Miss Amelia. You were always like this. I thought you were more obedient. Master and his precious person were harmed, that is all. Ah, is that so? My hero clasped his hands together. From his open palms bloomed a beautiful, maddeningly complex magic circle. Not only the speed of formation, but the fact that my hero could produce a magic circle of that caliber alone without failure proved he was truly worthy as the demon clan's second-in-command. If you'd been killed back in the labyrinth, you wouldn't have had to go through this. My condolences, watching the light floating before me, I pictured in my head, the strongest within me. Among those I've fought so far, the one whose power rivaled my hero. My body began to glow. The transformation had begun. Yoru, that person is... I felt my master behind me stupefied. Even though I was only mid-transformation and facing away, he noticed, as expected. No wonder. This human apparently died right before my master's eyes. Heh. The late sage, Saran Misray. Golden hair flowed down the back of the neck, shifting from quadruped to bipedal. My body changed into human anatomy. Wearing pure white armor and glaring at my hero with cold eyes was Saran Misray herself, the one my master said was his benefactor and teacher. Transforming into a human consumes a lot of magical power, and I'll be unable to move afterward. Finish this quickly. I, originally an animal, labor to imitate a human. It's exhausting. I didn't really want to show this form to my master, but under the current circumstances there was no time for that. I raised my right hand. My body becomes sword, and to the enemies who wrong my lord I deliver the hammer of light, light hammer Kautsui. Though a sage, this man's combat power is outstanding. His light magic is somewhat harsh for one like me, born of darkness, but my hero is the same. Light gathered in my raised right hand, condensing into the form of a hammer. The power amassed in that hammer, if it were to fall, what would happen is not hard to imagine. Q-ha-ha-ha, nice, haven't seen that form in a while. Pong. With a clear ring, my hero generated a new, enormous magic circle. It was the size that would normally require dozens of mages to create, yet a single member of the demon clan produced it in an instant. Thunder King Ryo, Golden Light Kanjiki no Hikari. Magical power was poured into both the first magic circle and the newly created gigantic one. Hearing the spell names made me widen my eyes. I'd seen both before. Thunder King does as its name suggests, creates lightning. With that spell alone, he could easily take down a human nation. Golden Light is a light magic that matches or exceeds the power of Light Hammer. The demon clan almost never exhibits aptitude for light magic, with a single exception, but a magic circle can activate spells outside one's aptitude. When those spells were used while he was an ally, they were reassuring. When aimed at me, they were nothing but terror. Shadow magic, activate. Before the magic circle's power could fully accumulate, while the light hammer shone as if about to strike, a quiet voice echoed through the labyrinth. Master, I reflexively looked back. My master had draped his cloak over Miss Amelia and leaned her against the labyrinth wall. He stroked her head and turned his gaze toward me. I won't leave all the burden to Yoru alone. Besides, this space flooded with light is convenient. My hero's magic circles light, and the light hammer's glow filled the usually dim labyrinth with light, and along with that the shadows grew dense in proportion. It seemed my master had noticed. Light hammer and golden light are equivalent in power, which means they cancel each other out. Thunder King is a Wideria spell. My hero probably intended to cancel light hammer and then use Thunder King to kill everyone. Of course, I wouldn't allow that. I was prepared to sacrifice myself to protect my master and them. That resolve had been made long ago. All that remained was to break the contract, and my master could survive. A familiar is a kind of contract established by mutual consent. If I nullify it, the effect ends. If my master no longer wanted me, neither of us would necessarily die together. Yet this man apparently wouldn't let me die. I'll have to have you tell me more about that person later. Also, fighting together with Yoru feels right, like master and familiar. Most enemies can be handled by my master alone or by me alone. I don't aim for overkill, so I rarely fought alongside my master, even as a familiar. I hadn't realized how reassuring it is to have someone you can entrust your back to. We'd cooperated when Miss Amelia was abducted, but I don't remember much because I was disoriented by the nature of the transformed beast. Come to think of it, what did my master say back then? I must survive no matter what to hear it. Leave it to me. My master would protect Miss Amelia. I could concentrate fully on the light hammer. Die, both spells launched. The light hammer descending from above and the golden light rising from below collided in midair, dispersing a violent shock as they canceled each other. Then the magic circle for Thunder King activated. But Master's shadow magic rose into the air and devoured the magic circle along with the Thunder King. What? As the light was snuffed out, even my hero looked baffled. Well, he likely had never experienced a spell being eaten along with its magic circle. Not a bad experience, I suppose. When the first spell, magic circle and all, was devoured by the shadow magic, I slumped down to the ground. Master, shadow magic really drains magical power viciously. If it was just stabbing someone with shadows, it could be used repeatedly. But that doesn't work on Demon Clan, and if I spam techniques, my body won't move later. I had been holding back so I wouldn't be unable to move, but Yoru was trying to sacrifice herself, so I reacted without thinking. I heard from the Demon Lord, but I didn't expect you to have grown this much. I never imagined you'd eat a magic circle whole. Still, after that you must be completely out of magical power, so let's finish this. My hero snapped his fingers. When he made a magic circle earlier, he made some sound too. Does he always have to make noise to do it? I stared at my hero, bracing for whatever would happen, but nothing did. Master, sensing something, Yoru turned her head and her eyes widened. Seeing that, I tried to look back too, but my movement stopped midway. What? Huh, Master! A red liquid flowed from my mouth, making a stain on the ground. The air filled with the smell of blood. With my magical power gone, my danger sense had apparently become useless. Or maybe I wasn't included as an object of danger. Wouldn't you be satisfied to be killed by the person you love? I judged you to be an obstacle to the Demon Lord's revenge on this world. Get off the stage already. A thin arm protruded from my abdomen. It had pierced me through from my back. Ah! I turned only my neck to look behind me. Amelia, her eyes full of terror, looked at the hand she had stabbed me with. Why is my body moving on its own? Amelia's body glowed red. She was being controlled. The magic circle that had blown Amelia away had probably done this. Aimed Leah, gah! The bleeding was severe. I couldn't muster strength. When Amelia pulled her arm out, I collapsed to the ground. I felt like life itself was draining from my body. Nuwu! Amelia's scream echoed. Her pained cry brought my drifting consciousness back. Ah, so killing the one you love yourself, huh? Are you a Yandir or something? My hero said lightly, as if it were his own plan, and I felt a real urge to kill him. Ah, Master! Feeling cold more than pain, I slowly got back up. When I raised my face, my hero's eyes were wide. His cowlick stood straight up. Are you really human race? Your vitality is on par with a demon clan. I ignored my hero and looked at Amelia, who stood dumbfounded. Amelia, I'm fine, don't worry. Akira, I wiped the tear-wet cheek. Maybe from my hand there was blood on Amelia's face. My knees buckled and I leaned on her. She lost her posture a little but supported me. It was cold. Blood still flowed. Maybe because I strained to get up, the bleeding was even heavier than before. But if I collapsed, Amelia would blame herself, so I had to look okay. He's as tenacious as that black thing in the kitchen, huh? My hero, hand on his chin, said that before snapping his fingers again. Amelia's face twisted in fear. No, stop! Physical puppet takes time to set up, but it's perfect for having them kill each other. Especially for killing lovey-dovey types like you two, right? Amelia's hand pierced me again. My body trembled. I couldn't tell whether it was Amelia shaking or me. Ugh! It was truly cold. If it came down to being killed by another, I had once thought it would be better to die by Amelia's hand. But seeing Amelia crying now made me want to punch my former self. When Commander Saran died, how had I felt? When my father disappeared and I was lost, how had I felt? I had forgotten. Those left behind in death hurt far more than those who die. I couldn't make Amelia feel that. Also, I hadn't accomplished a single thing I had sworn to myself. Cold, I cannot die. Cold, defeat my hero. Cold, I will not let them take Amelia. Cold, avenge Commander Saran. Cold. Cold, strength left my body. Amelia screamed. Yoru was stunned, and my hero lifted the corner of his mouth in a sneer. I will not die. Master's damage has exceeded the allowable threshold, forcing activation of shadow magic mode. Healing, my mouth moved of its own accord. What is this? I tried to twist my body to resist, but I couldn't move a muscle. Shadows writhed at my feet and enveloped me. Confirming Master's magical power is insufficient. Drawing required amount from magical power stored within shadow magic. Strangely, my body gradually grew lighter. The cold subsided. I didn't even feel the pain. I didn't know what was happening, only that the shadow magic was somehow moving on its own. Healing complete, proceeding to enemy sweep operation. The 2 holes that had been in my abdomen were completely healed. The shadow that had covered my body dissolved and wrapped around my arms and legs. Enemy recognized, Demon Clan my hero Abe, profession, Magitech engineer. My body moved on its own. No, the shadow magic wrapped around my limbs was moving them by itself. I finally understood the feeling Amelia had earlier painfully well. Having your body move on its own is a very disgusting sensation. You are amazing for listening to chapters 1 to 100 of my status, as an assassin obviously exceeds the heroes. If you are enjoying this story, please consider subscribing and supporting the channel.